types in those areas if those areas were as big as or as small as. So what I'm saying is, what is the true map that we're looking at?
Globe. Oh, there's the globe that works perfectly fine with everything that
she's still gonna
observe daily life.
You have the video.
I don't know, guys. I'm just trying to determine what's true. I don't think that.
No, it seems like you're trying to prove the flat Earth without having any evidence for flat Earth.
No, but I don't think the Earth can be measured. It's literally impossible.
I know you don't think that.
Did you
it's impossible.
What about all
given everything else that we're lied to about? That is one of the biggest lies ever.
So that's your belief in how we have a flat Earth is just everything's a lie, but there's no proof needed.
And what about
no, I agree with the fact that the Earth is flat, because to me it doesn't make sense that the Earth would be curvature. That just doesn't make sense.
I know it doesn't make sense to you. What I'm saying is you seem to have that belief without having any actual proof. Nothing that's measured or confirmed.
Yeah, but then obviously I've not done my research. Measurements
on our side to confirm our side.
Okay, I've not done my research that far.
I know, right? But yet you still believe that it's a flat Earth without
it is a flat Earth. That's the only thing that makes sense. Everywhere I've traveled, I've never felt the aeroplane dip. It's always traveled straight and flat.
Okay, well, here, let me give you this, because I can't stand it when people just postulate something without having any proof. So do you have any proof of a flat Earth that isn't like trying to debunk the globe, or any kind of proof that doesn't work on the globe but works on flat Earth? Anything at all for you to make the claim that globe doesn't work, but flat Earth is true? I know it to be true.
I mean, no, not in the way that you would like me to, but my gut
See how that's silly then?
It's not silly. It's not silly.
No, hold on.
Why would it be silly?
For you to come up here constantly and saying that it is, but you can't have a single shred of tangible in your hand proof in your hand, something like, you know how you guys say you can't go to space because you never felt it, you haven't been there. But at this point what you're saying is I don't have any proof for my side, but yet I still believe it.
Yeah, I do.
That's hypocritical.
Why not? I was given an instinct as a human being to know when something's not right.
Okay, so would you like to answer my question? Don't you think that's a little hypocritical?
I just said I've been given human instinct to know when something is not right, and that's not right.
And that human instinct can be sometimes wrong.
It's the same human instinct that was used to make the things that calculate the Earth when you're flying in it.
No, it's not.
Isn't it? What do you mean, no, it's not?
No, you're making wild claims and assertions without any evidence.
Every claim you've made.
So what is your evidence that the math is wrong?
Okay, from everyone on here that has spoken that says they flew or whatever, it's only been within America and nowhere else in the world. So how is it that your measurements are as accurate? What I'm saying.
Because
how is it that your
there's not people that have done it in here
as what I'm
doesn't
saying.
mean we don't know people that have done it.
Hold on, given the fact that NASA has lied about so much, they've never been to the moon, they've never left the Earth.
Hold on.
None of that has ever happened.
I need you to understand something. I don't care about those kind of things because they don't prove anything. That's just what you say. You don't have any proof for any of these things that...
Why would you debunk truth, though?
So, like I said, that's not truth. That's not proof. You don't have
NASA's lies. They tell lies, a lot of lies.
I'm going to do this one more time. If you unmute while I'm talking again, you're booted. I don't care if you feel that's a win or not. I'm not going to have this disrespect. The host is talking. It's as simple as that. So, I don't care about somebody lied or any of that shit. The only thing I care about is the fact that there's evidence.
That NASA lied.
And you don't have any evidence, and you've already said that you don't. And once again, you unmuted while I was talking again. You are gone.
Yeah, I'm actually proud of Level for like going that long with that.
Can I help her a little bit?
I mean, you can't. She's out of the box.
You asked the
Quite frankly, though, if she wants to come back and actually have a discussion where she's not interrupting me the whole time when I'm actually talking, because I don't really talk a bunch until I feel it's necessary.
Yeah, I think you asked her to provide something that makes more sense on a flat Earth than a globe.
But no, I need to make something very clear. If your argument is NASA lies, the government lies, all this different shit, yeah, they do. Okay, so what? We have measurements and stuff that we can do. We can do measurements, okay? And these measurements are what I care about. If you can provide me some measurements of flat Earth, then I'd be happy to look over them and all that shit.
Okay, there is a book that's called 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. You can take...
So tell me how a plane flight proves flat Earth, yet a plane flight cannot prove globe Earth.
Can you take a look at the book?
What's it called?
16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth.
Okay. 16 abnormal emergency landings compared to the thousands that happen every day that are consistent with routing. Good job. And most of those weren't even true emergency, and most of those in that book weren't even true, emergency landings. They were being routed to the nearest airport that could take them, because the emergency wasn't severe enough that they needed to go to the closest possible airport.
The real fact of the matter
talking
is
about politics.
So there's no Taiwan to LA flight.
The real fact of the matter is, if you would buy a globe and a piece of string, you could see those flights for yourself, and you would realize that they're in a straight line.
Yep.
That they're not ridiculous, because you're looking at it on a two-dimensional map that has been strung out like a Mercator project, and it's not going to work.
Yep. See, and that's the main thing is my biggest thing for flat earthers is they want to disprove a globe so bad, but they use the wrong map to do it.
Yeah, they won't put in the work.
I'm talking about the Mercator. Yep. The Mercator, it's obviously wrong if you use that.
Use a globe.
You're dumb. You either use a globe or you use that one on your background right there.
Right. So globe, and you use a piece of string, you'll see why those flights make sense.
Yeah, the shortest route.
Simply put.
Yeah. Take a look at the Taiwan to LA flight, for example.
Okay, well, here, what you need to do is take a look at the original flight plan and see what they were trying to fly, and then see where they diverted for emergency. Instead of just looking at the emergency flight and saying this works on the flat Earth map, look at both of those things and try them both on a globe and see what happens.
I did. It doesn't work on a globe.
You guys,
I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. So how did you do it on a globe?
Just take a look.
All right, Dot. Where
did you say? Just take a look. Are you showing it right now?
Dot. Where did the emergency land?
On the first.
Just take a look at take a globe, right?
I'm looking at your book.
I'm doing it right now. Dot. Where did they emergency land?
Los Angeles. They left Rio de Janeiro. They stopped in Los Angeles.
They stopped in Alaska. Perfect.
Hey, Nicholas, can you show your camera?
Sorry, what?
All right, buddy. LA to Taiwan. Look at that. Alaska's right there.
My friend, no, come on. That's a Mercator. Please don't use it.
It's even closer on a globe, dude.
It's even better on a globe.
This software is a globe.
Yeah. He didn't take my advice. He didn't buy a globe.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick, do you have that application?
That's a Mercator map. Come
Tyler
on.
uses?
No, see, here's the thing. You said, no, listen. He works with this quite a bit. So he knows how it works like on a globe. That's why you see these curved lines.
Can you show a globe? Just a globe, no, not a Mercator, please. If you can do that.
Nick, do you have that app that Tyler uses? It's like a globe, but you can draw straight lines on it, and he turns it and shows that it's actually straight in a shorter distance?
No, I don't have that. I only have this. I only have my route planning software.
Level, do you know which one I'm talking about? The one you can draw on, the globe you can draw on.
I think it's just Google
Well,
Earth, isn't it?
this is the same thing. Just because it's on a flat surface doesn't mean it's not a globe.
Well,
He ain't
like,
gonna bite
soft-
on that. No, he ain't gonna believe you.
Show him the perspective of looking at it straight on or curving it up and showing him the direct route that it's flat, straight.
Can you turn my camera on? How can
The main thing is the only thing that the pilots care or the air companies care about is money. Downright. So they're going to fly the shortest route. If you cherry pick certain flights and then ignore all other flights, like so, okay, those ones look a little bit strange and they might work on a flat map. How many of those flights are there?
It's 16 flights,
16.
and most of them are easily explained on a globe map.
Yep.
You do the route planning softwares, or just a globe itself, or
So
there are a few in there where they were emergency non-emergencies, where someone passed away and they just needed to get to the first possible airport that had an opening that they could land at.
right. So if we're going to look at plane flights to prove the shape of the Earth, we should look at Santiago to Sydney. Let's see how that works out.
Let me show you the shorter.
You know about that one, Dot?
I just wanted to show you the shortest
And the
route
reverse.
on the first
So
flight that I was talking about.
It is not a short route.
But I don't have access to the camera because the pilot here, he was just
Maybe you
showing
should
us.
stop. Maybe you should stop deleting your followers, or is it that people are blocking you?
I don't
Yeah,
know. I just I don't have access to the camera.
Well, you had over 200 at one point because you can get up here, but you only have 95, so you've lost most of your followers. So that shows me something.
You can't, even with 200, unless you're depending on what street you're in, you can't
No,
go.
you can't use your camera, but you can get up here.
Hey, Level.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. Chaotic's in the box. If you want, I'll drop for him.
All right, cool.
He said he can explain that.
Gotcha.
I don't know.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, why not? We're going to come back to that, though.
All right, now, using a flight to kind of determine the Earth is flat or spherical, it's really going to be a kind of complex little bit.
Show.
But now let's use something that's more earthly and more nature. Let's use the sun as it. Let's use the sun. Now I have two questions. The questions are for those who believe.
Hold on. You're going like too long, and it's another claim, so we're gonna have to come back to that.
Thank you, Chaotic. I appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yo, guys, what's up?
How's it going?
Yeah, what are you guys doing? I was listening for a while, you know. It's really interesting. The
Are
thing
you a
is,
flat earther?
yes, I'm a flat earther, but the thing is, I'm a Muslim, right? I'm gonna just like, in my belief, we kind of believe in the flat earth too. We got some, you know, but the thing is,
No, only some Muslims believe in the flat earth. Most
Yeah,
of them believe in
I
a globe
understand,
earth,
yeah,
and you
sure.
damn well know it.
yeah, I understand. But the thing is, in the Quran, everything is there. I can show
No,
you
it's
proof.
not. And I'm gonna warn you right now. I don't care about any kind of religious talk. You can keep that to yourself. Okay? If that's what you came up here to do, you might as well drop down.
So you want to look at the globe that shows the same exact thing?
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Big Smoke, is that what you came up here to do?
I was thinking like it's open conversation about anything.
Oh no, it's not open about religion. I don't want to
It's
have
not
a
about
religion.
religion, it's about the flat earth. But you just, because if you think about it, even the Bible.
You didn't answer my question.
Bro.
Like, just
All right. Any other flat earthers want to come up? Let me see here real quick before you start again. No, go ahead. They're scared.
All right. So Dot, here's my flight path on the Mercator map that you don't accept, and now we're gonna flip over to Chaotic, who's using a globe, and looky there, it's the same flight path.
That's Taiwan, right? And this is Los Angeles here. And if you look at the flight path, which is the closest, it curved because the Earth is a globe. So if you look at the emergency flight here, so this is the flight path, and this is where Anchorage are, and that's where the emergency stops are, compared to Hawaii, which is down here. So if you look at it, it's no brainer. It goes up there, and it doesn't go down there. Does that make sense?
It's so far away compared to
It
Anchorage.
does, assuming that line is the shortest path, which I disagree with, but fine.
Well, how can you disagree with that right there? Now on a flat Earth, you would have to go
if the
a
Earth
shorter distance, and it's like, why would you even take that flight?
Because if the Earth is flat, when you project those distances on a globe, it's based at the end on the flat Earth.
No,
So
it's not. If you're just making a claim without having any evidence.
Okay, take a physical globe with a measuring tape and try to measure yourself the shortest distance from those 2 points. And I bet you're not gonna get that line, but we're gonna have to do that.
Can I interject for a second? So this is a pilot. This is a pilot explaining the route, the flight path on his cockpit. So listen to this.
Diverted to Alaska when a woman gave birth on the flight. Flat Earthers claim that Hawaii would have been a better option on a globe, but in the end, this is not the case. Let's see what it looks like in a real aircraft. So here is a flight plan from Taiwan to Los Angeles in the USA. Many years ago, an aircraft flying this route diverted to Alaska when a woman had a baby on board the aircraft. The flat earthers sometimes ask why they did not divert to Hawaii. When you plot this route on the globe, you can see that Alaska is closer than Hawaii. This is Hawaii down here, and Anchorage is just up here. It's really no mystery when you draw the path correctly on the globe.
There you go. So that's pretty much a pilot on the cockpit, putting the map, putting the route from the destination and from the place that they're going to the destination, and the plane will automatically calculate the shortest route because it's trying its best to calculate the most efficient route for the fuel efficiency and time, and basically based on time as well. So you cannot argue with someone that actually doing that on its own flight, a commercial plane.
It was from that pilot himself. Like,
he's Australian pilot. His name is Wolfie 6020. He lives in Sydney and he's a commercial pilot. You can look him up in the YouTube video.
Even though,
can you turn that globe where you can see it as a straight line?
All right.
Are you able to spin that? Yeah, there. That's your damning evidence right there.
See how it's straight?
Boom.
And then can you bring up Sydney to Santiago?
Yep. So if we go Sydney here, which is I live in Sydney, which is here, and then I'm gonna take Houston.
This flight path should never happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but is there any way to show that on a flat Earth, like what that would look like?
Yep, I will show you in a second.
I don't really care about showing anything like for trying to prove flat Earth. That's up to you guys to do.
No, I just wanted to see how the distance would like change or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you could provide that. You know what I mean? Like, why would we try to figure it out for you?
No, I thought it might be like damning for flat Earth. I don't know.
No, I mean, it is damning for flat Earth. You can look at why. I already know why.
Chaotic, you're just adding.
Because it goes down to, like, almost goes down to Antarctica. It flies along that latitude.
Well, I mean, you would go straight. You wouldn't like go curved.
Yeah, you would, but guess what? That's not what that flight takes. And you know, those airlines, they really just care about the money and fuel efficiency and how many people they can get on planes. They don't care about trying to fool flat earthers.
No,
they want money.
Right. So, but
there is the flight that is currently happening. Here we go. There we go. There's this flight that's currently happening. It's actually flying right now in the air. It's halfway to Santiago. And you can see it's curving just like the one in the globe here.
Isn't that neat? Now, that cannot happen on a flat Earth. There's no amount of fuel that can make that. Well, I mean, it could be one large flight with maybe some big reserves, but
look at Nana.
The amount of time it takes does not work on a flat Earth at all.
You saw that too, huh?
That's crazy, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, like I don't have to think about this. I'm not sure.
Oh, come on, Flat. That's damning.
You don't have to think about it because it's really simple.
It looks far, but like you know, what I'm saying is I'm trying to figure out like how it would change on a flat Earth, like if they would be going straight or not, right? Like
the straightest flight would be over land,
like over California, literally.
See that? That's what would happen.
Yeah. So is there a way to like see the difference in miles?
Oh yeah.
Well, there is no there's no key on there to actually get mileage on that map.
Well, that's what would that's what would be the tell though. That's what would tell the story though.
Oh well, that also lets you know that map is bunk. It doesn't work. But what does work is a globe. We measure it every day long.
Flat, take it like this. That is undeniable proof. It's a globe.
Evidence.
I don't know. Like I'm like I'm kind of iffy about that.
Remember, flat Earth. We didn't bring up plane flights. Period. Dot did over here.
Good.
Yeah, I know. I know some flights. I know that some flights are a problem on flat Earth, but like not all of the flight paths. But I just
we like the real complicated things like gravity and shit like that. But you guys want to bring up bunk ass flight plans that only work on a few flights when we can show you daily flights that don't work on a fucking flat Earth map.
Well, I would just need to I would need to know the mileage the miles difference.
Sure.
See, flat, what you do is you go and fucking figure it out yourself.
Gotta do some work, man. Gotta put in the work.
You guys always
I know that you don't like to do that.
No, I don't want to know.
Flat.
Well, then you're just going to be ignorant for no fucking reason.
Everybody's Chaotic's trying to talk.
Just look at Chaotic, and it'll show you why this flight is damning with a flat Earth.
From Sydney to LA, which I flew several times, it's about 14 hours to 15 hours. But from Sydney to Santiago, which if you draw the straight line, which is past LA and goes to Santiago, it's actually 12 hours and 30 minutes. So how can you get additional distance here, which is double in less than 3 hours less than from Sydney to LA?
Wouldn't that be explained with streams?
And see, here's the problem. Like, you might feel like these numbers might be skewed. It's because that map doesn't have any measurements, so we have to go off a global map.
Right, like
hold on, Flat Earth. As soon as a Flat Earth model comes out that we have a scale with, that we can measure stuff with, then it'll be even easier to debunk.
And there's also a flight from Sydney.
But that's why nobody does it, because they can't fucking measure it, because none of those measurements work in reality.
So Dot thinks that the jet streams would make that flight faster.
No, it doesn't, because you can go from Santiago to Sydney as well, so you can do both way. And Jetstream only travel this way; it doesn't travel that.
That's a good point. And then the amount of miles per hour you would have to fly to make that time would rip that plane apart. It has a structural integrity to it that it's not going to take that amount of wind.
Because the problem with that flight, because I've also taken a look at it, the one from Santiago to Sydney, it takes such a big curve compared to the other one to Sydney to Santiago. So that's still a mystery for me, to be honest.
No, he just showed you a straight line, bro. Were you not paying attention?
I can also explain that we got a pilot here. Oh, sorry, give me a sec. Let me show you what pilot that is flying the opposite direction.
We are. Comprehend 3 dimensions. It's still a straight flight.
If you had that drawn on a globe, right?
So in a nutshell, the reason why
like
it curved
chaotic,
more.
we can't hear them talk. It's not going to pervade through here.
Let me just explain it then. The reason why the plane goes more southern when it goes from west to east is because the jet stream is going this way and the pilot is avoiding the jet stream, so that it needs to go all the way backward. So if you look at this one here, which is the opposite direction, I'll click on this one. There you go. You see how it's going the opposite direction compared to this one, this small one going that way, and then this small one is actually going back home. So it goes more towards to the south. Sometimes it touches Antarctica, and the reason why is because generally the stream is going this way, which takes the plane fastest going that way, and this one going more south to avoid that jet stream, so that it doesn't take too much longer against the jet stream.
Hey, Chaotic, can you show the pilot?
So why if
it's on a flat Earth as well because of the streams.
Hold on, Flat. Chaotic, can you show them on the Google Earth again with the flight from this perspective here, how it looks curved, but if you turn the globe, it's straight.
Yep. So that looks curved, right? That looks curved, but if you go closer to Antarctica, you can see it's straight. So it's the same thing as this one. If you look at it, it goes, this one here, right? It goes curved like that. But if you look at it in the globe,
I do have an issue with the string and globe method, okay? Because I am somebody that likes to I'm a flat earther and I like to check things out myself.
Well, hold on, Shannon. Everybody look at this. This is a straight line. Is it not?
It's a matter of perspective as well.
So if you look at it head on, it's a straight line, isn't it?
You look at it from the Mercator map point, it looks curved.
Yes, it does. It looks like a straight line.
Okay, so that's the shortest route. That's what it was used. Okay, so Shannon, go ahead. I'll put you on the big screen.
So I'm going to try to hold my phone and do this at the same time, which is not easy. So don't laugh at me, okay? Because I'm getting old here.
We're already laughing.
Okay, so I'll turn my camera around here.
Yeah, tripod.
Okay. Yeah, I got a holder thing, but it doesn't work because it's too short. So this is Taiwan, right?
Okay.
Yeah, Taiwan. Somebody just did that from Taiwan. So I went from the northern part of Taiwan, right?
Yep.
So if I hold that there and I cut the string so it's exactly to LA, right? So I went across, it goes...
So what flight is this?
There's a line here either way, and it's below this line, which...
Hold on,
what's that? Somebody had showed just a little bit ago from Taiwan to LA.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Alaska, and then Hawaii being down here, right?
Emergency route. Yeah.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Yeah.
We
So
just do the Taiwan to LA. Go ahead.
So we just went over all that.
Yeah, but he's going to show you.
Yeah, but so I cut I cut a string because nobody had a globe up at the time. So I did all this, and then the other guys pulled up those computer shit. So I went to LA, right? And now this line here is the what is it? I can't remember what it's called, but on this globe, it's for like the sun path or whatever, right? The Capricorn and all that shit, right? But it goes right to.
Are you talking about the equinox sun pattern?
Yeah. So this map's got all the dotted lines, right? So this goes right around
the widest part.
Damn near. Yeah, this one goes like right over here to LA. Okay. You can see the dotted's coming in, right?
Yep.
Ooh. Okay. Well, it's more towards it comes into San Francisco.
I'm not sure if that's what that is. I'll have to check that out another time.
If we're
But go ahead. Yeah.
If we're using that line, we don't need the string. Just tilt it down.
Well, I did the string for the length, right? For the measurement to see if it measures, because you can't take a ruler and bend it.
We want to see the straight line. We don't care about the distance.
Go ahead and put it on there as a straight line.
Can you put it on the string?
I did, and it's just below this mark here. Okay, so it comes in just. I know, but I can't hold it with 2 fingers and my phone.
Oh man, that sucks. How about getting like a piece of tape or something?
Flip your phone upside down and hold it with your chin.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That'll work.
Tape the string on the glove if you got some tape.
That's what I was saying. Just put it there and tape it. That would be your best bet.
I feel like we're cooking, boys.
Yeah, you're fixing to see the same flight path as what you're fixing to see.
Chaotic already showed this with the 3D computer model. I don't understand.
I feel I know where he's going with it. And I
want to see it. I want to see it.
It's not even the fact of it just being the emergency part of the landing. It's just
no. Take that out of the equation right now.
Yeah, you just got to go with the flight path that was supposed to be.
Yeah,
and then that makes complete sense that they would go up to.
If I was a pilot and I was like,
Alaska.
I would just fly against the rotation of the Earth and just like, the land would come to me. Not like,
shut up.
Are you still awake?
God damn it. He's just trying to bring up his only point again.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know where he's going with
He's
it.
like,
It's not the short
stand up on the weekends.
He's like Dr. Phil mixed with gas pressure. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, where are you going to be next, Flat? I'm pretty sure you do stand up on the weekends, don't you?
I know. Sometimes he's funny, sometimes he's fucking horrible.
Reference him to gas. That's not nice, man. I'm just saying.
I don't know if you've heard the things I've heard come out of Flat Earth's mouth, so.
so humble yesterday.
And I probably haven't heard the things that gas pressure said.
That's probably pretty bad when a flat earther says if you compare him to gas pressure, that's terrible.
Yeah, I know that the whole flat earth community basically hates gas pressure.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, gas pressure don't care. He's a narcissist. He just wants to be up here talking,
Yep.
That's it. That's all it's about. He'll play your game. I don't know how many times I've proven it whenever I'm like, all right, Gas, have you had your fill? Because I've had mine. He's like, all right. And then he'll just leave. And he's respectful about it when he leaves, but it's just, it's strange. It's fucking strange to me. And it proves it to me every single time.
While we're waiting for the tape to be done, everyone hit that like. Hit the likes. Get them up.
Yeah, guys, make sure you're hitting the likes. That's the only way we're going to keeping that FYP. If you guys want good conversations, I do want to cycle some people in. Let me see here if there is anybody in the box. Never mind. Nobody's in the box.
You said it pretty much follows that line, though, right?
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's just below it a little bit.
Have you tested to see if that's a shorter distance than what it would actually be if you had to, like...
I hope that tape is strong enough to hold it down.
No, it's not. But
I think we've seen this the last time we did this. Like, you didn't have the tape that was strong enough. You couldn't get it shown.
Oh, I don't know.
We wasted like 15 minutes.
The globe's too slick.
Wow. It's the first time I've tried to do this to show anybody anyways, but I've done it and I've measured the string.
It might have been somebody else.
So just back up with your camera and show us the line.
Oh, it was JT. Okay.
Yeah, so they say that you go up here because it's the shorter distance, right?
Yeah. But it's distance is a straight line. That's why we wanted to put the string on there.
Right, and I can't get it to stick. Damn it.
Okay, but show us where the string was when you did it.
All right.
Okay, so it was right. It was right
back and forth. Back.
It was right below
Shannon,
this.
I'm telling you, without the experiment to be done, it's kind of point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mute you. I was trying to shrink you.
Shannon, just
are you able to unmute?
Towards you, the top of it towards you. And look down at that.
I did it again. I'm sorry. Go ahead and unmute. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, so close.
String is
Hawaii, or
when you measure the length of the string, and you do run it on these routes. When you start to go up and down,
the thing is, I have a hard time taking your math seriously.
You have to pull it taut.
Oh well, I get that.
But you have to admit the middle of the string was closer to Alaska than Hawaii. That's what we're looking for.
I'm not trying to discredit you or anything, but I did want you to know where I'm coming from on that. And you do.
No, I get it.
That's good. That's good. Cool.
Trust me, bro. That don't hurt my feelings none.
I know.
My math was my favorite subject when I was a kid, but
get yourself out of it.
You got kicked by a mule.
So Shannon, is Hawaii closer on the globe?
What's that?
It's kind of technically a middle ground. It's. I mean, you're talking a few miles at that point from being in the middle, directly in the middle from LA to Taiwan.
Shannon, I think you didn't stretch the string enough.
Distance, dude.
Yeah, no.
He's showing you right now.
Showing
it.
Yeah, chaotic.
Right, but that's
build up.
And that's computer, right? And that's a program. So I'm talking like physical, hands-on.
This distance is exactly what the plane will fly at.
So,
this is like.
Let me ask you this, Shannon. Do you think that globe is a better representation and more accurate than a computer model?
My question exactly.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is it's physical. And
because I would have to know what kind of globe it was.
Yeah, what year is that globe from?
I don't know. It's like 85 or something.
Oh, this CGI is a little bit later updated stuff. You know that, right?
Does that have? Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. It's got a legend on it, so it is kind of an educational globe at least. But you realize it's almost 40 years old now, too.
Yeah, it's 40 years old compared to however old this shit is.
Right, but what I'm getting at is it's Shannon, like this, right? Shannon. If you show me a picture of a water bottle and I actually have a water bottle, it's a little better than looking at it on a screen, right?
All right, Shannon.
I'm just saying.
Can you show me Greenland on your globe?
Yeah, if I can remember where in the hell Greenland's at now.
It's northeast in America, or in the Americas.
Find where you
Oh yeah, it's right here.
It's like an island.
All right. And now shows South America with Greenland in the picture. All right, so it's actually a pretty good scaled. It doesn't show Greenland oversized, so it should be a little bit more accurate.
He's right there, but the thing is, without being able to recreate your experiment, it's kind of going nowhere. You know what I mean? When we've got a computer model that they can just use.
Hey, Shannon.
That's definitely more accurate. I guarantee it.
Shannon, you got any bubble gum?
Shannon, also just to be mindful, this is in the aircraft, Shannon. This is in the aircraft, so the aircraft will have more accurate than the globe.
Yeah.
Right. I was just getting at the physical, actual, like I can put this string on a ruler, and you know what I mean. It's all verifiable versus a computer. You can't put a ruler up to your computer screen and see the distance.
Shannon.
You know what I mean?
Shannon.
Yeah, give me just a second, guys.
Yeah, like the
Give me just a second.
Nice.
God damn it.
New member.
Hello, boardroom.
How's it, guys? How you doing?
Good, good. Are you a flat earther?
I'm going flat today.
What does that mean?
Today I'm a flat earther.
What is that? Oh, today or what about yesterday?
Flat. Now I'm flat.
One more on the team, boys. One more on the team.
He's just a troll, dude.
He wasn't convincing.
Shannon, what I was trying to say is your line, the arc of the line that you were putting on there was not the shortest distance.
How?
Because you said it was like halfway between, and it's actually more.
We're getting the Glover.
Does that make sense, buddy?
Oh, I'm sorry. This one's about Glizzy World.
Oh gosh.
Look, Savage.
Savage, how are ya?
Chaotic, hi.
Hi.
What's up, Savage?
Since you're the only one who's nice to me.
I didn't say anything, man. I just said that you're about the Glizzy World.
Hi, Savage.
Okay, I heard something about Glizzy World and Savage, so...
I said, I'm being nice. I didn't say anything. I just said that you're about the Glizzy World.
Okay.
I like it being right next to you too. I was
the screen is longer.
I was too far away.
You're the one who said, oh, God.
Well, hey,
Fuck
you know, I might have been,
the instigator,
touching on something. I don't know. Oh God.
Touch these.
Oh God. Okay. Where?
These nuts.
Ah.
Surprise.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn.
So, yeah. Now, with another hand, here's the thing though. With another hand, kind of pull that up a little bit.
Yeah, but if you pull it up, then it pulls it out of the tape because it shortens the string. That's what I was trying to get at.
Couldn't cut the string.
If it's short in the string, it means that it should be shorter if you move it up. The distance should be higher. You need to put the string higher because you want the shortest distance.
That's like I said. That's not the shortest distance. It's
Exactly.
Alaska. It's above that sun line you're talking about.
Correct.
Yeah, like pull it up. That's what I'm saying. Like if you do that, you'll get more string.
You don't get more string though.
You're not trying. Look how it just loosened up.
There you go. You see? Do you see that?
Where are you going? Where are you doing?
I got you. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
See how it gets looser?
Yeah. Now I've got. Okay.
Because that's shorter distance.
See what I mean? It's just a little bit looser, isn't it?
All right. I got you.
Yeah. That's. You see, sometimes you just gotta hear from other people to see where you might be.
As long as my tape lasted.
Yeah, and sometimes you just got to hear it from somebody else to kind of see where your measurements or your calculations might be just a little bit wrong. Doesn't mean you're doing it 100% wrong.
I'll tell you what's funny is interesting. It seems like we're all pre-programmed to just automatically think from west to east. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You look at a globe, you look at a map. It doesn't matter. We're just automatically going. It must be horizontal, you know.
Well,
Shannon, what point were you trying to make, Shannon?
No, he didn't realize that he was doing it wrong. Basically, just a touch wrong.
That's why I was saying, like everyone said, hold it straight, and I did, and I laid it down over it, right, straight.
Yeah.
And then, so and that's why I was like, okay, that's why I wanted to make sure that I had something that was from there to there a certain distance. So I could actually check the measurement. You know what I mean?
Right. And so you want to constantly slide it up and down the string and see if it gets loose or tight, you know?
Yeah.
And the looser it gets, the more you need to tighten it up from that point. And then, you know what I mean?
Right. No, I get it. But that's why I was saying I wanted to make, because you can't take a ruler and like set it here, right, and fold it over because the ruler's 12 inches and it's solid, right?
That's what she said.
So level have that actual flight that did the emergency to Anchorage pulled up, so then we can actually all see the actual flight plan that it took rather than the speculated one that we've been showing.
Exactly. Because I mean, they're not going to 100% do the shortest flight path. They're going to do what makes them more money. So
Yeah. So this is the flight that had emergency in Anchorage. And here is Hawaii. Here's Taipei. Their eventual end goal was LAX. And they went up, had the emergency, and diverted to Anchorage. They were much closer to Anchorage than Honolulu.
let's see. Whenever I flew,
This is on FlightAware because you can pull up old flights on Flight. And it is, where's the date? There it is. October 7th, 2015. It's almost like the book lies to you to get you to believe nonsense.
No, say it isn't so.
what do you think of all that, Dot?
Oh.
Hold on.
I couldn't hear you.
Still don't believe it. Pretty compelling proof, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I didn't hear him either.
And there's like, thousands more. And if you do that, if you
He's making a lot of noise, I can barely hear anyone.
Yeah, well, who's making noise? What was that?
Savage, your doggy, whenever you're moving around, it's like.
Sorry. He's beating me up.
He's a good boy.
Hey, thanks, Audit, for coming up and showing us you had the right tools there for the.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
The globe, whatever that is, Google Earth or whatever. My son took a similar flight like that. He went from Houston, Texas over to Amsterdam, and it flew up near Greenland like that. You know what I mean? Because it was going up and over, and it's like, damn, that's far north. But then when you realize where the destination is, it's like, oh, that makes sense now.
So that's the main thing is if you just cherry pick certain ones out, you're going to find that they are kind of strange sometimes. But if you look at all the flight paths and definitely pay attention to those southern ones because those are the ones that kind of hurt the flat earth a lot. They just don't make any sense. The time that it takes to travel there is no sense. You got to make up crazy stories like 1,000-mile-per-hour winds and shit like that.
Not to mention the southern star rotation and everything else in the south.
Yeah, that's a whole different claim. That's another one of those thousands of proofs for a globe. Whenever you've got the 200 proofs from what's his name?
Yeah,
was it Dave White? No, it's not.
Cross Dresser Dubé. I mean Eric Dubé.
Yeah.
Hey, let's not judge. Let's not be a drummer, bro. Let's not be hurtful, bro.
I agree. Let's keep some of that stuff.
It slipped. Okay, I'm sorry. I just haven't worn a tube top since the '80s, man. So forgive me.
Oh shit, I might have.
I don't believe I'd have told that.
I don't care. You guys can think whatever you want of me.
That makes it all okay, right?
Well, we have pilots here, so can I just ask, have you seen the curvature?
What's up?
Yes.
Have you seen the curvature?
Oh, I've measured it.
I have physically seen it, yes.
How high were you?
Me?
I was on a ship, a Navy ship. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Well, I was 12,000 feet.
12,000 feet. Bro, come on. That's a lie.
What kind of curvature are you talking about, Nicholas?
Oh, just where you can barely start to see it start dipping down.
Horizon dip.
Way out in the distance with the horizon dip.
Yeah.
How come I've flown
not right to left, but front to back, right?
What?
Not right to left, but front to back?
360 horizon dip because I flew in a circle. It was cool.
No. When you were flying one direction, he's asking, did you see the dip in front of you or did you see it from your left to right as well? That'd be hard to prove at 12,000 feet.
Yeah.
You saw the dip angle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does your
horizon
airplane
dip-
that you flew have a marker where that across the windshield like most of them do, where it shows you, okay, where the horizon should be?
So I have a question. Were the windows curved?
Oh my god.
Every fucking time.
That doesn't make any sense.
I thought you were tired and your phone was going to die.
Yeah, what happened? You had 5%. That's a hell of a phone.
Yeah, I charged it like a while ago.
Bro,
yeah, I do need to go. I gotta get some sleep. It's been fun. It's been fun though. I enjoyed it.
Horizon.
All right, see you, Flat.
Later, guys.
Get over your shitty side, and I'll be happy with you.
I'll go out and see the moon.
I got a picture from. I got a picture from JT where he took a photo.
Hold on before we get into another claim here, okay? So, any flat earthers that want to come up, I'd appreciate it. We're trying to keep it even up here. I got Be Real coming up. Keep coming into the box. I'll get to you as soon as I can. We got a lot of people. Everybody check up the screen. Trying to get to 100,000 in the next hour or so. If everybody puts down 100, that should be pretty easy. So everybody tap the screen and share.
Good morning, guys.
There you go. Hello, Be Real. Just wait 1 second. Chaotic had something to say.
Yep. Don't worry.
Is that my buddy, Be Real?
What up?
From Cyprus.
Hey, man.
Hey, guess what I'm looking at, B? And I wish I had camera access because I'm looking straight up in the sky, and it's 3:15 in the morning here. And guess what's directly above my head?
Where are you from?
Texas.
And so what?
So what? No,
There's the moon.
I have
You
a
were
daytime.
asking
You
where-
have a nighttime.
You're trying to figure out where it was. It's right over Drummer Boy right now.
Yeah, I was just gonna. Remember, you were tracking the moon, right?
All right.
Did you already give up on that?
No.
Oh man, you should know where it's at if you're tracking it.
Hey,
they must
Shannon.
have changed the threshold for followers to go live because.
Shannon, do you have a second ball?
Do I have a what?
Second ball.
Sorry, a second.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, do you have another one ball?
The globe?
Yeah, you have the globe. You have another one ball.
What are you trying to get to? What's your point, man?
Oh, another ball? No, not in the house.
Are you talking about? Oh, he's trying to do the moon shit. No, not right now, Real. I know that's like your only subject.
I have two balls.
Hold on. I do need to make this.
I was not trying to go there, but yeah.
I know. I knew that was going to come up since he said it. I was just trying to get away from it. So,
my apologies.
Do you remember whenever I asked you to come up with something new to come up here? Do you remember that?
Do you make debates all the time?
Yeah, it's been recent.
Okay.
We have these flat Earth debates all the time, though.
I like the glasses, Savage.
So be real. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Do you remember when I told you that?
Told me what?
To have something new. How come you aren't answering that question? Well, right. We're going to see if somebody else can come up.
I was going to say, it's usually better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission, right?
Yeah, there's a puppy dog, as I say. He got his tail between his legs.
I know. He's peeing. He just pedaled on the floor. Hey, JK, you there?
What's up?
Hey, are you a flat earther?
No.
No? I'm sorry. I'm looking for a flat earther to come up so we can keep it even, all right?
Okay, buddy. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate it.
Hey, Dot. You want to see my photo of the curve of the Earth? And I'm not even that high in altitude.
Yeah, show it to us.
Bro, the thing is, I'm not gonna believe it because I've been to 39,000 up there. That's
Here
the
you go.
flat.
And if you notice, these hills.
Can you make him big? Cause
Smaller.
I'm seeing his very
Yeah,
small.
sorry.
Yeah.
That was my bad. Hey, drummer, do you mind dropping down?
So if you notice, these hills are all flat and relatively
So we don't scare off all the flares.
staying together, and then they start dropping down and disappearing
chaotic.
behind the other hills because of the
They're not
curve.
chaotic. You playing with me?
Drummer, you want to stay?
Not convinced.
I'm gonna fight you.
Jesus.
Not convinced? Okay, cool. Fair enough. If you're not convinced, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Come on, Flurfs, get up here.
So, how high were you up there?
I believe this was taken around 6,000 to 8,000 feet.
6,000 to 8,000 feet, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I've been up to 39,000. I mean, I don't see that, honestly. You know, unless you.
Maybe you need to get your eyes checked.
Something. Maybe you took that photo with the GoPro. I don't know.
Get some glasses.
No.
Are you?
No.
What are you talking about?
With my phone.
Hey, Various, I just had some Glovers drop down because we had too many up here right now. I'm looking for some flat earthers.
I think a lot of people are scared to come up and debate because, like, and I made this point the other day, right? And when I did one of my lives, and it's like, because like I talk to everybody, right? Like I'm friends with JT and Charduk and all you guys, right? Like I don't ever try to like be an a-hole, right? But it's hard to have a good conversation when you know you're just going in to kind of a losing fight, right? Because we don't
because they don't have anything, but they want to yell and scream and come out and tell everybody that this is real, and they want to convert people into flat earthers. That's why I'm doing this, because I don't agree with it at all, and I want to change people's minds because what they're being told is lies. They're being deceived by people that really don't care about their feelings and their understanding of things. They're dumbing down the world.
Okay, but that kind of goes both ways.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
So Shannon, Shannon, if you want to take it that way, then I will ask you this. Where is any single piece of proof for flat Earth that does not work on the globe?
I understand that, but
so then
brother,
you cannot say it's the same thing, because we have, and you've seen it numerous times, shit tons of fucking facts and evidence. And just to say that it's all just, lies and all this stuff, it's all just distrust without any kind of evidence to back it. People telling people how it is instead, and showing, duplicitous videos and shit like that. There's a lot of deception going on that side when we're not trying to deceive over here. We have our evidence. We use our own observations, most of the time, or if it's satellites and shit like that. But, obviously we haven't been to space, but we don't even need space to prove it.
Right.
So to say,
let me finish on that point, though, my point a little bit. Okay. So we know our government lies, right? We know everybody lies, right? It's inherent. Like whether you've told your kids Santa Claus was real when they were a kid. I'm not trying to be like an ass, but I'm just saying, like, a fib, a lie, it's all happened, right? From governments to religions to whatever. I'm just saying. So the distrust.
I'm gonna have to tell you, just like I've told everybody else, Shannon, when it comes to all the lies and deception and all that shit, I don't really care about it because there's demonstrable evidence on this side. If you're gonna keep bringing up that lying stuff, it's not a good argument. It's just not. It's a very bad argument against evidence.
Howdy, partners.
All right. Well, you're too young to be in here.
What?
He tried his best older voice, and it put him maybe 13.
All right.
Hey, Derek, how you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Are you a flat earther?
No.
All right. Well, I am just looking for some flat earthers up here. Okay.
Can I say something though?
I mean, it's not going to be anything that we haven't heard before.
I just want to say, flat earthers are like low IQ people.
No.
Hey, we're not trying to like attack people on their personal stuff, right? Because
my objective is to change minds. I'm not trying to insult.
Yeah, we're trying to actually like educate and have an honest discussion. We're not trying to be like rude or disrespectful. We're trying to like challenge ideas, not people themselves. Come on now.
Now, so Flat Earth, I've got a little history with him, and I kind of don't like him. So, just it tends to be entertainment for people when I poke at him, or when we poke at him. So, he's one of the few exceptions. But everybody else, as long as you're cordial and nice, and you're not just full of shit when you come up here the entire time. If you want to have an honest discussion about it, I'm all about it. Like what you were saying, Shannon, I just don't really like that talk on here where it's just all lies. I do like evidence, but I'm not going to kick you out for something like that unless you just keep doing it. You know what I mean? Just like with anybody.
Yeah. No, I gotcha.
Yeah.
And I'm like I said, I'm always trying to be respectful. You know what I mean? Like I
like you a lot, Shannon. You're a pretty cool dude. I just disagree with you on a lot of things. That's all.
Level.
Well,
can
a lot of things
can I
are
push
just
back on Shannon on the whole lies thing real quick?
The shape of the earth,
Well,
I'm just saying.
And there's a few other subjects, but I don't really want to get into those. If you're like really worrying though, like the sovereign stuff, you know what I mean? That's where I would disagree with you as well, but to each their own, and I don't like that discussion either. What's that?
Level.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just push back on the lies thing real quick, if you don't mind deviating for like a quick.
Well, then that would open up the whole subject.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
The main thing I would say about it is, we on the Globe side think that they're lying too. There's no difference there. It's just the evidence that we use is all I really care about.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and all my stuff on that is all laws, so I don't, you know what I mean? None of that speculation as far as what I say on that stuff, so.
That's
the whole reason
I think that's more of an interpretation thing, Shannon. You know what I mean? That's all I really want to.
Yeah, I got you.
Can I ask, so what's the main proof of the globe?
The picture on film from space.
Can we see that picture?
Here's some other proof is
I'll get
Starlink. While Level's getting the picture, Starlink is set up in a circular orbit and designed around the math of going around a globe and not a flat Earth. Like Starlink itself disproves a flat Earth.
Atlas, you're on a short string.
Why?
You know why.
Ask if we don't have a flat Earth model, right? How can we disprove certain things on a flat Earth? Like, I get the globe and the string, I got that, okay? But as far as these things, when we're talking about like stars and wind and tides and things like that, right?
Hey,
like
Shannon.
Yeah,
Shannon. I have a quick explanation for you. Just make a model where it all works on a computer program. Just make a model where every single thing on a globe works. And it then works on and answer all of our questions with a computerized model, because you can make a computerized model very easily,
but I
Yeah, so
guarantee
Max-
you, you're not going to be able to do it.
Max has made a model that works pretty well, and he's fine tuning it. So that works for the most part. I mean, there's some things that don't, which is what it is at this point. But what I'm saying is like, well, you can't just discredit certain things because of the time frame, right? Like we've had lots of people that have had the time to figure out things mathematically, I'm saying, to make things work on things that you realistically can't prove. So that's why I was getting at the string thing with the
Shannon, all Flat Earth does is check information and try and make it fit on some new model of the day.
I hate how TikTok does that. I apologize, Shannon. I thought you could hear me. I was sitting there saying, Shannon, wait, I'm talking, but the fucking mute up top shows, but the one on the bottom doesn't.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Didn't hear.
No, I know that's all
anything.
my fault. I do apologize.
Okay. I looked down and I was like, so I don't even know what you heard from me, other than I didn't look at the screen until I heard my name. So
I wanted to stop you anyway because you made a claim that Max has a model that somewhat works and all that, right?
Yeah.
So here's the problem. If he was really concerned to see if it worked, he might come to a glober that knows about these different things. There's a lot of people on TikTok. If he was honestly coming at it, he could understand, hurricanes and all this different stuff, because all this different stuff has to work on that model, right?
Right.
Right. So he should come to Globers and try to figure out how it could work. They're going to let him know about, where to look and all this different shit on how to figure out calculations and all this different shit on how to figure out weather patterns and latitude, longitude, and how that's not going to work on a flat Earth. The problem is he doesn't want to do that because it knows it'll crush his model. Because he knows that these things just don't work. Not totally, not all of them together. You know what I mean? He can explain a few different things on the flat Earth, but not everything.
The thing with that is anybody who's genuinely interested in science isn't interested in working on a model that is not based in reality. Bottom line. So it's going to be hard for him to go out and find somebody that's knowledgeable on the subject enough to actually get some stuff done.
He can ask simple questions like, where can I get this kind of data? Or he can just use the internet in a proper way. But if you're just using... Yeah, hey, hold on. Jagger?
Yeah.
You are constantly reverbing. I need you to mute when you're not talking.
Sorry, mate. I've just got one question for all of you, because you all go on about flat Earth, round Earth.
You're interrupted. Don't be rude, please.
Man, he wasn't listening anyway. I hate it when people just come in and want a monologue. Didn't even introduce himself. I had to say, hey, Jacker. He's like, what?
Yeah, normally people hang out in the chat and kind of get the temperature of the room, kind of feel the vibe out and see how things are working, and then ask the general box so you know what's going on.
No, I'm good with you, Jagger. I don't need your question. You can ask it in the chat and have them answer it for you. All right, so I don't know who was getting ready to talk next, but go ahead.
But so who all is flat earthers in here?
We only have two.
Okay, so Shannon and Dot. Period.
So Shannon, do you feel like I had a point there at all about if he's really searching for the true answers, he could ask some globe people some questions that aren't working on his model, and where do I find the proper information and shit like that?
Yeah, no, and I get what you're saying as far as that. The only issue that I have with that is that, kind of like what Atlas said was, as far as getting the information, we're going to get the same stuff that we can get pretty much anywhere. And,
that's not true.
A lot of us.
Well, I mean, you can.
Well, I
look
mean,
it up online,
you're not
use
getting,
the
you're
right
getting a
sources.
biased, right? You're getting a biased answer from somebody who does it, right? Like you can pretty much get
Okay,
the information
I'm
without
glad you
going
said
to.
that. That's kind of where I was going. If you feel that way, then you'd have to kind of do your own observations along the spots where you feel like it was biased information, right? To see if it is biased information or if it's correct information, correct?
Biased information can't be correct information.
Hey, Warlord, I'm right in the middle of something, okay?
Sorry.
So that's what I'm saying. If you do your own observations or at least do the research behind it to see if it is correct, instead of taking somebody else's word that they might be lying about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's my main issue is it's just because these people on the internet are saying all these things, people aren't doing the proper research. Do you know how many people have come in here and don't know about certain things that are completely important for the subject that they want to talk about?
Yeah, I do.
Right. They want to come in here not understanding, how the moon goes around the earth or any kind of view on the moon going around the earth, and they want to talk about Big Bang and fucking quantum theory. You know what I mean? What are you doing? You got to start smaller. You can't just come at people with the, I want to work top down.
Level.
Yeah.
Warlord, can you mute real quick, please?
I generally try to ask more questions. I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't understand, and obviously I don't ever admit to understanding what I don't, but
me too.
The things that I do understand that don't make sense for me a lot of times is more or less questions, right? And that's how you kind of have the conversation, right?
Yes, but if you got the answers, then you got to move on instead of just going, no, I don't want to believe it.
Well, and so you can get answers to certain things, right? And they, like the string thing, right? Made sense? Okay, sweet. I got that now. Perfect. But that string thing's not going to change my mind right at the moment. You know what I mean?
No,
like I'm
but
still.
it is one piece of evidence.
Hey guys, when you come up, mute Warlord. Please mute while somebody else while they're having a conversation, please.
Yeah, the background noise kind of gets to it. I know mine does, but
The TV's kicking in, Warlord.
I've turned it off.
Okay, thank you.
So, Shannon, what's your main drawback from accepting the globe model?
Well, the problem I have is a lot of problems, right? Like I just don't look at just the globe. I look at whole lot of other things. So
Don't you think you should compartmentalize?
Well,
because the government lies, but that doesn't mean equals flat. You know what I mean? Like,
well, right. So I've also been the one to say too that if it is a globe, I'm more along the lines that if it is, it's way bigger than they say it is. Just from videos that I've seen.
Just because the government lies doesn't mean they can lie about something that can't be hidden. You know what I mean?
The Holocaust was load of bullshit. They lied about that.
What?
The Holocaust.
Are you serious?
Fake.
Come on, dude.
Fucking idiot.
Drop him.
So Shannon, I understand why you would have doubts, right? It's important for people to be skeptical and critically think and doubt things, right? But it comes to a point where the evidence is so insurmountable. It's just so much evidence against it. You can still have doubts against it, but it's beyond reasonable doubt. Even though there's still doubt there, it's not reasonable.
Okay, so for me, like, I always tell everybody math is a language and any language can be manipulated. And I get, no, it's not, blah, 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 math is math. Now, I can, I'm not going into it, but you can do math in a lot of different ways, right? There were different types of math designed to do different equations, right? To get answers to certain things. And to tell me that you can't manipulate math to achieve certain things.
So do you think that Terrence Howard could have got manipulated because he's somebody in show business that has a little bit of clout? the person that manipulated them and used them to get more clout?
Well, I mean, yeah, anything's possible, right? I mean,
yeah, that's more likely than all of the math is incorrect.
So Shannon, here's the thing. Like, I have been studying flat Earth for like the past month, and I know quite a bit about it. And I've been open to learning the facts.
That's not long at all.
It's long enough to know more than
it's not. I've been studying it for 2 years.
Hold on, Johnny. Just so you know, it's not like a interrupt type of debate. Okay? Are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Okay. So once he makes his point, if you want to make a point, make it then. Don't try to talk over everybody. If you feel like you haven't been able to make a point that you've been wanting to make, just speak out. I'd like to make a point, and you'll be the next one up, okay? I've been waiting a while or something, shit like that. I can get you in there. Let's be respectful. Don't call people names. Let's have a good time. All right?
Okay, thanks. And here's the thing, Johnny. You might be looking at it through a lens of you're a flat earther studying flat Earth and you're denying the globe. And a lot of other people are globe earthers and they don't even want to look into flat Earth because they're denying flat Earth. I've been looking at it through the lens of plausibility. There's one side that is beyond reasonable doubt for me, and that's the side that I really have deep faith in. But for the sake of argument, I do research flat Earth openly, and I probably know more about it than 90% of the people that fucking come up on these panels.
100%.
He knows.
I totally agree.
I thought he was.
I've been watching you do this for a little while, Atlas, and it's a pretty good little case study. It seems like you've been working.
And it's based in science.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I can guarantee you fooled quite a few of the people that. Yeah. But see, I pay attention. I go into a lot of Glober's lives, right? I'm pretty much friendly with everybody, but I pay attention. That's why, and I'm a big advocate on coming together versus division. You know what I mean? Why
do you think I'm doing these lives, Shannon? I just want to weed out all the completely disingenuous people. You know what I mean?
I got you. Yep, I got you.
That's really why I want to do this, so that we can be on some common ground. And hey, if one is proven to the other, then all the better.
Right. It just kind of sucks because, even though, and I'm just saying difference of opinion on the shape of the earth, right? Or certain laws or whatever.
Yeah.
Just because you have those few difference, and I'm just saying opinions for the sake of saying it. But most people have 100 other things in common, right?
Yeah.
But these few things just still keep people separated. And
well, I would say that people's reactions and actions in the past really do have nothing to do with me. I'm trying to change a little bit of the narrative for myself. I don't care really about other people's narratives. You know what I mean? Yeah. I do know that in doing this, I get all kinds of people, and most of the ones that are spouting there's the people that are like, I believe it. I don't really pass it off to other people because people kind of think I'm crazy. You know what I mean? And then there's the people that are neurotic and narcissistic that take the full mast, and what they want to do is teach it to every single person that they can, call everybody liars and act smug about every single thing. You can't tell them a single fucking thing, and they want to overtalk you the whole time while you're trying to present evidence to them. The entire time, they just brush it away or scoot right past it. You know what I mean? These are the kind of people that I don't like talking to because I know they're disingenuous and I know they're grifters.
I want to ask a question to both flat earthers and globe earthers. Can I ask a question? Mm-hmm. Mine is I do not fully believe it's flat. I do not fully believe it's globe. What I'm following is that I'm just following where the global standard, which is the globe. So I'm following their global standard, or until it is highly proven correctly before I believe if it's globe or flat. But I have a question for both.
Yeah, we were going back to the pictures, weren't we?
Yeah, I want to ask a question for those who believe in flat and globe. Now, for those who believe on flat Earth, if the Earth is truly flat and the sun rises, don't you think the sun will reflect to the whole entire flat surface at the same time? That's for the flat people to answer that one.
No,
Now,
It's not necessarily. It's not necessarily having to be that way. It's not required. No.
so
Well,
can you carry
without
out?
having any mathematical equations and understanding how light work, yeah, it's not required.
Okay, now for the people of the globe. Now the distance of the sun from the Earth's surface is about 147.11 million kilometers. Now, if the distance of the sun is 147.11 million kilometers, then what about the people at the southern pole? Do you mean the distance of the sun will increase from the people of the southern pole than that of the people in the northern pole?
Depending on what time. Yeah. But it's very minuscule.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah, so what he's saying is basically when the Earth's axis tilts, it's the same distance either way when you, as far as its yearly path around the sun, right?
And it changes throughout the year. Like it's like plus or minus a couple. I think it's like 1 million, 1.8 million miles or something like that. Like it changes throughout the year. And yes, sometimes the people at the South Pole are closer than the North Pole, so, and vice versa.
You know what a good example of this is seasons. Why do we have seasons?
Yeah.
I was asking.
So my question,
Moragora, why do you think we have seasons?
The Morga?
No. Okay, that's fine.
We'll have seasons because so nature can work correctly.
What?
What?
We live in a cyclical world.
I'm not asking what, right? You're asking your response is a what. You know, the seasons are there, and nature works with the seasons. I was asking why. Even if you were to be arguing flat Earth, that's not even extenuating any kind of claim. Why on your model is there seasons, Johnny?
Why is it the seasons on both models?
On your model, yes, on your model.
On heliocentric and flat, there's both seasons on both of them, whichever way you look at it.
That's not.
Yeah, but he's asking why. So mathematically, if the the sun is 94 million miles away,
it's not 666,000.
You're not substantiating.
That is Earth's orbit, or I'm sorry, that is the moon's. Whatever. I don't even care. Listen, I'm a flat earther, bud. But
yeah,
listen,
I'm a flat earther too.
So you have two variations.
No, I'm saying that's
model.
the claim. That's the claim on the heliocentric model.
What is the big?
Well, if you, Johnny,
I'm aware
if
of
you
that, but we're talking
studied
seasons.
Flat Earth for years, and you know so fucking much about it, then substantiate your fucking claim.
What on the flat Earth?
Atlas.
What?
Sorry, my bad.
How close is the sun, Johnny? How close is the sun?
See this thing right here, guys?
Yeah.
This is a picture of Earth.
Beautiful CGI image.
Can you?
How do you CGI film?
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah, Level, can you make
Johnny.
it bigger, please?
Johnny, how is it CGI when CGI wasn't even around, dude? Like, are you joking?
Yeah.
CGI was around.
No, it was not.
Google it, brother. Trust me. It's an invalid point either way.
Shannon.
It was around, but it's invalid. It doesn't
CGI
matter.
was not a thing. Chroma keying was with a green screen. That's not CGI, buddy.
Okay, I've never.
It's just
never
funny
checked
how
into it. I've never
how the
looked.
government absolutely brainwashed everybody.
You know what's really cool? Hold on, Johnny. I'm going to show you something else since you want to deny it. You see at the top of that picture right here? See the top of that?
Yeah.
You look down here?
Yeah.
That's the bottom of this one. See that?
Oh.
And then that's the bottom of this one. So it's a film roll. How did they How did they fake this, Johnny? Tell me how they did it.
Easy.
Oh wait. Keep watching, bud. Keep watching. How did they fake this? See all the bad pictures too? You got to explain every single one of these, man.
And that's film, by the way.
You know how whenever you actually take pictures, this is kind of how it goes. Like you have shitty film. See that right there? Look at this.
Yeah.
This is a color correction or a color board, so you can see if it's straight and it's colored, right?
Mm-hmm.
Neat, isn't it?
Yeah, that's film, buddy. You can't edit that shit. Just saying.
So, explain to me how you edit film.
The thing is, the blue marble, they admit it's a composite, but it's not like.
No, hold on. I'm asking Johnny.
That's like saying how's AI programmed.
Are you joking?
Jesus Christ. Are you going to actually do anything when you're up here, Johnny? Or are you just going to sit there and not everything? Because I don't need to talk to somebody that's so disingenuous.
And Johnny,
I'm not being disingenuous.
Yes, you are.
So you did a lot of research. You're not doing very good, bud. You're not giving Flat Earthers a good name. You're like making everybody in the Flat Earth community look like they're idiots, to be honest. Come on, man. I don't claim you as a Flat Earther. He's not a part of us. Sorry.
Hey, Unique.
And Dot,
so Johnny,
look up.
How's that though? Because obviously you see that every pilot and plane uses the flat Earth map to navigate.
I'm not talking about what you're talking about right now.
No,
this is what we're talking about.
I have a solid argument, but I'm not gonna. I'll let you do it, Johnny, since you've been in this for so long.
Johnny, we don't use a flat Earth. Never mind. I'll let level 2 his thing first.
So you see all these pictures. Explain how they faked that. Explain it. Since you say it's fake, explain it.
How would you mean? How do they fake it? It's easy to fake anything you want.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How?
How do you do that?
How? I'm sure you've got your own intellectual to basically. Do you know what I mean? It's.
So how though? Explain it to me like I'm 5 years old, man.
Thank you, Potato.
Someone gets a computer and they edit the image.
Computers.
Oh, that wasn't very bright.
But do you know how
it's so
big
simple though? Like it doesn't need to be bright.
How little
do you know
processing?
Look at all this mess.
Johnny, do you?
How does it even cooler? Look how many images there are right there.
Johnny, do you
beautiful, isn't it?
And then you want to see something else cool, Johnny? Since you want to say it's all
I want to see everything. What's cool?
Dude, only MDOS.
See all this? Look. See all these right here?
Yeah.
Look at all the amount of pictures they took that you have to discredit. You have to discredit each one of those,
you know, if
man.
I go onto Google and I write an essay on the Earth being round, is that believable?
This is just a gallery from Apollo missions.
Yeah.
And look, here's the even crazier part.
I can edit images.
No, hold on. I'm kind of tired of you just like
if you had a photo
saying things without having any kind of credibility. See all these Gemini missions here?
Mm-hmm.
Look at, you got these two that you need to debunk.
Have you heard of Photoshop?
And then you also need to debunk every single bit of information that's coming from ISS and not just the cherry pick stuff that you guys love to use. Since you've been doing this so long, you think you'd have some kind of evidence, right?
Johnny, at least make your argument work within the frame.
The seasons.
Yeah.
At least make it work within
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
I'll make everything
Johnny's
work.
been doing this for a long time. How long you been doing this, Johnny?
A long time.
Like how long? Give me a number, or do you not know math?
I've just said before, obviously your memory's like a fish.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
You said 2 years level.
Oh, that's not that long.
Is it not?
No, I hear people all the time that are, 6, 7. I've been doing this for 20 years, shit like that. And you're 2 years telling Atlas that
I got about 8 years.
Hold on, Unique. And you're sitting here telling the Atlas up there that his time is no less valued or no more valuable than yours. You act like he doesn't know shit. So how about you substantiate a single claim that you have?
That's what you said, man.
That is what you said. So let's hear you actually substantiate a certain fucking any single fucking claim you've made, like with some evidence, man. Something.
Prove it's fake, buddy.
W Beard.
How was it fake? What's your whole
You said
opinion
it's
on the
fake.
matter of it being fake?
You said
it's fake. So prove that it's fake.
You said it's CGI and fake. Prove it. Prove that you can manipulate film.
Because you can go down to
Physical
Houston
item.
and look at some of that
Manipulate
film.
Potato, he probably didn't
It's
see
a
that, but I'm just
picture
going to
of
say thank
film.
you for him.
It's a scan
thank
of the
you.
film. Sorry.
Awesome.
It's a scan of the film, Johnny. It's a physical item. It's not on
It's looking like that way.
You can't fucking manipulate it with a computer program that wasn't invented for 30 years.
Okay.
So how did they fake it, Johnny? Not only do you have to
That's the
explain
dumbest
it-
question I've ever heard in my life.
How?
Okay, then if it's so dumb, why don't you dumb it down for me so that I can understand how they did?
No, because I'm sure you can work it out yourself. How films edited.
All right. Well, you have proven that you don't know a fucking thing and that you can go away.
No, not really.
Film's not edited, dude.
I mean, I could
my boy.
come up with plenty of arguments for it, but I'm not going to today. I'm kind of just chilling.
I'll fucking give them anything that would help them.
To add contrast or take away contrast or exposure to add a little bit of extra color. That's not editing it to be a freaking sphere. Like,
No, I have great arguments for it, Andrew. I have great arguments.
I do as well on how, but I'm not going to give credence to it if someone can't explain it.
Exactly.
Only ways, but people aren't intelligent enough to figure it out.
And quite frankly, Josh, he's just like, I mean, I know of ways to manipulate film, but you can't manipulate that kind of shit. It's just, it wasn't able, you couldn't have done that in that time period.
Yeah.
And then we get, do you guys want to talk moon landing? Because that's fucking easy to debunk too.
No, flat Earth. Remember, we're not going down the conspiracy stuff level.
So
You already told me no.
Hold on. So moon landing basically is flat Earth because it's part of that deception NASA stuff, and NASA's huge with the. So I bunched that one in. That's really it.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't like talking Big Bang because I don't know.
Sorry, could I ask the flat earthers a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you explain to me how an equatorial telescope mount works on a flat Earth?
A what?
Equatorial.
So William, I'm guessing
Equatorial
that
telescope mount.
I'm guessing that you're a globe earther. You got your question out without introducing
Well,
yourself.
yeah, I don't
really.
even like the word globe earther. It's just, we live on a globe.
So, once again, I'm talking here. You didn't really introduce yourself or not. You just came up and started talking about your question. You had your question asked. If anybody wants to answer it, they can. Do you either Unique or Dot want to answer how equatorial mounts work?
On a flat Earth.
Yeah, on a flat Earth. Unique, Dot, you there?
I don't even know what that is. Why you ask?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. What about you, Unique? What, did I wake you up?
I don't know what that is.
All right, cool. We don't need to talk about that. All right. So, what kind of questions you got, Unique?
Do you want Colton up your level?
Well, I could explain
sure.
the seasons on the flat Earth model.
You can explain
if you guys, yeah, if you guys.
Yeah,
want
sure.
to.
Go ahead.
Looney's requesting 2 level. Did you want him up?
No, we got 4 up, unless somebody wants to drop.
Well, Looney. Okay.
But other than that, I need another flat earther.
Dude, I'm playing the new Final Fantasy and it's.
I'll drop for Looney.
You don't have to, Savage.
Go in the comments till somebody else drops.
I'm a softy now.
Atlas, do you want to drop? I know that you're bringing some heat, so.
Yeah, I'll drop down.
Okay.
Alice is more knowledgeable than me. I'll drop.
No, I want to be in here for Atlas. He's my favorite TikTok for
Andrew, you said I'm more knowledgeable than you.
Yeah.
Come on, I wouldn't say that. You don't know. I think we're all have our special suits.
Yeah, of course. I just sometimes
I'm a flat earther, though. How could you say that?
Dude, I totally thought you were a flat earther a while back.
I am flat earth.
All right, I'll drop down. It's fine.
All right. Hey, Clay.
Hey.
Are you a flat earther?
Sorry? You said what?
Are you a flat earther?
I mean, somehow I kind of believe because there's a lot of proofs, you know?
I'm not a flat earther. I'm just
kinda,
a globe
confused
questioner.
on what you were saying.
I'm in questioning.
Colton, what are you doing?
I said I'm in questioning.
I didn't ask you.
Oh, okay.
I know what the fuck you are.
I'm not a flat earther, though.
You're just a contrarian.
What's that mean?
He just wants to go against the quid pro quo.
That's true. That fits me perfectly.
Yeah, I know. I figured that out a long time ago. So, Clay.
Yeah?
What observation have you made that made you think that it was flat?
You know, first,
Hold on. Just so you know, I don't like a long monologue. I'm asking for kind of a quick thing, okay?
Okay. I give you a basic example.
If it's about, like, governments lying and all that shit.
Okay, let's say water. Water always take level, no matter what shape you put it in.
Okay.
So,
anybody want to take this? Because I've said it 100 times already.
Yeah, sure. So if you look at a droplet of water, what shape is it?
That's because of molecule stickiness. Or
Shipless.
You cannot.
Yeah, if you put a droplet of water on a piece of wax paper or a plant leaf, what shape is it?
Give it a second, Colton. Jesus.
I mean, no big, kind of.
Yeah, what shape is it?
Round.
Exactly. And so if you you're saying that water will always find its level. So why is that round and it doesn't find its level?
Because gravity is extremely weak and doesn't have an effect on molecule stickiness.
This the way the leaf is made. That's why the water doesn't really. If you look in the microscope, you're gonna see how the leaf is made.
He sounds like he's been listening to Son of Africa too much.
Yeah, exactly. So, but you're saying that the water stays flat and level at all times, but it doesn't, does it?
Well, that's just a drop, right? It's not like
that's a molecule droplet. You know what I'm saying?
Molecules of water.
You know, if you look at the sea and it's got waves on it, what shape are they?
I guess. How do you ask me about that? Because I already checked into that too, and I seen why the droplets leave. If you wanna, you can look it up too. You're gonna find why, and it's not because it's just the way
I've looked into it and I know why. So I'm asking you.
Sorry, I'm fucking with Golden.
Another example, sorry to interrupt, but another example is the plane. It doesn't tilt down whenever it flies.
It doesn't need to.
You know what I mean?
It doesn't need to, Clay.
So you should have been living the orbit once.
Nope.
It travels that long if it doesn't tilt.
No, because it's maintaining an altitude using an altimeter. Using barometric pressure, it's staying at a constant height, so it doesn't need to tilt down.
Everybody tap the screen. We need to get some more likes in here so our numbers don't go down, all right? We need to have more views so we can get more flat earthers and more content so we can enjoy ourselves.
If the aeroplane was about 2,000 miles long and about 3,000 miles wide, it might have to tilt down when it's flying, but it doesn't. It's small compared to the size of the Earth, so it maintains an altitude. It doesn't need to tilt down.
Even the pilot
So you
already
guys
talked about that shit too.
You guys are aware that the plane will have to fly upside down when it's over Antarctica, right?
No.
When you're at Antarctica is at the bottom. Antarctica is at the bottom of the globe, right?
No, it's no.
Hold on.
Is Antarctica at the bottom of the
I want
globe
to
in
ask him a
Australia?
question on that one. Hey, Unique, at what point does it flip over?
That's what I'm asking you. This is your guys' logic.
No, it doesn't, because it's just relative to the surface, not like relative. It doesn't like teleport.
No.
So wait, I got an idea.
Globe, right? We're on the globe, right? So the people at the bottom, if you're at the bottom of the globe, you would have to be upside down.
All right, so it's really simple, man. It's really simple. If it's a big ball, everything's getting pulled towards the ball, so you would just be relative on whatever side. It's not like it's upside down. You're just being pulled to the ball, and that's right side up to you.
To you it is, but if someone
Not
was
to
to
them,
back out,
to whoever it is on the planet.
okay, but
It's
think
right
what I'm
side
saying.
up.
If someone was to back out and see the view of everyone on
That
the
doesn't
earth,
matter.
just picture what I'm saying, bro.
I know what
if
you're
you were to
saying.
view it, people would be sticking out the bottom of the earth, and people
No, if you
sides of the earth,
listen,
and everyone is sticking to the globe.
Unique. This is really simple. Once you go far enough to even see the curvature on the Earth, you're way past where you can see people.
I know.
You couldn't even see like. Listen
I'm
to me.
aware of that, man.
Listen to me. You wouldn't even be able to see peaks of mountains and stuff like that. It'd just be land masses. So why are you asking for that?
I'm just letting you know that this is what
You're not letting me know anything, man.
You're not trying to understand what I'm saying.
No, I totally understand what you're saying. You're not making a point, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so if you're on the ball,
yeah,
someone's standing at the bottom of the ball,
yeah,
they
your
would
point
be
sucks.
upside down.
That's a shitty point to make.
Right? Am I right or wrong?
No.
You wouldn't be upside down, is what you're saying. People wouldn't be standing at different horizons.
Fucking Christ. I can see why this was tough with you earlier. Go ahead, people.
There is no such thing as up, like top or bottom. It's just common verbiage based off of north-south direction. Because we're on a. Does that make more sense?
We do have direction. We know right side up.
That sounds flat to me.
No. If I'm standing on Antarctica and you're in North America, now you're on the bottom relative to me.
Yeah, exactly. The relative.
So it's all perspective based. So
Yes.
I'm right side up in Antarctica and you're bottom side down.
Yes.
But to you, you're top side up and I'm bottom side down.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Which would say that we are standing the opposite directions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't that make sense? We're standing in opposite directions.
And
My
if you're
head is
standing,
pointed a
if you're
different
standing
direction
on
than
the
yours.
equator and somebody's on the opposite side of the world on the equator, they're going to be upside down to you. It doesn't matter, though. It really doesn't fucking matter. I don't know what your point is.
That's not true.
I have a question.
Tell you,
I
the
have a
flat Earth
question.
model doesn't have to do all of that.
Yeah, the flat Earth model doesn't work. Can you got something that works on the flat Earth model? Like what? Like what
I
works?
could explain everything. Whatever. you
Yeah,
want me to
explain it.
Seasons,
So explain hurricanes.
hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a
Did
second.
you know
I
they
saw-
don't cross? Hold on. Did you know that they don't cross the equator? Did you know that? Unique?
What's the point?
Well, that's centripetal force. Since there's a spin, it actually spins the storms in the opposite direction.
No, that's false. Because in my country, there's a equator.
False? Are you sure about that?
And people live just in.
So how many times have you tracked hurricane data?
I mean,
Because there's plenty of hurricane data for the past 200 years. And do you know what it all shows?
What it shows? Okay, I got a good one. I got a good one right here. Okay, I've been thinking about this.
No, shut up, Colton. Shut up.
With the water finding level.
It's nice how you don't listen. All right.
Yeah, you guys still didn't come with a good one for that.
Well, they all
No, watch. Watch. I'm going to tell you right now. It's spinning, and I'm going to show you how that works. I just got to pull it up.
I have a question, guys. Please. I need to.
Hold on. We're doing this.
Yeah, you had hurricanes in your country, Clay. I'm sorry, man.
I mean, they're not that big. It's just, you know.
Are you on the equator?
Yeah. Sure.
Where are you at? What do you mean, sure?
It's like
it's a yes or no question, bro.
Right now, I don't live there no more. But
okay.
Live there. It's we have 2 seasons.
Okay.
The rain and the summertime. 6 months of rain, 6 months of summertime.
Yep.
My question was,
what city do you used to live in?
My question was, why do you know why people don't know this stuff? Or do you know why people don't go to the North Pole?
All right. I don't really care about that right now.
Just because
so you see all this data
they
right
don't
here?
want you to know the truth about everything.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna silence you right now, actually. So you see all this data right here? You see that little strip that doesn't have anything on it? Right here? Goes all the way across the equator. Those are hurricanes, typhoons over here, cyclones down here, hurricanes over here. Okay? They all curve away, as you notice, from the equator.
I know how to debunk this.
No, you don't. Hold on.
Yeah, I do.
And the reason that it does this is because the Earth spins, and those storms curve away from it. You see? Now, if you look at a flat Earth map, for instance, just the garbage that I have up on mine, there's an equator on there, and it doesn't explain why storms don't cross it. You know what I mean? There's just no fucking reason for it on a flat Earth. So, Colton, go ahead. Try to explain that.
He left. Oh, okay.
Nope. He's still there. I know. Colton.
No, I don't know.
He hasn't got his narcissistic fill yet, so he's still here.
No, I'm way more chill about this now. I know there's no point to it, to be honest, but something to do with the jet stream and the magnetic field and all that. There's a circle and it lines up. I don't know. I've seen some video on this.
No, so you can't explain it.
Yeah, you can explain it, bro. The jet stream goes in a circle. You know, you think you're circumnavigating the Earth with the jet stream, and you're just going in a circle, and it has everything to do with. Yeah, you see on the globe, that right there doesn't work. It's all messed up. It makes a perfect circle when you put that on the flat map. That's exactly what I'm talking about right there.
What about the southern ones, though?
You're talking about a magnetic.
That right there makes no fucking sense. You put that on the flat map, it makes a perfect circle.
That doesn't make sense.
Another proof.
But you're not a flat earther, right, Colin?
Wait, then
I'm not a flat earther. I'm more of a
shit, dude.
You're talking about like a magnetic flat Earth, right?
So where does that work?
Jet stream makes a perfect circle.
You see these jet streams, they constantly change in size and stuff, right? Don't they? Haven't you seen that on the news? How would that explain?
They get stronger and weaker.
How would that explain this, Colton?
I'm sure it has something to do with that.
No, dude. That's just on the equator. The jet streams are higher up, man.
Are they
not on the
unrelated to each other?
equator? What's holding it back in the equator, man?
Well, I'm just making an assumption that maybe those two things are related to each other, the weather and the jet stream.
You're close, Cole. You're close.
Dude, there's no jet stream on the equator.
Colton's
so how's
close,
that
though.
happening? How would that happen on a flat Earth?
You would also have to say why the hurricane curves into the jet stream and doesn't get pushed away from the jet stream.
Yeah, exactly. So hold on just 1 second, though. Colton, for some reason, wanted to answer a question I had for Unique, the guy that can explain everything. Unique.
These points don't mean nothing, man. This don't
What's
mean
that?
anything.
So you think this doesn't mean anything?
That's not a valid. That's not a good point. You're not You're
Why?
not disproving the flat
So you
Earth.
you're just not on? Is that what you're gonna do?
I'm saying you're not disproving the flat Earth with that.
How's that? That's the
not
equator.
good evidence.
The reason that it doesn't go over that is because this is the fastest part of our planet. Okay? There's a reason why it doesn't go over the equator. It pushes it away from there, like you would think it would. Right?
Coriolis effect.
Do you know
Yeah, the
about?
Coriolis
Do you
effect,
know
man.
about magnetism?
So
Electromagnetism.
where's the magnetism on the equator?
There's ley lines all through the Earth.
So it goes all the way across the equator?
There's ley lines on the equator. Yes.
No, does the ley line go from all the way from one point to the other on the equator?
I'm not sure.
I know you seem to be talking out of your ass, don't you?
No, when I don't know, I'll say I don't know.
So then why'd you bring up ley lines on the equator if you don't know?
Because that's why the
But you don't
weather
know.
does
You
what it
just
do.
said, man. You just said you don't know.
I
But
said
you
I know
also
that's
were
why.
telling
That's
me.
what predicts the weather.
So go ahead and explain this then, since you can explain everything.
This is your point, bro. That's not my point. I don't have to explain
This is
that.
what happens, though.
This is your point.
What you know. They
I don't
use
study
this,
that.
They use this data to save lives.
Okay, well, I don't study that, so you gotta ask
It's
somebody
just
else.
simple hurricanes. Just hurricanes are going this way. Typhoons or cyclones are coming down this way. These are actually typhoons over here, hurricanes over here, cyclones. Those we know exist, right? You ever heard of a hurricane?
We know they exist, but you can't explain it yourself.
So, do you think we can track those hurricanes?
Of course.
Okay. So, how do you think they get that data?
I'd also like to add to this. It also has
Hold
something
on,
to do with
Colton.
barometric
Stop, man.
pressure.
I can't stand you interrupting something like this. How do you think they get the data for that right there? There's a few different ways.
It has something to do with barometric pressure of heat and how it moves hot air and cold air. So
Man, you don't listen. Unique? You said you could explain everything.
Finish it
so
up. I
this
told
is-
you this is not my subject. I don't have to break this down to you.
So then why would you
I don't
say
study
something
this at all.
unique? Why would you say something like you can explain it all then?
I was talking about the flat Earth model.
Yeah, this.
If you have questions, show the flat
So
Earth model.
do hurricanes happen? Do hurricanes happen?
Yeah, they happen, but not because we live on the globe.
So if this is the tracking data that we get, because we know that's where they go, and that's how we save lives, then how can you explain that on a flat Earth model? You said you can explain everything on a flat Earth model. Explain this on a flat Earth model. I mean, if you're going to make assertions about things, you're going to be held to the fire with me, man.
Yeah, come up with anything. Just come up with anything.
Yeah, I know. Just something, man. Don't just stare at your screen. I know you're caught. You could say, I can't explain everything on the model then, and never make that assertion again.
Love the sound of crickets.
Unique. Why are you going quiet? Are you okay?
I think he's just had an embolism.
Did I?
My daughter.
Did I break your model?
My daughter woke up. Hold on. But
So you
I
ain't
just
answered
told
my
you.
question, are
I
you?
just told you, bro. I'm not about to break down your theories. This is your theory.
How is this a theory? This is what we observe. So do hurricanes
Which is a
happen?
theory. You can't prove nothing.
Okay, let's go backwards now. Do hurricanes happen? Do these hurricanes happen?
I'm not worried. I'm not worried about.
You know how
none of
you
that.
said yes
There's
earlier?
hurricanes, and
Hey,
I'm not
Unique.
worried about that. That don't prove nothing to me.
Unique, you said hurricanes do happen and that we do track them with our weather data, and it does save lives knowing that stuff. And you also said that you can explain everything on a flat Earth model. So explain that.
This is not a flat Earth model.
I know it's not a flat Earth model. How do hurricanes work on a flat Earth? You got anything?
I just told you I don't. That's not my expertise. I haven't
So
studied
then-
on that. I'm
so
gonna keep
do
it
you
real with you. I'm not
understand-
gonna
do you
come out
understand
my
the
ass
point
with
that I'm
nothing.
trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is you said you can explain everything on a flat Earth model. Well, hurricanes would be on that model
So
too.
should I reword what I said or what? You just gonna
You should
stick
take
to
it
that?
back. You should take it back. You can barely explain some things on a flat Earth model. That's probably the assertion that you should make, right?
So that's what you're gonna sit and nitpick at my words and play on my words instead of sticking
I'm
to
going
the
to hold your
subject?
feet to the fire when you make claims.
Stick to the subject, man.
I did. I stuck to the subject. You said you can. You arrogantly said that you can explain everything on a flat Earth model, and
No,
now I'm
I
holding
don't
your
mean
feet to the
everything.
fire, and now you're petering out. You're floundering, man.
I'm talking about the basic questions that are asked by the flat or by the Globers all the time.
But isn't
This
reality?
is not a basic question. I've never
This
heard
is
no
a
one
basic
ask
question,
this.
by the way. This is. I mean, if I know it, it's basic. By the way.
Well, I have never heard one ask this. No one asked this question, so
Oh, you never heard about the Coriolis effect before?
yes, I have. I never heard no one ask about this.
Oh, okay. Well, this is part of the Coriolis effect. This is
About
one of
the
the
spinning
effects.
ball, I know what you mean. The ball in the
This is
center.
one of the effects of the Coriolis effect, and this is the tracking data that we have. Like, this is the data that we have for hurricanes for the past, I don't know how many years.
Level, you've gone off script. That's why he's getting lost. You've gone off
I
script.
know.
Exactly.
I'm holding his feet to the fire instead of just fucking coddling him.
You off script.
If you actually studied the flat Earth model, you would know the exact answer Unique, but you're obviously not invested enough to do your research. If you're going to make a claim, at least do your research.
I told you that I haven't researched this. Why would I lie?
Why you haven't
Because you
researched
don't have
it?
to research it, right? Because if you already know the flat model, you'd already know the answer to it.
Exactly, because you can explain everything on the flat Earth model, like you said. So, do you want to retract your statement now?
So what are you saying? So
I'm asking you, do you want to retract your statement that you can really explain anything on a flat Earth
I've
model?
already said that, man.
No, you didn't.
You taking it
No,
too
you
literal.
asked me. You asked me if that's what I want
Now
you to say.
you're arguing about the context
You
of my
didn't
words.
say it.
Now
You
you're
didn't say
arguing
it.
about the context of my words, man. That's
You didn't say it. You didn't say it. You just said,
We all
do you
subject.
want me to?
Can we just move on to somebody
Move
else?
on. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You got
We're gonna get
Not a
rid of
problem.
question?
Not a problem. I'll move on.
Like you're.
You don't want to answer my question? I'll move on.
Thank
You know, it's funny. A lot of the Globers that I debate do the same thing as he did. They don't know the model well enough to argue any of the points. I know the Globe model more than a lot of the Globers on this app.
I'm sure you know it better than I do. But what I'm saying is, he made a claim to, I'm not making the claim that I know the fucking shit like the back of my hand or I can explain it, everything on this model. I can't. What I'm saying is I can't explain some things.
Yeah, I don't know everything. Nobody knows everything.
Right, but he said everything. I wanted to use his words against him on that. You don't go around saying that shit.
Jay Stevens, can you come back in the app, please?
Unique,
I'm gonna
if you want
drop
to
you.
answer,
Okay.
if you want to answer my question, you can come back up, Unique. But I don't do that dancing around my fucking question bullshit. You can dance around other people's questions and deal with them, but with me, I'm just gonna drop you.
Yeah, don't bring him back up. Unique is. Wait, who are you talking to? Colton or Unique?
No, that was Unique.
Oh, yeah, don't bring him back up. Jay Stevens, are you a flat earther?
I wouldn't say that I'm a flat earther. I don't know that the earth is flat. I know that what we've been told and taught and indoctrinated to believe is wrong.
Oh, God.
Well,
Right, so I was expecting a longer script that I was going to have to stop you. I appreciate you for keeping it short. What about you, Sammy?
Sammy,
I'm a Glober.
got a question.
Okay, I'm going to have to drop you down. I have too many Globers up here as is. I appreciate your time, though.
drop, dude, because I've got to go shower and stuff. So I'll drop.
Oh, okay, Luna.
Let's see what Christian Purdue has.
Jay, why do you think that we were taught incorrectly about the globe?
1 second. That's why I wasn't asking you. Christian, are you there?
Yes,
I am.
Yes. Are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
I'm a flat earther, buddy.
All right. Now, Nicholas, actually, you already asked him. Jay Stevens, you can answer.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Yeah, so I posted a question in the chat. So I went to Puerto Rico in March for a wedding at my resort. I could see British Virgin Islands from my room, which was about between 125, 150 feet from sea level, right? And I could see the coastline of the British Virgin Islands from my room. So when I did the calculation, based off of every single Earth curvature calculator that I found,
Did you use the Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator?
What's that?
Did you use the Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator? Because that's the main one that you need to use. Every other one has errors with it.
Walter Bislin.
Yeah, you didn't use that one?
I went to like 5 different ones, and they all gave me the same answer.
Yeah, but check out the Walter Bislin one, and then you have to get the refraction rate and everything.
Okay, so you're telling me
you have to get the atmospheric rate and all that good stuff.
Refraction
Why are you interrupting me?
Be the question. So
all right, I hate explaining this to people still. Please don't interrupt me when I'm talking. I really appreciate it. I do have an itchy trigger finger. So like I was saying, with the Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator, it has a lot of variables that you need to add to it. Okay.
Okay. Can I speak?
Yeah. Once I was done, that was probably the best time to start.
So when you go to do the Walter Bislin's calculator, which I've been asked to stay on the app, so I'm not going to go and look for myself right now because I'm not in front of my computer. But if you could pull it up, that'd be great, because I'm interested to see how 1.12 miles of curvature and me standing from my room looking directly at the coastline of the British Virgin Islands, how refraction will bring back 1.12 miles of curvature.
How high up were you? And how high up were you?
125, 130 feet from sea level.
That's pretty high up.
Distance from Puerto Rico to the Virgin Islands is 67 and up 68.
And what did you see?
From what point?
What did you see?
I could see the coastline. I can see.
Like, did you see the beach or did you see buildings? Did you just see the tops of the buildings?
I could see water to land, and then I could see the horizon behind the island.
So you were at
I was on like the 7th floor from the water, 8th floor maybe.
That's to 7th, maybe 8th floor. This is what I mean.
Okay, so okay, let's say it was 8th floor then. 8th floor.
Yeah, how high up is that?
Okay.
Do you know the distance between the floors on that particular building? Oh, come on.
I mean, what? I gave you numbers. I said 125 feet. Is that not acceptable? 150 feet.
Well, I want to make sure that your numbers are right, man.
Okay, 150 feet.
Like
We'll go long. We'll go long. 150 feet.
No, we're not going to do that.
Okay, so you don't want to plug.
So you just looked at something cool.
What?
So you just looked at something cool.
I just looked at something. So I just the whole basis of the belief of the curvature.
I don't believe that you know the actual.
I just gave you the numbers, and you can't produce an answer.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't want to run through these hoops if you just only have like an observer height and you're not telling me what your target height is and all that good shit. That's why you're having an issue. Level. So what was the target height? What were you looking at? How high up was it?
Coastline. Coastline is at sea level, right? I was at 150 feet from where I was standing.
I don't know how you know that you were at 150 feet.
I told you. It is. I said I was on like the 8th floor. So if floor average,
you said 7th or 8th. You don't remember.
Feet, that is around 100 feet.
So how is this an experiment that you're bringing to the table?
Go long. I'm giving you the opportunity to go long.
And how high up is the beach over on the other side? Does it have an elevation that you can see?
It was sea level, where the water comes up to land.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it was not sea level.
So where the
do you know what sea level
water
means?
Comes up to the beach is not sea level.
Well, so I don't believe that you've seen the beach.
You don't
that far away. No.
So I'm making that
How
up.
could you tell it was the beach?
I can see where water meets land.
With your bare eyes?
Yes.
Okay, so now I know you're full of crap.
Okay, because you were there and you saw.
Hey, anybody else believe him? Nicholas,
Science.
do you believe him?
Exactly, because you can't tell someone what they saw.
Because he's not giving resort information or anything.
It's
calculations.
El Conquistador Resort. Look at Fajardo,
and it's just
Puerto Rico,
7th or 8th floor.
I mean, if I give you measurements, what difference does it make? It
makes a huge difference.
Okay, all right.
You don't think that whenever you're trying to figure out how high something should be up, or how much curve you should see, like a hidden object height.
Okay.
You don't think that having numbers matters for that?
And I gave you numbers.
And then let me ask you this. This is the kicker here that I know you fucking don't have. What was the atmospheric refraction rate for that time of day?
So I'm asking you on your...
No, I'm asking you. That was a question I just gave you.
You brought to me something that I didn't know about. And if I've looked at it, I didn't, or didn't. I don't know. But you
don't know. You have no clue. You're not bringing anything to the table, man.
You tell people to not talk when you're talking. I'm responding to your question.
No, you're not.
Do I get the same respect?
I said, do you know what the Earth or the refraction rate was?
I am responding to your question.
So is it a yes or a no?
Can I continue?
No, is it a yes or no? You start with that part and then go on.
No.
Okay, so then everything behind that no is invalid.
In response, bruh.
Everything behind that no is invalid because it doesn't tell me exactly what the refraction rate was. So if I don't have the refraction rate, I can't tell you what you should be seeing that day.
Okay.
See how that works?
Anything that you say past, I don't believe that you saw that, is invalid.
Was it a beautiful day out? Was it stormy? Was there any kind of refraction that you noticed? Did it seem like it was lifting up at all?
Sparse clouds to the west of where we were. Sun was shining.
So it could have been anything, right?
What's that?
So it could have been anything, right?
Could have been anything.
Yeah.
What level of refraction?
So you're talking a giant amount of refraction difference.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What level of refraction will bring back 1.12 miles of curvature?
Well, coming from, I don't know what your observer height is, and I don't know what your target height. I don't know what your target height is. It wasn't sea level. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Gave you the feet.
All right, level. So
I just think you're full of it. That's all.
50 feet.
I know, but you're not answering any of the questions that I'm asking.
Can you stop so I can actually give numbers rather than you just speculating on nonsense? Since I actually did the research for you, since you're being absolutely lazy and making us do the research for you. All right, keep yapping over me. All right, so it's 150 feet for the 7th or 8th floor. The hotel is also 300 feet above sea level. Also, the island he was probably seeing was not itself the Virgin Islands. It was more than likely the island in where that's the resort.
Man, it's funny how those observations always go that way.
Yeah. Which is Isla de Culebra, which is where the resort is pointed towards looking, so then on a clear day you can see the other island, which is even a shorter distance than the Virgin
It's like
Islands.
they think that we want to check into the shit. I was getting ready to go do all that stuff, but because I just got the earth curve calculator up and I started looking at the numbers and I was like, oh yeah, I should be getting the target height. You don't have that.
450 feet compared to 150 feet is a huge distance, or a huge difference in terms of how far you're going to be able to see.
And that was 450 feet, you said?
Yeah, the resort is at the bottom level is on a 300-foot cliff, and you add it
what a
for the height of the room, and then only 20 miles away is Culebra Island, which is the one that the resort is pointed towards.
Yeah, it sounds like he's full of it, doesn't it?
I can't even support what he was saying, and I believe in the flat Earth.
Wait, can I make a claim real fast with the curvature stuff?
Hold on, I want to hear what Jay Steves has to say. So, whenever you did your Earth curve calculation,
I have something that I want to ask. So, since you guys were there with me on my vacation, and you know the resort so well,
want to interact?
No, I'm talking. You said that I get the respect to be able to speak, right?
Okay. So I unmuted you so that you can answer the questions at hand and not just a bunch of extra words, okay? So the questions at hand are about the height. You said it was at 150 feet. Well, he's saying that the resort is on a cliff. So are you taking into account all of the altitude below you from sea level? You're not going to determine what you do on my life. If you don't like it, you can step down. You can unmute and answer my question or go. Because I think you're full of it, man. I think you're being deceptive.
More questions that fit what you want people to hear, right?
Yeah, because I'm tired of hearing people gish gallop.
Okay, but the fact that you're telling me that I did not stay in a property that is... Answer what question? You've talked over me for the last 10 minutes.
Okay.
You're spewing out information that's false. Whoever your boy is that's on the computer looking at the resort...
One more time if I have to interrupt you. The question is, did you take into account the 450 feet of cliff?
Again, I'm trying to discuss that with you, but you keep interrupting me.
How come you're not answering?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. So the gentleman that looked up the resort, did he look up the villas that are on the sea level near the water park where I stayed with my family? Or did he look at the main resort that is at the top of the cliff?
Are the villas 7 floors and 8 floors high?
I said that I was...
You said you
around
were
that height. My
7
room
to 8
was
floors
not
up.
on the 8th floor. I was that height when I saw it.
You said 7 to 8 floors up. Now, are those
Goodness
villas?
gracious, Doug. Like you argue
Are those?
semantics. It's like
No, I'm
it's like I'm
asking you
talking
a simple
to like a
question with it.
woman.
If you don't
This is
answer,
wild.
dude, yeah, it is
Wild.
wild. Get out of here, man.
All right, peace out.
This is what people do when they get caught in a lie.
That was sad.
All right, Christian, how you doing?
Doing great, man. How are you doing?
Good, good. Are you wanting to have an honest conversation with me?
Absolutely. Nothing but friendly here, man.
All right, because that's what I want. I don't want people lying to me.
Yeah, no, if I don't know it, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
Yeah. So,
just like that guy beforehand, he said that he could do that.
Yeah.
Is it entirely plausible that things get smaller the further away they get from you? And then
except for the sun, yeah, and mountains. But yeah, what are you saying?
You're saying mountains don't get smaller the further away they get from you?
They do get smaller, but they don't
what
shrink
you are
out of view.
equating as drop was already figured in to the people that created the globe model.
Colton, listen to what I said.
Because there really is no drop. It's just vanishing points and things get shrinking.
Listen to what I said. When it comes to mountains and the sun changes in a very minute angular size when it goes all the way across the sky, and yet it gets cut off as it goes underneath the horizon. Mountains, they do get a little bit smaller, but most of the time what they do is they get taken away by the curve. And then they peak up over the... Dude, why the fuck are you interrupting me again? You know you got kicked the last time for doing this, right? Are you going to keep interrupting me?
I'm going to ask a question then. Are you making the claim that things disappear from the bottom up because of curvature?
Yes.
But we know that that's not true.
Prove it. Because I can prove it all day long. I'm not going to do that until you actually put down some kind of proof of your claim that you were making.
Well, if your claim is that it's curvature...
No, I asked a question.
Curvature doesn't line up with the globe model because we see things disappearing from the bottom up at many different distances.
You see this, Christian?
Yes, I do.
This is what I deal with all day whenever I do these lives.
I know. I watched your last live too.
So, Colton, how come mountains act the way they do?
Let's do it this way. Can you see further the higher up you are?
I'm done with you, man. You interrupted me again. All right, Christian, how you doing?
Pretty. So before we start our conversation, I do want to say one thing.
Yeah.
There is scientific proof for both flat and round Earth.
There's some stuff that works on both, yes.
Exactly.
But, when it comes to the amount of data, it's lopsided, definitely.
Depending, yeah. I wish I could pull up things I've read and know, but I can't, sadly. I would love to.
Damn it, I just want some proof. Like a single shred of proof from Flat Earth.
Right. Well, in all technicality, let's talk about the curvature. Okay. People say they can see the curvature from a plane, right?
Depends on how high it is, yeah.
Right. And planes normally fly around, I think it was 35 to 45,000 feet. Now, what I've read up on is that normally fly around.
You mean like sorry, I'm getting tired again.
You're all good.
Passenger plane, like large passenger planes, commercial.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So, and then what I've read up on is that I think it said it's over 50,000 feet is where you can see
6 miles.
What they say.
Colton, as of right now, I don't want to hear you while I'm talking to Christian, please. You're already frustrated me enough. We can have a chat a little bit later.
Pressure you. I'm just hoping you put it into miles because obviously that's helpful, isn't it?
Not to me, no. Thank you.
Lost me on that. Anyways, so what I read up on was that it said 50,000 feet is where you're supposed to be able to see.
That's like really, really noticeable curve. You can notice it below that, though.
Right. One of the major things that have stumped me for a long time is, you know, the UN, right? United Nations.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is getting more into conspiracy theories.
Circumstantial.
Bro.
I mean, he's kind of right, but yeah, bro.
Right. I get that, but I don't know. It's just stumped me
He
that
knows where I'm going to go with it.
Yeah. I do too. I do too, and I love to hear your side of it because you point out really good facts.
That's fine. Yeah.
And I'm open to any facts. But why would they have a flat Earth logo as the United Nations thing?
Oh, well, that's because the flat earthers took that logo and made it a map that doesn't work.
Right.
They didn't like have a flat earth map and then make it a logo. The guy that made that, it even says it on the original that it was made from a globe.
Well, it's the United Nations, and that was a way to depict all the nations. If you're going to do an actual photo of the Earth, you're going to be leaving out nations.
Yeah,
That's why.
without making America the center point.
Yes, exactly.
Also, if you look at the United Nations logo, they do their best to make it three-dimensional and round, with how Australia and South America and Africa actually sort of are compressed a little bit and attempted to show tilt in the artistry.
Right. It's actually kind of similar to the picture that Level has up right now.
Yeah.
Well,
actually, it's very similar.
Coach in the comments, it's not a true representation from the North Pole because everything in the southern hemisphere wouldn't be visible. So it's just a way to include all the nations in an easy to see logo. That's why.
Well, if you think of it, the North Pole is for a flat Earth, the North Pole would be in the center and Antarctica would be all the way around. That's where that would come into play.
Anyways, back to curve.
One second, I got kicked out of the app. I don't know what the conversation is, but go ahead.
You're still here. Colton's trying to gish gallop over to the Red Bull jump.
Yeah, no, I'm going back to what we originally
to the curve.
Go ahead, guys.
Has their bias, and you don't care about actually finding out what the truth is. Clearly, yeah. There's no synergy.
All facts. I'm open to. But when you just he's gone, cool.
I have an itchy trigger finger, so and it's a hair trigger.
Wait.
I was going to ask if he self-ejected or if you helped him out, but I guess that.
No, I did.
Can I ask just everyone else? Did someone get how high he tried to say the Red Bull jump was?
3 miles.
3 miles, which at 3 miles,
the Red Bull jump was 24.5 miles.
Yeah. Also, at 3 miles, there'd be almost no visible curvature to the naked eye.
Exactly.
It's supposed to be up around.
Ziggy, are you a flat earther?
No.
Okay. I do need to keep it a little even here, unless I can get some flat earthers in the box. Right now, we're kind of dogpiling now.
Yeah, I can bail if you want.
I appreciate you coming up, though. What's that?
The SR-71 flies at what, like 85,000 feet? And you can see curvature from their photos. And they're up there
They
all the time.
don't they lose their engines at the peak of their flight?
Yeah, well, what they do is they kind of do a parabolic to break the barrier, and then they swoop back up and kind of coast to the next apogee. So
That makes sense.
Their engines starve for fuel when they get up that high. So, okay, I'll drop down. Have a good evening, morning, whatever we're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate the info.
Yeah.
Do you believe in that curvature?
Hold on. Was he talking about the MiG 26?
Yeah, that's a clearly fisheye.
Here's the Red Bull.
You want to see something that ain't?
It's hard to trust photos, man, because photos can be manipulated.
Yeah, but he's showing us the curvature like a proof or some shit. I don't know.
The reason they used a fisheye lens during the Red Bull jump, the Red Bull jump.
Hold on, that's the flat horizon right there. Pause that picture. Go back to where you were, Nicholas.
Go back inside it.
Yeah,
right there.
There you go. This is their flat horizon. That's not even a good picture.
So the reason they use a fisheye lens, it's the point of the Red Bull jump isn't to show the curvature of the Earth. The point of the Red Bull jump was that it's a stunt, and they use a fisheye lens because they want to show everything.
Yeah, they want to show the jump. They're not really worried about showing people, other things.
Yeah.
But then you got people like us who are looking out for that kind of thing.
Yeah, well, I got something that you can look out for right here.
Awesome. Let's see it.
Because this goes even higher up.
The thing is, Nicholas said that he saw the curvature like 12,000 feet. So that clearly shows that.
No.
You shouldn't see it.
Sample of curvature at 6,000 to 8,000 feet. That proves curvature.
The highest we've ever been up is around.
Saw that horizon right
300 something thousand. 300 and something thousand feet is the highest we've ever been up.
We've
how
been
can you make that
we've been higher.
It's research. I don't know the exact numbers. I can look it up real quick if you want.
Christian, we've been to the moon. We've been higher.
I don't believe that.
That's
a whole different.
That's on you. That's a you problem.
Have you ever? Hey, Christian, have you ever been to the March on the Moon or March to the Moon website and looked at all the pictures?
I have not.
It's pretty cool. I'm going to show you here in a second, but let me make sure that I got the right one here. Nope.
What's the website again?
It's a March to the Moon.
So it's not like an official website from NASA or anything.
It's tothemoon.ser.asu.edu. And these are all NASA's pictures. They're just scans.
And see, that's where you're going to lose me right there, is because I don't trust NASA's pictures. Never have. But that's...
Okay. Well, how do you manipulate film?
That's actually pretty easy. Look at every movie we ever watch, bro.
Like actual picture. You know, whenever you take pictures on Kodak film and you have the negatives.
Yeah, of course.
How do you manipulate?
No, he doesn't. He's too young.
No, he sounds like he's got age on him,
bro.
So
I'm young. Don't get me wrong.
Chris,
yeah.
You've seen. What are you, probably 30s?
No, I'm in my 20s.
I told you. He took his first picture with a fucking cell phone.
Have you ever
I
seen?
didn't get a cell phone until I was like 16.
I'm 28, and I still remember when
26, and I've
Costco had
taken
the photo
picture
booth.
with
Damn it, drummer boy! Look what you did. Chill out.
I'm sorry. I was just a little irritated.
I know. I get irritated too.
You can't assume just because someone's young that they're not knowledgeable.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so Christian, you've seen negatives before, right?
Yes, absolutely. I've seen negatives.
how do you manipulate those negatives?
See, there's a question that I'll be stumped on. I don't know. But I don't.
The answer is you can't.
Well, see, that's where
like you can do small manipulations, but you can't manipulate the image like completely in that negative.
Right.
So, well, here you go. I'll just go to the website right here. So, this is March to the Moon, okay? And this one's the Gemini one, but let's go to Apollo. Now, look how many, you got all these right here, right?
Yep.
And then check this shit out. Look how many pictures they took.
Oh, yeah. I'm definitely going to go on that. Damn.
Yeah, that's the Apollo missions, and then you got Gemini. Now, I will go into some of these. I just wanted to show you. This is the Gemini missions. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not as many pictures, but still a lot to look through, right? Mm-hmm. And here's the issue with it. Like, they might be able to figure out, this picture right here looks like it was a little manipulated, or it could have been done in a studio or something. But you can't do that to all of them. You know what I mean?
Right. I get that, but I guess it's just trust issues.
Yeah, I get it. But, you gotta...
You want to
understand.
know...
I mean, like, look at that beautiful moon.
See, and that's something that's always stumped me as a flat Earth. Why does the moon look around the sun, the planets, other planets like that? But then it comes back to my main belief of where I get my theory from.
So this has right here is like the everything's straight when it's taking that picture.
Mm-hmm.
Right? No fisheye lens, nothing like that.
Right.
What's that?
What's that?
What's that picture?
This is the test picture that they do to make sure that
What is that exactly?
What's that?
What is that exactly?
It's just like a picture to show like all the different colors and stuff. This is a black and white. Okay. And it's got like, it shows the corners, you know what I mean? Saying that, it's not stretching, right?
Right.
All right. So that's to show that it's not a fisheye lens and there ain't no, problems. They gotta, like, this is the moon surface. Here's where it gets good though. My favorite parts. Now we're just going to go through each one of these real fast. Look at all this curvature. And see how bad some of these pictures are? You gotta explain out how they can fake the bad ones too. You know what I mean? And here's the cool part. You see how you can see the top?
Mm-hmm.
How it's taking a little bit of that top picture and bottom picture that's on the next ones, right?
Yeah.
See, that's something else, ain't it?
Absolutely. It's really cool.
And here's the cool thing. It gets further and further away, so you get to see more and more curvature. Look at that. And then they're so far away, they start getting to the marble. And see, they're taking pictures of stuff on their ship. There we go. We're at the blue marbles. And they took the best one, which I think was that one. Might have been that one.
That's the full.
That's the blue marble. That's the full Earth right there. Right. And you can't get the picture of the other side from one vantage point, obviously. There you go. That's as proof as ever.
Yeah.
So here's the cool thing. This film was specially made for the launch. This Hasselblad is usually, it's fed with using gravity, right?
Yeah.
They had to put these sprockets on there because there's no gravity in space, right? Or very little, really.
Right.
So they had to put that in there so that it would actually cycle through the camera so they would get the pictures. Little tidbit. And so NASA knew that because they had to make this film for that. You know what I mean? Why would they put this in there if they were faking it? Why wouldn't they just take it out so people thought, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that shouldn't be there. You know what I mean?
And then there's reasonable questions for everything, though.
Yeah. Always. I mean, but that's, like I said, go through that, look through it and check it out.
I will definitely be going through that probably tomorrow. It's a little late for me to hop on that because I'll be on that all night.
Yeah, oh yeah, dude. You'll be on that for weeks.
Level, do you mind letting me hop in real quick?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you understand the expense that they would have to do to go into that much detail to fake those images?
Yeah,
it would. There's been a few other people who've ran the numbers, and it would be more expensive than actually launching the people to space.
Oh yeah, but think about it, bro. It's NASA.
What about it?
Yeah, we have the budget numbers of NASA, and it does not equate out to faking something that large of scale.
We have the budget numbers that they let us see. Let's put it that way.
Oh, okay. Point number 3 is why would Russia, our opposition during the time, not claim it to be fake? Instead, they said, yes, we actually landed there.
Also, the point wasn't really so much it's so expensive that it's impossible to fake. It's so expensive, why would they fake it when it's cheaper to just actually do it?
If I start going down that kind of rabbit hole, I'll pull us off the whole topic of flat Earth and round Earth, because that would lead me to my own standpoint, and I don't know how many of y'all.
But well, let me put it to you this way: here's some evidence, and we can go over like moon landing footage and trajectory data and show that you can't fake this stuff on Earth. We can go over all that stuff, but all you kind of have is conjecture there. Like they're lying to us. There's people up top, all that good stuff, right?
Right.
This is demonstrable evidence that you would have to take into consideration over just what people have told you and what you've read, right?
Right.
And then if you do like simple observations from on this planet that are pretty cheap, really, you can figure out that it's actually a curved planet. So 2 and 2 together,
See, now, where y'all look at it is from a scientific standpoint, correct?
Well, yeah. I need evidence of things before I believe them every time.
Both of scientific and biblical aspect is that's where I mean by I would pull y'all off that topic.
The Bible doesn't say anything about a flat Earth.
Genesis.
I don't even want to go down that aspect of it. It's a book of claims.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Fair enough, Level.
The worst part about it is there's nothing that you can really prove in the Bible. So it's just a book of claims. Mm-hmm. And just like with any claim, I'd like to have proof before I believe it. You know what I mean?
There's plenty of proofs that they've proven from the Bible. But like you said,
those are beliefs.
Proofs, scientific proofs.
Are you a new Earth creationist?
New Earth creationist, explain. I'm not understanding what that means.
How old do you think the Earth is?
As old as the Bible says. I don't believe that.
Then you're basically a new Earth creationist. If you go against all of science just to fulfill the book, yeah.
About 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
So we actually have zircon crystals that have uranium and lead within them, The problem is that zircon crystals actually can't form with lead in them. They will just physically push the lead out of them during the formation. So we know that at the time of the formation, there was no lead in them, and it was just uranium. But uranium is, it's 4 a.m. Radioactive. It decays, and we know the rate that it decays at, and by doing the calculations of the rate it decays at and what the ratio of uranium to lead is, we could actually confirm that it's I think 4.5 billion years old, if I remember correctly.
Right. I mean,
but that has a lot.
Sure. I mean, like I say, I can't prove science wrong, but science can't prove the Bible wrong either. They can't.
Yes, science has proved it wrong on multiple different fronts. At least aspects of it.
Sure, there's
the Bible. The Bible claims that birds were created before land mammals. However, in the fossil record, we see land mammals or land animals millions of years before birds.
Yeah. How is there no flat earthers that want to come up? Have I been too hard on them tonight?
No, they just get too fluffy. They don't want to
listen. Level, I think it's that hour of the night where it's like the transition period where we're going to start getting the Europeans on here soon.
So I need some flat earthers in the box. I also need everybody to tap. We've been having like 400 people in here, but we only got 66,000 likes. It doesn't make sense. If you guys want more people in here, you're going to have to tap. And in order for people to come up, I'm trying to keep it even. So as of right now,
some galaxies too while you're at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to you guys if you want to give. I'm not asking. So let's get some flat earthers up here, guys. Come on.
So Christian, basically, we can throw. I just want to clear this out of the way before we continue the conversation. We can give you the math and the observations and the studies, and you will stick to your belief due to your spiritual belief that the earth is flat, correct? Just so that I know where this conversation's going to go.
Yes and no. Because I love to look at the scientific aspect. I love science. I love the idea of science.
Yeah. So as long as we can stay away from the book, because I'm just going to basically, it's not any kind of proof of anything. We've got plenty of proof down here. You've already been through that, I'm sure.
Oh, I've had that discussion many times, and if you want to talk about it, I ain't going to force it. I'm not one of those Christians, don't worry.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
So we can go straight back to science, and I love to listen. I love to hear the facts, man. It's awesome.
So you seen the hurricane evidence, right?
Yeah, I actually pulled up that website myself and looked into it a little bit, and I don't know, it's a little confusing for me.
Yeah, but mainly the reason it happens is because the way the Earth spins, and that's on the equator, it's kind of pushing everything away from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and as a flat earther, I don't believe
it's not doing it much, but it's not.
The Earth is still, I believe the Earth is still spinning, flat Earth or globe, regardless.
That's a wild view compared to everybody else.
That
it is.
That
yeah,
that's a new take.
I'd like to hear more about that. I've never heard a flat earther say that Earth is moving.
Not spinning like flipping end on end on end. More spinning in a circle on the. So look at his picture.
So like a frisbee and not a quarter being flipped?
Yeah, like a Mexican sombrero.
And not as fast as what the round earth would be spinning at, which is, if someone can tell me how fast that would be.
Oh, where did you go, Barry?
How fast?
Hey.
I lost somebody.
Like that.
Yeah, just be nice, guys. Bring people up.
Once a day.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay. Oh, that's various.
I don't know what just happened.
We're doing some weird glitching. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah,
okay, just
we
checking.
can hear you.
Yep.
Kristen didn't reply to my once a day.
Oh, yeah. I know. I'm talking about miles per hour.
What I
once
missed?
a day.
I know. I didn't catch that at first. But
Varys, you missed that it's spinning like a frisbee, but not as fast as the globe Earth claims it's spinning as.
Okay.
Because as a flat Earth, there's also heliocentric and geocentric. Do you guys know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then prescribed to a globe, though. So
no, not necessarily. That would not.
Yes.
Heliocentric and geocentric. Do you know what that is?
Yes, they both prescribe to the globe.
Explain what it is for me real quick, just so I make sure we're on the same page.
The only difference is heliocentric. We believe that we rotate while the moon orbits the Earth, we orbit the sun, and the galaxy moves around the center of the Milky Way. All planets, everything moves.
So the difference between heliocentric and geocentric, one is the belief of the Earth is the center.
Yeah, that's the geo. You didn't let me finish. But go ahead, you got it.
Right. And that can work for flat Earth or round Earth. It doesn't matter which one. Science has proved that. And that's factual. There's a movie about it.
Why do we always see that your little sun and moon rotate around the top, spin around the top of the flat map?
Wait, drummer. I think he's a different flat earther than we've ever came across. I think he believes
I may have missed something.
the Earth. I think he believes. Tell me if I'm wrong, Christian. The Earth is spinning as a frisbee.
I heard him say that.
And then going around the sun.
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'm not
I was hoping it was a different model.
I think you might have heliocentric and geocentric confused.
Heliocentric is the sun is the center.
Yes. Okay, so you do. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the short answer, yeah.
Means the Earth is the center. Right. That's
the sun is the center of our solar system, yes.
Right. Well, yeah. But all I was explaining was that either way, a heliocentric or geocentric can revolve around either a flat Earth or a round Earth. It doesn't matter which one you want to put it as. It still works either way.
Wait, what do you mean?
It works. It's been scientifically proven. There was a study
that what works.
Heliocentric or geocentric.
No, yeah, geocentric would be either globe or flat Earth. Yes.
Yeah.
So geocentric. I mean, so if it was geocentric, we wouldn't be seeing Venus in the morning. You know what I mean? In between the sun and us.
Wait, I'm stuck on that. Hold on, what? Repeat that.
Venus has a parabolic orbit.
Okay.
Or, well, it does a little parabolic dance in our sky. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get to see it sitting right in front of the sun. Have you ever seen that?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, and that's how they figured out that we're not geocentric.
They've never proven that.
Yeah, no, that's how they prove it.
That's one of their theories.
No, like they seen Venus in front of the sun in between us.
Right, but that works for a geocentric as well. It's already been proven.
But it doesn't like go around us. That's the issue. It doesn't go around us. Venus doesn't.
I think it's
no, it doesn't. It doesn't circumnavigate us.
I wish I remember the movie. I'd have.
They probably left Venus out and Mercury.
So here's what the study was. I'm just going to tell you the study real quick. Okay. There was one scientist who gathered a bunch of research, brought a bunch of scientists in. This is just a short version of it. Didn't tell them what the research was of. He just showed them the research and then talked to them after, and it brought out the whole geocentric. And one of the top rated scientists in the world right now, Chinese or Japanese fellow. I can't remember his name. I don't know how to pronounce his name.
That's supposed to be like right now, this year, this decade.
Yeah.
Oh.
So is this supposed to be historically accurate?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or just based
well-known. This is well-known scientists doing all of
it. It was a documentary.
Yes. It's on Netflix. I just fucking can't remember what it's called.
Is it one of the like ancient aliens type of documentaries?
Yeah, if it's on Netflix, it's already compromised.
Yeah. To an extent.
Who let go back up?
You're on this a lot, so I'll definitely get the name of that movie.
Me.
And I will definitely get back to you on that.
All right. I'll allow it. What's that?
Yeah, what's it supposed to prove, though, Christian? I missed the point, I guess.
Yeah,
it's just proving that geocentric and heliocentric can work either way. It doesn't matter. It's not proven of which we are. If
you're talking about with the Eratosthenes experiment, yeah, but not much further than that, really. So here's the thing, like, since Venus doesn't go around us, but it also goes in front of the sun, that kind of proves that whole geocentric thing wrong. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Right. I understand that.
And that's where he got his. Who was that? Copernicus or?
Again, easily fake shit. All you gotta do is put black over the picture of the sun.
That's going. What was that?
I never have my astronomers right. I always mix them up.
Neither do I.
Magellan. Somebody.
With
Sailor, wasn't it?
Whatever
the Earth going around the sun, right? And this is not hard. This is very easy to understand. And the days are going to flip-flop because our position relative to the sun will be the opposite side of. So it's nighttime right now, right? 6 months from now, this will be nighttime. Will be daytime. It's not.
4 minutes again.
You get it now. You get it now, Colton.
It doesn't work, dude. And you guys can say 4 minutes.
You still don't
4
get it.
minutes
I'm not
times.
doing it. I'm not
4
doing
minutes times 180 is 12 hours.
God damn it! No, I'm not doing it. He doesn't get it still. Jesus fucking Christ.
Is he still on the circadian?
Yes.
Day?
Yeah, he can't understand a sidereal day to save his ass.
Sidereal, that's the word.
God.
Okay, Christian, I can explain this a little bit for you. So when our Earth spins, it doesn't take a full 24 hours to spin around in one sidereal day, but it does for a solar day. You understand? So it actually takes an extra 4 minutes and 1 degree of turning to get the solar day. And that's why it's 24 hours.
Right. Okay. See, now that whatever the fuck he said, I have no clue.
He can't understand that the extra 4 minutes, when you do it for 6 months, it basically has your 24 hours pointed towards the sun, right? He doesn't understand that. He thinks that it should be pointed away at that point on the planet.
Yeah, 12 technically, but yeah.
But if you add all that up, it's fucking 12 hours total in 6 months for you to be facing back. Yeah.
For some reason, he thinks that we defined a day as exactly one rotation,
one sidereal day.
Yeah, but we defined a day to be when the sun is in the same spot because that's what's actually useful to us.
Not same spot, but same spot.
Yeah,
I take it y'all have dealt with him quite a few times.
Yeah, and I watched him go for a week, go into every fucking live he could, saying it over and over and over, and everybody would explain it to him in like 50 different ways, and he still didn't fucking understand it.
Yep.
Yeah, he spent like over 8 hours stuck on this one simple concept.
See, and that's where people get lost, is getting stuck on one thing. Like, you got to have an open mind, be able to listen to multiple different things.
True. That's why I know I can have a conversation with you, because once I explained it, you're like, oh, yeah, I get it.
There's only one guy where stuck.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And if I don't get it...
Try our best to get it. And then if not, we can just move on, you know? I just say kind of look it up a little bit more, do some research on it, you know?
Absolutely, and that's what I
try to put it in simpler terms for people to understand, but all this stuff that we're saying, don't just believe us.
Oh, yeah, no. I fact check. I try to fact check
the fuck out of us. I don't care. I could be wrong on some things too.
Absolutely.
It's just the discussion needs to be there where for the people that are on the fence that could become flat earthers, when we on this side know that they don't have any evidence for it, and it's all just about getting people to be fearful, so that I hate to go down this path on any kind of these topics, but a lot of the flat earth stuff kind of originated in anti-Semitic shit.
Right.
And I learned that from going down the conspiracy hole myself.
Yep.
Absolutely. But there's no reason to fear anything.
Right.
Because everything can be researched and proven, and
right.
To an extent, everything can be researched and proven.
That's like whenever you get flat earth content, it's always like misleading, or there's not enough data. You know,
like that one guy that here on earlier, Jay something, I don't know, was just over here blabbing away, not knowing what the hell he was talking about.
Well, he was telling me that he used an earth curve calculator. He said it was he gave me false numbers to start with, and then expected me to just know. He said it was 150 feet up because it was 7 or 8 stories. He couldn't remember. And then once, was it Nicholas? Did you look that up?
Yeah, he did.
Once you looked it up and found out that it's on a fucking cliff,
450 feet up, or 300 up, and then 150 more.
So that's
up.
almost 500 fucking feet of observer height, and then he isn't telling me what his target height was.
Yeah.
And then
I saw somebody in the comments say he was looking at a different island, not those islands, and then Nicholas.
Yeah, that's what Nicholas was saying.
Yeah,
I guarantee you can't tell where the water meets the beach in a case like that either. That's the thing when you're
human
that
eye
far
just
away.
can't. Yeah.
As soon as he said it was beach, I was like, dude, not from that far away. I was a sailor. We would
They'll fool you every time.
You know how many fucking beaches we passed by while I was going, aw.
Yeah. So the main island it looks at, I doubt it. It was 20 miles away. But there is a smaller island that's even closer that was like 2 miles away.
Yeah. And yeah, you probably see the beach on that one.
Yeah, and can't be perceived as something super far away because of how small it was.
You can probably see the beach on that one from fucking standing on the beach.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that guy just started confusing the shit out of me. I stopped listening for a minute.
That's when I know somebody's being disingenuous. Whenever I ask them these questions and they don't want to answer it.
Yeah, like if I can answer your question,
you could have said, I don't know.
Exactly.
That's one thing. Oh,
go ahead.
That's one thing I really like about Baron Rutledge, the way he posts so much of like land surveying, but is very upfront, shows you everything he's doing, shows you all the numbers he derives, you know.
And nobody's been able to debunk a single one he's doing because he's just giving fucking numbers and observation.
Right. I got work in 3.5 hours.
Yeah. I've been there
Christian,
numerous times.
Christian, I got a quick question for you. Without using the Bible, what's your most damning evidence of a flat Earth? Because I don't think we heard that.
You're gonna have to give me a minute to think about
of the globe Earth. What's your most? I guess damning evidence for it. I never understand that concept.
My most. Let me think.
So, like, your
guess it would
best
be
evidence
talking to
for
pilots.
flat Earth.
I guess it would be talking to pilots.
Hello, I'm a pilot.
And what you tell me? Because I've had more than one pilot tell me that there's no curve to the Earth. They don't see it.
Commercial aircraft, commercial pilots.
Yes.
All right. Let me explain something to
like
you.
all the pilots get together and say, "Let's fuck with these guys."
I think they did.
Well,
They must have.
All right, Christian, wait,
They're
hold
pranking
on. This is
everybody.
actually a thing.
Okay.
This is actually a thing. With commercial airline pilots, when you go up to them and go, "Hey, have you seen the curve?" They're just gonna be like, "Yeah," or they're gonna say no, or you're gonna ask, "Is the Earth flat?" They're just gonna say yes, and let me explain. As a pilot, I don't want to have to deal with you. I want to go to my cockpit and fly the plane and fly you in your glorified bus to wherever you're going and not have to deal with you. I'm just being blunt and honest.
No, absolutely.
I'm just going to tell you whatever you want to hear so then you can go away, go to your seat in your glorified sky bus, and I can get paid my $100 an hour.
Right. So now let me put it this way. They're not just random pilots.
Service.
These are people I know. These aren't random pilots. You know, I rarely fly, bro. Like, I haven't been on a plane since I was like 8 years old.
So they got to be fucking with you, dude.
Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't. You know, some people see different things. They could just be assholes.
Well, their own route planning software takes into account a global Earth.
Right.
So they're definitely messing with you.
Okay.
Exactly. They have to be. Like, there's another guy on here, JT, and he's been doing it. You know him, Nicholas, right?
Yeah, he's been doing it 20 years. I've been doing 2016. What is that now? Almost 10 years. I've been flying.
And JT's got shit tons of fucking air travel. He's been all over the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I remember right, he does like global.
Yeah, he's an international pilot.
And he's can be kind of rude, but staunch. Staunch. Glover.
I get it when you're a pilot and someone starts hounding you. And you get the same exact question over and over and over again.
No, I
because
totally
you're a pilot. It gets annoying, and you just. And I know a lot of pilots who go one of two ways: JT's route, who's just like belligerently rude about it, or like, just tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah,
JT's been on here, right?
Yeah, I think he's been on here. Yeah,
I think I've seen him before on here talking about that actually.
Yeah, and he's fucking super knowledgeable about all this shit.
Oh yeah. Now let me ask y'all something real quick.
Yeah.
Yep.
So now, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But what about all of the scientists that were around Earth and did the research, found proof and stuff, but switched over to the flat Earth?
Money.
Can wait, hold up. Before you just say all of the scientists, like, can you at least give me like 3 names?
I so wish I could, bro, but I'm horrible with names.
How many do you think that is? Like 3?
Yeah, I'm a scientist. I've been to a number of conferences, and I've never met a flat Earth scientist.
That's odd. Very odd.
It's not.
All right,
No, it's not.
Christian.
Yes.
Guys, can I just play along for a second?
Yeah, definitely.
So Christian, you say you're not good with names.
Yep.
And I respect that. You're being open and honest. My question would be to you. You've seen Level go live quite a bit.
Yeah.
Just follow Level, and the next time you're on, can you bring us some names?
Absolutely.
So then we can do a little bit of research, because I'm not going to take the time to research.
Nope. And I don't blame you.
Your claim.
I don't blame you, but I will find that research for you, just like I'll find that movie for you guys too.
Yeah, cool.
I appreciate you actually doing that and being willing to do that.
And also, understand I might not be able to have an answer for you that day with that information.
No, and that's perfectly fine.
Come over it a little bit. What's up, morning hair?
Yeah, there's a video out there of a guy who goes to a flat Earth conference. It's run by the guy who was in the movie behind the curve, Mark Sargent or whatever his name is. Yeah. Anyway, in the video, the guy goes in just asking questions, and the first question he gets back is, "Do you have a degree?" And if he says yes, they kick you out of the conference. So this idea that scientists that switch over to flat Earth is the opposite of the truth. The truth is that flat Earthers don't want people who have any sort of education whatsoever.
Yeah, and see, that's where I disagree with those.
Well, hold on one second. Hey, Adrian.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Are you a flat earther?
Not really. No.
What?
I had a question about.
Hold on. I gotta parse that one out. Not really.
Well, so the one thing I was thinking about was like astronauts, and when they take off, haven't they seen the Earth look round?
Yeah,
from space.
If they go up into space, yeah.
Right, and I think they've actually, they've seen that, and they might even have recorded that, on a couple of space strips, and you actually see
the
Earth is not flat.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So how do you argue with that? That's the only part that I'm confused about. Is
well, I can do it for him. CGI lies.
Bingo.
I've seen the curvature myself.
I mean, that's the main argument for that. There's really no other argument for that except that.
You can go deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole with that answer, but that's basically it.
Yeah.
So you believe it's not true? You do believe that it's flat?
Yep, 100%.
Wow. That's
and
so
like I said earlier, that we're not going to get into, is my main standpoint is the Bible.
Just the one guy. Just the one.
So does the Bible say that it's flat? I'm confused.
We're not going down that path, Adrian.
Okay, so where is it just
maybe another day?
Alternate idea?
Just read Genesis. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just know that that's a belief, Adrian. That's a belief.
Right. That's one of. Okay, I guess that's the other belief. I didn't realize.
As of right now, I mean, I'm kind of new to this live game. I just kind of want to stick away from the religious stuff because I am an atheist. So,
and that's fine.
I don't want to push a bunch of Christians out of here. I just want to have the flat Earth debate.
Yep. And honestly, if you push Christians out of here, then they're lukewarm. They shouldn't be.
I know, but
I'm a Christian.
That's why I don't.
He doesn't scare me.
I don't want to go up against anybody's faith right now, especially.
Absolutely. No need to, and I'm not going to go against what you believe in. No need to.
Now, if we go down that faith path, I mean.
No, yeah, let's. I guess
that's another conversation.
No Christian likes my answers, so.
All right. So thanks for answering that.
Opposite sides, yeah.
What's your name, host? Thanks for answering. Our level devil. Thanks for squaring that away. I guess another question would be. So not going into space, but just looking at space. Don't you see when you zoom in to planets, don't you see that they're round?
Okay, so those are luminaries and we can't really tell what they look like. And whenever I take a picture of them, they're all blurry and they look like balls of light that are fluid.
Yep. And if you look at it through a telescope, what's on the end of that telescope?
Yeah. See, that was the flat Earth answer. They act like I haven't heard it before. You know what I mean? Like they're all telling me something new every fucking time they come up.
You scared me for a minute there. I thought you.
They want to postulate. Well, this is why I'm a flat earther, and everybody should believe exactly as I do.
Yeah, man.
Everyone has their own beliefs.
Moon, and if you look at the moon through its phases, it's obviously a sphere. So how did the moon get to be a sphere?
Well, it's its own light source.
That has nothing to do with its shape, of course. If you look at it from one,
So, I mean, do you believe we went to the moon landing?
Growing and waning.
Morning here. Do you really think? Do you really think that we went to the moon?
Yes, of course I do.
That's
Don't get him
ridiculous.
started.
I know you're just playing the contrarian right now, but
No, I'm just proving my point. Like, this is all they do.
yeah, I know. Yeah,
That's ridiculous. And then, like, let me add in a couple laughs whenever you said, yes, I do. You believe in the moon landing. Listen to this. I bet you believe everything that NASA says to you.
Well, see, that's that people who don't have very much science education and feel internally bad about themselves, they try to make themselves feel better by putting down the accomplishments of great people.
Oh, you mean like Sal?
All right, so I don't want it to be a big dog pile on flat earthers. Christian, you may be a flat earther because of your beliefs, but it really does sound like you're open-minded. I appreciate it. Adrian, I would like to drop you since I have the top 4 boxes full of Globers.
That's fine.
And MP, are you a flat earther or a Glober?
I'm undecided, really. I've just took up to this topic and trying to make mine up.
That doesn't sound very convincing. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, okay?
Bye.
All right, see it.
Hey, can I tell you how I got interested in this whole flat Earth debate real quick?
Oh, no, hold on. I'm still talking to MP here.
Oh, all right.
If we, one of these days we'll get to stuff like that.
I mean, I believe in the Bible, and I know the firmament and that part of it.
Damn it.
Okay.
I don't really want to talk about the Bible aspect of it. So, I mean, what have you looked at in your life that made you think, that's true? And think about this in a way of like, you didn't look at a YouTube video or somebody didn't tell you what to believe when it came to that.
Then the only thing I could say that for sure is probably God's love, I guess.
Okay.
Only thing I've ever been for sure of.
All right. Well, I don't want to take that and throw that away or nothing. So we'll just go away from that topic. Hey, Tony, how you doing?
Sorry.
Hey.
That's all right. I get it.
So what is this flat earther thing about?
Oh, so you're not a flat earther, right?
No, I'm really no. And I'm kind of curious how they think.
You're coming to the wrong place for that.
Well, I mean, I'm open minded, so I like to learn. Science is my interest, but this flat earther thing is kind of new to me.
Okay. Are you flat curious, you would say?
Exactly.
All right. Well, let me show you something here real quick. This will blow your mind about the flat earth.
I'm paying attention to.
All right. Yeah, right here. You see this picture right here?
Yeah, the picture of the earth.
That's on film, and you can't fake that.
Say that's on film.
Mm-hmm. And you can't fake it.
Okay.
Oh, that's a negative?
So the earth is a globe.
Okay.
Well, wouldn't they just say that you fake the whole film thing? In other words, what we're looking at isn't film.
They say that, but they can't explain how.
I won't say that because I can't explain it.
I have a question.
Oh, hold on a second, Various. Yes, Tony.
So I mean, so is this live about flat earthers or is this about globers?
Well, I'm trying to get flat earthers up here, but I do want to sway anybody away from them too.
Oh, okay.
Because it's conspiracy theory, and I know I've taken the conspiracy theory path before. Okay, and it's a pretty ugly road that leads to nothing but lies and deception from the conspiracy side. You know what I mean?
Our mainstream
I might be
media
right on a
is
couple
lies and
things, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it gets pretty gross, pretty racist and shit like that.
You know, the mainstream media is lies and deception.
Right quick before we continue this, I'm gonna hop off level. I will get back to you with those names and those movies. You as well, Nicholas. Hope
I'm
you guys
usually
are
on pretty late.
Okay.
Don't worry if I'm not around. I bet Level. If I ask about it, Level will let me know.
I'd also like to hear about these scientists that have switched to flat Earth.
Absolutely.
Before you go, though, you can actually go to Arizona State University and see the film in person yourself.
Mm-hmm.
What cool thing is, I'm in Arizona, so.
Oh, dude, go fucking look at that. You'll go see the film with the fucking picture of the Earth as a globe on it. It's pretty cool.
I'll probably end up doing that one day, but I work a lot, got a family to provide for, so.
Take them too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just time I got to get off, you know what I mean?
Yes, one more thing before you go. Just because science shows it's a globe, that doesn't mean there's not a God.
But what about this moon landing?
What's that?
What about this fake moon landing?
Okay, we can go over that. But Christian, you have a good night, okay?
You guys as well. See you later.
See you, bud.
Can I get a quick word in for the mods? I'm gonna at someone. Can you block them, please? They're being anti-Semitic.
Tell me who it is.
Yeah, right
I'm the
away.
only person that can block them.
It's user 972. It's why it's Adam, but sure. User
839 or
user 97271880133887.
Oh, that guy.
It's a heck of a name.
I'm not seeing him.
I don't see him either. I saw that.
His user, that's his like tag, and then his profile username is just H.
Age. All right.
Did you see him in the chat earlier?
Yeah, I saw him in the chat. He's a blank profile.
It's always the blank profiles.
He probably left already.
He must have. This is up to no good.
Oh, yeah, I see what he's saying now.
Wait, where is
There he is.
What?
He just commented again. He said human science.
Oh.
So are you guys saying that the Earth is not round and the other planets are not round?
So the top 4 boxes in the host are globe.
So far.
Gotcha.
We believe in the science of the globe, and we trust the science in the globe. It's not a belief. It's we trust the science, and we've confirmed the science of the globe. And then we're bringing up flat earthers to help either de-radicalize them or show others who are flat curious why it's a bad idea.
I
do.
Are you not a mod, Nicholas?
I got a question for the science of the globe.
I'm not a mod.
No, you're.
Oh,
So
okay,
if
fun.
the picture of the globe is
You can't block anybody. Only I can, but you
If
can
the
beat
picture
the
of
fuck out of them. Go ahead. I've been not paying attention.
So if the picture of the Earth that you're showing is round,
Yeah.
and we've never landed on the moon, and they're showing that the moon is round.
What?
We did, bro.
Yeah.
I've taken pictures of it. I got a telescope and I can take pictures of areas. All the planets are round. Everything rounds off. It's just how science works. I couldn't take pictures of space without physics working. And physics is round and it spirals. It's how things grow. It's from a galaxy to a.
So put some water on a basketball and make it stay and spin it.
Put it in space and it will. It'll completely cover that ball and they'll fly together.
While you guys are talking, look at all these pictures that you have to explain are fake.
Also,
I mean,
MP.
Well, you have like half of it showing. You need to scroll up.
Oh.
I mean, as you know, pictures can be modified, and that's
look. Here's the coolest thing.
Well, they are. So they look.
Look at this. Look at this. You see this? You know what that is?
No.
This picture is bottom.
Let me ask you one question.
See that?
When they sent Sputnik up, and Sputnik went around the world.
See how the bottom there looks like that right there? Wow. That's really cool. Can you do that with CGI on film? You know what CGI means, right?
Well, I mean, with the power and the strength of computers and AI, you can do anything.
No, you have to say what CGI means.
Hold up. Power and strength of which computers? Modern day computers?
Exactly.
Or computers
in the 70s.
Well, these weren't used with modern day computers. These were done on giant blocks that took up like 4 buildings, right, Drummer Boy? You were around back then.
Hey, watch it now.
Computers back then were basically roided up calculators.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
What are you talking about?
Well, you used to have to put these little punch cards in to make them do something.
This is back in the 70s, Tony.
Okay.
Yeah, these are all pictures. This is from Apollo missions. So you're talking from 60s to the 70s, where they were sending people to the moon. Like, this is just one, like, that was just where the blue marble came from. We can go to the
well, don't you think if we went to the moon back in the 60s, don't you think we'd be able to go to Mars now with all the technology that we have?
What? We have.
No, I'm talking about put a man on Mars.
Well, let me explain that one real briefly for you. It's very long ways away, and it's going to take a really special people.
Hold on, let me show him the moon real quick.
Because they're going to be gone for a really long time.
Oops.
There's also a lot of
it's like saying this, dude. It's like saying
factors.
Can't we send people to the middle of the Sahara Desert for 10 years? I mean, yeah, we could, but why the hell would we do that? There's no point.
Funding.
Yeah, there was a lot of like geopolitical motivation for going to the moon back in the 70s.
I gotta roll, guys.
We wanted to like show our superiority over Russia and prove that we could beat them at anything. We wanted to prove basically that capitalism was better than communism. And there's just not the same sort of motivation to get to Mars for that.
Yeah.
And there was
and scientifically it'd be cool, but there's not like that big political push for it.
Look at this shit.
And since there's been better things for us to spend our money on, which was the space shuttle. We went through a couple of decades where all we wanted to do was truck stuff up into space and build the space station. And we did that with other countries, and that was where our motivation was at. The idea of just going back to the moon just for the sake of getting there, we've already done that. We did it in 1969.
Yep.
You're right.
Let the host talk.
Just calm down a little bit. It's not a battle.
We haven't solved the problem.
This is a discussion. We're not having a fight, So let's stay calm and relaxed here.
Keep the tone chill.
This right here, you can see that's straight, right?
Okay.
Okay, so this right here is so that you know that your camera's all calibrated, right, and everything. You see the different colors and everything, right?
Right.
Nice and straight, no fisheye and nothing like that, right? See that straight line up here?
Right.
Okay. So let's go through these pictures here. And a picture of the astronauts, right? And just kind of seeing the curvature of the Earth some more. Oh, look, we're further away now. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? Like almost a still shot, wasn't it? You know how you would take pictures if you were on vacation?
Right.
Yeah. Look at this shit. See, like, as you can see, like the edges of the other photos are in there and stuff. You know what I mean? It's not working perfectly because this is back in the 70s.
But there's no shadows or nothing.
Yeah, there is. Look,
Yeah.
see? Look.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all the same way. If it was
That's because the sun's hitting it from a different direction. You see?
But out there shouldn't.
That's why you got this is the Terminator line. And people back here at night. That makes sense, right?
I mean, yeah, I kind of would.
Okay, and then keep going. Now let's get to the moon. See, it's just constant pictures. Some of them suck, some of them are fucked up, some of them are blurry. You know, they're just taking pictures themselves, eating, drinking, blah, blah, blah. Just going their merry way to the fucking moon, right? Look at that. See that? They're pulling up on the moon. See that?
Pulling up.
Yeah.
Trying to find a parking place. Yeah.
Just pulling up on the moon. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and bring it closer here. Look at we're getting closer to the moon now. Oh no. There goes that. You see that? Dude's taking pictures up there. Oh. All right. Going through. Look at that, the surface of the fucking moon. Shadows and all that good stuff.
Looks flat.
Light's coming from one source.
Well, it is coming from one source, isn't it? You know, if you wanted to light all this up, all that, see all that in the background? Do you know what you would need as a filming crew? You would need a whole fucking set full of lights. There's no spotlight in the world that can light that shit up.
Not that uniform either.
Nope. And like if it was coming from a single point, like let's see.
I used to work with theatrical lighting, and man, it is a bit of an ass.
They're just turning and showing you the shadows and everything. Look at this. How do you do that? Did you see how far and vast that was?
Yep.
You can see how far away that is, right?
It's so far away it looks flat.
Yeah, go figure. Kind of like being here, huh?
Look at this stuff, man. How do you fake this?
It would cost more to fake it than to just go there.
Yeah,
man.
Look at this shit, dude.
Especially then. And it would be interesting if somebody could do it today, but I've seen interviews with some of the world's foremost videographics.
That's just one camera taking pictures.
Guys, that's the experts in the field, man. They're like, oh, hell no, we can't do that.
Dude, did I run them all off? That's funny.
No.
Yeah. Still got MP down here, and yeah, you did. Other than that, but whatever. Let's see who's in the box real quick.
Another question.
Yeah, sure.
Like what about
other Glover?
Oh man, I lost it. Anyway.
That's fine. Any questions you got, we'll try our best to answer them. You know. But
hey,
I mean,
don't get quiet on account of me, guys. You know?
Not at all.
All right, so like,
we'll let Chad in.
Like on an airplane, or like if you go up real high.
What's up?
If you go up real high, like on an airplane, and you look out the window,
yeah,
the horizon is still like eye level. You feel me? Shouldn't it be curving somewhere?
Well, it depends on how high up you are.
Hey, I was on the Concorde before they expired it or retired it, and we got up to around 70,000 feet, and I looked out the window and I did see curvature. I mean, it wasn't much curvature, but it was enough.
Yeah, that's high enough, definitely.
Wow. I would have loved to have ridden that thing.
Me too, man. I'd have been scared shitless, but nonetheless, I would have loved to ride it.
They're making new hypersonic planes.
Oh yeah, they like figured out some ways to direct the sonic boom upwards. I'm too like.
All right, let's not run. Hold on, guys. Let's not run down too far of a path here.
All right. I don't know, Joe. Do you want to do the introduction of Jody?
I know Jody. So, are you still on the? What did you come up with, Jody?
Well, I haven't had time to like literally do anything because I was up all night with you guys. But when I saw the topic that you guys were on, that there's proof, I wanted to hop on and hear it.
Oh yeah, I was just kind of showing him the pictures. Somebody was saying something about pictures. So.
Oh well.
Oh no! I remember what happened. There were some guys that thought I was a flat earther. So they came up, and I was like, "I'll show you proof." And I showed them the marble.
Absolutely. Well, you know,
and they're like,
funny thing is, my cousin's a pilot, and he also has a hot air balloon. And I'm going to talk to him, and I'm going to find out if he's ever seen, you know.
So, with the curvature that a lot of people aren't thinking about, is it's harder to see side-to-side curvature than front-to-back curvature. So when you're up in the air, look more for the world kind of curving away from you. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's where you'll see more curvature than just looking side to side. But if you get high enough, you can see the left to right curvature.
You know, you can see the left to right curvature from just like a tall building if you have a high quality camera. Take a picture of a water only horizon, and then when you go back to your computer, just pull in the width.
Squeeze it together.
No, don't mess with the height. Just pull in the width down from like, let's say 2,000 pixels down to just 50 pixels, and the curve will show up.
Yes, it will. But that's not something a lot of people are gonna do. I try to keep it within the frame of what I would probably do, which is barely nothing. So
sometimes people will post pictures of a beautiful horizon, you know, over a lake or over like the Gulf of Mexico or something. And a lot of times, if it's a high resolution picture, I'll just do that for them. I download the picture, bring it into Fireworks, which is an old program, I know, but it's got the real easy to just manipulate the width, and you just pull in the width, and boom, there's the curve. Usually, if the lens that they use is a high quality lens.
And I do want to, because MP, I know that you seem to be on that Christian path and stuff, and I don't want to take you off that. If it's doing good in your life, enjoy it. Just understand some of the stuff in the book is going to be like parable, so don't take it as 100% true stuff. You know, this is written by old-timey people, you know, sheep herders and stuff, so they're just trying to make people do good things. Really?
Well, he's nicely trying to say it's probably a bunch of stories.
Well, I'm not gonna go down that path, but I do know that he had some Christian stuff. So my main point with this is science isn't here to prove or disprove God.
Right. Okay?
It's just here to show facts.
All right. Shalom. Can I ask who the flat earthers are on here?
I think Iman might. I don't know. He's got a chessboard, so. Are you a flat earther, Iman?
No, I'm a global.
No.
So there's nobody on here.
I'm a flat earther.
Chad?
I'm a flat earther when Savage isn't around.
Okay.
He's not. I'm looking for your typical fucking flat earthers.
Right, where are they?
I don't know. They seem to be running away from this live because we're throwing too much proof out. Maybe I need to play along with their game a little bit more.
Right? Because I want to see if they're thinking the same dumb shit that I did.
Have you ever looked up like flight plans and shit like that?
Yeah.
Yes. We actually just went through that probably an hour and a half ago.
And last night.
Yeah, so Nicholas, you want to take it away?
And the night before.
All right, which fake emergency?
Actually, Morning here. What's your credentials? I guess I have none, so that's why I pass off a lot.
Well, credentials directly with the shape of the Earth, I guess I got none, but I am a scientist by nature. I have a degree in electrical engineering, and I'm a computer programmer professionally.
Okay, you just kind of hobby this.
Yeah, well, I was going to say earlier, I got into this debate because I have a cousin who's never met a conspiracy that he doesn't like. You talk about the moon landing. Oh, the moon landing never happened. You talk about Sasquatch. Oh, Sasquatch been scientifically proven. Loch Ness Monster, he believes. You know, it doesn't matter if it's political scientist or scientific. If it's a conspiracy theory, he's on the side of the people who think they know better than everyone else. And anyway, he gave up the ghost one time when one time he told me, we were talking about science, and he said, well, science once told us that the earth is flat, so that's not very good science. And then just a week later, he tells me, oh, but I'm a flat earther. I believe that the earth is flat. So, you know, he's just a flip-flopper, and it made me realize that people like that are just...
Let me go ahead and
I have
jump
a question
in
for you.
Let me jump in real quick.
Is his name Colton?
No.
Okay, 1 second. Hey, Iman, or if any Glober wants to drop down, but since Iman was the last one up. All right, so I'm going to have to drop down a Glober, okay?
Oh, yeah, understand.
All right, I'll keep you in mind if you're going to be around.
Oh. I'll drop down, bro. I'm busy at work anyways.
No, we're good. We're good. I'm going to bring up a flat earther.
So MP, what do you want to talk about flight plans? I'll engage with it again.
Okay, so I seen something recently where the plane wouldn't be able to reach the amount of speed it needed to without going, was it straight up? From reaching a point from one point to one point.
Are you talking about a rocket?
No, it was a plane. But they said, if the Earth was a sphere, like they said, it wouldn't be able to go from this point to that point, like it does. You know, like because the curve should be there. You know,
the curve is there. Are you talking about the flight path, or are you talking about how planes fly? Like, are they angled upward and they should be nosing down the whole way? Or which one are you talking about there?
Well, I'm talking about like, okay, they said that, okay, this plane would fly straight through where instead where it should be curving, they don't curve.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the nose up. So they don't point their nose down a whole lot, especially with the big planes.
Right.
They just kind of let gravity do it. Have you ever seen them land?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on a plane, but...
Yeah, so whenever they land, they always land with the nose up. You know, that's how their approach is. They're coming in because gravity is, you know, they just kind of got to work against the gravity to land it, you know?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Yeah, without knowing how to fly a fucking plane.
Yeah, it's to increase drag to slow down airspeed.
Yeah.
So how do
Cliff Notes, Nicholas?
Yeah. So let me.
How do water? How do
Don't forget to click and like the chair.
Yes, please. I'm not even at 100,000, and I've been on for 7 hours. Come on, guys.
That's crazy. Come on.
10,000 an hour.
Whole time level.
7 hours.
I've been with you the whole time level.
So you think the Earth is round?
I appreciate it, Nicholas.
The Earth is round, is what you're saying?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And then how do water stay on, all the way around
Earth. Like that don't make no sense.
Gravity, man.
Nah,
gravity and air pressure.
So if you go to Globy McGlobeface's profile, he's actually posted a video where he dips a basketball in a bathtub and then spins the basketball way faster than the Earth spins, and the amount of water left on the basketball is more than proportional to what the Earth has.
Yeah. You know how whenever you get your basketball wet and you dribble it and it leaves water spots on the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can do that after spinning it. But think about this, though. When you spin something, does it spin once every 24 hours? And
no, it don't.
Playing stuff off?
No, it don't.
Yeah. That's what the Earth's doing, though.
So the Earth is like, so you saying that just because like the Earth is spinning, the water is staying inside the Earth.
No, it's because of gravity.
So it's not the Earth spinning that keeps it on. He's saying that the Earth spins extremely slowly. It only spins once per day.
It's not going to fling anything off of it. It's 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah, but I mean, like, but when you think about like so this is what I'm saying. Like, so you have like the core, the core, you know, of the Earth, and like and all that little science stuff or whatever, and then you like have water, then you just have like space.
Sorry, little science stuff. That was a way to. That's one way to put it, I guess.
Yeah, but like I mean, I'm talking about the like the mantle, the core, and all this stuff. Like, so there's like land up under the water, and then there's water.
Well, there are water shelves.
Like,
yeah,
like at least some of the water has to like come outside of the Earth. So I mean, if it was round, right? I mean, whether it was spinning slow or not.
Well, so there are water shelves, yeah.
Yeah, but according to science, there's water does not exist in Earth. I mean, in space.
No, that's not true.
Yes, that's what is implied.
No, they find the ice in space. No. Listen.
Yeah, we have condensation, evaporation.
Well, I'm talking. He said in space. Hold on, he's running down all kinds. Memento, 1 second. You're going all over the fucking place.
We observe ice on.
In space, we observe ice. Go ahead, Various.
Yeah, we observe ice all throughout the meteor belt, and comets. Halley's Comet. I'm sure you've heard of that.
That was going to be my main example.
You know why India went to the moon, don't you? They landed on the South Pole. You know what the theory there is? Anyone?
Memento?
No.
The theory is that there's a distinct possibility that the southern pole of the moon does not receive any sunlight. Therefore, there could be frozen.
Where did he go?
Did I run him off? God, I didn't know I had that effect on people.
Look, hey,
that was fast.
I was going to ask if there was a 24-hour sun there, just like on Earth.
Oh, I love it when they're in the face.
I witnessed
evidence, you know.
Actually, because of the meteor craters on the moon, the rim of the meteor crater casts a shadow into the valley inside the meteor crater.
That's what I meant by no sun. Yeah, they never get sunlight there.
Yeah, they theorize that it's been like thousands or tens of thousands, I can't remember, of years since those areas.
Everybody put Running Man in the chat. Running Man in the chat.
Hey, so one time I was on my lunch break and I worked third shift and it's 30 minutes, but the moon traveled the whole length of the sky, like from like sun up to sundown on my lunch break. Explain that.
That's impossible.
I see it.
I would doubt it.
No,
I see it online.
No, you didn't.
Did you measure these
saw the moon
positions?
travel.
And
you don't have to measure it. It was clearly see, like, from one side of the factory all the way to the other side of it. You know what I mean? I was like, damn, in 30 minutes?
Factory equivalent of a 2-story house or something? I mean...
No, it was a factory.
What are you talking about?
Like this, the moon.
Did you have a VR?
Out of the sky on one side of it. It came all the way across the sky, like the whole cycle in 30 minutes. It was going down on the other side.
No,
What did you have for that? What did you have for lunch?
That's on my baby.
What did you have for lunch?
No, like
How many shrooms did you eat before?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's not get too carried away with this. So, like, I don't agree that you believe that happened. I mean, I don't disagree you believe that happened. I just think you're misunderstanding the situation.
I don't. It was clearly the moon that I seen. I thought. I mean,
Like, did you turn around? Were you working overnight? You saw
yeah,
the moon
I
at
worked
night?
third shift. Yeah, I worked third shift.
Could you have turned around, like, got
No, look, I was sitting in my car.
disoriented?
Look, I'm sitting in my car on my lunch break, listening to music. I'm sitting facing the building. The moon is come like up on my left, like dead straight to my left. By the time my lunch break is over, it's all the way down on my right, like all past the horizon almost on the right.
That's what I'm saying. I think you just are misremembering the angle that you seen it.
I think you
human memory.
Degrees.
Human memory is pretty fallible, but there are thousands of citizen scientists and professional scientists that monitor the moon on a regular basis, and don't just I don't mean monitor in terms of looking at, I mean in terms of using a lot of equipment to measure its exact position, and if something like that occurred, it would make headlines for months.
Hey guys. Can someone show us a Gemini? Can someone show us an image from Gemini B, picture 11?
Picture what?
Gemini
11.
B11.
Hey, look, be real. You seem to think that we should be doing your homework for you. What you need to do is go and get followers so that you can show video. It takes about 800. I'm not going to search for your videos. You can either DM them to me.
You did that all day, bro, and you can't show one image?
No, because I can't take you seriously.
But that image shows my country, and on this image, oh Jesus.
I know, right? You know what I had to do whenever I wanted to show video up here? Do you know what I had to do?
Anyways, if someone wants to check that
you're not going to answer my questions again?
How are you gonna just roll over him like that? He asked you a question.
He won't. Jody, I got it. Thank you.
Did it involve kneeling?
Be real. You know what I had to do to be able to show my video?
What?
I had to get the followers. So you're gonna have to go and get the followers, and then
I'm not gonna pay any app to get followers.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you don't.
Be real.
Want to show me then, do you?
You don't have to pay. Just go onto Level Devil's account, look at his follower list, or who's following him, and follow every single person there, and I almost guarantee you'll get the followers needed.
There's a lot of follow backs that happen.
Yeah.
Alright, I don't know that trick.
Yeah, you just do that. You do that with a bunch of people, you'll have like 3,000 that you're following, but you'll get like 800 followers.
Or you can post cat video.
Once you get that done, then you can start bringing me evidence, because I'm not going to look it up. I already spent a lot of time with you, and you just keep saying the same thing to me, so I don't like to do that. I don't live in Groundhog Day.
Yeah, but telling me that you don't want to understand my opinion.
No, I will once you bring the videos. Once you bring the videos, I'll understand your opinion. Until then, I don't get what you're saying. Apparently, right? It's me.
Yeah, since he's a flat earther still.
You also can put out videos like I'm doing, and I've been on 9 days now, and I got almost 500 followers.
I don't have any videos.
So did I hear correctly that Jody concede to become a Glover?
Well, I said I have to do my research, and seeing as how I had my grandkids and I was on the phone all night long with y'all learning everything that Be Real was on for, I might add. But yeah, I came home after being with my dad and I went to sleep. So I haven't done any research yet.
You just haven't made the official announcement yet, is what you're saying.
So NP, I want you to see like the people that are open minded, I'm willing to talk to.
Right.
The people that are closed minded, I mean, I might entertain them a little bit just to show everybody else what like floundering looks like from the flat earth side when you show them evidence, and then they can't show any.
Well, I mean, most of my life, I always thought about it being round. You know, that's what they taught me in school.
Yeah.
And then
I can tell you're very early in this flat earth stuff,
and
though. So I'm glad that you're talking to us.
And I feel like I see a conspiracy theory behind it. Why they would lie, you know?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I get that, you know. But the thing is, there's too many jobs that notice the curvature of the Earth for the conspiracy to stay true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I was in the Navy. Nicholas, he's a pilot. Just the math alone that is necessary to work our phones has to deal with what we did to get to space. You know, we learned a lot of stuff from that. Right. We use that to you know, build the things that we have now. So I mean, to deny all that kind of stuff, deny your own reality, you know?
Well, would you agree that it could be a globe, but bigger than we expected?
No, because we have satellites that we use GPS and stuff. We would have noticed as a species.
Why are they picking
I'm talking
up
like all the military, all the, you know what I mean?
Aren't they picking up like more land in Antarctica or something now?
No.
No.
Okay, so no. What they found is, so you're misinterpreting what they're claiming. What they found is
Nicholas, hold on. He's not misinterpreting anything. He's being told this stuff.
Yeah, so what's being told to you isn't actually the correct truth. What's been found is the actual shoreline and continent of Antarctica. That's not the ice mass that's on top.
Oh, so like solid ground, like
yeah.
Which means it's melting away.
Yeah,
which implies global warming.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crazy that people want to deny this stuff as our world dies around us, but you know.
So the world starts dying, and they want to cause chaos or something else to make it.
Yep. Rondo. It's got electrolytes.
That makes sense, I guess. I was like wondering, like, how all this flat Earth shit came out of left field, anyways. Because I thought we just settled that debate, you know.
Here, check this out. It's. I went down the rabbit hole of conspiracy, and I found that it usually leads to pretty dark places. And a lot of flat Earth conspiracies started with anti-Semitic tropes. And if they can get you to believe something like the flat Earth, then they can start getting you to believe that they're lying. And if they can get you to believe they're lying, they can start pointing the finger at the JEWSs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they can get you hating and hating and hating and hating. And then you can be part of their side of hate.
But,
That's not all of them. Understand, a lot of flat earthers don't even know that's where the road goes.
Right.
But a couple of them do, and they pound that shit out.
The thing that really got to me was about the flat Earth was when I realized about the firmament and understood what that meant. And I was like, then that could
Okay, this will be since you seem very open-minded. A lot of times when people are very closed-minded, I don't even want to go down this path with them. But so when it comes to the firmament, that's just a mistranslation of the word rakia.
Okay.
Okay. And that just meant sky, expanse. There's a couple other words that were in there, but that was a word that was added later on by the Catholic Church. Remember when you've heard of the Catholic churches, burning people for saying things that were against the Bible?
Yeah.
Well, even if it didn't go against the Bible and it was science, they were burning people too.
Yeah, that's when they discovered I've seen that movie. Yeah, Tom Hanks and.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What is
I
that?
never did watch that. I'm sure it was good too.
Man,
hey, you guys know what he's talking about?
Yeah, the movie.
Da
Vinci Code.
Yeah.
Vinci Code. Yeah.
Level.
Thank you. You had it.
Check the chat. There's something about an ISKCON. Does that mean anything, anybody? ISKCON?
What's that?
No.
Well, somebody just got rid of it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what you're saying. You're trying to read his name.
I hate.
That wasn't Thomas.
Thank you.
No, there's a user that
he was being fucking foolish. Anyway, yeah. So that's a lot of the thing. Like, they're using mistranslation as proof of the flat Earth, but it's just another deception. A lot of these guys don't even believe that shit. They just want to make money off of it. And then there's a lot of people that are fooled.
Right.
That's the sad truth of it, is there's more victims than probably actual grifters.
Well, it just really got me thinking, because I could see them lying to us, the state, my government's in and shit. You know what I mean?
Well, the government does lie.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that they can hide the shape of the Earth, is what I'm saying.
Right.
I totally agree. I don't trust the government, even though, I was in the Navy. I don't trust the government by no means. I know that they've done some foul shit around the world.
Yeah.
And to their own people, really, Yeah. But having that big of a conspiracy to have that many people not see it. For instance, I was a Navy sailor and I could shoot my radar out. And I could pick up a ship that's popping up over the horizon. And I can measure that.
Yeah.
And that radar shoots all the way out. But it's not picking up anything else until it hits clouds. Yeah. So that means that the clouds are curving down towards the surface. But I'm not picking up a line of sight radar that's supposed to be level with the surface. You know what I mean?
Right.
It only picks up until I get that ship on the horizon, and then it shoots all the way off until it hits clouds. It's not like it's reflecting off of anything.
I have a question since you saying that.
Just a second, Jody.
Okay, good.
All right. Level, you'll get a kick out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, wife, yell at me. Yell that it's 4 a.m.
It's 4 a.m. You said you'd be coming to bed soon. Get your ass up.
All right, you better get it, man.
Right, bye, guys.
What are you doing, man?
Happy wife, happy life.
Oh my
God. Any flat earthers down there want to come up?
I just want to make
You gotta love and make your own flat Earth, man.
I got 300 people in here, and I'm only got 79,000 now. That was only 3,000 in like a half an hour. Come on.
Because it was good, and I don't want to forget.
We got to get some more people in here. The views are going to start dying off.
There's a lot of fluffers in the chat.
I know, they're all scared to come up. They don't want to.
I did test.
Okay, so
They are.
I just want to be next, please.
They also don't like being kicked whenever they can't kill me.
That's
okay, so I don't stand on what he said. Is the floor open? I'm sorry, because when I went to talk, so did you. Okay. When you said about having that telescope and that you could start to see the ship come on the horizon, so then my question would be, but if it's water, there's no hills or anything, so how did it like just come into view if it's not climbing a hill?
It's a very, very, very long curve. And it takes a while once you start seeing the mast.
So it's so gradual.
Yeah, it's really, everything's real gradual. So it's slowly coming towards and you can see the masts, and then you start to see the rest of the ship. Okay. And on my radar, as it's doing sweeps, I can just barely see that ship, and then I start to see more of it.
I got you.
Yeah. And you can, and it like, I have so much more radar that I can see, but it just picks that up and stops. And then I get to see clouds way out in the distance.
Oh, wow. See, I was like, there's no mountains.
Here, I'd actually, go ahead and say what you were going to say, drummer boy. I'm going to pull this up.
Oh, I was just going to tell Jody that she said gradual. I like the term subtle.
Yeah, that's a good one.
If you look up the definition of that, it says it's barely detectable or perceivable, so that it's hard to describe. And
right.
That's exactly what the curvature of the Earth is. It's so gradual, we feel that it's almost undetectable visually to the eye.
Yes, I see. I agree. That's a better word.
And that's why it's really important to approach these sort of things mathematically. When things get really small for humans, it becomes, visually and using our senses, the distinguishment between zero and near zero, our brain just isn't really able to do. But when you actually do things with numbers, you can go as arbitrarily small as you want, and we can still tell the difference between that and zero.
The math always works out.
Well, yeah, unless the math ain't mathin'.
And I got more to point out about that radar stuff too.
It usually does.
Hey, can I just say one thing?
Sure.
You better be nice.
Yeah, no. So I believe the Earth is flat, but the Flat Earth Society, there's two subsects. There's some that believe it's a flat disc, and there's others like myself that believe the Earth is a flat triangle.
Okay.
If you look at,
I did hear that too.
Say again?
That wouldn't work either.
I heard that too, that it was a flat triangle or some kind of triangle shape.
That's even more ridiculous.
It's not, because the Bible says about the corners of the Earth, and if you look at do you have Dorito chips in America?
What's that?
Oh my
Dorito chips in
gosh.
America.
He just said Dorito.
What's he talking about, Eamon? I think it's actually a robot.
So Dorito is actually Latin for Earth. Now, you got a question yourself, why would they call Doritos Earth if the Earth wasn't a flat triangle?
So you're
Think about it.
So you're pretty funny.
Dorito Earth.
All right. Well, thank you. You have a good one.
Yeah, I heard trying. I mean,
I don't.
earlier. Now that's a new one.
Doritos not dirt, right?
Also, the Bible said the four corners of the earth. That's not a triangle.
I know. He definitely confused me for a second. I'm tired.
It can't be.
He got one over on me for a second, and then it was like, Doritos, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you could hardly tell. What are you saying?
I also hate the arguments how, like that other person that said before, oh, how does the ocean, how is the ocean not falling off of the earth or something that it needs to contain, or blah, blah, blah. I don't understand how they don't understand it.
Oh my God, he's back. I gotta show you about the radar here. So, this is basically what I was explaining. Radar shoots off. Now, this isn't to scale by no means, right? It's a hell of a lot bigger curve, a hell of a lot smaller objects, right? So the radar shoots off and it'll go across the surface and it'll shoot out. So out here is going to be like clouds, right? Of about this high. Seem about right?
Yeah.
Planes can fly under that radar. You've heard that term before, right? Flying under the radar. That's what that means right there. They can fly under the radar and then they can shoot their munitions over that curve. Okay? Like they'll pop up real quick and shoot them and then dip out. Right?
Yeah. Because they can't get around the... Okay, yeah.
And you see this right here is what I was talking about. When ships are coming up over the curve. Now I'm seeing them right about here with the I mean, obviously with being bad scale, but I would be seeing the tops of the ship right here, right?
Right. At the point
coming
where...
up, and this is right where I see the full ship.
Right.
Now, sometimes it'll look like this ship right here.
Yeah.
At full is going to be like right here because of refraction. It's going to lift it up, make it look like it's higher than it is. But then it'll actually level out as it comes right around here. But I'll be able to get true radar pickup right here. Refraction will actually show it to me before my radar will pick it up.
All right, so maybe I'm not going crazy. I was like, I thought they was lying to me or something. I don't know.
And what do you mean?
Well, because, you know, like all my life I was told this one thing, then all of a sudden, bam, it's everywhere, like on social media anyway. Like flowers, yeah. And
yeah, they're lying, man.
Like I lightweight started buying into it. You know what I mean?
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I mean, that's how they do is they start by, you know, if you have any distrust out there of anything, they're going to try to pick up on that.
Oh, yeah. I hope to somebody.
Yeah. So I'm glad that, you know, I came across you tonight because, I mean, I personally worked with stuff like this. I was a operations specialist on a cruiser for in the Navy, the USS Cowpens.
Yeah.
It's a CG-63 carrier. We would shoot like Aegis Tomahawks and shit. Or, well, Aegis system targeting with the Tomahawk missile, but...
Right. Air to ground, something. Oh.
So, like, if... just this kind of stuff is gonna... This is real life. You know, we work... A lot of the people that do a lot of this stuff work with things, you know?
Right.
And if you look on the flat earth side, none of them are experts in anything. I'm not an expert. I just used the fucking radar and got my observations, you know?
Yeah, if you've had that radar personally, then you would know like that.
But we have shit tons of experts on the globe side.
Yeah, relating to something that Level said earlier, for like a globe Earth conspiracy to really work, all the world governments would have to coordinate on it, but like once people reach certain positions where those sort of, whether the Earth was a sphere or a flat plane mattered, like if they were working on GPS or on radar or whatever it may be, once people reach those positions, the government would then have to tell them, okay, we've been lying to you, this is how it actually works, here's the new math, here's the new science, and they'd be having to do that for thousands of people, and it just wouldn't be a secret. They'd be able
millions.
Millions.
Various, that's been my argument for a while. They don't realise that they have to run an entire separate set of physics for just about everything in technology and engineering and everything, for everything to actually function according to their semi-non-existent model of
and that's the
science.
cool thing, man.
Host, also, if you work on ships lot, you should explain to the chap about how gyro compasses work.
Oh, I never did use it. I just used my radar.
Yeah, you probably would in your side of things. I've used radar, not to your extent, more on smaller boats and stuff, but obviously any sizable ship since the 20s has had a gyro.
Yeah, I know we had one. I did like the charts and stuff. I didn't like make them, but I'd use them. I'd have to chart our course constantly, and then we would use the radar inside the CIC Command Information Center.
Definitely.
And then I would go up to the bridge and use the radar up there.
Yeah.
And then I could from the bridge I could see what the lookout pretty much just right outside the door to the right of me.
On your side of things, definitely. But it's something that flat earthers should consider looking into, that gyro compasses are basically put into every ship since the 20s. And they work by literally a gyroscope detecting the deflection of Earth's rotation, which is why they find true north.
Yep. Have you ever heard of those, MP?
What's that? No, I haven't heard that word.
It's a gyro compass.
Yeah, what is that?
So it's a compass that doesn't use magnetics.
Yeah, that's another thing I was just going to bring up, because he said that. He said the gyro compass. I never heard that word before. But a regular compass, its magnet pull always goes, what is it, to the North Pole? Or is that?
Yeah.
Generally in the North Hemisphere, lines north to south.
And that's not always the case, but for lack of getting deep into
moves
it.
About a bit, unfortunately, which is why it was quite important to find true north, which is why they invented gyro compasses. And they are completely mechanical. You can find gyro compasses very easily and see how they work. In fact, the US Navy was so enthralled with its manufacture when it came out in the 20s. The designer, the creator of it, a guy called Sperry, they actually named a warship after him, the USS Sperry. That's how important
I remember hearing about that. Whenever I was in, I forgot about that.
They're just a big chunk of metal casing with a dial on the top that will show the difference between where magnetic north would normally show, and where true north is, i.e., where the axial turn, of Earth is.
Right. So MP, the reason they did it is because they had started using steel ships, and they couldn't use a compass because it would attract to the metal. So they had to make a gyro compass to work on steel ships.
The mess between the steel
and that works
ships
with the rotation of the Earth
and the movement of magnetic Earth, especially if you're in the higher or lower latitudes. That deviation can be quite a lot. So between the pair of them, magnetic compasses started to become near useless.
Exactly. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. And we can't go all the way around it, right?
Yeah, we go all around it. Yeah.
All right.
They have boat races that go around Antarctica.
All right.
They have them not annually, but I think it's like every 3 years or something like that.
Can I speak on that?
Yeah, definitely.
I just saw a really cool TikTok on that. And so, the Vendée Yacht Race is what it's called. It starts in France. And it happens every 4 years, actually. I thought it was
That's
3.
what it was.
I thought it was 3, but it's 4. But here's the deal, guys.
And I think they skipped it for COVID as well.
Yeah. It's one person in each boat, or yacht. It's a single man deal. And
I didn't know that.
And get this, it takes over 3 months. It's like the average or the record is like 72 or 74 days.
Yeah, but they go from France all the way down there. Yeah.
All the way, and they circumnavigate Antarctica.
Single-man yacht.
And come back. Yeah.
Jesus.
Tell me those aren't some tough sons of, big.
Yeah. I mean, two man, I'm like, all right, you're sailing hard, But
dude,
single? Fuck, dude.
It blew me away. I was like, holy crap. One guy all by yourself in a yacht for 3 months.
All right, Segabite. Are you there?
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
I just didn't want to interrupt anyone.
That's cool.
I did have one question, though, that has been really something that anybody on any side, maybe, or a few questions, I guess, that have made me confused about things.
There's no bad questions.
How when we look at the stars, right, it's completely black and then there's white dots, and they're saying that light is traveling from millions of miles away to us. Mm-hmm. Why is it not a radiating light? Why isn't the whole sky lit up? Why is it just facing us?
Because it's yeah, go ahead, Various.
So, you know how... So, basically you're asking why at nighttime the sky doesn't look the same as during the daytime? Why it isn't like lit up blue,
No.
basically?
Why the starlight isn't illuminating the space?
Like, why is it reaching us? It's going to be definitely in space, but it's coming to Earth and it's facing us and we see it. Like, that's how we see it, but we don't see the light around it. Like, why is it only facing Earth?
MP, I muted you because you were kind of loud there.
Well, the light isn't just facing Earth. Each star is shining light in every single direction. We're only getting the light that's facing us.
But I mean, like, if it's like a gas, right, then why would it just face this way?
That's a misunderstanding of what it is.
Yeah, so stars, well, first, they're not a gas. They're plasma, which is similar to a gas, but, like, the distinction isn't important. But they aren't facing us. They're a sphere, and the whole sphere is putting off light, and we're just getting the light that's facing directly at us.
But
it's pinpoint direct at us.
But like when
what light we get.
Like when the sun is lit up and it's like a sphere, and then we're seeing light around it. Like you can tell when the sun's coming and going.
The corona you're referring to, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The sun is a lot closer to us, and it's a lot more intense. So there's like a lot of glare.
You kind of answered your own question when you said they're light years away from us.
But how does that light reach us?
Well, hold on. 1 second. Also, there's atmosphere that the light is traveling through. In space, there's no atmosphere. Okay, so once it hits our atmosphere, it's refracting that light a little bit more. You understand? Sure. So you're going to get more like a bigger looking sun. You know, if you look at the true size of the sun, it's actually kind of small in the sky, but it's a radiating light with a bunch of refraction. So it's making it look bigger. If you use a solar flare, it looks really small.
Does that make sense? Like, I just don't get why we're not seeing like a glow around it, or like with a laser, or with like something traveling that far.
Hey, MP, I gotta mute you again. Just unmute whenever you need to talk, and then mute again after that. Okay, please.
That's where I was trying to go with, was the actual twinkle stars, I call them. You're calling those, are so incredibly far away that light it's not intense. Light travels infinitely, but never really goes.
Not totally true,
but it does diminish with distance.
Some of those are actually like stars that are spinning too.
Also, like there is a glare off of stars too. It's just that the size of the star from our viewpoint is so small that the glare doesn't change its size very much.
Like, am I right? Like the ones that are like straight up blinking, those ones are like what are those called? Pulsars and shit, right?
Yeah. Also, a lot of what we see at night isn't individual stars. Anything that you see along the strip of the Milky Way are stars within our galaxy. Just about everything else is going to be an entire galaxy.
Yeah, so like it's not just a star; it's a fucking galaxy that you're looking at. I did notice that before in like models that they've shown. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Zoom out models, kind of.
And I guess the other thing that had me questioning, well, there was a few things, but like another one that was really confusing to me is like Neil deGrasse Tyson and some people that work with NASA describe Earth as an oblate spheroid and say it's almost like a pear shape, and that's why they fly so far north with flight paths. But then it doesn't really explain why in photos from NASA and other pictures that we've seen from different countries, like it's a circle.
Yeah, he really did a poor job at communicating that, and it's led to a lot of that sort of misunderstanding.
Do you mind if Dazzle actually fills her in on the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing?
Yeah, go for it.
I could actually give an explanation on my computer if you give me a minute to pull it up.
Yeah, no problem. Dazzle's really good at debunking all the flat Earth proofs. You know what I mean?
Give me just a moment, because I'm just getting out of bed. So I have to locate my computer.
But basically, a lot of that stuff's out of context shit.
You mean you don't sleep with it under your pillow, B?
I just know I used to go from like South America to Australia, and I didn't understand why we had to go so far north every time. And that was like one of the things that kind of had me questioning things.
What did you say it was?
Going from Bahia, Brazil, or from like different parts, like in South Africa, going to Greece, or from Bahia to Australia or Auckland, New Zealand.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of different places. Did you have layovers and stuff like that?
Yeah, it was just like confusing to me why we wouldn't just go straight.
So sometimes that's just straight up about, how many passengers they can get on a plane and what best route would be for that, not the shortest,
Yeah.
Sometimes it is the shortest. You just don't realize why you're going in a certain direction.
Well, here's the other thing, though. Yeah. Level is just like we talked earlier with the string. When you look at it on a two-dimensional flat map, a map, not saying the flat Earth map, your eyes will take you in a straight line from point A to point B. But if you look at that same flight on a globe, you're going to see that it's more of an arc. Even though it's still a straight line, point A to point B, it's actually curving one way or the other.
So
compared to that 2D map.
Exactly. And like whenever I looked at the 2D map, whenever I was going over to Japan, I was like, why are we going so far north, And then once, I looked at it on like a globe, it was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'm curious to see what Bedazzle's showing too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, let me put you.
So from the North Pole to the South Pole versus the equator going from east to west, there was only a 2% difference in the distance around. So we look at where is it? Okay, so the X, Y, and Z axis, they're all at 100%, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I change the X-axis to 98%, we can see that says 98, and the rest of them is 100%. When you look at the sphere, or the globe, quote unquote, can you notice any difference?
I don't see anything. If you did do something.
Yeah, so you can see that I changed it here, 98%. Versus the rest of these is 100. But when they're saying that it is slightly smaller at the poles than it is at the equator, this is what it would look like. So whenever you're seeing those pictures from space and people are saying that it looks like a perfect sphere, this is the reason why. Because it's only a small percentage difference. It's 2%.
I guess it was just like the way that it was described in this talk that they had. Because I've always been...
He likes to over-exaggerate things at times to kind of make a point. And when he says it looks like a pear shape, he's talking more so about an Asian pear, which will look like this, basically.
I guess it was like that, and then I'm trying to think what other things they said. One of them was... There was circle orbits, others were saying ellipses. I just felt like there was a lot of inconsistencies with things, so that's what was like really confusing.
The problem I've noticed is when scientists try to simplify things too much, it loses some of its actual meaning. You know what I mean? They're just trying to get you to visualize it and how it works, but because it's not perfectly how you're visualizing it. I had very big issue with scale. You know what I mean? Whenever I came into this discussion, I thought universes and the planets, how far away from each other they are, is actually extremely wide. Like, I couldn't comprehend it until it was shown in like a computer model where it just zooms out and out and out and out and kind of shows what. Because if you look at the distances, it's like, oh, those things are huge. There's have you ever seen that dazzle where they go out to a desert and they measure the distance between all the planets in our solar system by scale?
Were you asking me?
I was asking Dazzle, but yeah. And like when you see it like that, it's like, whoa, that's a lot bigger than I thought, a lot farther out there than I thought, you know?
Right.
So I would recommend, I think it was on like some science channel, if I remember right, kind of a documentary or how the universe works or something like that.
Yeah.
But it shows the scale. It's massive to understand.
Pretty sure it could be found on YouTube.
Yeah. I can look it up here.
I should get ready for work, but thanks for helping with the questions. I'm still a little confused on the stars, but at least I have somewhat of a better idea.
Well, also, with light, you're only going to see, if you're looking directly at the light source, you're only going to see the light source. You're not going to see like the beams of light traveling through space, quote unquote, because there is no matter for the light to bounce off of. You only see things when the light hits it.
Okay.
So even if you take like a laser light, if you're in a clean room that doesn't have any type of dust floating in the air, you can shine the laser light to a wall, and you're only going to see the dot on the wall. You're not going to see the beam traveling through the air.
Okay, I think I'm confused because I've worked in a lot of like bars and stuff, so you would see like smoke and then the lasers. So maybe
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, you have like smoke and fog in the air, then it's gonna hit the smoke and stuff.
It reacts with all matter.
Oh, okay. Well,
And
thank
so-
you, but I just gotta start getting ready for work. But I
Yeah,
can
yeah.
listen as you guys talk until I leave.
Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
One good way to put that is like seeing light in the distance. You don't see like how it radiates light. You just see like that flicker in the distance, you know? So,
Very good questions too, Sega.
yeah. Anytime you want to come up and ask questions, let me know.
I was going to give you my old man interpretation of the oblate spheroid, because I know that B's going to get this, and most of y'all have probably played basketball at some point in your life. And I always thought of it as if you took that basketball after you were done playing and you put it down on the ground, you sat on it. You know, it doesn't squat very much. It gives just a little bit. But it does squat when you sit on it. So that's what as soon as I heard the term oblate spheroid, that's the way the description was. That's what I envisioned was a basketball that was being squished just ever so slightly by like sitting on it. Just don't know if that helps paint a better picture for some people, but yeah, the pair deal, I wish he'd have never said.
Yeah,
it's
no.
confusing as hell.
Yeah. But
I have a question.
Yeah.
Go for it.
When you guys were talking about the stars, and she said how they're moving, I totally forgot about that. If they're moving, how come none of them like hit us? How come and hit Earth?
Think about you traveling in a car on let's say a 6-lane highway, and you're surrounded by cars, and you're all traveling just about the same speed. Let's just say 70 miles per hour for everybody. You have 2 or 3 cars in front of you, one on each side. You're all traveling at the same speed, right? Does that paint a picture?
Yes, it's in my head right now.
Right. So basically, with the stars, even though some stars are traveling at different speeds, that they're so far away, we don't really notice the difference. But mostly everything is traveling at the same rate. So basically, it would be kind of like we're in traffic with the stars, all going the same speed.
Oh, I see. I understand that completely now. What the analogy comparison. Okay.
It's hard to grasp.
So actually, so what you're saying is because we're moving and they're moving, that wouldn't happen.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
It's not likely, but it's.
Yeah, it can happen.
Oh, it can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has it ever?
Well, that's why the moon's peppered full of craters, and so is the Earth to some degree.
Right. I mean, there is some things that travel in space that collide with things.
Because I did hear that like meteorites and stuff have hit Earth.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Oh yeah, I know people that own
meteors.
pieces.
They own what property?
Don't we have like galaxies like that can potentially collide with each other as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we actually do observe stars colliding. We have lots of photos of that happening.
But in our system itself, for the most
Andromeda
part,
is supposed to collide with this. I don't know the time period, and this was another thing of scale that I didn't understand. But the fact that whenever we collide with Andromeda, there's actually going to be very little collisions.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
because of how
just kind of gonna merge together
and then go through each other, and
Wow,
some
trippy
pulling
is
is
that?
going to happen, maybe some collisions.
Well, here's something I learned about that recently, and maybe Varys can help me with it. But is it between Mars and what's the next one, Jupiter, that there's an asteroid belt? And
yeah.
Okay, so I just learned recently that the asteroid belt, Jody, because if you've seen it in a movie like Star Wars and places, things like that, where the ships are like ducking and dodging and weaving between asteroids. Okay. You know what the real physical, literal space between those asteroids is in real life is like anywhere from 300,000 to 400,000 miles. From
so you
each
can just
other.
drive right by them.
Well, you would never, you'd see them you wouldn't see them forever off, but they're so far apart that, it blows your mind because.
well, unless you're traveling at like supersonic speeds.
Well,
Yeah.
we hadn't quite figured that one out yet.
I mean that's a common, I don't know, issue with people trying to understand not just the globe
Scale.
model, but not just the globe model, but like the solar system and everything. It's just so much bigger than we can fathom.
The vastness of it is incredible.
It makes you so small. It's so crazy.
Because I guess when we go Mercury, Venus, Earth, and then Mars, then I've never looked it up, but I guess Jupiter is like so freaking far because that asteroid belt is between those planets, between Mars and the next one.
Once you realize that scale too, then it's like, oh shit, like intergalactic travel is pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
Even interstellar travel is going to be hard.
Yeah, interstellar, yeah.
Yeah. God.
Like if you want to get to a different solar system, that's light years. We could. How far is it out of our galaxy, if I remember right?
I think the closest star besides the sun is 4 light years, if I remember correctly.
Fucking Christ!
Right.
4 times what? 6. I can't do the math either. 600 million or billion miles?
Proxima Centauri is 4.2 light years away.
So do the math for us in miles, or 4.2 light year. A light year is what again? He's looking. I can't keep it on my mind either. They're giant numbers. I just know
9.460528 to the 15th power meters.
Okay, I'll take your word for that one.
It's 5.88 times 10 to the 12 miles. That's 1 light year, not the star.
Not the 4.2.
Yeah.
So it's about two times. It's about 2 times 10 to the 13th miles.
Wow.
10 to the 13th miles. Yeah, I can't even do that math.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 times 10 to the 13th.
Yeah, I can't do that math.
It's a long way. That's all I know.
That's 20 trillion.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're past billions at that point, aren't we? It's trillions of miles. Holy cow. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out a way to ramp up space travel.
And Pluto.
So it's in the
billion miles away.
In the words, I found the words, it says 23.5 trillion miles.
Jeez. I can do that. Akara, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
So, are you a flat earther?
Yes, I wasn't a couple of years ago. 1 year ago, I wasn't flat earther, but since I have been looking some of the things and phenomena, and after that, I little bit became like flat earther, and you know, it's kind of constant investigating and research for me.
So, what was a phenomenon that made you believe that the Earth is flat?
Okay, my main profession, I'm actually beekeeper. I'm handling honeybee hives. But during the weekends, I do also work. I work for a semiconductor factory as an engineer. And
I thought you were an actor named Borat.
Sorry?
I thought you were an actor named Borat. You sound like Borat. That's a joke. I'm joking.
Okay. Sorry, my English is not so good at that I get those jokes so easily. But
okay.
Yeah. So why I think like that? So I've been working for semiconductor factory as equipment engineer about 10 years and there we have lots of very high vacuum systems where we go not near but quite close to space vacuum, which is 1 to minus 10 to minus 17.
Oh,
minus
cool.
10 more often. So
have you ever dropped?
Thing is that when I've been there is 300 about those machines in our semiconductor factory, which are operating in complete space vacuum almost.
Okay, so have you ever dropped 2 items at the same time in that vacuum?
No, that's not possible because those are only for the products. Those are quite very tiny vacuum.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So
I see.
But my point is that those chamber walls are very thick. Those are about 5 centimeters thick.
Yeah.
5 centimeters thick and glasses also. If we want to see, for example, a robot which is handling in the vacuum some product. So those glasses are about 5 centimeters thick, and we are Tor minus 10.
Okay.
And you know, there is it's so far away from the complete vacuum minus 17.
Yeah, I know. But there's no, complete vacuum.
They say that complete vacuum is already in the moon, for example, in the surface of the moon.
Not. It's not a complete vacuum, no.
So even deep space can't be a complete vacuum. Quantum physics forbids a complete vacuum.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes then a little bit more sense, because I was thinking that cannot be. That can be really problematic for all kind of spacesuits and everything, because
everything equalizes, so that's why. If there's some over there, it's going to be over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if it's not, even if it has one molecule, it's not a complete vacuum. You know?
Yes, I get what you mean. But when we go to Tor minus 10, for example, it's already almost like Tor minus 17, because those last particles, what are those we can suck out with the cryo, for example.
Right. It doesn't take much more after that. It's incrementally more. I gotcha.
Yeah.
But, so you think it's flat, though?
Yes, I was thinking that can it be that because of some of the things, and also, but
well, come on. Well, hold on. Let me ask you some questions here. So, do you believe in gravity?
Yes.
Okay, so that right there destroys a flat model already.
It would literally destroy a flat Earth.
I want to say something. Okay.
How so?
Because if it was flat, it would crush with gravity. It would crush into a ball.
Okay, can be, yes.
Yeah,
but I don't know how. How do you have some?
Do you believe in the firmament?
The thing that firmament stuff, it's also behind lots of many good stories. For example, Von Braun.
That doesn't mean it's true.
Yes, but I think you have heard and you know about this story about Von Braun Doomstone, for example. There is this balsam chapter from Old Testament.
Werner von Braun.
Yeah, gotcha. I was trying to think. So Werner von Braun was basically a scientist that we won with the war. You know what I mean?
You got it. You got it to the USA during Operation Paperclip.
The main thing that people need to realize and understand is that Werner von Braun was deceased, so he had no say in what went on his tombstone.
Oh, the tombstone. Gotcha. I missed that. Sorry.
Can you see there is those balsam numbers?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
They're in the Von Braun's tombstone in the graveyard. There is only one tombstone for him, and there is those balsam numbers from the Old Testament Bible, which he selected to be there.
Yeah. He wanted a phrase put on there.
Even so, you still have to look at the interpretation of the word firmament.
Yeah.
And that's where it gets real fuzzy.
If you look, for example, that balsam, there in Old Testament, that exact part is that when the God in the end of his creation create the firmament around his work. And this is the only thing what is it.
When he was alive, there's videos from when he was alive of him, doing interviews, and in those interviews he would use the word firmament, but the context in which he used the word was meaning more to like expanse than to say like a physical dome.
Do you mean that he meant this Van Allen belt or something like that?
Bro,
no.
The education in USA is better than here in Latin America.
Has anybody heard of Admiral Byrd?
So sad.
Hold on, Daryl.
Exists
Yep.
All right, guys, hold on.
Still exists American that.
All right. Just so you guys know, I like to introduce my guests. So since there was an interruption, I'll go ahead and introduce. But there we go. So Daryl, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, why not? Everything proves that.
That wasn't
All
very
right,
convincing.
let's go.
All right, why not? So why do you think it's flat?
It's flat because Admiral Byrd proved that.
How did he prove it?
How do you prove it? He went. If you stand in one place in your world and you go one direction, you cross it, but you can't ever go around it.
Well, that's not true.
Why not?
If I get a boat, I can go around it.
No, you can go across it, but you can't go around it.
No, you say that.
You can start in one point and head out straight, one direction, head out straight one direction, and come back around and meet yourself again, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. No, I'm saying that people go around Antarctica on a boat race.
I gotta get going.
Well, you can go around in a circle in your living room if you wanted, but that's not what I'm talking about.
All right, you have a good day.
So they have sailboat races that go around Antarctica, and just recently, a few years ago, they sent a sail drone around it as well, where the ice stayed inside of the circle, which means that it's not a wall surrounding the Earth. Because if it was the opposite way around, the ice wall would be on the outside of the circle.
I think Daryl's alluding to circumnavigation of the globe, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Give me just 1 second. 1 second, guys. All right, bridging. You there?
Correct.
Are you a flat earther?
Much. I wanted to actually have you define flat Earth because
that me define it. Oh, gross.
Say again.
Say gross.
What's gross?
Flat Earth.
Sure, but define what you mean by flat Earth, because I don't know if you're aware there's different sects of the community that people consider flat Earth that are not necessarily flat Earth.
Not a sphere.
Okay, fair enough. Because in the flat Earth, as some people understand it, it expands beyond the Arctic wall.
Yeah, I know, like the extra lands.
Sure. Are you familiar with Admiral Byrd when he recorded on video and they displayed it?
Hold on. You're not telling me an answer to my question. Are you a flat earther?
Well, I'm interested in the theory. I wouldn't say I'm convinced.
Okay, good enough. 1 second. All right. How you doing, MP?
I'm good.
Good. All right. Now we can go ahead. Where were we before? We were talking about Admiral Byrd. Now we got two people talking Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, so in the 1920s, he actually had recorded and documented his trip to Antarctica. The naval exploration was actually paid for by the United States Navy. Flew him out there to explore the Antarctic. In the 30s as well, after, Nazi Germany kind of, I don't even know if you say that, but Germany.
Yeah, Yahtzee.
Gotcha.
So in his video... In his video interview, sorry. In his video of his interview, he actually says that Antarctica is surrounded by frozen water and it sits at the bottom of the Earth. There would be no bottom of the Earth on a flat Earth. So, and he also said that there was more land.
Entrance to the bottom of the Earth.
All right,
it wasn't
bridging.
that it was
Bridging.
Let me get the big screen.
Yeah. Hold on. So one of the main things is I don't like people interrupting. Okay.
So when can we
I
speak?
thought he was finished, though. I thought he just made
time.
Were you done?
Nah, let me.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
I did pause though, so it could sound like I had stopped. So when he went into Antarctica, he came like from this way, and he went down to the South Pole, and he stopped and he turned around and went back. But he said that there was more land the size of America past Little America past the South Pole, and this is what he was talking about. This area here.
We talked
I
about
can
this.
see how you could think that's the size of America by looking at it.
Right.
Which he didn't explore, and he wanted to go explore.
Yep.
But he never had the chance.
Take me back.
Okay, if a person were to start out in their living room and just go straight, what do you run into?
Well, pretty much.
The wall of ice. And if you turn around and go the other direction, you go straight, what do you run into?
No, like my wall, because I didn't run into the door.
Yeah, you didn't define which direction to go either.
Yeah, you just say go straight.
North,
go
south,
straight
east,
as
or
far as
west?
you can go. I mean, if you go straight as far as you can go, you're going to run into a wall of ice. And if you turn around and go the other direction, you're going to run into a wall of ice. And if you turn around the other direction, you're going to run into a wall of ice. All the way around you, there's a wall of ice.
All right.
That's the Antarctica.
I need you guys to understand.
Wait a minute.
something.
So are you saying
No, hold
that
on, Jody.
Antarctica
Hold on, Jody.
surrounds us all the way
Jody,
around?
hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Hold on. You get to ask your. Well, I guess
That's
you
what keeps
answered
the
it.
waters in.
All right, God damn.
Our firmament.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
listen.
lose control of my fucking life. Okay, Daryl. I'm trying to talk to you, and you just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. All right. I'm on hour 8 now.
MP, mute your mic. MP.
Yeah, mute your mic if you're not talking, MP. All right, so Daryl, you still haven't even touched on the fact that we said that there's a race that goes around Antarctica, which happens every 4 years, that completely destroys the ice wall theory. Go ahead and unmute.
I'm waiting on the rebuttal for that. Where'd he go?
Daryl,
Yes.
did you hear me?
Something about a race.
Yeah, there's a race that goes from France down and around Antarctica every 4 years. That's with boats. How do they do that if there's an ice wall all the way around us, no matter which way we go?
Well, you see that little picture you got there in your live right there. Just say you start out in the middle of there, and you go one direction, you're going to run into that wall of ice. All our continents and our where we stay are in the center of
see
that.
the way he's not reacting to my question at all.
Yeah. Well, I don't know nothing about your boat race you're talking about.
No, you didn't even say anything about it. You're talking about an ice wall still. I'm talking about there's a race that goes around Antarctica.
Well, you might be going around Alaska.
No, Antarctica.
Well, it goes back to what you believe in. Because if you believe in some things, they tell you different things. It's like
sure, but
world is round.
Boats have tracking devices that can track their movements, how fast they're going, the distance they're heading. They also have video footage of these races at times. So trying to say that it could be Alaska can be easily debunked with the I'll say black box data, or whatever it's called,
GPS data.
So real quick, if I may, does anyone here understand a relatively basic level of how communications and GPS works?
Ground positioning satellites. Now let me stop. Ground positioning systems.
It's a legitimate question because the way these things work is through triangulation. Is primarily how they get their precise location. Now, triangulation through whether it means by satellite or not, but pretty much everything is via satellite. Yes.
Satellite is actually transliteration, not triangulation.
Right. Which is where I was heading because again,
it's a bunch of different ways, really.
Yeah, mostly most people think that it's bouncing off a dedicated satellite, which is not. It's just not. Most of your stuff is via time, which is what blue signal in certain locations because you can't ever lose signal with the sky, which is why people lose. Speaking of signals, ta-da!
That's what they call it, global position satellites. Am I not correct?
Right, because it's supposed to be all via ground anyway. No one's got something floating up dedicated.
That's the reason
data.
people have satellite phones, because if you can't, because the towers of a regular cell phone transmit from towers on the ground. If they go out, you can always use a satellite phone.
Sure, but even in military, applications, if you've ever used a sat phone, you still need triangulation and radio towers to beam off of. And again, that's why you still lose signal. But even if you have a dedicated sat phone,
you don't. You can use a satellite phone. Satellite phone with no towers.
You cannot.
Yes, you can, because the satellite transmits through the clouds because it's beyond the firmament up there, rotating around the planet. That's the reason you can task a satellite phone to a satellite, and it allows you to make
in theory you can task it, but in certain
it's not theory, it's fact.
That's an interruption. What do you mean? Have you used these things?
Yes.
Really? You use it in a mountain in Afghanistan.
The only thing that can impede a satellite phone is heavy clouds, which are in the sky.
No, that's incorrect.
Why is that?
So you have many things that can interfere with a satellite phone. Anything that's broadcasting certain frequencies can throw it off. Anything like a jammer, etc. You have certain conditions in the atmosphere that just simply being high up enough, again, it won't interact with it correctly. There's your certain landlines and ley lines. There's so many activities and frequencies playing out throughout the planet. There's radios and towers. So much interference at any given
time. How you know all this different stuff, yet you still believe there's something like extra lands out there?
No, what I'm saying is, again,
no. Hold on. I really
no.
You want to drive the conversation, and you've been doing it for long enough.
Well, okay.
You don't know anything about satellite phones.
I don't know. Okay, man. Well, when you go graduate from communications,
let me understand. Let me understand this new world stuff. So, where is this new world?
Say again.
Where are these new worlds?
Who said anything?
You did. Extra lands, right?
Yeah, I said some flat earthers believe that there's more lands. So when I asked you originally,
are you still being vague that you're not a flat earther?
All right, I'm going to try this again. I want you to listen.
I want you to listen. You're either a flat earther or you're not. Tell me yes or no.
Well, I told you in the beginning. You clearly forgot or just failed to listen. I told you.
I'm done with that guy.
He didn't know about your trigger finger.
No, he does now, though, doesn't he?
Yep, he does.
He got yeeted.
That sucks for him.
Yeah.
We can get back to what you were talking about, Akarat. I think you're more reasonable.
So I'm still a flat earther. So have you checked that kind of documentary which were telling about measuring about curvature of the Earth? The name of the documentary was Convex Earth, the documentary. I put it to the text box. Convex Earth, the documentary. There they check with telescopes curvature, and that is quite revealing evidence about flat Earth. Check the documentary if you haven't.
How's that?
Because they see that there is no curvature. There was about 10 different scientific research groups around the world. In Lake Titicaca, for example, among the Aymara Indians. Then in US, many different places. And the name of the documentary was this Convex Earth. I put it on the text box. It's you can find it from YouTube. I just check it.
Hey guys,
I don't need to. I'll tell you what, I don't need to.
Andy, could you mute your mic? Is that the one where they did the bamboo sticks and the lasers across the lake?
Probably.
No, there is many. Those are real scientists in that documentary.
They
Not
can call
like
themselves
flat
what they want,
earthers.
but they didn't do correct measurements.
Yeah, that makes sense. But see, I don't need to see a documentary to know what I've experienced in my life. Okay? I can pick up ships right here, right? Coming up over the horizon. I can't pick up ships back here, but I can pick up clouds up here.
Yeah, that's true.
Understand?
Yeah, I understand. But in that documentary,
no. Don't run over me here. I want to make a point. If it's a line of sight radar, it should, if this was flat, right? Say it was flat, I should be able to pick up stuff all the way to here, right? Should I not?
No, because it's because of the perspective. Also, radar have.
No, it's not perspective. This is a low frequency radar. It's the SPS 55. You can look it up. Okay, it does this right here. Now that's not specifically the SPS, but this is my observation with the SPS 55. Okay, you understand that?
Yes, I understand. Yes.
Okay, so I'm picking up clouds, but I'm only picking up ships right to here.
Yeah,
I should be picking up ships all the way to here and not clouds up here, right?
Yes.
And that only can infer that there is curvature, right? Curvature. And planes can fly under the radar. You shouldn't be able to do that on a flat surface, not a surface radar.
Yes, that's true.
That's what I'm saying. Like, these guys are probably lying, or they're getting their measurements wrong. They're doing them wrong somehow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yes.
Because I'm telling you, we were a Navy ship, and we needed those fucking measurements to be correct, because I used that to target weapons too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't you think that's true? What I'm saying? It's more plausible than not, right?
Reasonable. Yes, it looks very reasonable.
Okay, thank you. That's all I really need is reasonable. And the more and more you get of this kind of stuff, the more you can see how flat Earth is really just wishful thinking for some reason.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Google on PR Newswire on Convex Earth, and it says missing nonfiction. The word nonfiction is missing from that.
Yeah, means fictional. Yeah, that's what sucks. Is people lie out there all the time.
I was just gonna say they're probably distracting everybody with this shit.
Yep. Well, it's usually just trolls, man. So, and there are some people that truly believe it, but
people making
they'll
money
fudge their numbers. What's that, Lex?
People making money off of less intelligent, and sometimes people get on here, come on here and ramble. Rambling is a sign of psychosis. So.
I don't think it's 100% less intelligence either. I think it's more of almost gullibility in a lot of aspects, because you're just believing what somebody says because they are good at speaking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I have some property to sell in southern Louisiana, below the border.
Well, I'm trying to be nice, So, pardon me, it's been a long night. I'm starting to lose my voice. Andy, are you there? Andy, you're up.
Yes, something. I've been listening
Jesus,
to
probably not the best time then.
I've been listening to you guys speaking for a while, and I wanted to mention about. Yes, I am. I definitely believe that. I was saying there's an underwater network of cables that run from Australia to Africa to the Americas. That proves that there are no satellites floating in the atmosphere.
What, we can't have both?
No, we actually have.
No?
We set
You
up
really
the
think that we don't have the know-how to have technology to have all these different things?
We just have wireless transmitters. They're called wireless transmitters. We send them up on balloons.
Oh, so you're just making claims that you can't substantiate, right?
No, it's proven.
How's that proven? By what and where?
You could research it right now. The underwater.
So you don't work in the communication.
Oh, I already know that there's underwater cables. I'm saying that we have that and other things.
And another thing is, if you could communicate using wireless transmissions from underwater cables, why do
we don't even have a space station?
Why do submarines still use sonar?
Exactly.
They use sonar because it's in the water. The Wi-Fi network underneath the water, it works just as good as on land.
No, it doesn't. They have to use sonar. Sonar, which is an audible transmission that pings off of other solid objects underneath water, because radio transmissions do not work underwater because of the ambient.
It does if you use a cable.
The refraction level of salt water is too thick to allow for free transmission
that you could
of
bring
signals.
somebody's cell phone underwater. It has been proven you could ring a cell phone underwater.
You can contact the cell phone; it'll contact the tower, but it won't contact the cell phone.
Ring. If you're underwater, why does it ring?
You can't go to the bottom of the Mauritian Trench because it contacts the tower, the closest tower that the cell phone is to, and it attempts to contact the phone, which will allow it to ring. Your phone you may think the phone is ringing, but it actually is not.
Do you know that the Illuminati Brotherhood, they know the earth is flat?
Why did you go to that? Why did you just automatically go away and say Illuminati? Is that part of the script?
Alex Gleason, he wrote a book about it.
I don't care about that.
It does prove that the earth is flat if the Illuminati believes that. And they boldly.
One, you'd have to prove. No, listen. One, you'd have to prove the Illuminati, and two, we can prove that the Earth's a globe without any other fucking stupid books or fictional fairy tale bullshits.
So, do you believe the sun and the moon, they orbit around the globe?
Yeah. Why do they always ask that? Do you not know how the globe works?
Do you believe that they
explain it to you?
Do you believe or know that they are inside of the dome? They are within the earth.
No, dude. How about I do this? Do you believe there's a firmament? Do you believe there's a firmament? Do you believe there's extra lands?
The Quran, man.
You're not going to run the conversation here. You've been overrunning everybody and just immediately talking and completely going away from questions. I'm not going to do this with you.
While he's cooking,
as you can tell, my voice is starting to hurt.
Your part. I didn't mean to do that, sir.
I gotta mute. Yeah, correct. I should mute myself. Jesus.
Everybody mute.
All right. Do you believe there are extra lands, Andy?
I do. I do believe there are extra lands.
Do you believe in gravity?
No, I don't believe in gravity.
Okay. Do you believe we've been to the moon?
No, we have not.
Is the moon a local?
Yes, it is.
So the sun would be as well, right?
Very much so.
Okay. I think I got a basis of... You said yes to that. To the extra lands? Yeah. Do you believe all the flat earth theory stuff?
It depends. I cannot say all because I've not read all or
no, like
seen
whenever
all.
You see a video that says, flat earth true, this video equal flat earth true, do you believe it?
Well, I look at it, and depends on what it says about the flat Earth. Then I will either and share it or not.
Do you ever notice that most of them don't have measurements on them?
Do you know that?
Ooh, you don't like answering that question, do you?
When you say measurements, elaborate a bit.
Yeah. So, like, say for instance, they're talking about a ship that's gone over the horizon, but it hasn't gone over the horizon fully, and they say they zoomed in. You notice how they don't have any kind of elevation or any kind of refraction rates or anything like that on there, so you can tell what's going on for that day at that time period?
Don't they have lasers that measure distance now? They could put on a telescope and see how far out the boat is,
We've
right?
had radar that can measure distance accurately. Why do we need a laser that can be manipulated by atmosphere?
Lasers can be manipulated by atmosphere.
Yes, they can.
Because it is light, partly light, partly wave frequency as well. You can transmit sound over laser beams. That is very interesting to see.
Okay, I mean, what does that have to do with flat Earth?
It means that you need a powerful enough beam or radar that has a wide enough range to be able to reach to that ship out there. If not, because the frequency is weak,
did you not
because
just
the
like...
frequency is weak, it doesn't reach to that.
damn
So it seems that there's a curvature when there's not.
Did you not just like hear my whole explanation I just did while he was sitting up here?
Level is 8:32 in the morning, and they're already freestyling. You got any background music?
Dude, Andy, did you not see the thing I was saying about radar?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's how it works. If it was on a flat plane, I would be able to see ships all the way up until where I can see clouds, but I shouldn't be able to see clouds. Why do you think that happens?
Because if the radar frequency is not strong enough, it would seem that there's a curvature because we expect it to go straight when it's not going straight. It's actually fading.
Not at all. No, it goes straight and it goes along. Actually,
you know, you can
lower wavelengths actually will go farther.
It has been proven that if you use lower wavelengths,
it's been proven what I just
with light, right? That you could change the color of the light using different wavelengths.
You don't listen to anything anybody else says, do you?
I am listening.
If it doesn't say flat Earth, I mean, what words are said here equals flat Earth, you don't listen, do you?
I am listening, bro. I'm hearing you.
So what makes you think that anything happens to that radar by atmospheric conditions?
Well, for one, you have electromagnetic conditions in the atmosphere, which affects everything electrical and to do with light.
All right, so that's one claim. Let me break that down. So when is it that there's a bunch of electromagnetic stuff in the atmosphere? Is this during a storm or when there is no storm?
It's most of the time.
It's all the time.
All the time there's the
What about when lightning strikes?
Signals off. You know, the ionosphere.
Shouldn't that just like fry everything?
No,
it shouldn't.
Understand how circuits work. The Earth is like a big circuit, right?
Oh, is it? You're gonna just make more claims that don't make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. Why you think lightning hit the ground, bro? Have you heard
of a positive and negative charge and they're connecting?
So lightning hits the ground. Where do meteors and meteorites come from?
There are no meteorites, brother.
There are no meteorites?
There are no meteorites.
No. The Bible explains that these are fallen angels. Call them stars.
Hey, Andy. Do you get all of your beliefs from the Bible and not real world?
No. I get it from experience as well.
So the Bible, where does it say that? Where does the Bible say that meteors don't come down?
It says fallen angels come down, shooting stars. Lucifer, the bright and morning star.
Jesus
He
Christ.
fell it specifically says that 200
300,000
angels
times
came down on the
a month.
mountain and made
Like
a
I
pact.
said, when does it say that they don't fall?
There's nothing in the Bible.
It could be that angels fall, but it could also be that angels fall and meteors and meteorites fall, and it could be no angels and meteorites. You see, these are the different possibilities.
What we consider meteorite might be.
But the one thing it doesn't say is anything about meteorites.
Meteorites, what we call
It just
meteorites.
says falling angels. It doesn't say meteorites in the Bible. So
Exactly.
did it have helicopters in the Bible?
No. You know that. You read the Bible. You go to church, bro. Why did you go to church?
Well, so if it doesn't have every single thing in the Bible, it's not real, right?
I didn't say that. Did the Bible tell you that?
Well, it didn't have meteorites in the Bible. Does that mean meteorites are not real?
Meteorites are not real because
So you just claim it because of the Bible, but you can't back it up.
Can I ask
the explanation they give for meteorites is not the same as the Bible. The Bible talks about fallen angels. That's why we see things falling. And partly,
No, you just make that. You just equate those two things together. That's all.
So
I need to go to New Mexico.
Kind of like how you put density in with gravity.
Let's talk about what else the Bible says, right?
You hear me, level?
Mark 16, verse 14.
1 second, Lex.
Mark 16, verse 14 through 18. It is telling, God is speaking to this guy and telling him to, hey, go out amongst the world and preach this word, preach my word. And he says that a true believer in this word can pick up serpents and they could drink anything deadly and not be harmed. So the question is, do you think that if I made a drink for you, a deadly amount, like a gallon or two, I put acid, all kinds of poisons, all kinds of animal venoms and stuff like that, and I ask you to drink it, do you think you could survive that?
Of course, it will neutralize itself.
Okay.
All the venom will neutralize itself.
Yeah, Dazzle, man, you're good at pointing out these guys. I don't think we should talk with you.
Have you heard of Simeon Toko? The guy
Yeah, I
from
need to
Africa?
go. I really need to go to New Mexico and find me some fallen angels.
So if you drink acid, flesh-eating acid, you're saying you're going to survive that?
No, that's something different. You know that's dangerous.
That's what he just asked you.
No, if you don't know what it is, you might survive. God knows. I mean,
No, that's
Okay, but it
not
says in the
wrong.
Bible. It says in the Bible that you can, though.
No, he just made the claim that if you don't know what it is, you might survive.
Bro, Simeon Toko, research that guy, please.
Simeon Toko
So
is an idiot.
you're saying if you drink, say, cyanide or something like that, and you don't know you drink it, that you'll survive? Is that what you're saying?
That's what he's saying.
Sounds disingenuous.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds
I
like
have
you
to-
just want people to do things to themselves.
Bro, if you're innocent and you're godly, God is with you. He protects you.
Do you think that human trafficking is okay?
Oh, did he leave on the
No,
phone?
I'm sure he does. I'm not gonna. I didn't want to do that on here.
Oh, he left, or did you leave him?
No, I booted him.
Oh, okay, good, because I know that he was probably, yeah. I respect everyone's opinion to a certain extent when it gets to this hallucinogenic psychosis that is this conversation as a whole. I totally understand why you have an itchy trigger finger.
Yeah, bro, I could drink that and
And see, look in the comments, he's laughing. Well, you get to go tell other people about that and not me ever again. Bye-bye. All right.
and this is not something I made up. This is in the Bible. So
no,
that's why I
once you
gave the
start-
scripture.
Once you start spouting garbage like that, I'm getting rid of you. All right, fuck it. It's late enough. I don't really care if I have flirts up here or not.
I accidentally
Bro, do you go to
jumped
sleep,
off the
man?
bridge.
Oh yeah, I do. Like,
Well, no,
I'm trying to get back around to my sleep schedule, so I'm like working my way there. You know.
So last live you did fall asleep because I noticed it got quiet, and then probably
I'm
an
not
hour
gonna do that
later
again.
it just dropped off. Like,
Yeah, it's probably sitting on my face or something.
So how high do FLIRs say that their their satelloons fly in the air, and how high do they say their local sun and moon are? I got a point to make. so how
What's
high
that?
do they think those things are?
They never answered either of those questions.
Well, sometimes they do, but it's so fucking ridiculously low.
Like you would say around 30,000 feet, 37,000?
Right above
Some of them,
clouds, man.
some
On
of them.
satelloons.
Right. So
Just a couple
do you,
miles.
the highest
Right out
flying
of
bird.
hyperspace. Right out of airspace.
So the highest flying bird is called the Ruppel's Griffin Vulture. It flies 37,000 feet. So how come this vulture hasn't smashed into the moon, the sun, into satelloons?
Yeah, you would believe that a bird could fly that high. They just put that in there to hide flat truth.
does anybody here live on the East Coast, like near New Jersey?
I live on the East Coast, but in Canada.
Okay, I'm trying to see what the weather's like on, because I'm leaving Memphis, going to New Jersey.
Oh, I see.
If a flat earther wants to come up, I don't really care. We're just kind of shooting the shit now. But I will come at you if you're a flat earther.
I can text Sal real quick.
What's Virginia looking like? Federer, I think that's how you
Did
say
your
it.
favorite one leave level?
I don't make any positive claims.
Did your favorite Flurf leave the queue?
Oh, I kicked him.
Before he got up here?
Hey, which one?
Who's that?
Justin.
Yeah, I guess he did leave, didn't he?
Yeah, after he said goodnight about 14 times.
Thank God.
Dude, that guy wouldn't have lasted with you for about more than 30 seconds, I don't think.
Mm-mm.
I don't know. Have you talked to him yet?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Justin?
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, they're all kind of a blur to me right now.
You don't remember the fence building we tried to do?
Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. Yep.
Don't ever ask him how to build a fence. He thinks he knows, but he doesn't.
No, he just knows once he's backed into a corner where he is proven wrong, he just fucking starts flailing and
the word salad flies.
Not answer anything. It's disingenuous.
Yep, very. He's got a
Like
good.
I said, some of them are okay to chill with, but mostly they're trolls.
Right.
Sorry, I'm eating a pickle.
I gotta go
Grill those pickles. Get you some.
I heard on another live that Jay, Pookie, Chris, those guys are getting pissed off that these flat Earth versus round Earth debates, the 24-hour, 48-hour ones are getting bigger. They're losing their minds. Now MC Toon is doing theirs too. They're doing his too, and they're like, why are these guys doing this? They what? No life, you know.
Did I start something?
You did start something.
Yeah, I
You're getting
believe
them
so.
pissed off because they can't come on here all the time, right? So they're losing their minds. They're like,
None of them have even tried. None of those guys have even tried to come up here because they know that they can't do that shit
oh
with me.
no, exactly.
You know what? When I came across her live, I looked at the name of it and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be entertaining. Let me get in
Bro.
here, you know.
Well, they don't understand. Like, some people are fortunate enough to be able to do this. Like me, for instance, I'm working, but I can still participate. You know what I'm saying? It's like I could do this all day if I wanted to.
Well, it's a holiday season, and like my job isn't as demanding during these times. So
Right.
I was like, fuck it. I figure everybody else is off doing family shit. I might as well
People on
do this.
vacation and stuff like that.
Yep. I wasn't trying to take it up, but overnight nobody seems to be on anyway. I noticed for months now that nobody's really doing it late night, just very rarely. And then they only last till like midnight, so I was like, well, I want to do it. Savage stopped doing them, it seemed like, for a little while there. She's doing like prayer, I think, so.
I like these long lives because it really does fight the misinformation that's going out there. I think it's going to really discourage a lot of flirts. Talking point, just so that you guys know.
Why don't you ask him, why did the orange guy start Space Force? That's a good question there.
Yeah. And it's hard to pinpoint a satellite. You don't know what a spy... It's like, do you know how a spy satellite looks like? No. You don't know how these things look like, and you can't pinpoint them. So
you know something, and the last guy that said that they transmit wirelessly from underwater cables is wow.
Yeah, that is
wow.
There's a lot of.
I didn't get to talk on that one in the by the way level. That's my specialty.
Hi guys, can I have a quick question about other planets? Like, how do you view them? Like, are they round or flat as well? Like Mars, for instance. Mars is round, but Earth is flat.
No.
Oh yeah. So like, they just look around, but they are luminaries.
They look round, but do they actually exist, or is it just a projection?
I mean,
yeah, they're up.
Everything's just kind of a construct of our mind anyway, but...
Okay, but nothing exists, so Schopenhauer stuff. Okay, from philosophy we can leave aside, right? But what actually exists?
Let me finish, man. So, like, they're luminaries that are, like, stuck in the firmament.
So is the ball up there, like Mars, is the ball of a Mars up there floating around?
Mars is just a luminary, man.
So it's not there. It's like physically, could you go there if you wanted to?
No, you can't go there.
Okay.
You're trapped inside the firmament, man.
So who trapped you? Who trapped you?
I mean,
the big G.
Sky Daddy.
Sky Daddy trapped you. Okay.
Yeah.
That sucks, though, right?
I'm actually a firmament dome washer. I wash the top of the firmament.
So is there anyone here who actually believes in this, or?
No.
Oh, it's all okay. It's all a joke. All right, cool.
No, it's not a joke. We just don't agree with people that do believe that.
Oh no, because sometimes there are people who actually genuinely believe, right?
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah, just wait about 10 minutes. You'll get one.
But when you discuss with them, how is it going? Like with people who actually believe?
Turned a few people.
If anybody wants to piss Level off, let's just all start over talking him when he talks.
You can't kind of.
Yeah.
But why do you think people do it? Do you think everyone is actually doing it as a joke, or are there people who actually genuinely believe in flat Earth?
Well, I think it's a combination of a few things. I think it's a combination of narcissism, thinking they are jealous because there are people smarter than them. So they want to come up with their own fancy beliefs and try to push it. And then there's the TikTok fame thing. They want TikTok attention. They didn't get attention from when they were growing up, so they come on here and they want attention, so they spew bullshit.
So it's a combination of, okay, I get it.
And then there's like the grifters, the victims, and what was it that Glover says?
So people just, even if they don't actually genuinely believe in it, they want to find community of people who accepts them because of their belief.
Right.
Because
Right.
they cannot find any other community that accepts them, right?
Yeah.
And that's they're seeking attention. Huh. That's interesting.
Because if they stop believing in what they're believing, they're going to lose their friends. Because that's how flat earthers are. They're very vindictive people, and they're very they have a lot of angry emotions in them. So if you all of a sudden say, you know what, I'm back in reality, I believe in a globe, you're automatically kicked out of the group friendship.
So the only glue that is holding this community together is the belief in flat Earth, right? And if this glue is gone, the community is no longer there. So they don't have anything else in common.
Yeah, they a lot of them believe it is a globe, but they want to belong to this community. So they want to say Earth is flat. There's a firmament, an ice wall, and lands beyond, and blah blah blah. All this bullshit.
Yeah. So they just pretend in order to prove the point or whatever the motivation is.
Genuinely wants to find the truth. It is not always like that they want to belong to something. They want to find the truth.
So there are no people who actually believe in, like, actually genuinely, like 100%. That there is no way that someone exists that's genuine 100%.
I'm not a flat earther.
It's just too ridiculous to.
Hey, Bojack, hold on a second. We got a flat earther here.
All right. So, what's your best proof of a flat Earth?
Hello. Do you hold on? Let me read this. Do you believe in flat Earth? Tell me why. Yeah, I think the Earth is flat.
And why do you believe that?
Well, so it was a long time ago. I used to believe in the globe, right? Mm-hmm. But I remember every day I'd go into school, and I would see that fucking globe in the corner of the room, and it was just like I felt like it was looking at me every day.
So Atlas, do you have anything beyond personal experience?
Who's talking?
Because the story, you're saying the story. This is personal experience.
My story. Can I finish my story?
Bojack, chill out.
I saw a globe. Come on.
No, I saw the globe, but I felt like some sort of like anxiety when I would look at it.
But that's subjective. No one cares about your anxiety when you talk about absolute.
I'll go to like geography.
I'm so nervous.
But how is it relevant to the discussion?
My geography teacher was so mean to me, and I think that really put me off.
How is it relevant to the discussion? I don't care about story. I don't care about your personal life. When we talk about flat Earth, if we are friends,
hey Bojack, hey Bojack, let him finish what he said.
Chill out, man.
I kind of like this Bojack. He's got energy.
Yeah, he's hyped up. So after my geography teacher made advances on me, I couldn't look at the globe the same.
Oh my God. Okay, I understand, Bojack.
I knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why I'm trying to stop it. But you guys wanted it. So.
I started looking into it, right?
Go for it.
And I was on TikTok, and I was like seeing all these videos, and everything that they're saying made so much sense. Like, I go outside and I see the road, and the road's flat, and I look out in the ocean, and that's flat, and
but don't you think that your childhood trauma with the globe determines the fact that you believe in flat Earth now? Right?
No,
so
I think that's just what led me to
terrible experience
that opened the door for me to see the truth.
Yeah, but that led you to believe in
it's not just one story; it's a whole entire thing.
Hey, Atlas! Wait, guys! Hey, Atlas! Did your teacher do something to you with?
I don't want to talk. Can we move on to the next thing? Like, that was just like what got me there, right? So, that's what opened the door and opened my mind to it. And during COVID, when everything was shut down, it just showed how much control the government has over the society. And it's like they could tell everybody just to do what they want at any time. And that's another thing. And then tell me why
what's that got to do with the Earth is flat?
Guidestones.
It didn't work for me.
Like, if all the stars are all moving, right? If they are
like by Rob Skiba 3,000 miles away, about
3,000 miles. So how is it visible in New York and Chile at the same time?
Say it again.
If it's only 3,000 miles away, how would it be visible, say, in New York and California at the same time?
So, do you know how perspective works?
Oh, like you can't imagine.
So how does it work?
Dude, I've been a photographer for 30 years. I know perspective.
Okay, you don't have to explain to me your background, man. I'm not explaining my background. Just explain to me how perspective works.
Do you know how many aspects of perspective there are? I can write 20 volumes of a book about
So
perspective.
I'm gonna bring you a picture that shows how this works easily.
Can
so
I
you don't have to like.
can I ask Geocentric a question real quick in relation to something that I've put together that I've never seen anybody put this.
Oh, is this you? Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I just want to show this video that I put together that I
No, not doing that again.
We were having a discussion.
Also, I don't think you have enough followers to.
He does. He keeps showing the video of that helicopter in the boat.
Angular size.
Bro, it's tough, huh? He say no.
Oh man, it's convergence, which doesn't work
Who,
on
me?
flat Earth. Oh man.
What did I do?
How does convergence?
And every single picture of convergence.
So he's coming every day. I've been live.
They always converge above the horizon. True. Why is that? I wonder. Could it be because we're on a globe? Question mark.
Refraction? Yeah. Question mark.
The sun doesn't get smaller.
You don't even know what refraction is. Sit down.
Temperature gradient? Question mark.
Refraction makes things look higher. Stop it.
So do you know?
It's a matter of perspective.
If anything, they would converge at or below the horizon, but they don't. Hey, wait, shushies. Have a seat. You just made yourself look stupid. Be quiet.
Stop right now, please.
Yeah, stop being like a you sound like the mustache man right now, Charduck.
Want to close the door?
Wow, what all this?
Yeah, you'd know all about Mustache Man, wouldn't you?
Geo. Probably shilling for freaking Caleb when he's not on here.
All right, guys.
Straight up, all the time.
Again, what is this?
All right, guys.
Geo.
Come on.
This does not prove that the sun's getting smaller.
So let me explain. Can I explain? I'll actually explain it with my model because I have somebody. I'm gonna show it to you guys right now.
You can try. You can fail.
No, I mean, this is what I was asking for, was him to show the model.
Yeah.
So let's try to keep it,
keeps on getting distracted, so that's fine.
Respectful.
It's not a problem.
Yeah. Please.
My favorite part is when the sun's on the opposite side of the Earth and it's somehow lighting up South America in your model.
Say it again. This is not the correct shader. I can show you the correct shader right now. So I'm gonna put it like right there. It takes a while. That's why I don't use this. This is why I don't use this right here, because it takes a while for it to render. See, it's rendering. It's building up all the textures and all that.
That's cool. I'll be right back.
Correctly.
It's rendering. Not a model.
Guys, come on now.
So this is the correct shading. You wouldn't understand this, but that's fine.
Your assumption.
So if I move the sun, it's not an assumption. Like, it lights it up correctly. If I move the sun correctly, you would have it lit up all the way to Alaska, like starting to light up Alaska, and it's lighting up like half of Africa, which is exactly what people perceive every day.
No,
yeah, it's work in progress. You don't have to understand.
Now, if you move that sun on the other side of Africa, which is where it is when the sun rises in South America at 4:51 a.m., because it is then noon, like over, I don't know what the Indian Ocean. I don't understand how the light is reaching the bottom part of South America.
Well, see, here's the problem. Like, he brings up this model that you asked for. It's still a work in progress. And you guys are immediately trying to criticize how it doesn't work instead of trying to figure out how to make it work.
He just told us that he doesn't want our help to make it. He just said it.
Wait, but can you ask the question again? Can you ask the question?
I asked you specifically when that sun is on the other side of Africa in the Indian Ocean, like it's noon in the Indian Ocean, on December 22nd, it was 4:51 a.m. is when the sun rose in South America.
Step by step, man. So you're saying here?
Yes.
Other side of Africa, what? When it starts to lit up Africa, when it's
okay, it's beyond full daytime in Africa.
Beyond full daytime, so it should be what, like in the center of Africa?
No.
What exactly are you trying to ask?
Like the entirety of Africa is in daytime, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so it should be like in the center of Africa, right?
No.
Like right there?
You don't need the sun to be directly above Africa for all of Africa to be lit up, bud. The sun is off,
the shaders.
It's off to the east coast of Africa.
Okay, so now I'm gonna set up the correct perspective so you could see the sun's light correctly. I'm gonna turn on this. 1 second. Go ahead, talk.
I just want you to put where you believe the sun is on that model.
Yeah.
Like
So you
about
see that
to be
right there?
noon. Yeah.
You see that right there? So that's
Yes.
the correct lighting because it will still take a long time for the samples to finish so you can see their lighting correct. Oh shit, it's just right on that letter. 1 second.
Perfect. It's further left. It's further west than it should
So
be.
Yeah, sure. But I'm just showing you why I make this circle right here because it takes a long time to sample the whole project still while it's live.
Yeah.
See right here, it's building up.
Yep.
36, 40, 42. So it takes a long time. That's why I put this right here. But if you leave it like build up, you would see how the lighting gets corrected like all around this path right here. That's why I do this.
Yeah.
So where do you want this to be? Do you want this to be like over here?
It should be further.
overhead?
It should be further east. It should be almost in between.
Further
not
east
in
over
between.
there?
No, that's west.
Welcome up, Various.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. So over there.
Yeah.
I need somebody drop Atlas. I'm gonna drop you. I'll bring you right back up after this is done.
Yeah,
okay?
perfect.
All right,
Right there.
No problem.
That definitely pulls them out of here.
I had a quick question. I had a pretty quick question.
One
said it
second,
can't make-
Darius. I'm actually bringing up
hold on,
Special K
Yeah.
because she wanted to ask a question about the model.
I appreciate that, host. Thank you.
Mhm.
I know in the beginning, Gio, you mentioned that that you weren't trying to predict anything, and my only suggestion is valid models do make predictions. So I would just
understand that.
Yeah. So I mean, I would just think about that. One thing that I haven't seen that if I saw in a flat Earth model that would be compelling to me is if your model can predict the path of eclipses to the day, to the hour, to the minute.
Oh no. I'm working the math out right now.
Okay, no,
And
I'm
it's
just saying
something
that
just
if you
to
could
show you-
demonstrate that it can accurately predict, to the minute, the path of an eclipse, that would be great.
sure,
And that's all I wanted to say, host. I haven't seen a good explanation for that, so that's something
Yeah. I mean, these are the kind of questions he's gonna get. So
yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
yeah,
Thanks
no
for
problem.
bringing me up. I
Can I
appreciate
ask
that.
you? Can I
Yeah,
ask you
thank
a question, Special?
Sure.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen something like this?
No. I'm not.
So
one
so
to
it's a
flat Earth.
big work in progress, and it's just like 4.5 months that I took just to make this.
No, I mean you're putting forth a lot of
it's
effort.
gonna take time.
You're putting forth a lot of effort. I think it's great. That's the only thing, as a scientist, the only thing I wanted to say is that you have to think about predictions at some point if you want the model to be valid.
Right. So have you okay, can I ask you a question right now? So have you ever looked into meteor showers being cyclical?
No, this isn't my area of expertise, but that's the one question I have not been able to have answered by the flat Earth model. Any flat earther is why the globe can accurately predict the
main
path of
point
eclipses when the flat Earth cannot. So
the main
that's
point of what I asked for, if you looked into meteorites being cyclical, is because it's cyclical. It's not something that they could predict, but it happens every year at the same time.
Yeah, no, I understand
around
that,
the same
Gio.
time.
That's what I've heard. But the globe model can predict it to the minute.
Did you just say that they can't predict it, but then they predict it?
They can predict it within an approximate time frame.
Yeah, no. Gio just literally said that they can't predict meteor showers, and then he just went on to say that they
can't or
predicted
can?
the day. You said that they can predict it, and they can predict it.
Oh yeah, I did.
What was that?
As they can predict it, like they have the time frame.
You said can.
Time frame, but
No, I didn't
it's not a
say can.
specific time frame.
Oh, it did. I will say it did sound like you said cannot. So just.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Is the rendering complete yet?
I'm happy to drop host if you want to bring someone else back up.
I mean, you can hang if you want. I don't have anybody that that's not. I'm not really doing the debate right now since he was able to bring up this model and stuff. I kind of want to see it, so
okay, thank you.
It kind of changed everything around, which is fine with me.
It's interesting.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm always interested in learning. And I told him too, if he needs help with his model, he could ask some globies, but he says that he's doing his own kind of math for it, so.
So
Well, it's not
I
gonna
just want to
be-
get my
it's-
part through because I got work to go to anyway.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
in this model, so the rendering is
Go ahead.
done. So this everything that should be lit up by this sun is lit up, right?
Yeah.
All right. So in South America, there's a little town. It's called Ushuaia. You may have
Right.
heard it in like flat earth circles. At 4:51
I've heard it
a.m.
in 1,000 times.
At
I
4:50
actually
yeah.
mention it a lot, so I know a lot
at
about it.
4:51 a.m. the sun is rising right now. At that time for them. So at 4:51 a.m. it's about noon where the sun is in your model right now.
So you're saying that where if the sun is right above India,
Yeah.
you're saying that the sun is already rising in Ushuaia?
Yes.
Can you prove that? Can you like bring something?
Yeah, Bambo, I was going to point that out too, that this looks more like a spotlight than it does the actual reach of the sun that it has.
The sun reaches half the earth at every moment.
Yeah, just like
What did you say,
your
Brooklyn?
heliocentric model like lights up half the earth.
Sunlight reaches half the earth all the time.
But you're not lighting
Yeah.
up all the earth right now. You're lighting up the sun.
To some degree, yes.
Yes,
the sun is visible to half the planet.
I actually had a screenshot of it too, but the TikTok is so wonky when you try to put it in your screen, so it cuts off the sides, so you can't even see it. But yeah, and also the Earth is on the axis. This the saturation of your spotlight is kind of off-putting because it's like.
No, it is, and I totally get you. That's why I made the circle. That's
But that's
specifically why
not
circle
the.
is there.
Still not
So,
in.
for
Gio, I
me
have
to
a-
answer you, because you asked if
That's
this
like
was a
the
spotlight.
equator. Your circle is like the equator. You're not taking into account dusk and dawn.
So what is dusk and dawn on the time and date model that is not even showing something like this? It's very crude. Even on the timeanddate.com, it's very crude and doesn't show the sun and the moon correctly. It's kind of weird. This is way more correct than the time and date. But what is dusk and dawn, right?
I definitely argue against that. But time and date.
It will be off the edge right here.
Hold
This
on.
transition in between dark to light. This will be dusk and dawn right here. You can see it's darker, but it still has
I have
light.
a quick question,
And it has more
Gio.
light over here. But wait, there's like so many questions being shot at me right now. But I just want to say something. Like,
No, nobody's shot anything at you. Because you do realize that the size of the sun.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. You said it was a spotlight. Give me 1 second, just so let me answer that, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Well, I was questioning you first. So.
Exactly. Well, I want to answer it. So you have 4 types of lights in Blender. You have a pointed light, you have a sunlight, which lights up the whole area. You have a spotlight, and you have an area light, which lights up 360 degrees all around. So here is the area. And this, of course, is not the correct wattage, because this is not a big-ass giant model. It's something small, and it's lighting up this area. But it's not the spotlight. It's the area that is being lit up, which is correctly for the flat earth model, as it's lighting up this whole area right here, above and below, and not just like a spotlight that's pointing downwards. Just for me to answer that.
So you do realize that we could like call somebody, you know, like across on another continent right now and ask, you know, like we have the ability to check where their sun position is. And
You're going to want to use the glow model to see where the sun actually is, so that you can plot it on your flat Earth model a little bit better.
yeah, and here, this is another aspect of it. Hold on.
Just
This is more accurate of how the sunlight is on the globe.
Yeah, because this is what I know happens.
This is, and it's on an axis. So it's not even straight up and down like this, right? The Earth is on an axis.
Yeah.
Okay.
That of
So
course has been
the
disproven.
thing about it is that your little spotlight that you have going on there is if like you took something the size of a moon and something like that. You did something like that, and that's weird. That's not even, you know.
Ooh, you just saw it. You just saw it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I mean, and also you could see things like this that will track the degree of sunlight as it passes. This is why we have things like equators. You know.
Yeah, so you're going to want to compare that model a little bit because that other model that you're looking at.
And that's about the size difference we're talking about between the sun and the earth. This is why it's not a spotlight.
Why is it not a spotlight if I have the options
I'm showing you.
selected in the area?
Look, does that look like a spotlight?
Because there's nothing else for it to light up. Doesn't that make sense to you?
What are you talking about? There's nothing else for it to light up. It lights the whole half of the globe. To some degree.
About in the globe model.
Yeah, in the globe model.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm getting confused right now.
Like if you call people on all the continents, they'll tell you that half the globe is illuminated, regardless of the model.
Yeah, I don't understand in this age of communication and education how we could still have flat earthers.
So
let's not attack right now.
Yeah,
I'm not attacking. I'm just, it just doesn't make sense to me.
I know, but
I'm only expressing my own
towards.
skepticism.
I agree, but that's a step towards it. So I don't want to let it go further. You know what I mean?
To claim something is scientific while not using the scientific method, like you don't.
Well, I want to see him finish his model so that we can.
You just
go
want to see where it goes with it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not, that's all fun, but like I can't take it as a serious.
So can I start asking you a question?
I hope you don't think I'm taking it like it's going to be some kind of thing that's going to rock this world at all. It's not.
Oh no, this is my first time in this space, so I don't know. I don't even know where everybody's at with this.
Okay, yeah.
To be fair, like I don't know any but one person
What
here.
I'm trying to do is host flat earth debates that have more of an even, playing field and try to keep it real respectful. That's all. Playing field and try to keep it.
Okay,
and by even playing field, I mean just.
I just want to make sure that I.
By even playing field, I mean just to 40-40.
So hold on. So Raven, let's start asking the globe questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have a question about your model before we
hold on
off of it. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly earlier.
So if the sun is right above of India right now, like how is it lighting up South America if it's not even showing up right here? So let's start questioning the globe, right? Let's start questioning the thing that is established already, that has been here for 500 to thousands of years. If you cannot even make it right and correct. No. She asked me a question. She started she attacked me once, right? But let's show the globe model. Let's see how this works. So what? Should we tilt it more? So it's gonna light up like weirdly, like the whole.
I thought we were talking about your model right now.
Is it not gonna light up?
I thought that was the topic.
The northern hemisphere.
Don't say that I attacked you. I challenged you.
Oh yeah, you did.
That's
you
not
did.
the same. So I would appreciate you to keep the language
You said why am I even in existence? Because you said that.
No.
Why is there any flat earthers?
Why are flat earthers? She was very vague about it.
Yeah. Why are they alive? Why do they exist?
No, I said.
And she said she doesn't understand how.
And communication, I don't understand how this
cool.
is
That's pretty
still
cool.
a thing.
Cool.
She didn't say she doesn't
Let's start
understand
asking
how
the
you're
globe
alive.
model
She
questions.
doesn't understand how you don't understand.
Yeah, let's start asking the globe model.
But that isn't that's not an attack.
I still have
hold on.
questions about your
Hold on.
model.
Yeah, we got past it. Sorry, Raven. I didn't mean to say it an attack. Let's get past that and let's talk about this for a second. So how much do I have to tilt it so I can light up like north of Russia or Russia specifically, because you don't even see Russia anymore, so that it lights up also Ushuaia? Like how much do I have to tilt it? Do you have to go farther away? What? Doesn't even shrink the globe. Like what do I have to do to light up the whole of the northern hemisphere and also light up Ushuaia down here? What do I have to do? Tell me.
Well, first you have to put the globe on the correct axis. That's not
Correct.
it.
So that's what I'm asking. That's exactly what I'm asking, bro.
Also,
if
the
you're not
field of
hearing
view isn't
correct
gonna
work.
Zoomed in that close.
Oh, but the sun's light. Oh, the field of view is not gonna work with me being that close. But I still can see. If I go like this, I can see 50% of the globe, which makes a lot of
because
sense.
the sun is millions of miles away, And you're zoomed
But it's
in
not
as if
gonna
you're
light up
a
more of the
couple-
globe if it's a sphere,
what,
bro.
a few thousand miles away?
It's not gonna light up more of the globe if it's a sphere. Like this is the whole
You don't
sphere.
understand field of
like
view.
I'm not zoomed in. I don't understand scale.
Hold on. So try going all the way back to the sun and
You are
point at
zoomed
it
in
from
compared to
point
where
at
the
it
sun
from
is.
that.
No, I'm zoomed out. Look, I cannot zoom out anymore. Look.
Oh well, yeah, that
Go
ain't gonna
up.
work.
If I go in, I'm zooming in.
You're as zoomed out as Google
zooming
Earth
up.
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
How farther away do you want?
see how when you zoomed in, all you could see was an island? Where the sun
how
is,
is it-
which Google Earth doesn't do.
So how is it lighting up Ushuaia? So this is not a correct representation.
Can I just get a flat Earth explanation on this video real quick, and then I'll leave?
Because you can't zoom out to where the sun actually is. You aren't going to get the 180-degree field of view.
No, I understand the scale. So okay. So this is not a correct model. Also with the sunlight.
He's not going to do that right now, Hanson.
He's not even going to understand that, Ashton.
I can understand the scale. Yes.
According to hemisphere, the stars rotate in different manners, and I can show it to you. All you have to do is do a time lapse of the sky according to the hemisphere that you're in, and you'll see the stars rotating in a different manner. And I just want to show this real quick, and then I'll leave. Like, I'm not trying to spam anybody, but
when you have
but this is gonna throw off the whole conversation.
well, but this is proof. This is proof that anybody can use.
But I still want Raven to answer me because that's the question that she had against me. So I'm trying to prove it. So okay, this is
I'm sorry.
not a
I'm just
correct
gonna.
model.
I gotta head off because like I'm at work, but I completely tuned you out as soon as you said I attacked you. I'm not. Yeah.
All right. And what did I say after? Did I
Because I'm not
apologize?
going to be accused of attacking people when I just ask questions.
No,
and
you.
intimidate
So what if
So
I
I'm
said?
gonna
What if I said that globies shouldn't be in existence?
Thank you. I'm sorry. Like I'm really sorry. It's just.
Yeah, I don't even know why globies are still in existence after NASA showing so much fake
Yeah, I
shit.
appreciate you coming up though. I'd never had you up, so I didn't know if you wanted to ask about the model. So
Hey, Raven, before you go, Raven, I just had a quick question about what Geo is showing there, and I may be misunderstanding Geo what you're getting at, but isn't that the model that Raven showed? Was how the sun lights up
Yes,
half of
ma'am.
the Earth? That's
Yes,
the
ma'am.
model that Raven showed.
It is. Yes, but I showed it from the side. You know, like you have to show the globe from the side so you can tell where the sunlight starts to shade, because we have light, we have shading, right? You have shading when something is not flat. You have shading, and it's not direct light, right? When you have a curvature, the light fades. It doesn't just cut off.
So, if I may explain to you, Raven, so
No,
in the
I-
flat,
like I
if in the
said,
flattered
I
model,
gotta go.
the
It's
sun
I was
is
just
not
answering your
infinite.
question.
she was actually answering special case questions.
Yeah, I know,
not
but
yet.
but I can
She
answer
doesn't
your
want
question.
to.
Have a blessed day.
She's trying to leave.
Bye bye.
Later, Raven.
All right, see you, Raven.
But I could understand why Max is uncomfortable.
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, sure. See if he answers.
So can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, after this.
Go.
He's been waiting patiently, so yeah, you can get to
Oh,
that right
okay.
after
So
that.
I cannot rebuttal something that she said. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
No, she was talking
Okay,
special
Gio,
case.
I just want to make sure that I'm not strong.
She was talking special case. So. Well, what are you doing now?
Oh wait, me or someone else?
You? Or no, Ashton.
I was trying to show the description of this video as a precursor to actually showing the video.
No need. Everybody's saying it.
Yeah.
No, you
Max,
haven't, because I made this video
I can see
myself.
why you're
It
uncomfortable
doesn't
working with
exist anywhere
globies,
else.
man.
I'm not talking about
talk down to you, man.
that you didn't make it or did make it. I'm saying that we've all seen star trails.
No, it's not star trails. This is a time lapse of the star's rotation according to the hemisphere.
All right, wouldn't that be star trails?
No, it's just a time lapse.
That's a star trail.
That's a star trail.
That's a star
Well, I thought you were talking about individual star trails, but I'm talking about the rotation of the stars.
Yeah,
according to the
everybody's seen
hemisphere.
this. If you've been in this debate long enough, Ashton, everybody's seen
So
it.
what am I showing then? Explain what I'm showing if you've seen it.
I mean, it's easy. It's freaking.
You're showing how the
Basically,
stars
they
move.
rotate opposite on different hemispheres from the polar stars.
Yeah, this is irrelevant.
What happens? But no, what happens on the equator?
that they go straight. I understand how this works. Everybody in here has probably seen this.
Well, so explain that from the flat Earth model.
I'm not a flat earther.
Well, I'm asking them to.
He's not going to answer you. Watch.
Why not?
I'll put him back up in the window. There you go.
I can answer.
The northern hemisphere rotates counterclockwise. Equator, they go diagonally, and on the southern hemisphere.
No, Ashton, you're not going to get the satisfaction.
I'm not a cosmetologist, so stop.
Well, they have answers for everything.
Ashton, stop. You're not going to get the satisfaction I'm looking for. Go ahead, Gio.
You're out.
Go ahead, Gio.
For it. We'll have an answer.
Stop.
So basically, it disproves it. Is that what you're saying?
Ashton, stop.
Can I ask my question now?
Hold on, Various. Gio, can you respond to him?
Yeah, sure. 1 second.
Jesus Christ, guys.
There's an echo. Like, do you guys hear it?
Yeah, bad echo.
If you, everybody needs to use mute their mic if they're not talking. Thank you.
It's all right. So let's say you're standing in a point where you can see the star coming towards you, like, so it's coming from the east, right? So it goes above your head and goes to the west, right? Based on the globe model, you're seeing the stars rise up to your above your head and then fall down.
Unless someone drop you, okay?
So if I would be placing lights on this side of the wall, and I will be placing lights on this side of the wall, you're just hang on in there. I'll get to the point. If I follow the lights with my hands and it goes by me like this, if I could make this subway, this underground highway area like go on forever where I'm at right now in my room, and I will follow the lights and I will see the stars go right by me, and my hands would make the motion going from 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
If I follow it on the left side, it would be the opposite. 3 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So this side, even though I'm on a flat earth, because these roads are built flat, it's still doing the whole convergence thing and the whole perspective thing.
So you're talking on the equator, right?
And I would be on the equator correctly, so I would follow my
so what
hand.
about this? I mean, we get that, yeah, okay.
And this, but
I can agree with you there. I can agree with you there on that. Now, what about the poles? We know how it works on the North Pole, but how does it work on the South Pole?
Right. Well, yeah, I really don't trust every video you see in YouTube, and how there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and they have flights for you to go there that you could pay like $50,000.
See, Ashton, I told you it wasn't going to be satisfying.
Well, I explained the first part.
Explain it.
No,
this is a way for us to. This is a simple way for us to prove the Earth is round.
So I'm explaining it to you. So if you want to go to Antarctica and see the 24-hour sun, they only give you like 5 hours to be in Antarctica. And
hey,
you have
Ashton,
to go back.
Hold on a second.
So you can't see a 24-hour
Ashton said
sun.
he took this video. Did you take this video?
No. I edited together the different hemispheres.
Okay. Well, then I don't know why you kind of put it out there like this is your video. You just
no. But you won't find. I haven't been able to find an edit of the different hemispheres, including.
Well, you didn't get the answer you were wanting, and I didn't get the satisfaction I wanted. So. Bye-bye.
Max, it's not true that you only get 5 hours.
Right, I was just going to say that. I know people who have done vacations on Arctic before.
Yeah, do you have the proof, Special K?
Yeah, there's a company that has 4 different...
You can show the proof if you want to.
Can I get my question in?
Yeah, it's Various' turn, sorry. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. Various' turn, sorry. I forgot about that.
Clockwise, counterclockwise.
So, Gio, I just want to make sure that I'm not straw manning. I want to
I knew what the answer was going to be. That's why I didn't really care to go down that. He was intense. Go ahead, Various. Sorry. He was intense. Go ahead, Various. Sorry.
Gio, so I just want to make 100% sure that I'm not straw manning. So, did I hear you correctly earlier? Did you say that it doesn't make
level
predictions?
Devil, how many flat earthers do we have in here, and how many globers do we have in here?
Oh, I don't even know.
Flat earthers in here right now. Right? King is a
so
flat
it's like
earther. You're a flat earther.
seven against one. King. Who?
No, it's
King
actually
Demo is a flat earther.
People have been asking questions one by one.
So
one lady felt like she was attacked.
And And Max, to be fair, there's a lot of flat
So wait,
earthers
so hold on.
in
So
the
it's two
comments.
against six.
Hold on, Max.
One
Hold on,
quick
Max.
question.
No.
and
You
I'll
hold
drop.
on. You hold on, Josh.
Right,
So
right.
it's two
So
against
I've
six.
been inviting up all the flat earthers that are in the comments, and they're refusing to join. Anytime
And I
there's
like
an
to
open
keep it
box,
full
I invite
box.
somebody up, and they
Yeah, okay, so
refuse
you
to
don't
join.
you don't accept more globe earthers. That's how you make it fair. Like Jeranism does it all the
No,
time.
I like to keep it full box, but I will boot people once flat earthers went up.
Okay, so you're gonna keep it 7 against 1. What is King a flat earther?
Yeah,
And
King's a
I'm
flat
happy to
earther.
drop.
Oh, I've never heard.
I
of
do
it.
have
Go ahead.
somebody.
Go ahead.
Hey, Special K, did you want to drop down?
I'm gonna be waiting for the proof. I'm gonna be
I
waiting
do
for the proof,
appreciate it.
your friends. Yeah, I'm gonna be waiting for the proof. You can send
I'm
it.
Sorry,
happy
what'd you
to
say,
bring up
Special K?
that. Go ahead.
1 second, guys.
I'm happy to.
What'd you say, Special K? Okay, go ahead.
Hey Max, I had a quick question.
Thank you for coming up, Special K.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. I just asked her, like, you can send me the proof that they've been there
I've been
for a long
trying to-
time. That would be cool.
But Varius has a question.
So yeah, this is actually a honey trap.
So I just want to make sure that I'm not straw manning. So I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly earlier. Did you say that it doesn't make predictions?
Correct.
Yes. And
Okay.
Special K
So
made
then, since it doesn't make predictions, as a
observation.
scientist, you should call it.
Yeah, she already said that, basically.
Yeah, as a scientist, you should call it something else because a scientific model makes predictions. Until it can make predictions, it's not a scientific model; it's an art project.
Of course.
just a render.
Various,
of
that's
course,
what
like the-
Special K was saying. That's what I was trying to let you know.
Yeah.
That's
So
basically
the
a comment
whole-
that's already been said. Hey,
Can I
Harry.
say something?
Yeah.
Are you a
Can
flat
I
earther?
say something? Can I say
One
something?
sec. One second. I'll let you say something.
I'm not.
Bro, I'm gonna jump off if you keep doing this shit and let everybody ask questions and I cannot say anything.
That's fine. Harry.
Yeah, go
Are you a
ahead.
flat earther?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I'm a pilot, so I have got differentiating views, I guess.
He's acting like it was like a special treat to have him or something. I didn't care.
I mean, people get added or they don't.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, he could have just not. I mean, it's my live. Whatever.
You're right.
Anyway. Hey, King, are you a flat earther? King, you there?
King, you're muted.
I actually really enjoy the flat Earth conversations, but it seemed like Geo had control over this.
So the will geocentric flat model ever be finished vote came in, and it was 33% sure and 66.6% double time.
If he can get his model to work in the next 100 years, it will be the greatest accomplishment in human history.
33 to 66.6%.
Can I propose a very simple experiment?
Yeah.
Okay, to all you flat earthers out there who live near a sea horizon, okay, if you can find a building about 10 stories tall where you can view the horizon over the sea, go to Home Depot, buy 2 broomsticks and a 2x4, okay? Duct tape the 2 broomsticks with the duct tape the 2 broom. Okay, cut a piece of the 2x4 so you have about a 4-inch cube. Okay, put the cube at the ends of the broomsticks, so you have 2 parallel broomsticks taped to, so you should just have, 2 parallel broomsticks where you can view between.
Like a long pole, right?
Yeah, but more like a viewfinder, like a very wide viewfinder. Go to
if you're not pointing at stars, how is it a viewfinder? You got 2 brooms and you're duct taping them together. This sounds like an idiot's guide to like a.
Hey, Glam, why are you interrupting?
You need to be able to see between the 2 brooms, okay? Go up to a 10-story building, put the two brooms on a rail so you could see through them, and try to line it up with the horizon, and the curvature of the horizon will jump out at you.
Yeah, well, that's crazy. Hey, Glam.
And then you can take a photograph, and then you could take that photograph and put it in Photoshop and make it narrower, and the curvature will jump at you even more.
Yep.
Yeah, compress it from left to right without shrinking it from top to bottom.
They won't do anything like that, though. Hey, Glam, how you doing?
Having another wonderful day. I turned 44 today. Very happy.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Hold
Are
on.
you
I said, fuck
Are you a flat
I
earther?
don't feel like lifting up giant steel plates all day.
Oh, yeah. Good.
And like, it's my birthday and I'm staying home. No sugar glazed donuts for y'all this morning.
Steel plates. What do you mean steel plates?
I operate like a 20-ton crane almost all day.
Oh, you're operator. Tower crane?
No, just magnetic. Well, what do you call it when it's on an apparatus that is perpendicular to two parts of a building? Because we have 5 cranes in, I don't know, let's say like a 1.5 square mile radius.
Probably a round earth device.
Sorry. You know, the round earth thing, that kind of begs the question of, like, what do we have, 60,000 satellites up there right now? And
what do you mean it begs the question?
Us like we're a sandwich? Or
there's like 5,000 operating satellites.
Ball or a sandwich?
Why is there no view of the other side?
I say keep it simple. Everything is better when it's simple.
I agree.
No view of the other side of what?
The flat earth.
Flat earth would make a lot of sense if gravity didn't exist. But, I mean, go south of the equator and toilets flush the other directions. It doesn't do that.
Well, that's actually a fallacy. That's just due to how the water is injected into the bowl. You can do that in the northern hemisphere, too.
But it does work with drains.
Yeah, you can manipulate it. You can literally pour water into a funnel and it
southern poles adjacent where it's warm enough to actually make a decent toilet system and have them flush in the same circular direction you want, because centrifugal force of the spinning object we live upon changes.
Okay, that answers my question then. I was confused as to what you believed, but
yeah, I'm so confused too.
Yeah, he said centrifugal, so he knows big words. He's a glober.
Big made-up words.
Goodness gracious, I'm such a smart man. No, I operate a big magnetic thing.
No, I'm saying you know words that have more than 6 or 7 letters, so you're probably not a flat earther.
I feel that you just purposefully insulted flat earthers.
Yes.
That's rude. That's rude. There's no reason to insult
Nobody
someone.
has traveled
You can
across
accept their opinion, and they can live however they choose to live.
It's okay. I didn't think they would get it. So.
At least they're not going to sail, around the world and go find China or something with the spice trade like Columbus did.
Yeah.
Go, Chris.
If they sail south, which will be every direction, I don't know.
Yeah, that whole thing with South. Why is it that when has anybody discussed the Southern Cross here yet?
Many times.
To no end.
I think we discussed pretty much everything on this live at some point in time.
Yeah. Since I've been running it since Christmas Eve, like off and on, I think I've come across every flat earth talking point and a bunch of new ones that I've never heard that aren't even flat earth, just crazy fucking theories. My favorite one so far is the expanding universe, where everything expands, even molecules.
Everything currently is expanding.
Well, now hold on. Even molecules, even the space between like
subatomic particles.
I mean,
yes.
No, it's the exact opposite. Everything but space is expanding. That's his argument.
Yeah,
Everything
and
but
space is not expanding, and we just see it that way. While also, the tools that you use to measure stuff like that would be expanding too.
Well, if we can,
if you look into
wait, I forgot the biggest part of it. And that's why there's gravity, is because everything's expanding out at a rate of 9.8 meters per second.
Was that a topic?
That was something somebody said.
All right, that's what I was going to ask. I don't understand gravity in a flat earther's point of view. I don't get it.
You know what?
Well,
I once had a similar
different one.
I once had a similar theory.
Buoyancy,
You know, about
density, and weight basically take up for gravity.
Buoyancy too.
It's overnight.
He's running. You ran.
Another
should check
flat
out
Earth for the win, Atlas.
With that being said, bdazzle/flat dazzle on YouTube, TikTok, Spotify, Apple Music. You can purchase it on iTunes, but you don't have to. But yeah, check out my music.
Yeah, like Aminal. He got a plug on one of mine. I don't let people plug if I like them. I don't want any flat earthers coming here trying to plug shit.
Are there any flat earthers left?
Like Gene's app?
Are there any flat earthers left?
I mean, there could be. I don't. At this point, I don't really care if they come up. I'll definitely interact, but
I'm really curious.
I'm now at almost 11 hours, so
like are
10 hours. I was gonna stop.
Are all flat earthers like religious?
No, but it's like 90%, I think.
Are you gonna crash again?
No, I drank a Red Bull not too long ago, so I might run for a while longer. It depends on if we get flat earthers. They seem to be scared after tonight. I wasn't the nicest. I mean, my trigger finger was a little bit faster than normal tonight.
I mean, you did have both sides pretty well for a second.
Yeah. I mean, it was a good 3 or 4 hours where it was, 4-on-4. But I'd send it out on chat messages every once in a while. Look, I'm looking to get it even, but I do want full boxes. So
that girl did puff off a little bit, and she didn't like the rebuttal, but it wasn't that bad.
No, she said, well, with all the technology and a couple of things she was saying, I don't understand how there's a flat earth, or how flat earthers even exist. And he took it offensively, obviously. That's why immediately after she said that, I was like, hey, let's not get into attacks.
Yeah, no, she played good mediator on that.
Right. She was going in.
Even though
she was ready to debate.
Yeah, her feelings made sense, but you don't really jump into a conversation and say those things.
Well, I know usually on here people get feelings, but I can bring people back pretty good.
You did a decent job.
I think if I'm losing my feelings, then everybody kind of jumps in. I'm like, oh, geez, that's not my intention.
I think the major thing is people need to read the room
pretty well.
You got to be able to read the room.
Because she could tell her feelings were getting hurt.
Yeah. I don't blame her. Max can be grating to the soul. Like a cheese grater on your soul. Who's
Isn't it Offlers?
Yeah. Who was spamming? Did they get me?
William Watkins keeps saying Operation Fishbowl over and over and over.
Did he get muted?
No, I just warned him.
Did he stop?
So far.
Okay. And once again, I want to say thank you to all the mods, definitely.
Oh, Mike Snow muted him for 5 minutes.
Okay, good. I really appreciate all that you guys do. I'm trying to get mods for all day long, just in case. And it seems to be working out. Jamming, she loves modding, so I definitely put her on it. She's got a freaking Reaper sigh.
These tests that were conducted of these kaboomies, I'll try to say a nice word, they all had different code names like starfish and bluegill. A lot of it was mostly aquatic names, which hence the code name Fishbowl, because of course the big G has to code certain things whenever they're talking over their comms systems. They don't want the quote unquote enemy to hear what they're talking about. They don't want to disclose, like, hey, we're over here with this kaboomy, and we're testing.
Any flat earthers want to come up? If not, I mean, I'm willing to take just about anybody up here if they want to come up and hang out. I don't care. If we do get a flat earther, you know, don't everybody throw haymakers at once.
I got a lot of questions for him. I need one to come on so I can ask.
So I mean, I can answer them for you. Oh, they would.
Mine are mostly based on like religion, because I feel like if you're not religious, like how else do you explain the theory?
Because the government lies.
Well, yeah, I mean, the government sucks.
If you notice, most of them became flat earthers during the lockdown.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah. Mistrust.
Mistrust and a lot of time. It's a bad combination.
I seen someone
down the 4chan rabbit holes and shit. What's that, Dazzle? What did you say, Dazzle?
He had a bad connection there for a second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, my phone is thinking right.
Yeah, I see.
His connection is as bad as Mahomes and his wide receiver. Sorry.
No, exactly. Hey, you ain't getting no. I will say the last couple of games, Mahomes hadn't looked good. The first start, halfway through the season, he was looking good, and they just weren't catching balls.
I live in Kansas.
Probably just completely lost faith in him,
My next door neighbor is Tommy Townsend. It's been rough.
Yeah.
Hopefully that fixes something. I don't know.
Seemed to for a second. Let's get some people up here. Let's fill these boxes.
I can talk about Chiefs all day if anybody wants to, but
yeah, me too. I'm Kansas City all the way.
You live here?
Thanks to Taylor Swift, the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl.
You actually do live here in Kansas City?
Yeah, I'm Kansas City.
Do you know my name?
What's that?
You know my name?
Harry Dixon.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that sounded a little egotistical.
I don't know a lot, really. I don't pay attention enough.
I throw like big events, so my name gets dropped a lot in the city.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've only been like down in the important parts of the city, not too much really.
Cheese level. How do you not know Harry Dixon? The Harry Dixon.
Mr. Dixon, I presume.
The bar last night was kicking somebody out, and the guy goes, "Do you know Harry Dixon?" I have no clue who this guy was, and I mean it gave me a fucking ego boost, but. It's like, do you know Harry Dixon? That's my best friend. And then they came and got me and was like, do you know this guy? I was like, I've never seen him before in my life. What's up?
Okay, so I had a thought about flat earthers, and it sort of hit me yesterday. You know how all flat earthers will eventually tell you that they were a glober for X years, and then they do. You know who else does that? People who try to recruit you into religions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do they not do the exact same thing? Like, I was lost for 15 years, and then
I used to be
one
an
day I
atheist.
hit rock bottom, and then I found the light, or I found the Lord. And man, it's like, could they be more of a religion or a cult?
Yeah, people in AA also do that.
That's literally my theory, but I don't want to, like, I've got family members that are like ministers, and I want to ask them, are you a flat earther? Because it really only makes sense to me if you think the earth is the center of everything. How else could you explain thinking everything else is round, but we're not?
Launched up on their own, and it showed everything was flat as well.
Right, but then if you look at other ones like Mage 3, stuff like that, we see that if you send up multiple different lenses, well, we'll actually find that there is curvature with the rectilinear lens, but it comes down to, if you trust the camera that the person's using and everything. There's only a few where I've ever found verification of said cameras. It's kind of hard, though.
Well, this was like that. This was just like normal people. If you get me, they got a license. They launch a rocket up with a camera on it, man, on the orbit or whatever, man. So it looked they're flat. You know what I mean? From them cameras, like, you know.
Here's the one that I was referring to specifically. Level, if I could get the big screen for a moment. So right here, first of all, this is the exposure got all crazy. There we go. So you can see here just from the thumbnail, if it'll stop trying to change the exposure, there's clear curvature there. I don't know what the fuck is going on with it. But it's by David Reynolds on YouTube if you wanted to check it out. It's like almost 5 hours long. But right here, we can see that he starts from the ground, right? It leaves from basically his yard. We know this isn't a fisheye lens, because if we look at these lines over here, like, the trunks of the tree, straight lines remain straight even when they're not in center frame. Same with this house over here. We can see that's a straight line. Yes. And again, after, about 4.5 hours or so, it cuts off. But before that happens, we have, the whole footage of it moving around. We see natural earth curvature at roughly 100,000 feet. But the nice part about this is he leaves a cost and parts breakdown. Thank you. Got a drink. But he leaves a custom parts breakdown. So the camera he uses right here is a Get 2P action camera. If you go look that up, you'll see that it's a 90-degree FOV, if I remember right, with no distortion, no fisheye. So the camera isn't, fooling us here.
Average. See the boy that launches that rocket. What's his theory like? What does he reckon? Does he reckon it's flat, or does he reckon it's a globe?
What was that?
The boy that launched the rocket. Does he reckon
the person who launched this, they weren't doing this for anything related to the shape of the Earth. They were just launching their own balloon.
Average. Do you have a straight edge you could put up against that?
Not near me right this second. Let me. I'll just take like a screen capture of it, and I'll throw it in paint and project a line over it real fast.
Hell yeah.
I'll just need both hands to do it.
You will get. The problem is many videos are manipulated in internet. That's why you don't get a lot of real videos. I got myself a drone and I took off maybe like 4 miles above, and from above you see the reality. Of course, this is legally, but if you have a drone and a very good software that will take your drone up in the sky like maybe 4 or 5 miles, 6, 7, 8 kilometers, like, and then you see the reality live. You don't have to believe all the bullshit that people talk.
Hey, buddy, we're having a real hard time hearing you.
Why is there an Antarctic treaty? Why do you get arrested?
Hold on, Emily.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Ione.
Yeah, hello.
We're having a really hard time hearing you.
Yeah, Antarctic treaty. Yeah, that's a nice question.
All right, dude. Listen, nobody can really understand what you're saying because we can't hear you very well.
Damn, this picture
sounds like originally he was talking about flying a drone at 4 miles up, but then when Antarctic Treaty got mentioned, he kind of like started talking about that.
You still copy, or is the connection like?
Because so can't hear anything you're saying, bro. Fuck.
All right, go ahead, Emlyn.
Yeah. I forget what I was going to say there now, sir.
He's talking about the Antarctic Treaty.
The Antarctic. Like, what? Like, why can we not go to Antarctica to explore? Why did every country sign the Antarctica Agreement?
So you can go to Antarctica. The Antarctic Treaty is just, and I wasn't able to get that straight edge on the picture because it's actually slanted. If someone has Photoshop and they can do it though, I'll send it to them. But the Antarctic Treaty is basically, there was three main objectives of it. One, to make sure that they're able to solve territorial disputes over like sovereignty, stuff like that. Excuse me. They don't want people disposing of nuclear waste there. And they want to protect the wildlife that's been separated from humanity for so long, because nobody was native to Antarctica, right? Nobody was born and raised in Antarctica. It just didn't happen, right? It was too cold before we actually started setting up scientific bases there where, it was a possibility. But if you read the general guidelines for visitors to the Antarctic, it outright tells you that you can be the person who sets up your own tour. Your own visit. You don't have to go on like a guided tour group. You can just go alone.
Oh, right. But would you be given a one kind of like area to go through, or can you pick an area?
So you can go pretty much everywhere. There are a few places. They're called ASMAs and ASPAs, so Antarctic Specially Managed Areas and Antarctic Specially Protected Areas. That's going to be like penguin breeding grounds, things like that, where they don't want you fucking with the wildlife, or places where there's a vegetation they don't want you to mess with. That only makes up about 5% of the continent, though. The rest of it, completely free for you to go to.
Right, so never knew that.
Yeah, the population of Antarctica actually ranges from 1,300 to 5,200, depending on the time of the year.
And you can go on Google right now and book a flight to Antarctica if you want.
Oh, yeah, we're actually at a great time of the year to do it, too.
The British Antarctic Expedition, you can go and get a job there. They're quite often advertising for people, especially if you work in things like plumbing, engineering, that kind of thing. It's not difficult to get a job there during their high season, which is sort of our winter, their summer.
Well, that answered my question.
Don't forget to bring a coat, though, because it gets kind of cold.
His landing gear is kind of low.
It's not fun.
Mostly the outlines that they've given for saying what restrictions are and aren't for getting in there are not that much different from visiting any other country that you need a passport for. You can go there under these conditions that you behave yourself and do anything silly. Or if you go to a protected area like a national park, has very specific guidelines on what you can and can't do there.
They actually fall under the exact same. They fall under the same. What is it? Definition? They're biogeographic conservational. Geographic bioconservation region, some shit like that. I can't remember exactly what it was. But yeah, the exact same rules apply in like Yellowstone, for example. You can't go fuck with the animals there unless you have special permission to do so.
Yeah.
They actually have section off claims for each country that specifically for scientific research.
Hey, KD, why don't you come up and talk about it?
Yeah, they're definitely some keyboard warriors today. And Batman, you are not very Batman-like. You're always scared in the box.
I was born in the dark. You nearly adopted it.
Wow. Oh, here we go. All right, I was able to do it now. It just took me a second to get the right degrees because you can only flip it by a certain amount of degrees on Paint.
Oh.
So we can see here.
Save that one.
We have it obviously diverting downwards and away. And for everyone wondering, yes, this blue light, that's just our atmosphere. No duh. But over here, we can even see where the cloud actually departs away from it itself, too. This side, it's a little harder to see. But this side, we have very clear departure. So, believe it or not, Flatzoid, a flat earther on YouTube, was actually the one who tipped me off to the existence of this video. He posted it saying, look, completely flat, as you see curvature. And someone said, how high is that picture? So this would have been about 4.5 hours into this video, so They had a 600-gram helium balloon. It's rated for between 100 to 120,000 feet. So somewhere within that
Tyler.
range. My guess would be like 115.
Glober, if you actually compress that, if you actually squeeze
Yeah,
that
like
image
side to side,
you're going to see more of a pronounced curve.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm able
Where's
to do
that? Where's
though
that
in
photo
this.
located? Because I can do it live right in front of everybody.
So you can go on YouTube to David Reynolds High Altitude Balloon.
High Altitude Balloon? All right, I'll do it live.
And it'll be the top one that's 4.5 hours long. Yeah, because unfortunately all I have is, what is it, MS Paint. So I can't do shit with it.
Yeah, you can save that photo, and I don't believe it at all, but yeah.
And that only changes the actual canvas. I don't know how to do it here. Oh. Never knew most of this stuff existed. Neat. Alright, yeah, if you want to give the big screen to Dusty, if he's going to do it live, then yeah, he'll have the exact same image that I do. I was at 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 30 seconds. And that would be exactly where I got mine from.
Average, can't you reshape lines on MS Paint?
Can I reshape the lines?
Yeah, can't you like bend them and stuff?
If it's a line that I drew, it's not like Photoshop though. I can't. There's no warping tool or anything like that for me to mess with.
The line that you drew, can't you like bend and change that?
Yeah. So I can make like a
It's
curvy line or
average.
whatever.
That might be my argument against that.
All right, so what 4 hours? What timestamp you want me to do this in?
I did it just at 4 hours, 30 minutes, and 33 seconds. Just later in the video, because obviously that's when it's higher up, more pronounced curvature. So even like right there should be fine.
Like right here?
Yeah.
All right,
looks
I'm
good to
gonna
me.
screenshot this baby.
I can see how that kind of looks a little flat. I got bad eyes.
Okay. Let's go into Photoshop.
And for people saying the camera is tilting, again, that's fine. The camera, it's not a
It don't
fisheye.
matter.
It doesn't have any distortion. This is a rectilinear lens.
Yeah, it don't matter. I'm gonna straighten it out just a little bit. Okay. Now I'm gonna flatten this baby out. Everybody watch. Actually, I should put a line in front, right, Tyler?
Yeah,
Just a
might as
line,
well.
just to show.
Just to show that you're referencing a straight line versus a curved line. Compress the straight line too, so they know what happens to a straight line when you
Copy
compress
that.
it.
Copy that.
Because that's been what flat earthers say.
Vibe
I've
and
heard some of
acting.
them say if you compress a straight line horizontally, it curves it. So you might as well nip that in the bud right away.
Will do.
See, you got the fancy stuff. All right, I got MS Paint.
Hold on. I'm gonna make this line a little thinner.
It's a thick boy.
That's a thick one. Let's go with about 10. I just want to make it thick enough so you guys can actually see. All right. Let's move this down a little bit. Yeah, there's already like, you can already see like a little bit of this going on, but I'm going to even out. Okay. Even out just a little bit. All right. I'm even going to make the line a little opaque. You can barely see it. All right, now I'm going to scrunch. I'm going to scrunch this. Actually, I'm going to scrunch both of them together, right, Tyler? You want me to scrunch both of them?
Yeah.
Together.
Just so
There
they
we
can
go.
see the compressed straight line and the compressed curve.
Will do.
Oh man.
Ouch. Ouch.
Oh.
Ouch. This hurts, people. Ouch. It's a bit more pronounced. Ouch. Guys.
Can any flat earthers tell me what's going on there?
I'm sorry.
CGI.
I did it live in front of everybody, everyone. I literally just did a screenshot. I'm I did a screenshot of this. You guys saw it. Brought it into Photoshop, and all I did was just scrunch with the line, and this one hurts people. Ouch.
Someone says proves nothing without exact numbers. I gave you the numbers. It's a 600-gram helium balloon rated for between 100 to 120,000 feet. I said let's guess 115 to play fair. If you want it, put it at 100. I don't fucking care.
Tyler,
it's not
you
gonna
know
make
they
that
can't
much of a
count
difference.
higher. You know they can't count higher than 10, my guy.
Yeah, you know.
No, I can only count to 4.
Take a screenshot, y'all.
How much are they paying you? The flirt community isn't paying me at all. I need a job.
Yeah, they're pretty scared today.
I know what's happening. Yeah, I haven't.
Someone said, what are we seeing? So all he did was he went to the video that I talked about, the David Reynolds high altitude balloon footage. He went later in the video so he can see when it's higher up. He screenshotted it. He put a straight line there to compare it to the horizon, and then he just compressed it horizontally. So the straight line retained its straightness, but the horizon, the curve of it was pronounced even more. This is evidence of the Earth curving.
Where'd all the flat earthers go?
And Tyler, you said that there's trees that were parallel on the ground.
Right there.
Is that what you were saying?
Not like parallel, but their straight lines remain
Guys,
straight.
I gotta admit, I feel a little guilty now. Like this, I feel like I hurt a lot of feelings. I'm sorry, people.
Yeah, that one is. I've never compressed this horizontally. That is really pronounced.
I know the answer.
If you compress the trees in the buildings, you will see that those lines remain straight.
Yeah, can we go to the trees and see if those are parallel? Those
Yeah, if
would
you
be
want to,
parallel,
Dusty,
right?
it's the same thing, just at the very beginning of the video, just literally.
Oh, the very
0
beginning?
seconds. Yeah. So
the tree
and then you'll be
right
able to
on the
see
ground.
that the trees on the right side, like the top right, and then the house on the left side while it's on the ground, those lines also remain straight. You'll probably have to compress it vertically for that to show, though.
Where at?
Literally 0 seconds.
Oh, 0 seconds. Hold on.
Bimblefuck. Hi, Bimblefuck.
Man.
There you
Okay. All right. So compress this.
Yeah, so compress it vertically this
I see
time,
what-
and then use the trees and that house as your reference points, and then you'll see it as well. Well, I guess you already know, but everyone else will see.
All right. I'm gonna copy paste. Don't mind the junk. All right. So you want me to compress this just like I did with the first one?
Yeah, but instead of horizontally, do it vertically, just to show that those trees, like for example in the top right, those aren't curving due to the lens. Those
You like
lines
this?
remain straight. Yeah.
No, look at the trees on the right.
So this is the same thing. Those trees, you can see that they didn't get any curvature added to them by compressing it. It's the same thing vertically as it is horizontally. Whoa, what are you using? Is this Illustrator?
No, this is Photoshop.
What the hell? Why does Photoshop look so much different?
It's Photoshop.
You just got the fancy stuff, man. Okay, I can't afford that.
Yeah, is this the paid for version?
Yeah, this is the paid for version, guys.
Oh yeah.
I do this. I do this for a living.
Yeah. So we
right.
see that we don't have any type of left or right curving with those tree trunks. So we see there, even at the top right of the frame, or sorry, the top right of the lens, there's no barrel distortion. Further proving that this is natural curvature that we saw.
It looks kind of crooked though, don't it? Why is it crooked? Trees don't probably grow straight up though. I don't know.
I mean, also,
No.
it's kind of gotten pixelated since he shrunk it.
What's the explanation why it's tipping over? Why is it like tipped over like that?
I don't
Well,
see what
trees
you're
kind of
saying.
grow towards where the light.
Those trees, those are the ones we were looking for.
Oh, are you talking about
these
the
trees,
actual,
right?
like, the...
Now I'm gonna switch it. I squished
So
it.
look
That's all I
at the
did.
trunks themselves. That's the important part. Obviously, the tops of the trees aren't perfectly symmetrical, so we can't really use that as a good reference.
Can you do the same?
So this
Draw
is-
some lines on it too, so it's the same reference as the other picture too.
Sure. Let me duplicate this. Duplicate. All right. Hold on a second. It's hard to do this while I'm holding the phone. I'm a hotkey. I do a lot of hotkey stuff, so I'm just trying to like.
If you need to set us down for a second, you can. While you just get the picture turned off.
Nope. I'm not gonna do this because people are gonna start saying like I'm finagling the. I'm finagling the.
Don't go off the camera.
Yeah, you
I'm
gotta
not going off
cover
the camera,
all your
guys.
bases.
I can't do this. I've been through this enough, where people are like, "No, you just finagled something."
Or why'd you have to turn the camera screen away? What you hiding? You'd have to do the line the other way though, Dusty.
All right, where do you want the line at?
Do it vertically.
Vertical.
Oh, vertically. All right.
It's the same. It's the same kind of illustration as the other one, but vertical. Except you're using the trees instead of the horizon.
Oh. Hold on.
See, look. This is what happens when you question NASA. They forget how to use their Photoshop.
Right. Here, I'm just gonna use. I'm gonna use a line tool and just go straight up and down.
Yeah, just
like that
with the tree. Yep, and then just line it up with the tree trunk.
Okay.
And then we should see that there is no curving happening there.
Unsquish it first. Unsquish it first. The background picture.
Unsquish it. All right.
Oh, you want them to compress it along with? Okay, I see.
Yep. Just like the other picture.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right.
There you go, bud.
Is that what we're looking at?
Yep, seems good to me.
Okay, let's move this line, and then you want me to start compressing it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's compress it, y'all.
Still looks pretty taut to that tree to me. Other than that little gap that was already there at the beginning, but
Doesn't look like
that was there.
Doesn't look like the line compressed with the image though.
You gotta group the line with the image.
I mean, either way, we
okay.
see that it's a straight line. I think that's just as a reference there. So we see that it's straight at first, minus, there is a little gap there if he goes in that close,
Jesus.
but that's fine.
You know what? Screw you guys. Look at this.
No, Dusty, I'm saying that's fine.
Nope, but it's not fine because people are going to start calling it. Let's get this perfect so people can stop calling this. Damn it. You guys. All right, I'm going to compress this whole thing now. I'm going to actually... All right, so now I'm going to compress... Oops. What was that?
Group it. You got it.
All right, I'll group it. Hold on. Let me group these together here. You sound like my supervisor. All right, they are now grouped. They are merged.
Okay.
All right. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, I have to hold a key down while I'm doing this.
Yeah,
so it's going to be a little angled.
Do the squishing, Magic Man. Looks good to me. But I'm just a shill, so my word don't mean much.
Yeah, Brenda's paying me. Brenda's giving me Brenda from NASA HR. She's giving me a bonus this year. It's pretty awesome, though. I love it.
Where do I put my application in?
You got to fill out your 234G, and then you got to call Brenda from HR. She needs your 243G.
Yeah, if you also go to nasa.gov/TikTok-shill/application-325 / then that's also another good way to just put it in online. No need to call nobody.
All right, I'm writing y'all the references. Just let you know if you get a phone call.
Make sure you put my bonus face on there.
Part of my bonus was
They will call your references, just by the way.
Oh, you're the first one, Bamble.
They're just like the military.
You're my first reference, Bamble.
But part of my bonus was a cloning machine, and
really quick, I was gonna actually, I was trying to get here in time when Tyler was trying to talk about why we have our rockets shoot at an angle, and so I've seen this illustration before, but like, if you do not have enough trajectory, you imagine throwing a tennis ball as hard as you can, and eventually it just lands down. It might go down the curve. And if you throw a tennis ball too hard, it's going to kind of fly off, right? But if you throw the tennis ball just right, it's going to start falling. And as it's falling, it's starting to fall, and it's continuously falling towards Earth, but it's missing the curve as it's moving around. So it's falling at the same rate of the curve. So then that's how you get your orbit.
How would it break the law of thermodynamics? I don't know. Isn't it not supposed to do that?
No, let's say you have a very, 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 very powerful cannon, and you shoot it, and it kind of goes off, and then it eventually lands and hits somewhere else. If you shoot it fast enough, with enough power, and let's say high enough, it'll start falling, but as it's falling, it's missing Earth. That's what's happening. It's starting to miss Earth. Well, if you're going at whatever 17,000 miles an hour, and we can do that because there's no air friction, you're going to be able to do that. Now there is correction because, Houston Johnson Space Center has to keep track of, I forgot, 80,000 pieces of debris that are orbiting around, and anything that's like larger than a tennis ball has to keep track. So let's say the ISS is free falling; it's constant free falling. But if it says, "Wait a minute, there's going to be some debris coming your way," it can adjust by a couple degrees up or a couple degrees down to miss.
So the ISS still has to give a boost every now and then to keep
not every now and then. It just every now it knows during the trajectory when a piece of debris is going to hit it 2 days in advance.
Well, no, I wasn't saying I wasn't saying because of the debris. I was saying because there is a slight atmosphere up there where the drag does affect the speed of it, so they have to constantly keep boosting it so that it can remain the same speed.
Yeah, like the ISS, for example, does a boost once a month. I think it is. It's minimal though. It's not
But it also has crazy boosters to adjust its altitude to kind of dodge pieces that might be in the way. Yeah, and a lot of satellites have that where they have to keep track because if one piece hits a satellite, all it's going to do is now it's going to create a gigantic debris field that's going to be super dangerous. So everything that's
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Is it getting further away with time?
The moon is. The moon is 6 inches. It's going further away from us. And the sad part about it is it's been going away from us since Theo hit us. But the fact is we're not really going to see much of that difference for another, I don't know, couple tens of 50,000s of years. And eventually, as the moon gets further away, it's going to actually slow down the rotation of our Earth.
But does the ISS do the same
tides,
thing?
It won't affect our tides as much either.
Is the ISS doing the same thing?
No, the ISS is in a controlled free fall. And it can adjust up or down depending on when it needs to dodge debris. I've been at the Johnson Space Center, guys. You guys can take a tour. You guys can take a tour at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and they will literally show you that control center they have a load of people keeping track of all those computers. They can show you guys this. And they actually have a live shot of all the pieces of debris.
Is Atlas M's? Do you used to have an account named M's, or is that somebody?
No, my account was Zuma. My old account is Zuma. But I went to the Museum of Flight. We have it here in Seattle. It's actually pretty cool. They have all the rovers and the spacesuits and stuff. It's pretty cool.
All right. Yeah, but if you go to Houston, if you go to the Johnson Space Center, you can go to Mission Command and you can see NASA is keeping track of all of the pieces of debris to make sure that anything that could be having a collision, they will send out a warning saying there's something coming, just adjust it by 3 feet up or whatever. You just need to adjust by a couple of degrees, and they'll just shoot some boosters, and ISS will actually slightly change its altitude by very minimal, but just enough to dodge. It doesn't happen a
Even then,
lot,
the
but
ISS
they do have to do that.
Even then, the ISS still does get hit by stuff that like we're not monitoring and things like that.
Yeah. No, but anything, I
About the,
forgot. It's like anything larger than an apple or something, they have to keep track of.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously their debris shields. We see it all the time, right? When they're doing the spacewalks and stuff like that, or working on the outside of the station. A lot of times it's replacing those debris shields because that thing is getting pelted all the time.
Well, they also have to make sure that those spacewalks are timed, because you could have a piece that's the size of a bolt that if that hits you, that can unalive you. So they have to make
even
sure
like
that
the
there's
size of
no
like
debris in the
a little
area
dust
for you to do a
particle.
spacewalk in.
Or like a piece of sand-sized debris going at that speed. Yeah, it'll rip you apart.
Yeah, so they need to make sure that those spacewalks are timed so there's no debris in a very specific area for them to go outside.
So I seen this video of a person on the ISS dropping a hammer and a playing card, and the hammer is
Yeah, that was a magician. If you look a little further into it.
Why did that happen?
The guy, I don't think he actually explained how he did the trick, but it's just a magician. He actually did a whole interview about it, and you can actually see if you listen beforehand. He tells you, it's like, gravity pockets, right? But he tells you afterwards that it's just a trick. It's not actually him manipulating gravity.
He used like a piece of rubber band, but it's like really thin.
Oh, yeah, and that's right. It was the one that went around his foot, wasn't it? So he did have an explanation. It wasn't in that video, though. I think it was after all the flat Earth stuff. Then he ended up getting interviewed again to make a response, if I remember right. I could be wrong on that. But yeah, it was a magician, though. I do know that much for sure.
I don't know. It sounds like some dark magic to me.
Only about as dark of magic as Nick said trigonometry was.
Yeah, I was about to say, the astronaut's name is Richard Garriott, and you can just Google that interview and just watch it. I mean, you can agree with it, you can disagree with it. I mean,
I'm gonna disagree with it every time.
I know you are, but I mean, it's not like it's like, oh man, it's not selective gravity, where it's just like, oh man, the playing card is worse. You still have a hammer that's floating.
Oh wait, and that's right. I forgot he did a whole like series of different magic tricks. Because he did one like first one that pops up like magic carpet when you just look up Richard Garriott magician. That's kind of neat though.
Anyway, that was Tyler out with his description of the curved photo. So I don't think Microsoft Paint can do what Photoshop does.
Yeah, thanks,
unfortunately
Steve.
not.
That was awesome. That was a good representation. I don't believe any of it, but I think that was a perfect demonstration of curvature.
It's funny when I do the whole thing live in front of everybody without shutting my camera off. It's hard to deny, bud.
I'm still going to deny it.
Yeah, I know, that tracks.
It tracks. It tracks.
I'll find some loopholes in it. Don't you worry.
So, what would be the benefit of having a flat Earth that we were lied to about?
What would be the benefit of having a flat? Are we like talking hypothetical or like whatever you?
I mean, if the Earth was flat, what would be the benefit of lying to us and telling us it's round?
What are some ideas? What are some ideas that you could come up with? Like, what are some theories that you might think?
I can't benefit from it. That's why I'm asking.
So I could make the theory about like resources. Just if there are lands beyond the ice wall, artificial scarcity of resources in order to control the populace. So pretty much to enact slave labor and so that they're not going through our resources as much, you know what I mean?
So they're just getting resources beyond the wall, the ice wall?
No, it's the fact that they don't want to utilize that because they want to use manpower, right, to control the dollar. The dollar controls everything. And then when there's artificial scarcity, they could,
always nothing.
you know.
But what's the difference between the flat Earth and that happening and a round Earth and that happening? You could still...
Because you can't have extra lands. You can't add additional lands for extra resources.
Well, I mean, the round Earth is the only one that has a definitive amount of land.
Exactly.
So that would have a definite amount of resources.
Exactly.
So it'd be easier.
Then it would make sense to do the whole false scarcity thing.
Mm-hmm. That's the theory. That's the point of it.
No, the other way around though wouldn't make sense, because we can just go. We can just go to Antarctica and see if there's more land there, and we can go check if there's more resources out there. Nobody's found it yet.
Well, that's the benefit of making a globe model. That's probably what I meant. Of trying to convince people there's a globe model, so they wouldn't believe there was stuff, so they wouldn't question the artificial scarcity.
But couldn't you just? You're questioning it now. You could just go to Antarctica. Like, you could go get your environmental impact assessment, and you could go. Literally during the flying season right now. You could go next month if you wanted, if you had the money to do it.
That has nothing to do with the question, though.
Sure it does. You can go see that there's not more land, and that's why I'm saying it doesn't make sense to claim that would be the reasoning behind it when you can verify it.
He asked if there would be a reason, and I provided a reason, and me disproving it wouldn't make that reason.
So
it's a hypothetical.
So to
right?
clarify, you're confirming there's no evidence of this land, this infinite land that's beyond the ice
It's a
wall.
hypothetical question, right? It's a hypothetical question.
No. It's a pretty direct question. I thought so.
Pretty legit question.
Yeah, I mean,
So for what reason?
I'm curious on why it would be beneficial to lie about it.
Yeah, why would it be beneficial? That was a hypothetical answer for it.
Yeah, and then I asked you the direct question of.
Then you asked me
like,
for
why
proof. You asked me for a theory, and then asked me for a proof too. I mean, even if it were to be lied about, it would still stand, right?
No.
No.
Are you guys not following logic?
I agree. But I didn't do well in my Intro to Logic 101 class, but none of what Flat Earth says is logical.
Okay, you guys just aren't listening because you think.
Well, I'm trying.
It's a thought exercise. Right?
Is there lands beyond the ice wall? That's what I'm asking.
That has nothing to do with the question.
I asked you about specifically. It's like, so you're confirming that there's no lands behind the ice wall. Then you say it's like, oh, this is a weird question. Blah blah blah. I don't care. So there's no proof.
Question.
Yeah. So there's no proof.
Are we debating now?
Behind land.
Yeah, we can debate
behind.
If we want to go back to.
I think it's more of a thought. I think it's more of a thought experiment. I think this is what it's about.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just no proof of any land beyond Antarctica. That's just the confusing part for me.
Well, if you go from where I am, then you keep going south, then eventually you'll go north and probably end up somewhere in like Africa. So I guess technically there's land beyond Antarctica, but it's just more of the land we already know about, sadly.
Yeah. I mean, as a pilot, I've never been paid to fly over the whole fucking continent.
Wouldn't that be a hell of a flight, though?
See, this is the thing. Like a lot of people are so attached to these ideals of because this person's arguing flat Earth, they can't come up with a logical statement. And then now you guys are using the flat Earth argument to discredit a logical statement, which I think is disingenuous.
It's disingenuous to claim that there's lands beyond the ice wall when there's no proof.
It wasn't even
the lands beyond the ice wall.
Claim. It was a thought experiment.
Well, he asked what reason would there be to hide the shape of the Earth. Right? You're saying false scarcity would be said reason.
Yes.
And then he's asking, okay, is there any evidence of that?
Those are two complete separate things. You could have a hypothetical question that follows logic, and then it's a completely different topic.
Okay, but then that's why he followed up with a second question saying, okay, is there any evidence to support that? Two separate questions that are related to the same topic, but still two separate questions.
It doesn't invalidate the logical reasoning.
I don't think it gets more logical than that. For being honest.
Like, if you want me to, like, if you want to debate
Give
it,
me, give me an analogy. How about that? Give me an analogy of what I'm asking, since you seem to know exactly what I asked. Is there any comparison that you can think of?
Here's a comparison I can think
It was
of.
a
Cheers.
philosophical question. And then you're asking for evidence.
Yeah, I would love evidence of literally any of the claims that flat earthers make.
You're conflating the conversation, and it's not logical. I don't know where you guys are going with this.
Is there evidence of land beyond an ice wall? Yeah, I think that's where he's going with it.
I don't know how that's related to the other question, but
I don't see how it
I don't
isn't.
personally. I don't personally.
I don't
have
know.
evidence.
I don't know. Did we hear the same question? I
I'm
wonder.
going to assume by your desire to not answer that, yes, there is no evidence of land beyond the ice wall.
I can't
so
say
we can
is
skip
none.
past it.
I can't say there's none. You can't say there's none.
God damn it, Atlas! Why do you do this? Why do you do this?
I love philosophy. I love doubt. And if you are completely
This is not
100%
philosophy. This is nonsense.
It's a philosophical question, absolutely.
Yeah, the shape of the earth is not a philosophical argument. I'm sorry. Just like a flat earth is not like a logic. The shape of the earth is not a logic.
So the thing is, you guys
just like the shape of the earth is not a logic argument.
You guys compartmentalize.
It's very easy to verify,
You
and we do it every day.
You separate math. You separate science. You separate spirituality. You separate even chemistry from quantum physics. You guys separate and compartmentalize everything. So you guys have a really good understanding of every minute thing, but you don't take a step back. You understand it, but if you actually go above it, you overstand it and look at the big picture, you can see everything that works together. And you can see the missing puzzle pieces. And there's always going to be missing puzzle pieces of the big picture. There's always going to be doubt for everything. And unless you could use critical thinking to say this is beyond a reasonable doubt, then you're not being genuine.
I don't see how that was at all related.
I don't see
to
how
what the
going
original
by
part was.
all.
You didn't follow the logic. That's the problem.
I don't see the issue in following all the evidence that we've been shown and that we see, and that we can verify for ourselves that it is in fact a globe, and then just say, nah, it's flat. That's what I don't get. All I see is nothing but deception coming from globe denialists. And that's why I always go back. I'm going to refuse to call you guys flat earthers, because flat earthers would have evidence or proof of their claims. You don't have it.
Is there any doubt that you have about it?
About the Earth being round? No, zero doubt.
There's absolutely no doubt.
It might be bigger than they say it is.
That's the problem with your friend thinking. You said there's absolutely zero doubt.
Well, yes, it's because there's a preponderance of evidence, right? If flat Earth held that, if flat Earth was holding the evidence, then sure, I would be like, I have no doubt that it's flat.
You have to question things and be skeptical of everything.
It's completely
and I usually am. I do question all the things when evidence is provided that says the contrary, and then I research it, and then I debunk it, and then I go back to thinking that it's a globe, or knowing it's a globe, rather.
And that's the same thing with that's like blind faith, right? Is when you have 100% faith in something.
How is it blind faith?
It's because there's no doubt. If you're not skeptical, if you don't stay skeptical at least a little bit on everything, and you put your all into something, then that's just complete 100% faith.
No, it's not. Blind faith would be accepting something in the face of no evidence.
That's like looking at a not ripe lemon and calling it a lime because it's green. Just because it looks and seems like it's a lime, once you bite into it, you realize, oh shit, it's a lemon.
So you guys have zero doubt about that at all. Zero doubt.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
Once you've had enough proof, doubt goes away.
No, for me, I always have a small amount of doubt for everything.
Okay, you can doubt, but your doubts are unfounded.
But that's like saying 1 + 1. I doubt that it actually equals 2. I mean, all the evidence provided.
Well, mathematics is absolute and abstract. So you can't.
Mathematics is something that we invented.
Mathematics pays me a good salary per year, so it's not abstract.
I'm just saying.
Mathematics is absolutely fucking abstract. Are you kidding me?
I doubt the whole 1 plus 1
not
thing.
know at one point in time in doubt, but once you know, you know.
Your bank uses mathematics for all the money you have in your bank.
Yes,
If it's
everything we can observe uses mathematics, but mathematics inherently is not a physical. It's not physical. It's abstract.
Yeah,
you're right. As in, it exists in our head. It's something that we made up, and it's a great process to figure things out. But I don't see how. What is? Let's see. What is the thing I'm trying to get to? I don't see how holding doubt for something, though, again, when the preponderance of evidence is on its side, is founded at all. Why would I ever doubt something where I have all of the data, all of the evidence pointing towards one conclusion? Sure, it could be something else. I have no data to suggest that, though, so why would I ever think that?
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, but wait, no, Atlas, that wasn't a question, or sorry, that wasn't what I wanted from you. I'm asking you really basic questions here. Why would I ever doubt the direction that all the evidence has pointed me?
Because that's philosophy.
Okay, so philosophy is entirely useless if that's how you're going to describe it. That would hold absolutely no purpose in
There's
life.
something called reasonable. It's called reasonable doubt, right?
No, it's
Anything that's beyond reasonable doubt.
No. What you're describing to me is saying we doubt things just because I don't like it. That's not philosophy. That's just being obtuse.
How would you explain a pilot's navigational system if a pilot's being lied to, but given a round Earth navigational system? How does the pilot get from point A to point B when in the cockpit you get a round Earth navigational system?
Are we shifting topics now?
No, it's still the same topic. It's just a more specific example.
Okay, restate your question.
I'm just like, how could you lie to somebody in the field of navigating? Somebody who is a professional at navigating, and they still can get from every point A to point B that they need to get to if you're lying to them about the shape of the Earth. How could they exist? How could I exist?
How could you lie to somebody's navigation?
For example, to plot a route on the Earth, when even like a plane, boat, whatever, you use the Haversine formula. That will give you the distance between 2 points on a sphere. That is used to plot routes in a plane. You're claiming that must be false.
No, I didn't make that claim.
Okay, so the Earth is round then? We're on the same page? We're good?
No, this Earth isn't round.
Okay, so why do they use the Haversine formula to plot routes?
I don't know what the Haversine formula is.
Good thing I just told you. It's used to plot the distance between 2 points on a sphere.
Yeah.
So, why do they use that to plot routes when, a pilot's plotting a route, for example? Why is he using the Haversine formula? Whether knowingly or not. He might be using an application or he might be doing the numbers himself. Guess it depends on how much of an overachiever the pilot wants to be.
I don't know, why do birds fly and fish swim? No, it's one of those questions that we'll never know.
No, it's not one of those questions, because that question is also easily answered. Why do pilots use the Haversine formula?
Yeah,
I would venture to say it's because we're on a fucking sphere.
But I was taught how to navigate a spherical Earth. If Japan and Australia weren't completely on the opposite side of the Earth for me, I could never get to them based on our navigational techniques. I wouldn't be able to get there. But yet I can fly from here to Australia based on the theory, for flat earthers, the theory that Earth is round, because that's how I was taught to navigate.
I mean, just because we're taught stuff doesn't make it like... We were taught to use asbestos in a lot of construction, and we learned that later that was wrong because that's causing much problems.
Yeah, but the difference is when he was taught how to navigate on a globe, it
causing a bunch of problems for humans.
I don't not get to Australia when I navigate there. It works. It's an
asbestos is a miracle material.
We were taught that the moon is a floating rock, but we know it's plasma.
No, we don't know that. You may believe that. We don't know that.
Wait, Atlas.
Please don't let him deflect. That's all that is. That's
Atlas,
a deflection.
No, we don't know it's my.
I know it's deflection,
We
but
don't
I'm
know
actually
it's
curious.
plasma, but it's a theory.
It's
I never.
run by aliens.
Atlas, real quick, who determined that asbestos is bad for you?
I have no idea, no clue,
Yeah,
but I know it's bad.
Obviously,
I know
it was
it's
David
bad,
Weiss.
And lead in paint's bad too. We use that a lot.
Why? Why? The government says that. Why would we trust the government on that?
I have no idea, bro.
You know who created stuff?
Maybe that's something that's not true either, bro. I like where you're going with this.
Go back to using lead paint and galvanized metal pipes for plumbing, and then asbestos for literally
welding
everything.
on Galby's horrible to weld on.
I've been doing that, dude.
They don't weld galvanized pipe, but they just stick it in the face.
They do weld galvanized pipe. Don't be
not for houses, not for plumbing.
Well, for industrial they do.
But we didn't start out as health aware.
Yeah.
Smog. So why would they do that? It's probably OSHA.
If you live on an island and you find a bar and you need to use a bar for something, you're just going to use it because that's the material you have.
Yeah, you totally.
And OSHA is not going to be making decisions on behalf of the Environmental Protection Agency. That's silly.
No, it's for workers, right? OSHA absolutely makes rules for people. Like
OSHA is going to be setting the safety standards. They are not setting the standards for what you do to the environment.
They care about the safety of the people in the building.
Statement.
That'd be
Yes, I agree, and I didn't make the statement Rich Glover said. So like welding on like lead paint. That's one of the things that they would have
No
restrictions on.
Sure, they're going to tell you can't use it, but not because OSHA is the one who set that standard. That's because it's not safe for humans to be near.
Comparatively, why do we allow McDonald's to exist? I mean, yeah, we do fucked up shit.
Yeah, why do we let McDonald's? Yeah, dude. Oh, is there OSHA for McDonald's?
No,
there should be.
They give too much taxes to the government; they'll never go away.
Consumerism. But if it's so unhealthy for people to eat McDonald's, and they need a bigger workforce and a higher population to be consumers, then why aren't these like bigger powers like having more control over McDonald's? You think they'd want people to be healthy so that they could be more consumers?
What are you talking about? How does any of this have to do with the shape of the Earth?
That's exactly my point. Why does the philosophical, logical question have to do with the ice walls? It doesn't.
Because none of the questions that we asked you were philosophical. Why do pilots use the Haversine formula? That is not philosophy.
What would benefit? What could be a benefit about lying about the shape of the Earth? That was the question.
Sure, but we've moved on from that. We're not there anymore.
Because I was
but those two, the question following was not part of it. It might be related, but it's not in the same realm of thinking.
You are a very confusing individual, Atlas. I can't tell if you're trolling me or if my brain is just not functioning correctly at the moment.
I feel like I understand. Like, it was my question. I feel like I understand. I feel like I understand what you're saying. I don't understand how you would think making us, sheep and, milking us by lying to us because we think there's limited resources would be better than having more resources. Like, if we could just have more of everything, that would make us way wealthier than having all the people with the limited resources that we supposedly have fucking, running out and just using what we have and spending what we have.
Well, it's the idea of artificial scarcity.
Slave if we could all just do it.
That's because they want the control. It's like, I don't know how to explain it.
I mean, I get where you're going with it because, the government does that in a lot of things. Like, that's why McDonald's exists. They want the control. Like,
My question about the artificial scarcity thing is literally just, like, most people probably don't leave their, like, a 30-mile radius of their house ever.
Like, what benefit would lands beyond the ice wall that they're never going to go to or see? Like, what benefit are they having resources?
Within those contexts, I mean, we would ship those resources in, right? If
How would we ship them in? Who would ship them in?
I don't, that has nothing to do with how somebody would benefit from it.
It absolutely does.
The logistics doesn't have anything about the
So
benefit.
you're saying we're going to bring them in. How, if we're bringing them to our side, who's doing that? How?
Why would we navigate space with humans if we had a whole nother Earth on the other side to go explore?
Right? And who are they employing to bring that stuff back? What? They're definitely not throwing politicians on a fucking cargo ship. So who's out there?
No, why does the richest man on Earth want to go to Mars to save humanity? Why doesn't he just go to the other side of Earth?
Well, that's where the deception comes in, right? That's why they would have to lie about it. That's why they would have to make all this.
But you're
fake
just
stuff
making
go on.
the scope of this conspiracy even larger, meaning it would have already came out. You can directly correlate the amount of people that know about a conspiracy to how long it will take to collapse and become public information.
Yeah, and that's where you get the beyond reasonable doubt part, right?
No, this has nothing to do with beyond reasonable doubt. This comes down to
Yeah,
people
that's-
either
that's
have
what it
evidence or
is.
they don't. It comes down
That's
to yes or
exactly
no
what
at that
it comes
point.
down to. Like, I mean, we could really delve into some go down the rabbit hole and understand beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think you guys are ready for that conversation.
No, Atlas. I'm almost positive. Almost. 99.999% sure
that.
that you're just trolling. Because
No, I love that. I love how you said
because,
that. Almost
Because
positive.
Level doesn't like philosophy, bros. I already
No,
know
I love
this.
that you said that you're 99.999% positive. That's what I'm trying to like instill in you, man. Like, that's beyond reasonable doubt. That's what I'm talking about. It's beyond reasonable doubt that you think
You're
that
right. So I believe it beyond a reasonable doubt.
So
that you're
if-
just
let's
trying to
go.
hurt my head.
If you right
I'm not
now
saying
get in a
that- I'm-
plane
like,
and you go up to a certain distance in the sky and you're flying from one country to another country or one continent to another continent and you see the curvature of the Earth from the window, where is your doubt now when you see it from your own eyes? Where's your doubt?
Alien laser
Okay,
radio
so
propaganda
I'm
waves.
still definitely gonna have a little bit of doubt, even if I see it with my own eyes.
When I brought this up before, and somebody said they purposely curve the windows to make.
Well, you would have to like 60 degrees or something, right? So you'd have. So your thing is in the cockpit, right? You're talking about in the cockpit or something.
Well, I'm talking about
Even if you
everybody else.
upload
I'm
it.
in the cockpit normally, but for everybody else,
Well-
looking out the airplane windows on
Let's
the
bring this into this live, right? Dusty showed a picture of the Earth's curvature, right? And he put a line and he shrank it down, right?
Yeah.
So let's talk about let's use that reference. We don't have to use a plane reference because this is like real. Like we actually saw this, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have to do a hypothetical plane. Everybody in the live saw it. I still have unreasonable doubt about that curve.
I know, but I'm saying for you personally, if you get into a plane that goes up really high to travel from one continent to another and you see it for yourself, are you still going to doubt it when you can see it for yourself?
Yes, I'm going to have unreasonable doubt about it.
Yeah, I would agree it's unreasonable doubt.
So you're being unreasonable is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying there's a little bit, but like I'm saying like the unreasonable doubt part of it is there is doubt there, but it's completely unreasonable.
It's reasonable, not unreasonable.
No, the doubt is unreasonable.
He's being unreasonable.
You're saying it backwards.
If the doubt is unreasonable, you shouldn't have it. It's unreasonable.
You're saying it backwards.
I bet you none of y'all shills can convince me the moon exists.
No, if it was reasonable doubt, then it would just be
It
like,
means the doubt that you have is reasonable. It's justified. You're
yes,
saying it
I'm
backwards.
saying it, Sal. I'm not saying it backwards. I'm saying what I mean.
Yeah, he's
I'm
saying he's
directly
being
what I
unreasonable,
mean.
Sal.
I'm saying the doubt, there is doubt there, but it's It's unreasonable doubt. It's beyond that, right?
You're
Even though there's doubt
listen,
there.
dude, I've lived a lifetime. You're saying it backwards.
I think he's voluntarily saying it doesn't.
Yeah, he's openly admitting that he doesn't have.
That's the only way that makes sense.
Yes, that's what we're saying.
It's beyond reasonable doubt.
But that's not what he's saying.
I think he's choosing to say that it doesn't make his opinion doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It makes 100% sense.
Right, and you're saying it backwards.
I
It makes
love the
100%
way
sense that you're being unreasonable.
I love the way that Atlas is twisting the minds. I'm eating popcorn right now.
It's reason. Okay, so if you have reasonable doubt, that means there's reason to doubt it, correct?
Yes, and you keep saying unreasonable.
Yes, and that's what I mean, Sal. I mean, if I see something with
Then that means, yeah, but that's not what you're.
He's saying that he has no reason to doubt it. He just doubted just because.
Yes, it's unreasonable, but there's still doubt there.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm always going to doubt everything, at least to some degree. Just like Average Glober had some sort of unreasonable doubt to believe it. I said 99.99999%, right?
No. I changed my answer. I'm 100% on it now. I just know.
Wait, hold up. Atlas, do you have any doubt that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. I have reasonable doubt that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's reasonable that you should doubt the shape of the Earth being flat, considering there's so much proof, right? Okay,
yeah.
Perfect.
Correct.
Awesome. Just wanted to make that clear.
Glad you got that through. Yeah. You can follow the logic then you know exactly where I'm at. But I absolutely think the Earth is flat.
I'm personally more of a hexadecagonal earther. I think it has 16 sides.
I think it has as many sides as it needs to.
Well, I mean, I think 16 is reasonable, because I feel like, if you just say the whole thing is curved, that don't make sense. But if you say it's flat and has one side, that's just not enough sides. We need to have a couple more.
And we have an end-sided
16
Earth.
is good.
Little math joke there.
It's funny how only one thing unto itself proves the globe and simultaneously disproves flat Earth. Whether you want to talk about what the sun does, what the moon does, what hurricanes do, seasons, time zones, a boat going over the horizon. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Flight pets.
Yeah, but what can we do? What can we do to use that to prove flat Earth?
You can't. That's what I'm saying. None of those things prove flat Earth.
Man,
they all disprove flat Earth. If you can tell me how hurricanes work on a flat Earth, I would love to hear that.
You want to go there?
Or tidal waves.
Do you understand how sunspots work?
How do waves work?
And what do sunspots have to do with hurricanes?
It's the magnetic field of the sun, right? So it displaces the plasma that's on it. So our flat Earth has a toroidal field, and in the middle of it, there's subfields that actually go through this ring that you call the equator, which causes displacement and magnetic displacement, which actually it makes it so there's no hurricanes, just like the sunspot.
Did you say makes there no hurricanes? So you just denied hurricanes?
I'm tired, bro.
Have you ever messed around with a magnet before?
Hurricanes don't exist.
Yeah, I messed around with plenty of magnets.
Okay, well, so one side is one way and one side's the other, right?
North Pole and South Pole, yeah, they're polarity.
So there's a top and a bottom to create a magnet. You can't have a magnet that's bent that'll have negative and positive.
No, I'm saying like the toroidal field is like deep inside. So you were only experiencing the top of the toroidal field, right? So if you take the toroidal field and like slice the top 16th off of it, that would be the theoretical thing that would be feeling. And it would only pull towards the North Pole because the bottom of the South Pole is actually deep, whatever is underneath the crust.
I wanted to stop you at the beginning. There is no toroidal field as you're explaining it. No toroidal field can be measured above the surface of the Earth. The only toroidal field there is the surface of the core of the Earth.
No, I mean like whatever's creating this magnetic field is like deep inside, like down below.
Yeah, the core of the Earth.
Yeah, at the core of the Earth, there's a measurable toroidal field. but not what flat earthers are always saying, like as like around the firmament, there's a toroidal field above us, and blah 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 blah. There's no such thing.
But so here's my thing. If the Earth was flat and you held a magnet in your hand, it would only be polarized in one direction. Otherwise, it would suck down to the Earth because the Earth would be polarized that direction. So
that one went over my head, bro.
How would a magnet work? How could you hold a magnet in the air and it have polar opposite ends if there isn't a top and a bottom to it?
You fucking lost me, bro. Can you put it in layman's terms or easier to understand terms?
I'm trying.
Just talking about like a magnet, my guy.
Okay, a magnet, yeah. You got the magnet.
The way you're describing a magnet working, if you had a magnet in your hand, it would only have one polar side because the Earth would be flat.
No, that's not what I'm describing it.
Well, then how would a magnet work if it's the way you're describing it? How could a magnet possibly work with flat Earth?
It's because it's deep under the crust, and it still goes like through the Earth.
It should be affected by a magnet.
Yeah, it's affected by a magnet. Of course, it's a magnetic field, right?
Yeah, but the magnet isn't like the North Pole of the magnet isn't attracted down. It's attracted like towards a direction.
So if you go to the North Pole and stand directly at the magnetic pole, what's going to happen with the compass?
The compass is going to freak out.
Mm-hmm.
Because south is every direction at the North Pole.
Right, so it'd be the same on the flat Earth.
But we're talking about on like I'm in New Jersey. Magnet is down. It's not north or south. It's down. The crust is magnetic. That's what keeps me on the ground.
Hold on. You're in New Jersey and you have a compass, and then the compass is down.
No, if the Earth is magnetic, and the compass is attracted to magnets, or if I just have a literal freaking magnet in my hand,
right,
and I drop it, like does the North Pole of the magnet go down, or does it point north?
North.
Why, if the Earth is magnetic and there's a field below us, and that's the thing that's keeping us on
that's
the
not what
Earth?
I'm saying. The whole Earth isn't magnetic. I'm saying there's whatever is creating a magnetic field underneath the pole, the magnetic North Pole, right?
But the Earth is magnetic. That's proven. You can take a magnet and you can rub it on a needle, and you can set it in water, and the needle will turn and aim a direction
towards the north. Yep, towards the north, right? North.
Yeah, it doesn't aim down.
I'm not saying that the magnet, like it's the same. It's the same for the model. The toroidal field is just like down lower, and it's like stretched out across.
Okay, so say you're at the far left side of the wall.
Okay, north or south?
Either. No, west or east. I mean, west or east.
West. West. I'm in a room on the west wall. Okay.
Yeah. Now, when you make one of these little floaty needle magnets, right, with the magnet, you swipe it and you put it in a little cup of water, which direction will the needle point?
North.
But what's north if you're at the far east? Because north would be right there at the wall.
What do you mean, what is north if you're at the far east? What does that have to do with it still pointing north?
Because if Earth is flat and it's round, north being, up in theory, going straight up would put you into the wall, not towards the North Pole.
Going straight up would put you into the wall, wouldn't it put you into the ceiling?
Yeah, I'm fucking that up.
North is the center.
Could we, could we have the guy below me bring his point across really quick? He's been very patient.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'll mute.
Hi, sorry, I just joined. What's the talking point now?
Welcome in.
So what? Welcome in, Dot. We're just gonna call you Dot.
Yeah.
Period.
What's your thoughts? What's your points? Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I was here last night.
Yeah, he's flat Earth.
Well, he's got a black hole for a photo, so I don't know about that.
Badum tish.
That doesn't have to do with anything.
Whoosh.
But yeah, the guy that apparently didn't understand what's the north and on the flat Earth is just the center, right towards the toroid.
So electromagnetism is in gravity in the flat Earth model.
Well, can you?
Oh, that's what you guys were alluding to. Gravity.
Gravity, whatever causes the downward acceleration towards the floor.
I thought you guys were trying to use that for gravity. Go ahead, Dot.
The thing is it always downwards?
Yes.
I disagree.
Give me an example of stuff not being affected by gravity.
Helium balloon.
If you take the helium out of the balloon, what does it do?
It just falls.
If you don't put enough helium in the balloon, what does it do?
Hovers or falls.
It falls, right?
Yeah.
Why does it make? Why does it fall down? Why doesn't it fall left?
So
why doesn't it fall left? Why does it make? Why is it always down?
I don't know why. How come if you have a balloon, helium balloon in a car, and you drive forward, why does it go forward?
The exact same reason that it goes up in our atmosphere. Because that air that's in the car also is made of mass that still has to it has to get moving. So all that air rushes to the back. So then the balloon moves forward against it.
Then why does a drone stay with the car?
It doesn't if you're accelerating. If you're going a constant speed, it will. But if you accelerate, the drone will exhibit pretty much the same effect. It'll wobble around a little bit more.
Sorry, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let Dot talk. I've been talking a lot.
Yeah. Don't you guys understand buoyancy and density?
Can you calculate buoyancy without gravity?
Yeah, I would love to know what you replaced the little g in there with.
It's very simple. I mean, if there's no gravity,
means everything
buoyancy and density explain it.
No, buoyancy requires gravity.
Isn't helium less dense than the Earth?
What's the equation for buoyancy? I forgot. What's the equation for buoyancy?
What is it?
But you can go simpler than that. How would you be able to confirm the mass of something without gravity?
PG, parental guidance.
What does this G stand for, my guy? What does the G stand for? Guidance?
Parental guidance. PG.
Yeah, parental guidance.
PG, parental guidance. Got it.
We can't have no toddlers looking at the formula for buoyancy.
You convinced me. I guess we won't use gravity for buoyancy.
So what is it? If you're solving for the buoyant force, it's like
and that V is for vendetta.
Yeah, negative rho. Then you have the gravitational acceleration, and then the actual fluid volume itself. So little g is in there. That's for the the acceleration due to gravity. What on a flat Earth would you replace that with?
Again, gravity doesn't exist on a flat Earth.
Look right above you, my guy.
That's what we're trying to give you an out, my guy.
Yeah, so what is it then, if not gravity? What are you replacing that G with in that formula?
Bro.
This is object density.
I'm not talking about math. You can do any number you want. It's bullshit. It's just observable.
Okay, so buoyancy does not replace gravity. That's what we figured out here. It's actually just another force that's the opposite direction of. And then density is just mass, density is, just mass over volume, right? The amount of, think of it, just for lack of better terms, the amount of stuff within a set, like space. So how does something's density, the amount of stuff making up, a set area of something, I don't know, let's just say a lead ball. The amount of stuff that makes up a lead ball, how does that decide which direction it goes?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You said density. You said density is going to be able to replace gravity. How does that decide the direction it goes?
It doesn't replace it because you're talking gravity as a force. Like,
yeah, gravity is.
Bingo! You got it.
There's a formula that we determined how buoyant an object is. Do you disagree or do you agree, period?
Right. Just because there's a formula, it means it's real, all right?
That means you can use that formula to determine what will float and what will sink before having to waste time.
So at school, they show you a formula, so that means it's real.
No, you're using the word buoyancy. That means that you have to understand how to calculate for buoyancy. Either that or you got to come up with your own word.
All right, so isn't helium less dense than the air?
I don't know, you tell me.
Yes, it is. The helium is less dense than the atmosphere.
It's still affected by gravity.
Less dense goes up. Simple. I don't know how's that hard.
So again, that's why I asked you, how does density decide the direction of an object?
Even on the periodic table, exactly.
Why up?
The periodic table doesn't tell you which direction something will go either.
No, yeah, you're right. But
so how does the density of an object decide its direction is my question. That's not a force.
So just imagine a balloon right here. The density of helium is less dense than the current atmosphere that it's sitting in right now, right? So therefore, the buoyancy is pushing up because it's less dense. Gravity is... Go ahead.
Gravity keeps pulling the more dense atmosphere underneath the balloon over and over again,
underneath,
which pushes the balloon upwards by default.
I think a good example would be like air bubbles in water. They go up and they stop once they get to oxygen.
Air doesn't exist.
Yeah, they do stop.
Sorry.
As soon as they get to a similar mass, they stop.
Just like the balloon. The balloon doesn't just keep going up. The balloon eventually just stops going up, and then it usually pops.
I guess it depends on the medium of the bubble. If it's like methane, then it will keep
it's
rising.
less dense than the water, so it goes up.
Right.
Just
When
like
they use high altitude balloons with scientific packs attached to them, they're designed to top at a certain altitude.
Not all satellites are satelloons.
Nope, I didn't say satelloons. I didn't say satellites. That's why I was very careful in what I said. High altitude balloons bringing up scientific information are designed to pop at a certain altitude.
I would love to see the balloons that are apparently holding the ISS.
How would they be designed to pop at a certain altitude?
They calculate, I would imagine, they calculate the pressure at which the balloon will pop, depending on what they're putting into it. I don't know if it's strictly helium or what they put into them.
So do different isotopes like way different? They're heavier, right? I've said like material, so like an isotope of helium. It's like a helium like 1 and helium 4 have different weights. Do they reside in different parts of the atmosphere?
They don't reside together.
But maybe that would like better for me as a chemist. Never mind. If any of you guys are chemists, I don't know.
What was the question?
I was asking about different types of isotopes for like what was that? Like helium 1 and helium 4. They're different isotopes, and one of them's heavier than the other. Do they reside in the same place in the atmosphere?
I don't know specifically about that. I don't.
Yeah, that's
like helium 3 is, or sorry, helium 4. I know will be, something that's pretty abundant. I have no idea though as for that. But when we're talking about like oxygen, nitrogen, stuff like that, pretty much no matter how high up we go, we find out that there's still roughly the same ratio within our atmosphere at least. So like it's still, even though the total number will decrease as you go up higher, like on top of a mountain, it's still roughly 71% nitrogen, what was it, 23% oxygen, and some other trace gases.
A lot less of it.
Good stuff here. You guys are pretty smart. You guys are on your toes. What's one of your what's one of your flat earth theories that we could talk about? What's one of your questions or proofs or even like theories. Let's get involved. I want to get you involved.
Yeah. So, do you think outer space is real?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, wait. Hold on. Let's before I agree to that, let's define outer space. What do you define outer space as?
Right.
Anyone else hear him? Because I sure didn't.
No, I didn't hear him.
I didn't hear him.
But when you go out of the atmosphere and you enter into a vacuum, that's outer space, right? By
Space
definition.
isn't a vacuum.
Huh?
Space isn't a vacuum.
Well, I guess astronauts disagree with you because that's what they've said.
Astronauts don't disagree with me.
They do. They said it's a perfect vacuum.
No,
so it doesn't make any sense.
Them physically being in the vacuum makes it not a vacuum.
Nobody would ever use the word perfect. That you just inserted that.
I'm the only perfect one.
Near perfect.
All right, so
only happens when you bring oxygen up there.
all right, so according to you guys, there's probably oxygen and other gases in outer space.
Trace amounts for sure.
Well, if you send a rocket ship up there that's full of oxygen, and you get a hole in the ship, a vacuum occurs.
It's an area of low pressure.
Same thing happens when you go deep in the ocean. The vacuum's not there until you put oxygen down there, and
If
then
you're in a burning building, there's also pressure differentiation.
That's actually what a vacuum cleaner does. It's not sucking. That's exactly what it's doing.
You can have a building that's under positive pressure and negative pressure. And like some of those, like you won't be able to open the door in some of those buildings because the pressure is so great.
Opening a car door under deep water.
Relative to the outdoor atmosphere, that building is under a vacuum.
So now that we have an understanding of what space, or as you guys say, outer space, because it's all relative, right? We're in the atmosphere, and if you're in space, is it outer space? But that's semantics. I don't know. So now we have an understanding of what space is. You guys continue of.
Yeah, but yeah. So we have besides him saying that outer space is a perfect vacuum, we have an area of extremely low pressure beyond our atmosphere. Yes, I agree. That exists. I believe that's where the moon is. That's where the sun is. That's where all the planets are. Yeah.
I don't know, Dot, do you believe that space exists? Since you asked that question.
No.
Me either. I don't believe that either.
How can you have a pressurized system like Earth in the almost vacuum of space? It's a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. We lose our atmosphere to space constantly. Like there's trace amounts of our atmosphere all the way out past the moon in our model.
Yeah. The thing is, you have to have a container to have like.
No, you don't.
A closed environment with a different pressure, different.
It doesn't need to be a closed container. It can be an open container.
Yes.
You're not allowed to drive it. Can't drive with those though.
You can have an open container and pour some sulfur hexafluoride into that open container. The sulfur hexafluoride will settle to the bottom of the open container. You can then float something on that air current, if you will. That current, that layer of sulfur hexafluoride will support like some paper, some aluminum foil, something. Yeah, something lightweight.
Can you show an experiment? Because it's really hard to believe for me because of.
They have that sulfur hexafluoride. They have a video of it.
No, yeah. Can you pull it up? I seriously believe you have to have a closed. Earth has to be a closed system.
No, that's how I know it. I don't know who can pull up a video right now. I can't do that.
So we can measure the pressure difference from sea level to a mountain.
Yeah, he's got it right
Who's
there.
that by name?
Bamble Fix got the right there.
The sulfur hexafluoride thing. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
he's got it.
So was it sulfur what?
Sulfur hexafluoride.
Sulfur hexafluoride. Is it like derivative of sulfur, right? Sulfur, like some sort of, I don't know. I guess I'll research it on my own. I don't want to bother you guys with that question.
It's a derivative of fluoride. You can brush your teeth with it. Then your teeth
Isn't there
disappear.
fluoride in the water, right?
Yeah, fluoride's found in the water.
Fluoride's found naturally in water, by the way.
Is that a liquid?
No, it's a gas.
Oh, it's a heavy gas, heavier than oxygen. So
it stays in this open container. This is why we say that we don't need a closed container for gas pressure to exist.
Yeah, just don't get pulled over and you'll be good.
Yeah. I'm actually curious what this is. Oh.
Yeah, so
he's got a taser, and because there's no because the air can't. There's no air in there, so it can't bridge the gap. That's crazy.
So are those objects more, was it buoyant than the fucking sulfur hexafluoride? Or is it the density that's keeping it up?
I think I would consider us being in a closed container. Our ozone layer closes it off.
It'd be buoyancy, right? It'd be buoyant on the sulfur hexafluoride.
I wouldn't even go there, but we've had holes in our ozone layers had holes in it, so that doesn't
was ruining.
What force is holding?
Hey,
what force is holding?
I gotta dip out of here, guys. But I might be back here in a little bit.
Later.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
Bye.
Alrighty.
Bro.
Rage quit.
Yeah.
He ran.
Look at that globe Earth shill. How dare he?
Flat Earth wins again. Flat Earth 2024.
Flat Earth W.
That was a very cool experiment. But the thing is, what happens if you leave that open long term?
Why do
that gas?
Why do meteors burn up when they turn into asteroids, or vice versa? I can't remember.
Friction.
You sound like you're touching upon something I've been talking about lately a lot. If the firmament is impenetrable, which the flat earthers I ask always say, yes, the rockets are bouncing off the firmament. They can't get through. Yeah. Then I say, well, how are these meteors entering our atmosphere and sometimes going across the sky and skipping back out of our atmosphere? Sometimes they come in and they explode over the surface of the Earth, and sometimes they hit the Earth and leave meteorites.
Yeah.
So how is that happening if we have an impenetrable firmament over us?
It's just the military shooting rockets.
Yeah.
The thing is, you don't know where it comes from.
Sure.
They tell you it's an asteroid. You can believe it if you want.
They're crossing the skies at hundreds of miles per second, and they're being dropped out of airplanes, right?
Didn't say that.
No, but you're saying, well, what else? What else could it be?
I don't know.
They move faster than rockets, by the way.
Way fast.
How fast do they move?
Well, off the top of my head, I'm not a bullshitter. I can't give you a speed, but they move
Maybe
faster.
like at least 1,000 miles if it's faster than an airplane or a rocket.
Well, technically, it should be way, way faster than that.
They create sonic booms. They'll blow windows out of buildings.
So faster than the speed of sound?
Oh, yes.
So the Earth is rotating at a ridiculous speed already. If a fucking meteor comes in from the opposite direction that we are rotating, it's coming in at a fucking crazy speed. Earth
doesn't rotate fast.
Could hit Earth, and that's making a fucking huge crater.
Earth doesn't rotate fast at all. Honestly, Earth barely rotates.
It depends on your perspective, though.
Okay, so if I go grab my globe right here in my bedroom and I turn that globe one revolution and it takes me 24 hours to do it, that's how fast the Earth is rotating.
The center of the Earth
depends, though.
You're misunderstanding what that means.
I'm not
Think of it like I just said. Spin a globe once in 24 hours. That's what our planet does. Don't concentrate on the tangential speed at the equator.
I'm not.
Turn the globe once in 24 hours.
The thing you're not putting into perspective is the size of Earth compared to that globe.
Oh, I am
but you're not
100%
putting
doing
it
that.
doesn't matter. It's proportional. You can spin a tennis ball once in 24 hours. You can spin a ping pong ball once in you can spin a beach ball. Doesn't matter the size of the ball. It's
It
making
does,
one
because
revolution in 24 hours.
It's the circumference of it.
You don't
The
understand.
circumference is going to determine the tangential speed, but we don't care about the tangential speed. We care
Exactly.
about the actual time it takes for it to spin.
A day is 24 hours. That means it takes 20.
Look up the circumference of the Earth.
I know this.
So if the Earth is
24,901 miles approximate.
So
the tangential speed.
That amount of distance goes 24 hours.
Yeah, and then the tangential speed is something like 1,046 miles per hour. Everybody rounds it down to 1,000.
Yeah.
So what's your point? It's not my misunderstanding. It's your misunderstanding. I'm trying to explain it to you.
I think we all understand it. I don't know why we're all arguing about it.
No, he definitely doesn't understand it. He thinks the size of the Earth has something to do with how many times it revolves in 24 hours.
So I think I got a little distracted.
24,000 miles.
361 degrees every 24 hours.
Moves in 24 hours. That's whatever that number is. 24,000 divided by 24.
All that means is 1,000 miles of the surface of Earth
at the equator, and only at the equator.
Right, rotates in an hour. That doesn't mean the whole planet is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour the way you're thinking of it as. Do you have a tachometer?
I agree that it's different on different parts of the Earth. The center of the Earth is 24 hours.
No, the whole globe.
It's not 24 hours. It would be 0 hours.
The whole globe rotates once in 24 hours. You can grab a globe and take a Sharpie and draw a line right down one of the lines of longitude between the North and South Pole. That line of longitude you just drew is going to take 24 hours to rotate west to east and come back around to you. 24 hours. That's how slow you got to turn that globe.
A little bit more. It's 361, but you guys know what I mean.
It's also not exactly 24 hours. It's 23 hours and 56 minutes.
No, 24 hours for 361.
Sure.
Rounding is better.
No, it's not, because it matters. Rounding
I know it matters, but rounding is better.
1 degree, and it's not. You shouldn't round when you're talking about. No, never mind.
I'm not.
The exact number actually explains why.
I can't change anything by talking about it.
Yeah,
it takes 365 days and 6 hours for the Earth to go around the sun. Therefore, every 4 years, we have what's called a leap day. It's a leap year. February 29th. That reconciles the difference between a solar day and a sidereal day.
And it's that extra 4 minutes.
Right.
Yep.
But what I'm trying to get through to Harry is, get the 1,000 miles per hour out of your head. I always say that. That has nothing to do with nothing. That is literally converting the rotational speed to a miles per hour, which is irrelevant. It makes people think.
I would full on accept what you're saying, but you're not explaining it to me well enough where I'm getting what you're saying. Because to me, if I go around the Earth in 24 hours, I'm going over.
Yeah, you're going 1,000 miles an hour, but that's not what we're doing.
I know. I'm saying, explain it to me where I can understand it, because that's how I'm picturing it. I can't picture it another way.
There's 20
told that I'm wrong.
If you're in a plane, you're going fast.
Hey, Lubba, where you at?
Right here at the equator, from my finger to my finger are 2 lines of latitude. Right? There's 24 of those.
Yep.
So it takes in 1 hour. This one is going to rotate to this spot. So it's going to go like, I'm sorry, the other way around. This one is going to be here. You're going to turn the globe like this, like this, like this, super slow, super slow, super slow. An hour later, boom. And you're going to keep doing that. An hour later to the next one. An hour later. That's how slow the globe is turning. It takes an hour just to go from here to here, because that's the 1,000 miles per hour. 1,000 miles in an hour. That does not mean 1,000 miles an hour.
That's faster than. But it's all about perception, right? How you perceive things. Is if you say it's not going fast, It's kind of.
Well, I mean, no matter that's why we try and explain. No matter where you are on Earth, the sky is going to move at 15 degrees an hour.
And it depends on what you're relating it to, right?
So
it's fast compared to like Cosmos fucking level.
If you know what a tachometer in a car is measuring, if you're old enough to know what a vinyl record on a record player does, you measure these in time per revolution. You don't measure them in miles per hour. Things that rotate, your tachometer, my car idles at approximately 700 RPM, revolutions per minute. It does not idle at whatever the miles per hour conversion would be.
Yeah, but that's your RPMs. That's not your distance traveled.
Yeah, but we're talking about RPM.
It is an RPM.
Anything that's round is measured in a record on a record player is measured in revolutions, just like a tachometer. Anything that revolves, that spins, that turns is measured in revolutions. It's not measured in straight line tangential miles per hour.
Even the sun going around the flat Earth is measured in RPMs.
Hey, how long will it take for Level's phone to die since he passed out?
He was outside earlier. He was like definitely outside.
I just want to mention, we also in physics really don't deal with the concept you guys are trying to talk about in terms of the velocity. Not just like the tangential velocity, but the value of what you guys are trying to discuss doesn't come really in terms of like degrees per hour. What we really want to talk about would be the centripetal acceleration, which would be v squared over r. The velocity, yes, is kind of large in miles per hour, but you would need to convert it to meters per second. And then in meters per second, that number becomes lower. And then you're squaring that so it gets a little larger, but then you're dividing by the radius of the Earth. And the radius of the Earth is absolutely astronomical. And then the centripetal acceleration becomes like 10 to the minus 5.
It's all the same. It's not any different. It's just how you look at it, right?
No, it matters because flat earthers that always throw out 1,000 miles per hour think we're spinning like some freaking super fast top on a table.
They think if you jump
they're
for a second, you're going to be like 60 miles away from where you
they're
were.
Perceiving it is off. It's not any different than one rotation 24 hours. It's the same thing, right? It's because their perception is off. They're comparing it to car.
Just like Harry had said, this astronomical speed of 1,000 miles an hour. He literally said that. Rewind it. He literally said that.
I don't believe 24,000 miles divided by 24 hours equals 1,000 miles per hour. That's just.
But you came in. You came in with
perfect math.
But that's not. But it's not. You can't label it that. You can't describe it that way.
Yes,
you don't describe. Like I said, you don't describe your engine. Describe your engine 3,500 miles per hour. You don't say that. You don't say
when you divide 24,000 by 1,000, you get 24 hours, which is one.
Yeah, I get it, but you technically could.
You don't describe things that revolve in linear speed. That's a misnomer. It confuses people. Because I literally say to them,
guys, let's
somebody's causing an
Can we do a thought experiment?
Yeah, somebody says bad.
Can we do a thought experiment really fast? Let's do a thought experiment really quickly.
They don't like thought experiments.
Let's do a thought experiment. If you were to take a basketball, so the Earth turns around once per day. If you were to turn a basketball once per day, that's like, I think it's like 10 to the minus 6 miles per hour.
I went over that 5
miles
times.
per hour.
I went over that 5 times already.
I'm just saying, do it with a basketball and observe how slow it is. That's the scale matters.
Well, and also people don't realize that
nobody's saying it doesn't.
At the North Pole and the South Pole, if you're standing there, you're actually rotating at 0 miles per hour, while simultaneously the equator is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. So I mean, using linear speed, like we're saying, it's really irrelevant.
I mean, you can still technically do it. It's kind of.
I think Harry's not under the impression, Sal. Harry's not under the impression that, like, oh my God, we should be able to feel this 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah,
right?
He's not saying that.
He's just saying that, like,
maybe he's not now that I've gone over it. He actually said, and we're turning at this astronomical 1,000 miles per hour. No,
yeah, Sal, I'm pretty sure Harry's not a flat earther.
Well, I don't know what he is, but
Harry's like
maybe it was sarcasm.
He's a pilot. Harry's a pilot.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know what he is or who he is, but you can't say that.
Well, it's all about perspective, right? If he says
if you have a record,
that's not perspective.
If you have a record
compared to what though? What are you comparing it to?
You put a dot right next to the pin in the middle. You put a dot at the very far edge, straight out from that dot to the very far edge of the fucking record. And,
I know where he's going.
And you spin it one quarter turn, right? The inner turn, the very inner part of the circle, takes so much slower to make that turn than the outside. The outside has to race to stay on the same pace as the
Exactly. I think you'd probably call that relative speed. Exactly.
So if you put a marble in, say, the core of the Earth and you're on the equator, the marble at the center of the Earth is moving 24 hours to do, it's going slow, but we're not in the center of the Earth. We're on the fucking crust of the Earth. So that's why we're moving 1,000 whatever miles an hour.
And that's why saying the Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour, it couldn't be more wrong, because it only makes sense at the equator. So you can't say the Earth. You can say, hey, the tangential speed at the equator is roughly 1,046 miles per hour, but that means nothing, because you go up to here, it's not 1,000 miles per hour anymore. It's slower.
I'm sorry if you felt that I was saying it definitively for everybody on the entire fucking globe, because that's not what I meant.
Well, I think what Sal's trying to say is when you use the term 1,000 miles per hour, because it's not consistent for the whole globe or even inside the. When you work in RPMs, you're addressing the whole system rather than just one part of it.
Exactly. And by the way, I'm a very passionate person, and I've explained this umpteen times. So it gets a little, after a while, it gets a little. Are you serious?
But I mean, I can see
we're on the same page right now.
We are more or less. It's just the language we use has to be. We all have to understand the same words we're using, right? And why, in order to have productive conversation.
The issue we all have is just people use it to say, like, oh, hey, we're spinning this fast, we should feel it. And
right.
Try and explain, hey, you don't feel it because it's only 15 degrees per hour.
We barely rotate.
You go 100 miles an hour in your car, you don't feel that either, because you're
as long as you're at a constant speed. Yes.
You do going up there.
But that is linear speed. That's apples and oranges to what we're talking about.
But if you are in a car, all of a sudden from 100 miles an hour, you're more than likely going to die, even at 100 miles an hour. If you're standing on the equator and the Earth just decides to stop spinning for a millisecond, you're dead.
Well,
I mean, there are cases where
everything would get thrown. Ideally, everything would get thrown at 1,046 miles per hour forward, or
exactly.
Yeah, because everybody would keep moving at that same linear. Conservation of momentum, I think you would call it.
Yeah.
Same thing, but different. Like how far, like what's our distance around the sun? Like how far do we travel for 365 days? Like,
that's a big number because everything's fucking big.
Yeah.
We don't travel around the sun, though.
That speed too.
If that was to ever happen, I would hope to be at the North or South Pole.
Well, yeah. I mean, hopefully they would warn us when they just decide to stop the spin to change the batteries.
Everything on Earth would just implode. Everything would just be gone.
I'm pretty sure, like the crust. I can only not even just like people. The crust of the Earth would need to be like ripped apart.
Probably
mountains would be dislocated from their foundation.
I never thought of it that way, but yeah, now I'm never going to forget that.
I mean, the Earth can be spinning astronomically fast if you're comparing it to something that's slow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is no speed you can't go in a vehicle and not feel comfortable. You can go all.
I mean, no, no. I think that's wrong. No, there are speeds that you could go. You can still feel comfortable no matter what. You could go as fast as you can go and still be comfortable.
Yeah, as long as it's a progressive increase in speed.
Yeah,
Increase in speed.
but you could gradually work your way up to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles an hour and be perfectly fine.
Yeah, perfect. Like 1G ship, 1G ships.
What was it? One sidereal year, during which time the Earth travels 940 million kilometers.
Say that again.
940 million kilometers is the course, I guess, that the Earth makes around the Earth, or around the sun.
24 hours in a day, 24 times 365, and then take that number you just said and divide it by whatever 365 times 24 is, and that will give you the miles an hour we're moving around the Earth.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, they see that number, it sounds very big and scary and spooky, and it's just like, oh, we should feel that. That's why we try not to be like, oh, hey.
Yeah, I love the thought of it.
Why wouldn't I feel 1,000 miles per hour though? Come on.
Because you're trapped. I mean, it's the same reason you don't feel 500 miles an hour when you're in a plane.
Yeah, we didn't accelerate to that. We're already going.
If you drive a car 1,000 miles per hour, you'd feel that, right?
If you drive a car 1,000 miles an hour, you're not going to say like, "Oh, hey, I'm going 1,000 miles an hour," especially if it's maintaining 1,000 miles an hour.
You're only
You're
going
flying
to
a
feel
spaceship.
accelerating to 1,000 miles an hour. You're not going to feel going it.
If you're in an F-16 going 1,000 miles an hour, it just feels like you're in a car. It feels exactly
What
like
if you're in a
car.
G1? What if you're in a G1 rocket? Would you feel it?
It feels exactly like you're in a car.
You only feel the acceleration. You don't feel the travel time.
In a G1 rocket, you feel the acceleration?
You're going to feel
Acceleration.
what's a
You're feeling
G1
yourself
rocket?
being propelled to that speed.
I don't think you'd feel a G1 rocket though.
What's a G1 rocket? Just as a
Well, the people in ISS,
only pulling 1G.
the astronauts that go up to the International
acceleration
Space Station.
Acceleration is consistently 1G. So that's the
I don't think it's possible for a rocket to move at 1G.
No, it's a consistent acceleration. Replicate the gravity, right? So it's like that's why they call it 1G rocket, because it's consistently accelerating at 1G.
Yeah, no, they have to. That's how they get satellites up there. That's how they get satellites.
If you have a rocket in space accelerating at a constant 1G and you were standing inside the rocket, it would feel identical to standing on Earth. This is due to Einstein's equivalence principle.
But you'd be increasing in speed, which would actually slow your time, technically. So time would move slower.
Yeah.
1G would move slower. Or, I mean, but yeah. And that's why I think the Earth is flat.
I don't know, man. I just can't imagine. I picture it like if I'm on a merry-go-round spinning at a rate of 1 revolution a day.
Well, it's like
can't feel it.
161 degrees though. You got to add the 1 degree.
Yeah, but we're still okay. 361 degrees in a day. I guarantee you, I'm not going to feel it.
If you're standing on a merry-go-round that is the diameter of Earth, and you're standing on the edge of that merry-go-round, and it instantaneously picks up to the speed of Earth, you're going to feel that. You're going to die.
Yeah.
Whoa.
The bar is going to go through my fucking sternum.
Yeah, so like that's pretty fast.
The size matters.
Yeah, and Atlas, you don't know
the size matter?
Life where that doesn't exist, where that doesn't happen.
What doesn't exist?
Like we're in our model. If we've been spinning, at 1,000 miles an hour or 15 degrees per hour, whatever you want to call it, You've never experienced life where you're not moving. Every single thing that makes you who you are, from all your ancestors to any type of freaking weird ape-like creature you may or may not have evolved from, has been designed from the ground up to just ignore the rotation of the Earth.
We're acclimated to it. We're built that way.
It's
so
like
we are just like somehow like you through your guys' so-called evolution just got used to going 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you wouldn't even need to be 1,000.
1,000 miles per hour is nothing. Spin the globe once in 24 hours. It's super slow. We barely rotate. That's what I mean about throwing out that 1,000 miles per hour like it's something. It's not.
Imagine another. I don't like to throw more thought experiments. Imagine you have, when you were born, someone gave you a backpack with a 10-pound weight in it.
Bro, that was a cathartic thought. I was like, I ignore breathe. I mean, I'm built to ignore breathing. I just
Hey, Atlas, guess what? By the way, you're manually breathing right now.
Yeah, can you imagine like being freaked out by breathing?
Me?
It's like, God damn, I gotta breathe in again.
But anyway,
the 1,000 miles an hour sounds fast, but compare that to the speed that we're going around the sun. It's so much faster. It's like 30,000 miles an hour or something.
There's even more speeds.
That's true. By comparison, it's nothing. But on its own, it's nothing. Spin a globe once in 24 hours. It's nothing.
Make a globe rotate around the sun in 24 or in 365.265 days or whatever the hell it is.
But if we were all born and started with it not going that fast, and we had to accelerate to get to that, we would all feel that happening.
Yeah. Of course. I practically ignore walking. You gotta walk, but we kind of just built into us, so we just ignore it and just do it. Imagine all the muscles it takes to walk like a mile.
Yeah, but back to that thought experiment. It's just a matter of like, imagine you're a baby. They put a backpack on you when you become a toddler, and it has a 10-pound weight in it, and you have to go through your entire life with that 10-pound weight. And at age 18, they're like, you can take the backpack off. And then it's just like, would you notice the 10-pound weight missing? I would.
Yeah. Sometimes I wear ankle weights. And
I want my weight.
Like wear them around for a while and take them off.
Hey, broccoli.
That's how Goku became a badass.
Yeah, it's like chewing.
No.
It's like
he said Rock Lee. Stop. Don't say Rock Lee.
I'm about out of things.
You probably got better eyebrows than Rock Lee.
I'm about out of things, but what about chewing?
We have similar hair. That my hair is getting super long. I got similar hair to him. I can't believe you brought up that reference. You're crazy.
Anytime someone brings up ankle weights, bro.
That's why I imagine just like taking the ankle weights off and like holding them out and dropping them.
Yeah, I would love to be to a point where I could just drop an ankle weight and it looks like a nuclear bomb went off.
It's actually really unhealthy because when I was younger, when I was in my teenage years, I tried that and then I looked it up and it's extremely unhealthy to constantly wear ankle weights everywhere you go.
And actually, it'll like mess with you, especially like as you're developing. Like when you get older and like your body's just like, oh yeah, this is just the body you're gonna have. Like there was a guy who did like a whole, I think like he did like a training session where I think it was like 6 months or something. He just wore as much weighted clothing as he could. And he was just like, I mean, you get an improvement, but the amount of pain that you're in from just constantly having to hold this weight on you all the time. So
there were people that became millionaires
and like squat like crazy.
I think the big problem with that would be adjusting to taking it off.
Yeah, the 80s, man, people became millionaires selling ankle weights.
It's free exercise, man. Exercise doing the things that you're already doing.
I mean, pit bull breeders do it all the time with their dogs.
That's not right. Sorry. I don't think consuming the flesh of murdered animals is okay either.
Right.
But I mean, that doesn't change my stance on flat Earth at all.
What was that one device, the thigh, the little thing you like put between your knees and squeeze it?
Thigh Master.
Yeah, that.
Suzanne Summers, she just died.
Oh, yeah.
Damn. Rest in peace.
Everybody's dying.
I rip and pepperoni.
Rest in peace, Suzanne Summers.
That was her character was one of the best characters in sitcoms over forever.
Yeah. Yeah, she was adorable. I'm trying to think of a TikToker to compare her to. Maybe Jessie or Jammin.
So if I had like a 10-pound weight, and I were to throw it at 1,000 miles an hour, that's pretty fast.
Yeah, that'd probably just be. I'm trying to think of how fast, like, the shells out of a.
Yeah, you can kind of hear it zipping by. It'd like.
How fast is a phalanx launch freaking 30 millimeter?
Have you guys seen 9 mils on like video? You can actually like watch it like move. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, we were firing off some pew-pews out in the desert one year, and one ricocheted. It hit a stone or something. It ricocheted, and it came back by. We're lucky it didn't hit one of us, but it was like zoop.
How big? What caliber?
That was a 9 millimeter.
9 mil.
Yeah, it was like.
That's likely. Because anything like 5.
Bet y'all stopped after that, huh?
Fragment. And that would definitely proves the flat Earth right there.
3 to 4 meters per second.
How? If the Earth was flat, it would just kept on going. That's like the opposite.
Okay, 760 miles per hour.
What's 760?
767 miles per hour is the speed of sound. So a jet has to reach 767 miles per hour before its sonic booms.
I was wondering if you were on the jet or on the thing, and it sonic boomed. Would you hear it?
I don't know if they hear it. I would imagine, but
they don't. They don't hear it because you're moving faster.
It actually might be behind them. It might be an effect where it's like by the time it kicks in, they're so far ahead of it.
Yeah, you wouldn't hear it.
So we had an air show, Blue Angels in Chattanooga, and one of them just accidentally slipped. I mean, like half a mile an hour over the speed of sound, and it like cracked several foundations. They had to pay for about 200 windows. I want to say like probably 97 or 98.
I just saw him in San Francisco, beginning of October, and we were eating outside on the Fisherman's Wharf, and I don't know if it was the same Blue Angel, but one of them was buzzing the tops of the building at Fisherman's Wharf. And unfortunately, you could hear them, but you never knew what direction they were coming from. So I never got them on video, but I would see them as they went by. And dude, it was like if there was an antenna on the top of the building, he probably would have hit it.
So if supersonic, that's faster than the speed of sound, and then subsonic, is that slower than the speed of sound?
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's 300 blackout subsonic.
Yes, if by sonic you mean sound.
Transonic, I think, too, exists. Maybe going into the sonic boom, you don't hear it, but maybe coming out of it, you might hear a noise.
Never heard of that before. I know 300 blackout subsonic is supposed to be a lot quieter.
So sub is undetectable by radar.
Yeah, like a snail.
Yeah,
as subsonic.
Heard about the plane the Navy tried to design. They tried to design a propeller plane that would break the sound barrier.
I run at subsonic speeds.
Yeah, I saw a TikTok a little while back that they're actually trying to develop a plane that is shaped in such a way that it, even though it's supersonic, that the shape of the sonic boom is like wouldn't reach the ground.
Yeah, they're trying to design it to where the sonic boom is sent upwards. That way they can do civilian airliners that go faster without violating like a bunch of laws.
That
like
was
sound
one big
pollution.
reason the Concorde stopped.
Yeah,
because they were getting sonic booms over, like coastal, the northeast of the United States.
Just make it phallic. I think that would work.
Yeah, they're putting some phallic shapes on it to assist in like it not sending the sonic boom like bell shape downwards.
It just like penetrates that barrier and it just dissipates the sound.
I watched a couple videos on TikTok about a week ago, the fastest and second fastest RC planes like ever. And oh my God. I mean, it's an RC plane, but you wouldn't even believe the thing whizzing by.
Yeah.
Aliens. What do you guys think about Ancient Aliens, like on that one show on History Channel?
I've seen them all many times.
Yeah,
I think it's a bunch of
it sort of gets on my nerves because they figure out they have this like formula on how to drag a show out for like as long as possible.
Oh, they repeat the same fucking shit like for a half hour. I swear. Like, didn't you guys already say that like 5 minutes ago?
Well, I love how they say, according to ancient alien conspiracy or conspiracy theorists, or I think that's what they say, conspiracy theorists, the answer is yes. Yeah, according to them. But then, a typical flat earther sees that show and he goes, they showed it on it's fact, it's proof. I saw it on the TV show. They said, according to those guys that believe in that stuff, the answer is yes.
And then towards the end, they're like, we may never know. It's like, yes, we might.
So resetting every 5 minutes and making the same argument again sounds identical to a flat earth debate.
Yeah, their whole formula is they'll have like three things, entering into the show. They'll have like three different things, right? That are all questions. And then the second segment, they'll lop one of the first things off and then have the second two add a third thing. And then the third segment, they'll lop off one of the second things, add a fifth thing, or fourth or fifth thing. And then it's like Sal said, they're like, according to, conspiracy theorists, and we may never know. And I'm like, come on, man.
I'm writing that one down. I'm going to use that one. According to flat earth conspiracy theorists, it was found to be true. That one's a good one. You guys have created a fucking monster, I swear. Are you happy, Dad? Dad, are you happy?
What do you mean we've made a monster? You LARP.
Tell me you're proud.
Yeah, and then all you got to do at that point is introduce some creepy music, and you got a show.
The problem is that you're getting so good at it, you're actually like convincing as a character. Like so many people believe you. And that one guy earlier, I think you actually beat him. He wasn't very good at defending his position.
No, you know how many Globers I beat just because they don't know how to debate?
Right, like they have
roll through people
position, but they're bad at defending it.
Because they don't know their own model. They don't do the research.
I got the same. Now I've never seen him before. Haven't seen him since. But he's a Glober. Morning Hair. This was a few nights ago, and back to back. I think it was in Level Devils Live 2 nights in a row for hours on end. 2 nights in a row. I flirfed him, and he was raging at me for hours both nights. And I make no positive claims at him probably 100 times between the 2 nights. I was so up inside that his head, it was unbelievable.
Yeah, thanks to Level, I've picked up a couple pen pals.
Oh, cool. So like you're
I just random people. They're like, hey, look, what do you think about this? And they send me a video, and I'm like, yeah, that is fallacious.
Eddie was in the comments at least one of those nights. I think he was about to disown me as a friend. He hates that shit. Why do you gotta lie to them people? They already don't know enough, and now you're fooling around with them and lying to them. And I hate lying, and he doesn't get it. He's not into it.
Sal, do you think it's like morally wrong to do that though? I've been thinking about it. I don't know if it's like there might be people that might actually be.
See, but I think I'm so overt with it that it's obvious, and it's just people that really, you know, the kind of people that jokes easily go over their heads. Like everybody in the room gets it, and that one person they don't get it, it goes over their head. That's
why I throw in like crazy statements. I'll like have like an intelligent conversation, and then I'll throw in a crazy statement, and then some people it still goes over their head.
Dude, I kept with the everybody else in the panel and even in the comments knew what I was doing, but this one guy, this one guest, and I'm like, I make no positive claims. And then I said, and by the way, and when I make no positive claims, I make no positive claims about those positive claims. I said that even, you know what I mean? I'm just like having fun. And yeah, no, he was raging at me how stupid I was.
I think a big problem.
See, but that's the problem with LARPing as a flat earther. They already make such absurd statements. There's nothing you can do to like be more absurd than them.
And
Well,
he's
it's the
and
context, right?
honestly, he must have been very new to this because, I mean, I'm in these lives for probably an average of 10 hours a day, 7 days a week for over a year and a half now. So, and I've had the same username and photo the whole time. So if he hasn't seen me by now, he's probably really new to it and had no idea who I was.
Yeah, I'm pretty new, and I wasn't too sure of your position until recently.
Oh, he's a flat earther. That's his position.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I told somebody like day before Christmas, I told him, I was like, now with the moon being about 190,000 miles away, blah, blah, blah. And like all the globies called me out. They're like, Mike, what are you saying?
I hate when they do that. I would admit I'm a flat earther, but I make no positive claims.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Sal said because it is harmful to fake like with flat earthers, because I was on it with Sal at one point, like 2 lives ago. But the thing is, it shows you how ridiculous it is to manipulate somebody. So the people that are watching this, they start to notice, like, you know, especially when another flat earther joins me and Sal and agrees with us, it's like these guys are saying whatever they want and they just go along with it.
What?
It kind of throws out there the mentality of all you're doing is following a cult. You don't care about.
But I also looked at it a different way, that once he
I could
gets
say
a
the
clue.
same thing.
Well, I looked at it a different way too. Once he gets a clue and realizes who I am at some point, that was really good experience for him in how to, you know, he got a crash course there. That was a lot of experience in 2 nights on how to deal with an actual flat earther.
Yeah, and you got a lot of accurate information out of it. Like, he was responding accurately, so it's like people were still learning from it. It was almost like just an acting class.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Atlas.
Well, it's also a psychology too. Like, I know that when I argue against Globers, they'll won't listen to the context of what I'm saying, because the perception is that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Even if I say something that makes sense, they'll automatically be like, no. Even though what I'm saying is true, right? If I'm like stating scientific fact, they'll still like not want to listen to it and deny it because they think I'm the opposition, right? I think it's where that's become disingenuous. It happens on both sides, right? Because both sides don't want to listen to the other person, even if what they're saying is true.
And no one wants to admit something that's going to lead us down a road of just being like, oh, you agreed to this, so that means I can do this. And that's where it's really important to understand like how logical fallacies work.
But you also have the benefit of having multiple accounts, at least the 2 of them, that you can ping pong back and forth, and you catch people off guard, like they don't know who the hell you are or what you are. I have the 1 account. So if you paid attention and see me regularly, you know that one time, oh, he's fooling around.
Dude, it was rough. It was rough watching that happen.
It was.
Maple Crumpet. Maple Crumpet asked why am I called Atlas? Was important.
You're echoey.
Yeah, you're breaking apart. Yeah,
Its Wi-Fi is sketchy. He's got 3 bars.
Yeah, it shows 2 bars on there.
2 bars red or 3 bars red.
One now.
It sounds like he's in like a huge hall that's echoey, but he's on the other side of it. Oh, Bedazzle, that's against TikTok TOS. I would turn off your camera so you don't.
Well,
get banned.
it's not showing who.
It's not showing him driving. It's just showing
That's
driving.
true. That's true. He's probably a passenger.
Yeah, the rules are extremely vague on freaking.
I've done like a whole 8-hour day. On,
Yeah, if you point the camera towards you while driving, it will kick you out.
Right. Unless I put my green screen background on and you can't tell.
Yeah, but you don't know that his wife's not sitting in the passenger seat holding the camera.
Correct. Yeah, but TikTok doesn't care about certain things anyways. They don't care what the hell you think.
I'm still freaking salty about losing live access on my other account.
I lost this whole account. It came back 3 months later. I got it back.
After the TikTok did their updates, because I was on the verge of losing my account, but after they changed all the rules, it was like you don't have any more violations, basically.
Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll put
So,
it
can you guys hear me now? My Wi-Fi better now.
Yeah.
So, I had a comment.
I catch shit for
Atlas was
vaping on my live stream.
Alice was a Titan that was forced to hold the sky up for the rest of eternity. He's also a mathematician, philosopher, and astronomer. And in Greek mythology, he was known to be the first person to actually make the celestial spheres. And if you look at my profile pictures, there's actually globes in the profile picture's eyes.
Well, Atlas was often depicted in statuesque form or in drawings or paintings or whatever, holding up the earth, like on his back.
Yes, absolutely.
Isn't it crazy how we credit one person for everything? Like when you go back in history, it's like whole group of people do things, and then it's like we find one person to credit.
Isn't that ironic though? That I would just
Like Steve
randomly,
Jobs,
out of nowhere,
iPhone,
change my name to this out of nowhere, just randomly do that for no apparent reason at all.
What was his name before? It started with a K, didn't it?
Zuma.
Zuma, that's right.
Yeah.
I was thinking Kuma.
No, but it wasn't an accident. I chose his name. It's called irony.
Oh, do you guys know if it's against TikTok TOS to buy followers? I want to be able to like show video of math I'm doing, but I don't want to get
Heard
banned.
a lot of people do it.
Hey, buy them, man.
There's people that actually have promotional ads about buying followers. It's not illegal at all.
There's
Okay,
a bunch of like just accounts that just do lives, and it's literally just you go in and just follow everybody in the live.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, I got 10 accounts with live access.
You know, there was a guy that came on a live one time with us, and he was able to change. I don't know how he was doing it. He was able to change how much followers I have back and forth. He was like, "Go look at your account now."
Yep, I was around for a hacker.
That's weird. What the hell?
I was like, "Holy
These are
shit!
all
I
bots.
wish I knew how to do that." He was like moving it
He
around.
just has a bunch of accounts.
No, but he would tell me like instantly. He would do it. He'll say how much followers you got, and I'll be like, I have 1,300. He was like, look now, you're gonna have 1,450. Yeah, and I'll go back.
He must have a bunch of accounts that he's able to control through a script.
Yeah, that's how this buying and selling follows works.
Yeah, but it was
Yeah.
Sal was there. Nobody else was believing him, but I was looking at it and I was like, this guy's really manipulating the numbers.
Yeah, TikTok has a public-facing API that people are able to use. It's just not like documented for the public, so you have to manually figure it out.
You know how much money you would make if you have that script?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I know. I want to be that guy. You want 1,000?
There's a bunch of them. You could go on eBay. It's pretty cheap on eBay.
And then that's the thing. Like, there's nothing beside. Like, that's 100% skill based, because you can just make a bot that makes accounts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. So you can make
It's
a bot that
literally
makes
just.
all
It
the
doesn't
accounts.
cost you anything.
This is fucking true.
So
Right,
they're just
once
like,
you
oh, I can.
figured out the API, the script to make an account is so simple. You just throw a random username 1, same username 2, same username 3. No?
Oh, that's true.
I don't even know who their names were though.
I think the one big issue is those like TikTok tried to break down on it, because like when you go into those lives that I'm talking about, if you follow too many people too fast, it'll flag your account.
Oh yeah,
and you won't be able to get followed.
200.
Yeah, the one day is like I couldn't, like the one character or account I made, I think I only got to like 50, and it flagged my account, and I could not get any more followers unless people purposely sought me out and followed it.
I think Bamble still thinks I'm a flat earther.
No, we're past that. We were past that when Tyler left.
yeah. You've gotten good at LARPing. You're convincing. You sound just like them. You sound just.
I am way more intelligent than any of them.
No, I was just getting ready to correct. You sound just like them, but more educated.
You know, another thing about him, he almost has that super slow talking cadence of Chad, and like Chad, he also doesn't get like rattled. He has the same voice the whole time, which I think gets on people's nerves. They're like, because people are thinking subconsciously, why aren't you getting angry like me? Why are you just talking?
Because he knows it's bullshit.
Between Chad and Dak.
No, fuck Colton. Fuck Colton.
God, I can't stand Dak.
Colton's disingenuous though.
Colton's wacko. But
Chad is different.
The same way. Chad has that slow, almost monotone voice the whole time, but he's super slow talker.
You know, I like the way that Colton thinks. He's a free thinker.
Colton has had a sidereal day explained to him for over 8 hours continuously. And he still doesn't.
I would need a bigger definition of what we consider a free thinker, because like ignoring like straight up evidence doesn't make it free for me.
He's not crazy.
My problem with him is he just
he ignores all evidence.
He has his moments where he's just like, man, this guy actually wants to learn. We can have a good conversation with him. And then like a switch gets flipped. And then he just turns into like this, I can't believe you Globers. All you guys are fucking idiots. This is dumb.
He's also anti-Semitic and racist.
This is what you guys always do. Yeah, he's also anti-Semitic.
I just watched him in a live yesterday. You probably did too with Baron.
I believe it was Globy, and I wasn't there for that live, but I heard it from many people. He called Globy a house, you know what, or a porch, you know what.
Yeah, house.
Shit.
House.
That's fucked
house
up.
N-word.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I called him out on it.
But
I called him out on it.
Yeah. What
It's
did he
just
like, as a Puerto Rican, I'm gonna tell you something, man. On TikTok, you get it all, man. I've heard it all from everybody. Before I used to actually post it, but I would get notices from it and banned, because then everybody would just report it. But I would post what people were saying about me, to me, whatever. But I can't do it no more. But it happens more than you think.
I still do it. I have a separate account for those particular instances, because it's like a expendable basically. If it does get banned and whatever.
Yeah.
But
No,
most of the times.
Yeah.
Against.
Yeah, it goes back and forth. You know, I don't
got a warning.
I want to call this guy out, and that's it.
I literally just got a warning. Your live content is flagged for harassment and bullying. All right.
How do you know if you got one? Does it like
just
pop
popped
up
up
and you
on
have
my
to
screen.
close it? Does it like pop up and go away on its own? I wasn't looking at my screen.
Nah, I had to close it.
They're probably picking up on some of those words.
Quoting Colton? Oh, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
I'll drop anyway. I don't want to have...
Coming back up?
Nah. I'm probably going to be good for the night. You guys have a good one. Take it easy. Stay safe.
Hi, Bamble Dick.
It was nice debating with you. It was awesome.
It was fun.
I got kicked out like that one time with JT. JT was yelling at somebody, and I got the warning, kicked me out. And then
What?
Oh, I was actually cleaning one of my pew-pews and I racked the slide. I wasn't even on camera and the host got in trouble for it.
That's crazy.
From the sound?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it picks up weird stuff, man.
That's why whenever somebody says something off that's in the panel, it's not only about that person, everybody else in the live is, and it's risking their accounts too, especially the host. That's why I try to chop down on that. And I'm not only on Flat Earth TikTok, I go on all sorts of things on TikTok. Like debate lives or whatever, music lives, actual conversations. But I like Flat Earth lives because we actually talk about science and I'm super into science. I think it's amazing that I'm able to learn so much and also have so much fun with you guys.
Yes, sir.
That's how I got stuck to it.
That's like outside of my field, like stuff about film and photography from Hasselblad.
Yeah, did you know he was a photographer, a professional photographer for 20 years?
20 years. I said the other day in a live with him, I was like, and maybe you want to speak to Josh. Josh has been a professional photographer for 40 years.
40. I was like, dang, how old is Josh? Like 70? So
I feel bad. The first time I talked to him, I questioned him on his credentials because I didn't know anything about my argument. So all I did was question him on if he was an actual doctor and if he was a real photographer. It was bad.
Let me tell you something. If there's
Josh could be in the comments right now. I love messing with him when I know he's in the comments because he can't come into a live because he's busy or whatever. And I'll be like, oh, yes, I can address that question. Basically, contrast and focal length are the same thing. And then Josh is in the comments, Sal, I'm going to... You're trying to...
If there's anybody that proved that they're an expert in something, would be Josh with photography. I haven't seen him miss one question yet.
No, I feel bad because he accidentally doxed himself when I was trolling him.
Yeah, he has a website that he tells everybody about with his his name and personal information. And I've been doing photography since about 2012 myself. I've been messing with it, mostly videos, but
yeah, I do photography myself too. But Josh is on another level. But
right, Josh is on a whole nother level, huh?
Yeah, which I learned from him. I take pointers. I write stuff down.
Well,
if you take the f-stop and you put it to this, and then you change the shutter speed to this, it's like the mat behind it and everything.
I've been having fun taking photos for myself, vacations, cars, car shows, whatever, for 50 years now. I just enjoy as an amateur point-and-shoot photographer. I don't know all the settings. I don't fool around with all that. But I know what makes, I know angles. I know how to crop correctly and, good lighting and all that stuff. But I think if I ever took, some college photography classes, I'd be dangerous.
You ever crop photos that use a fisheye lens?
Nope. I only used my cameras from my first 35 millimeter film load cameras, if you want to call them that, 35 millimeter cartridge cameras from when I was about 6 years old on through my. Now I use my iPhone. I don't even use it. I got a digital camera years ago, and it's still in brand new condition. But once I got my first cell phone, my smartphone, I gave up on the camera. It's like I don't need the camera anymore. I got a smartphone now.
Well, it depends. It's just not the same. But yeah, you can still get a lot from your phone.
No, because my digital camera was not a high end digital camera, so I'm sure my iPhone. Right. Yeah,
but you definitely want that raw image and all that. If you get into it that deep.
Just how much you can learn from just an intro college course. I'd say more than half of flat earth arguments can be beaten by just a first semester physics course.
Yeah, I don't ever use this as a flex at all. But in the 5th grade, I had 3 pictures published by the state of Kentucky. and they were like, it was totally an accident that the pictures are even halfway decent. But the guy that my mom was dating at the time worked for the state of Kentucky, and he was the one that would take him down to the photo bug because I didn't have the money, and he's the one that took him down there and got him developed. And he was like, "Damn, these pictures are really cool," and so I got published by the state of Kentucky.
That's
and
awesome.
Yeah, and it was just totally by accident.
Ken's,
Stop
if you
bragging,
want to come
Mike.
up and debate,
Yeah, Mike's always bragging, man.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not even trying to
he's
brag.
flexing on us.
I'm serious. I'm not even trying to brag at all.
Ooh, look at me.
Total accident. It was like the right time and the right place.
See, I don't normally toot my own horn, but toot toot.
Right. Beep beep.
One of my mugshots got published when I was younger, if that counts.
I've had a mugshot published once.
It's fucking embarrassing. That's what that was.
Yeah, I got put in jail on a no-show warrant that shouldn't even have existed, and I got published in Chattanooga.
Oh man, that's at least decent. I had a mugshot for freaking. They grabbed me up from a robbery that happened nearby. I mean, it was innocent, but I came out innocent quick because they caught the guy. But they threw me on the news and everything. It was insane.
Yeah, they were like, oh, he's brown. He must have done it.
No, everybody was brown around there at that time, so that wasn't. I was just the wrong place, wrong time. It happens.
Where'd you get that camera from? The pyramids?
Dude, this thing is 50 years old, approximately 50 years old. Anybody knows what this is called?
Yeah, it's a flash
cube.
Yeah.
Flash cube, yep. This thing weighs so lightweight. I showed it on camera a few times before. I just put it on my wife's kitchen scale. It's a third of a pound. This thing weighs nothing. It's like a plastic toy.
How much does it weigh with film?
Like open.
What's the opening bid?
See, I just opened it. You put the you put the cartridge in here. The cartridge has like a cylinder on the left, cylinder on the right, and the film gets stretched over the middle.
Oh my god! You guys want a cool story? My first camera.
That's cool, Sal. I collect old cameras like that, and I do not have one of those cubes. I need to get one of those.
My first camera that I ever owned, I was down at Kennedy Space Center in just north of Cocoa Beach, and we were sitting there eating lunch. Me and my family. I was like 2. No, I was like more like 9. But somebody had left their camera behind accidentally, and I found it, and I reported it missing. And the security said, if somebody doesn't pick it up in 90 minutes, it's yours. And so my dad and everybody, we lingered around for 90 minutes, and I got my first camera that way.
Word.
Did you guys hold down the guy that was trying to get his camera back, so he doesn't make it in 90 minutes?
You just messing with us, right, Mike?
No, I'm being dead serious.
No, I mean, you said, I think I was 2. No, I was 9. You just messing with us, right?
I was
the age.
I was young enough to be interested in what a camera was, but I wasn't old enough to really know anything about cameras. And so,
yeah, the little horseshoe-looking thing.
Yeah,
that's what I just showed, right? That's what you're talking about.
Oh, is that what you took? I didn't see that.
It's a cartridge shaped.
Sal's looks like a 1.6.
Yeah, he's had the cartridge one.
It's a cartridge shaped like the handset to an old phone.
I'm not.
Yeah, so you got a 120. You got a 126 cartridge, which is wider. Mike's talking about a 110, which is like a third the size.
Trying to get ready to leave Vegas.
Oh, that's some freaking mini camera.
I have to check out 18 minutes ago.
Yeah, they were kind of, I don't know, they were thin and flat. But you took
That sounds
the
like a
picture
spy camera.
like you looked through the edge of the camera. Like you didn't point the fat side of the camera at the subject. You pointed like the thin side. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, I was really intrigued by the lack of like moving pieces and parts in that camera. All there was just like one lever, like to advance the film.
The good old days.
Hear a Flurf talk about it, you would think that like, you know, there's a whole ass computer in there.
Well, everything with a lens is NASA CGI.
Well, Root Bar taught me that NASA owns a 7% stake in every company that makes lenses of any type. So,
Yeah, especially if they're fisheye lenses.
Have you ever noticed that all names are geared towards something that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth anymore? Like all the claims are ridiculous now. They're getting worse and worse at this flat earthing stuff.
Yeah, that whole Admiral Byrd argument. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but like even that,
They
like
real-
NASA has a stake in this. What does that have to do with anything?
Realize that all of their like physical arguments about the Earth fall flat, and that they have to branch out to somewhere.
The whole Rockefeller argument. It's like, what?
One of them was talking
Yeah,
about
that's-
Admiral Byrd the other night, and I threw Cap'n Crunch into the conversation.
Hey, so did the tricks, the cereal tricks, did they change it, or is that just me? It used to be shaped, right? And now they're circles.
Tricks were definitely shaped. If they're not shaped anymore, it definitely changed.
Well, because there's a theory that says that they still are shapes, but because tricks are for kids.
I always love it. I love it.
They don't see it anymore.
I love it how Van Am loses his shit over Dr. Hasselblad. And I'm like, well, Dr. Pepper was not a doctor either. And, you know,
Dr. Seuss.
Dr. Seuss was not a doctor.
Isn't Dr. Seuss also hella racist?
I don't know. You like drawing
Dr.
like,
J. Dr.
He's
J and
not-
Dr. Dre may have something to say about that too.
Yeah, he used a lot of color in his drawings.
I heard a rumor that the band Dr. Hook isn't really doctors either.
Yeah, that's just rumors, though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true, but
Didn't Dr. Seuss say one fish, two fish, red shift, blue shift, or something like that?
Yeah, red shift, blue shift.
Yeah, I didn't know about that before I started hanging out with y'all.
Fine young cannibals are neither fine, young, or cannibals.
Oh, red shift and blue shift. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You know about what? Doppler shift?
Yeah, I didn't know about that a month ago. 2 months ago.
Oh yeah, Doppler shift is hella cool.
And that's why I believe the earth is flat.
That makes sense.
Makes sense.
Neither did they cut anything, nor were they a crew.
if Doppler shift didn't exist, my driving record would look a lot better.
Same here.
I wonder if next time I get pulled over, I just blame it on time dilation and I'll get away with it.
I'll just tell the cop, look, Doppler shift doesn't exist.
I think if you went to court and brought that up as an argument, I think you'll get off. I think they'll just be like,
As crazy, and they'll try to lock me up.
But you won't have to pay the ticket. That's a good point.
Radio waves are fake.
And they might not lock you up. They might just send you to like a mental health ward or something like that. Like, this guy is crazy.
You have to get a 3-day mandatory 3 hots in a cot.
It's like, have you ever seen the flat earthers go into these Congress meetings and all that and just
They do that.
yeah, they'll go in there and try to get money back. Why is NASA stealing all the money? Some of them like really go deep into this.
Yeah, gotta give it a try.
That's like sovereign citizenship.
Yeah, they'll do that too. They'll go into the system trying to convince them about it.
I think that we should have a national crap. What's it called? Nationally, not nationally funded, like a group pay. I can't remember.
A convention?
Conglomerate.
No, just like everyone puts a little bit of money into a pot, and that pot of money is used to buy every flat earther a copy of Kerbal Space Program and Physics for Dummies.
Or like a crowdfunding.
I'll support that.
Man, they'll just end up crossing, like they'll just grab a red pen and cross everything to be wrong.
But you can't trust books because Rockefeller's printed all the books.
Yeah, exactly. It just wouldn't work.
That'd be like a flat Earth general fund.
Rothschild's family.
There's no working like say everybody came up with money and grabbed, I don't know, somebody who's already rich, Eric Dubé, to go to freaking Antarctica. You know, they'll just say that he sold out if he came out and said, you know what, it's true, you could go there. It would always continue. It doesn't matter. There's no way to get to them.
Nope.
Who paid
the
Dubé to
definition
say
of
that?
goalpost moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't really take him down to Antarctica. They took him into a small room with a bunch of guys in suits and sunglasses. Exactly. So yeah.
Eric Dubé actually, he's actually a millionaire from this crap. So I don't know why he don't just go. Well, obviously we know why, but
Yeah, because then it would stop the grift. He couldn't make money anymore.
yeah.
Why waste the money when you know what the truth is already? I have no desire to spend that kind of money to go to Antarctica. I hate the cold, and I know we live on the globe. Why would I spend the money?
If you gave me a few $1 million, I will be on here making 80 videos a day about the Earth being flat.
Oh, the universe is flat. I learned the universe is flat today.
I'll be in every live arguing for it.
That's one of
Yeah,
my
I don't doubt that he started out believing the Earth is flat, but I think he knows better now.
Echo.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, the professional people, once you've been doing this for 20 years, you know, because you've had every argument you've ever brought up dismantled.
If we did like a TikTok battle, flat Earth versus globe Earth, who do you guys think would win the battle?
Oh man, if we were to be able to promote it to the point that people that never even really heard about this argument to watch it, the Globers would definitely win by far.
You think? Well, yeah. You have really influential people like Nixie and like.
Has nothing to do with that. I always think in terms of if you were in a court of law, the Globers on one side and the Flurfs on the other side, and you had to present evidence like you were in a court of law, please give me a break. It would be like a blowout within minutes.
I thought he meant like TikTok.
It would be an embarrassment. It wouldn't. You know what? It would be a great reality. It would be a great reality show to have like professionals versus them. You know,
I'll lead the charge. I'll sacrifice myself. I'll lead the charge.
Yeah, as long as you have people up that like know what they're doing, Globe would wipe the floor. If you had that one guy that was going up against Atlas that was embarrassing himself, then it would be sad.
The thing is, there's so many Globers that think they could argue and debate, but they can't because they find, they know what's true. And they're like, oh yeah, I can do this, but they don't.
Imagine how fun that show would be. For one of the episodes, they could just give maps out, right? So we get the real map, and they get their Gleason map, and they give us coordinates, and the winner gets a prize. They'll give us the coordinates to get somewhere, but the flat earther could only use what they use as a map.
Yeah, I'd get the prize.
and we get to use Google. You know, we get to use things that we use in the real world.
Yeah, I'll get the prize for sure.
You'll be using the Gleason map.
Yeah, I'll use the Gleason map. All right.
I explained last night that this whole topic is not even debatable by the true sense of the word. We use the word debate a lot. This whole topic is non-debatable because in a true debate, both sides have to be experts, so to speak, on both sides of the topic. Flat earthers, by and large, not only can't they explain their own position, they have a hard time explaining anything in reality, which is the globe model. A lot of globers, most globers can explain the globe side, but some of them would have trouble explaining the bullshit that flat earthers say. So this is not even a debatable topic. It's not a true debate. It's an argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely more of an argument than anything.
Debates are really just education.
I don't know. I've been getting really into philosophy lately, and I'm fairly new to it, but I've been soaking it up.
Oh, philosophy is great, man.
I'm fairly new though.
Most people don't want to talk about it though. Philosophy can get very crazy.
Yeah, I try not to. I know in this community, it's like, especially in this live, they try not to talk about it, but at this point, because it's not a debate, it's more of a philosophical question, I think. Really, like basing things off of this, since it's not based in like reality, it's pretty much a philosophical question at this
Right,
point.
but that's the problem. They think their senses are evidence. They don't know what evidence means. There was one, oh my God, my memory, last night or 2 nights ago, that the whole live, it was in this live, that it made a hard turn into the Bible for like, I don't even know, an hour. And this one guy kept saying, I have like 100 and something proofs from the Bible. I go, that's your belief. That is not proofs. He must have said proofs from the Bible 10 times, and I corrected him every time. He couldn't get it through his head that his beliefs, what the Bible said, are not proofs. They are not evidence. He can't distinguish his faith from evidence.
Yeah, they just don't get it. Bedazzled, I was trying to wipe your screen with my hand. It's pretty embarrassing. I let the hell my screen get wet. I'm like wiping it with my thumb.
I was messing around with Chat GPT, talking to it about different conspiracies associated with flat Earth, and it got one thing incorrect. I asked for 25 different theories commonly associated with flat Earth, and it said flat Earth maps. It says advocating for alternative map projections that represent a flat Earth, but that's incorrect because I've not actually seen anyone who wants to say that they have a map. There's no map that they've ever pointed to. So ChatGPT is not error proof.
What do you mean?
Oh, well, it's definitely not error proof. It's still learning from you. So if you tell it that's wrong, if you tell it, it'll look at it again and fix it.
ChatGPT is pretty. Yes, you can also convince it that 2 + 2 is 5. So, yeah.
Yeah, if you said how many maps, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, there's only 9.
Yeah, it's not very argumentative. If you tell it, no, that's wrong. Like I asked it, did Floyd Mayweather ever lose a fight? And it's like, no, he was undefeated. And I was like, no, he lost. And he was like, sorry, corrected, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, you're not wrong. I'm just the idiot here.
Did you actually ask that?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask and see if it has.
And it changed it for me. Yeah, and then tell it, no, that's not right. He lost one time.
Yeah, I want to see if it absorbed.
See if it changed it up. Changed it up.
I'm gonna drop
isn't
down.
Isn't that kind of what Wikipedia is? People will point out things and they'll update Wikipedia.
Yeah, kind of like that, but then it'll self-correct itself because it has so much information to go on. You know, it's not perfect, but it has so much information to go on. I think it's updated to like 2021 right now, so you can't ask it questions about 2023. It doesn't know.
Yeah, I don't know the date, but that's accurate. So it says he's undefeated 50-0. Is that so? Which I don't know anything about it.
That's accurate.
Oh, that's accurate.
Yeah.
Okay, so then after he retired, he had a fight where he lost.
No, even then he didn't lose.
Okay, I thought you said that he did lose one.
No, he never lost. But I was able to convince ChatGPT that he did.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is not very argumentative. It'll just be like, whatever. After you tell it a couple times, like, whatever, man. You don't want to listen.
It doesn't confirm the new information.
Yeah, here it is.
I wanted to see if it absorbed that into its general database, but it didn't because it's telling me he never lost. So, yeah. Now, if you go back, if you let enough time pass and you go back with your account, it will have forgotten that.
Put in, actually, he did lose once. Put that under it. See what it says.
Can you tell it 1 + 1 = 1? And then explain that a power plus a power equals a power.
Yeah, tell him that Terrence Howard said that 1 × 1 is not 1, and he wrote a whole book on it.
You have to be very specific. You have to say, if I have one pile of salt and I have another pile of salt and I combine them, how many piles of salt do I have?
So the answer to the pile thing, I've looked it up previously to see if I was missing anything. So it's more eloquent at explaining it, but it says a pile fundamentally is a description or a concept rather than the measurement, which is what I said. I said it's just describing something. It's not measuring something. So we're pretty along the same lines there.
So I had Shannon on the live. I said, Shannon, hypothetically, I owe you $1,000. I have 2 piles. One pile has $500. The other pile has $500. Since 1 pile plus 1 pile equals 1 pile, can I only give you 1 pile of $500? He's like, well, no.
Right. I explained it to him in terms of that I use Excel all the time. I'm using Excel right now. Once you combine the piles, you've gone from addition to consolidation.
Correct. That's the same thing with a group of people. You put a group of people with another group of people, you're still adding the amount of people there are, but that's one group now.
Or you could concatenate the two in Excel, and then in 1 pile plus 1 pile equals 1 pile.
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 I like being confused by simple things. That's always fun for me.
Welcome.
Oh shit! I'm on here. What's up?
You're on here. Welcome in, man. You've been waiting a while down there, man.
Yeah, I put my phone down and then I realized, oh wow,
the pressure's on. You better perform.
What's going on?
High pressure. Well, I wanted to tell you guys that I share my TikTok account with my twin brother, and he's a Glober, and I haven't been on the account for 6 months, and I just realized that he's friends with a bunch of you Globers, and it kind of pisses me off because you guys are all delusional.
Yeah. It's obvious.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know. Why do you think the Earth?
You can unfriend all of us.
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
I know I'm not going to unfriend all you guys. Why do I think it's flat?
Yeah.
Well, because Job sat on the circle of the Earth. It says so in the Bible.
That's not everything. That's something that's observable. That's something that's recordable.
But I mean, if you look at a spherical object, if you look at a basketball on the floor, it's going to look like a circle, correct?
Yeah, it will. Can't see the other side. So, if depending on like what was on that basketball, it could appear when you hold it up in the air like it disc.
So when they look up at the air, even though they believe the sun and moon were spherical, what do they observe? A circle.
Yeah. So what are you trying to say? Sorry.
He's on your side. That's what he's saying.
Somebody saying it in a book about 2,000 years ago mentioned circle doesn't mean they didn't know we lived on a sphere. Just because they described it as a circle.
Yeah, it's perception. Their perception was skewed.
Yeah, well, that's
But technically, the word in Hebrew was chug, and if you're living in a 3D world, then chug means sphere also.
Ooh, good. I wasn't expecting anyone to catch that. Bedazzle. Nice. Okay, good.
What else you got, Bestie?
Huh? What's that?
What else you got, bud?
Well, I guess what I was saying, or what I saw someone bring up in the comments, and what I heard you guys talking about is, you know, when you bring evidence to the table, like all these flat earthers come up, all these globers come up, and
they're globular sympathizers.
And
that's the new winner.
Yeah,
I like that
one. So like all the evidence that the scientists have for a globe, all the evidence that the flat earthers have for flat. Yeah. How do we determine what is evidence and what isn't?
I've never seen evidence for flat.
Yeah, what they propose is not actually evidence. Just saying something, reading something does not make it evidence. I mean, if I grabbed a comic book and on the cover of my comic book it showed a flat earth and I said, yeah, look, there's evidence. We live on a flat earth. Is that evidence? It's here on the cover of my comic book. It shows, look at right here. It shows we live on a flat earth. That's the kind of quote unquote evidence they submit.
Oh, the Simpsons said it's flat.
Exactly. In the Bible, it says the Bible is neither historical nor evidential.
The Bible's the Simpsons. I would argue that the Simpsons have more predictions than the Bible.
I think the Simpsons writers are just people that are very, very intelligent and could, like, they wrote about things that would probably happen, and then they happen.
Yeah, especially like when they did Trump as president. Trump was already talking about being president, like on Oprah and all that years before that. So yeah, they just get information and put it all together.
Yeah, not like just that. They took that and they just were like, "Oh, let's run with it," and then it happened.
No,
wait, what do you?
You guys are missing. You guys are missing the details. In that episode, they show the onlookers at the top of the escalator, and one of the kids or whatever drops a sign out of his hand and all that, exactly as it happened. Why?
That was
because
incredible.
the episode was created after the fact.
No,
I don't think so.
It absolutely was.
No.
I've never seen this episode. What episode is it?
I don't know. Just
Trump is president.
Yeah, I'll Google it, but no.
Trump is coming down the escalator, and there's like a girl or something that drops the sign over to the side, and then they show the real video of Trump going down the escalator and the girl dropping the sign.
But he also showed,
even though Sal might have evidence that what he said is true, I'm gonna go with he's lying.
The episode was released in 2000.
They also showed the alien invasion where the aliens come from outer space and you can see the Earth as a globe.
Well, that one was
no.
true.
That doesn't work. That doesn't work for me. I don't like that one.
No, that's
I only like flat. I only like proof for the flat.
You're special pleading at this point, and it's disingenuous.
Yeah,
I'm the judge, and I'm gonna allow it.
You know what's funny about the word disingenuous is when, by the way, you guys all know that I was trolling your comments, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah, no.
I do that sometimes just to get it riled up, but and obviously you guys know I'm not a flat earther. But one thing that I will say is when you go into these, when you scroll through and see these flat earth videos and see the flat earth lives, the number one word used in arguments when they're engaged is disingenuous. Why is that?
So I forget the first person I ever heard say that word, like last year. I don't know if it was Trey. I can't remember anymore. But then they all glommed onto that word. They have like a word of the day, and then they just add it to their vocabulary.
I don't know why they do it, but the purpose for that is to, right off the gates, to remove credibility from you.
Sure.
I know, but it's just a word that they just use and use and use every time. Like, every time you're trying to explain something, they'll cut you off or do something and say, "Oh, that's disingenuous."
Right,
and,
because they're parrots. They parrot each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think...
Well, they get it from us. They get that word from us, and then they took it and tried to use it as a reverse Uno, basically.
Yeah, that's what they always do. I mean,
I get it from debate TikTok. I do a lot of debate lives over like human rights and things like that, abortion, stuff like that.
I honestly, I'm not a huge
Just
fan of the word.
Like glurfing, globe, TARD, that comes from us.
What's
But
up?
if you tell me you're not a twin, I may cry tonight.
Welcome up, Austin.
Yeah, thanks you. With the Simpsons thing, is just because it's such an old series, it's been running for so long, most people associate it with being before anything happens. So when they see something like that, they don't consider the fact that an episode might have come out after an event happened. So they immediately assume it was a prediction.
Right. That's what I said.
No, I don't. Nope.
No.
When Sal said it, it was wrong. But now that you said it, I'm gonna look into it.
Austin's pretty based.
I think The Simpsons is the longest running TV show ever. Is that?
Oh, by far. It broke that record a long time ago.
Yeah.
But didn't the Simpsons also predict Hillary Clinton as president?
Dragon Ball Z 1 too. No. Dragon Ball Z.
Oh yeah, Hillary Clinton was president, or was it just Lisa? Lisa was president.
Lisa. I saw Lisa being president once.
Didn't Simpsons predict a dome too? The firmament.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It wasn't like a. It was like they got stuck in a dome to. That was more of a COVID prediction than it was a dome.
COVID prediction.
Oh, they did have an episode where it was in the dome.
Yeah, they got sick and they blocked them in a dome to keep them away from everybody else.
What if we're all just really sick and there's actually like civilizations outside of our firmament, and that's why they want to lock us in here?
Yeah, well, exactly. That sounds right. I like that one.
Hide us from the immortals.
Yeah, we're not advanced enough to interact with the firmamental species.
I'm writing this one down, guys.
I'm always scared of that because we don't know what we don't know. So we could be the crazy ones, and the flat earthers are saying all the things that make sense, and we're like, no, we just don't get it.
Kayvon, now you're talking my language, bro.
I always think stuff like that, but I can't do that.
From a 4D perspective, the Earth is flat.
We had the formal indoctrination. They were homeschooled.
Yeah, Kayvon, I'm talking about. See, that's the unreasonable doubt I was talking about. It's totally unreasonable to think that way, but it's still there.
Human thought is looked upon as an infectious disease in some parts of the galaxy. Did you know that?
That we are?
Ignorance. Yeah, anyone can tell me where that comes from?
Star Trek. Is it Star Trek?
Men in Black.
Oh, okay. Oh, I should have known that. I watch Men in Black all the time.
It sucks to really realize that without us, the globe would actually thrive and not the other way around.
Right. Yeah, the Earth will, after if we annihilate ourselves after that, the Earth's going to go on, living and existing.
Oh, it's gonna become better. Trees are gonna grow right through the concrete. It's gonna take everything back.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless our atmosphere becomes completely carbon monoxide, and then there probably won't be much life left.
Well, it'll just adapt to that and change over time, and then replace oxygen and stuff like that from the ocean.
It'll find a way to fix itself.
We'll be able to have the lung capacity to take oxygen from molecules where oxygen is just a bond instead of just O2 and create oxygen in our blood. So maybe we're creating superhumans by polluting the earth.
Adaptation.
Maybe.
I think of like 5 worlds from 40K when you talk about that.
What do you play?
I don't play. I mostly just look into the lore.
I was gonna say,
I've wanted to play, but I also prefer like a singular person like RPG, like Dungeons and Dragons over like war games.
You get into it's fun. I have an Alpha Legion and a Necron's army.
Oh, nice.
Alpha Legion. I am Alfarius. The first time I was tripping on mushrooms, I watched that movie. It was horrible. Don't do it.
Watch 40K while you're tripping on mushrooms? Yeah, I wouldn't think that'd be a good
What
choice.
movie it was. It had Morpheus from The Matrix. But it's just like one freaking movie.
And mushrooms is crazy, by the way.
I prefer them over flour.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do either, but I did try mushrooms, and that was crazy.
It's not bad crazy though. It's
No. It was fun crazy. I just never did it again, but because you're hallucinating. That's the part I do like. Unless you have a bad trip, which I didn't, but
If you want to know what it's like, just watch the movie Pink Floyd The Wall.
The Colorful World was so fun. Like, my phone became 3D.
Your phone is 3D.
Yeah.
No, it was like everything was like popping out at me.
Your phone became 2D.
My eyes became like I have green eyes already, but my eyes became like super green, and I took a picture like, oh man, I can't wait to see this tomorrow. And when I saw it tomorrow, it was my regular eyes. I
just went outside and I thought I was like walking on the moon. I was like taking really big steps, like I was walking into craters. And then I was like, wait, it's flat right here. And then I just started laughing so hard. And my friends are like, what are you doing? I'm like, there's craters, I think. And they're like, no, it's flat, dude.
There's craters, I think.
It is fun losing your mind, though.
As long as you get it back.
Yeah, that was the scary part. It lasted so long. Like, I'm like 2 hours in. Like, when does this stop, man? I've had enough. Lasted like 7 hours.
Yeah,
seven long hours.
That's why I don't do it. Is because it just gives me like a fear of like, what if that doesn't go away?
What is the other one? D something.
DMT.
DMT. Yeah. I've watched so many interviews of people on that, and some of them lived like 30 years, had families, got jobs, all this stuff, and then snapped out of the high, and it's only been 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
What?
Damn. That would suck. That's like me waking up right now and there's no such thing as TikTok. I just made all this up.
It's like the Ron video game from Rick and Morty.
Yeah. And then it makes you wonder about like the simulation theory and shit, you know, like
I mean, I don't know how you come back from that, man. Like, I got 2 daughters, you know, I've been married for 20 years. Imagine all this is just fake. I just wake up and I'm at a table with
Have any of you seen Black Mirror?
Yeah, Black Mirror is awesome.
Yeah, the episode where he goes in and he wants, like, he's trying to play the simulated fear video game. And, like, he wakes up from the game and he goes back to his house and he lives for, like, 2 or 3 years and everything. And then it turns out to still be the video game. And in reality, his phone rang just as they started it. And it had only been, like, 3 or 4 seconds and his brain was getting fried.
That's freaking insane.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah.
I have a buddy that does music.
I've seen them all, so I remember that.
He creates these elaborate stories in his songs where, for instance, one is called Tables Turned. And in the beginning, he's like a rich man that owns this company, this skyscraper building. And he walks past this homeless man. And he's basically like, you peasant, you know, he's and like he goes to.
You're gonna be really mad when we don't hear anything.
But can you
Yeah,
hear
your
me now?
connection is not working.
You must be in a bad service spot.
All right.
We
Well,
didn't hear
never
that.
mind then.
No, we didn't get to that story.
I heard the one dang dang you're
Oh,
saying down
never
there.
mind then.
The problem
You're on that
is
flat. You're on that
Continue
flat
on.
2G.
yeah. I was just about to say that.
Right.
So, okay.
I just find like simulation theory completely plausible.
I don't
I
think
won't
so.
say it's impossible, but I also look at it as what does it really matter? My experience is real. Even if I'm simulated and I have no body, what I'm experiencing right now is real. And that's enough for me. So even if this is a big simulation or anything like that, I'm not going to be like, oh, nothing matters. It's a simulation. Right. Oh, God, existential dread and everything like that.
Yeah.
If it's real to you and you don't know the difference, then hey, Sarah, Sarah.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Even if it was a simulation or it doesn't matter. So like, unless you get religious about what is going to happen to you after your time of existence, none of it matters anyway, right? So that's why everyone inserts religion into their life is because
I think we're so insignificant.
It would suck for it to just be over, right? But talking about simulation though, now this isn't deep, but this is true. You know, like people with no limbs, like they have no legs, their toes itch.
Yeah.
That's insane, and that's your mind still simulating that you still have these feet that itch.
No, I know that happens for. I know that happens for people that lose the limbs.
How the hell do you scratch?
Is that also true?
Well,
for
it
people who never
depends.
had
Like
them?
if you have one leg, what you do is you put a mirror, and then you scratch it. You scratch that leg, but it thinks that you're scratching the other side. That's one way. But that's if you don't have either limb. I don't know how you get rid of that.
But did you see House? Have you ever seen House, the show House?
Yeah, the doctor.
Yeah, where he breaks into his neighbor's house and does that to him. Because his neighbor's like a jerk, it's because he has phantom arm pain, and he fixes him with the mirror trick, but he had to break in and tie him down to a chair to get him to do it.
Oh my God. That's funny.
Honestly,
I love
House is a sweet show, though. You guys should watch it.
I love that show. But yeah, phantom limb. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, and like Sal was saying, I don't think phantom limb is very much of an issue for people born without limbs. It's usually only people who have lost limbs later in life.
Yeah, but it's crazy that you know that you don't have the limb, but there's something inside of you, in your brain, that's telling you. Yeah, it's crazy to talk about your own brain. Anyways, I find that crazy. But that part of your brain, you know, you do have a limb, but the conscious you is like, I don't, and I know I don't. Well, it itches, all right. You're like, what the fuck? You don't have one, man.
So I feel like it plays a large part back to like referred pain, in that, and then of course you still have the networks in your brain for processing the information from that limb. So like areas in your body that don't really have physical sensation, like the internals of your guts, when there's something wrong with that, you're not directly feeling that. So you might feel like abdominal pain. Abdominal pain outside of where it's actually hurting,
Yes,
and
like
that's called
something's
referred
wrong.
pain. Yeah, that's called referred pain. So there might be something along the track that, like the normal nerve endings would lead to your leg, that might be causing an issue or a sensation to go to the brain, and then the brain still has the networking for the limb that used to be there. So it kind of processes it as, oh, it must be in this section of the limb, and tells you back that, like, hey, you need to scratch this, and you're just like, I don't have that.
Yeah, but like I said, it's insane because it's you arguing with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know you don't have the limb. And
Yeah, you can kind of
your own brain is like,
present back to your subconscious a little bit. Like, you can't fully control every aspect of your subconscious, of course. You can't, like, stop your heart from beating or anything like that. But, like, if you're inhaling, like, nicotine or something, and it kind of makes you nauseous, you can kind of inform your brain that you're not ingesting something, like eating something that's made you sick, and you don't need to feel nauseous. You've inhaled something that made you feel kind of nauseous, and it'll ease that issue because you're kind of telling your brain what the issue is. And you can do that with a lot of other things. Like you can have a decent amount of conscious relay back to your subconscious.
So I wonder if that can be done in reverse. So I like thought about this so like the one thing, so I have a psych minor, and one thing we learned about in learning and behavior is taste aversion. And it's one of the only things that can happen hours and hours after the stimulus is applied. It's a behavior that can be learned hours after the stimulus is applied and stick with you long term for like the rest of your life. For example, like for me with whiskey, I got taste aversion to whiskey one time because I drank too much and got sick. Now every time I smell something that has dark liquor, I get sick. So like what you were saying, Austin, I wonder if you could use that with like addictions like cigarettes and cause a taste aversion somehow to like these things that people want to stop.
No, I think cigarettes are gross. Like I still think cigarettes are disgusting, but
but a lot of people don't, is what I'm saying.
But I do, and I still do it.
Oh wait, oh really?
Yeah, I think they're absolutely like I get this terrible taste in my mouth. If I don't, I'll get sick, physically sick if I don't have nicotine.
But I have partaken.
Hold on a sec, though. Wait, one sec. But taste aversion isn't the thought of something being disgusting. That's why taste aversion, if you look it up, like it's something that psychologists study so much because it's so interesting. Taste aversion isn't just oh, that tastes bad, or oh, that's so gross. Taste aversion is an actual physical response of your body to the stimulus. So so if you have taste aversion to cigarettes, you're literally either dry heaving or throwing up. If you're not dry heaving or throwing up, you don't have taste aversion.
Yeah, I ate from this one restaurant called like Sushi Burrito. And I'm sure you've had a sushi burrito before, but it's basically like a large sushi roll. And it was a tuna one, and it made me sick. Like I got a foodborne illness from it. And now anytime like I want to have sushi with like tuna in it, as soon as I smell it even, I immediately start getting nauseous, feeling sick, throwing up almost. And I can't eat it. And the same thing happened to me when I was a kid with some chicken Alfredo. And for the longest time, I could not eat chicken Alfredo. But over time, I did get to the point that I could.
Wait, but isn't that interesting though, how your body, you got sick way later from that tuna, but your body knew it was the tuna.
Exactly. Yeah, that's crazy because like like I don't understand it very well. I haven't done research into it, but it's crazy how like the stimulus, like you were saying, happened hours before and you got sick. So there must be some sort of like process in the brain that like retains what it was you ate last for you to then like compare it to when you get sick later. So that you can kind of know it to me, it seems like some sort of defense mechanism for eating bad food.
But even more, because you didn't get sick from rice and everything else that was in there. So like it's even more specific than just what you last ate.
Yeah,
it's
because
crazy.
Because Dusty, I got it from I drink this raspberry vodka. And I got really jacked up from it. And then same thing, the smell of raspberries would get me sick. You know, anything surrounding that would freaking just disgust me.
Yeah, and see, that kind of goes back into what I was saying about like kind of being like, hey, I inhaled nicotine and that's what's making me feel nauseous, not something I ate. So I kind of avert the feeling of feeling like I need to throw up because I know it's not something I ate. So it might be a conscious understanding that your subconscious plays a part into like helping you avoid certain things. So like I knew it was the tuna consciously, and my brain took that as like the tuna is what made me sick. So it's averting me from tuna specifically.
Yeah, you could like consciously influence your subconscious. It's just like using practice. You know, it's like muscle memory kind of. But you can use it because you're.
No, I mean the brain is just amazing.
Yeah, and they teach that in therapy. Like I'm going through therapy, and like you have certain subconscious habits for like thought patterns, and they teach you like, hey, when you're having these thought patterns, consciously approach it with a specific plan of action, and over time that will reduce your reaction to these certain stimuli or these certain thoughts to keep you from feeling the way that you've been feeling.
So this actually makes me think of something that I've been thinking about doing for like the past couple weeks. So I'm a figure skater, and there's like certain things that in the air, like your brain, when you're an adult, like you got to go into air position, but the air position, your legs are crossed, your hands are close to your chest. So if you fall, it's like the opposite of what you want to do in the air, right? Because it's like, okay, if I fall, I'm not going to be able to break myself. But I've been wanting to try hypnosis because I overcome that fear a lot, but sometimes all figure skaters do it. They pop a jump because of fear, when really there was no reason why I needed to pop that jump. I could have executed it. So I wanted to maybe try hypnosis and see if I could, like, through regular therapy, like kind of remove some of the fear associated with that.
You should try conscious dreaming to practice that.
So from my understanding, hypnosis is kind of like a guided self regulation. Like you have someone who understands it, kind of guiding your conscious thought into regulating your subconscious thought.
Yeah. So yeah, I think because I kind of thought, okay, that's because one of my Russian coaches, he's like really old school. He used to do it to himself, and he was in the Olympics in like the late 70s. But I was like, you know, like that, it seemed like it was just, you know, BS, and like what would that do? But now I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, wait, what do I have to lose? And then I'm like, but then I'm like, what if it works like to the point of Office Space? And obviously that's dramatic, where it's like, I don't give a shit about anything anymore.
Yeah.
But
and the thing about hypnosis is that's why you have to believe in it and accept it for it to work, is because it's not somebody else controlling your thoughts.
Yeah.
It's you allowing someone else to direct your conscious thought to then relay that back to your subconscious.
Kind of like God.
I think I'm going to try it. I think I'm going to try to find someone who's done it for like sports medicine before and just like try it. I don't know.
You guys should check out this.
What?
He's cutting it out.
Yeah.
I've been looking into super determinism lately, and it's like been blowing my mind. Like really ingrained in this now. I feel like I'm adopting a new outlook on life. It's amazing.
Yeah. So I think mine and your views on that are kind of opposite, in that like I feel icky thinking about the fact that like everything I do is basically predetermined by the state or the circumstances of the world around me, and I don't really have like a conscious actual control or free will to do what I want to do. It's just that's how things are going to happen because that's how the world was started off to be. So I'm somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I'm somewhere in the middle of thinking that like certain aspects of reality are deterministic. You can determine what's going to happen given the circumstances of it, but underneath it all, there's also a level of randomness and ability to kind of choose your own path. So it's So it's
Special
closer
pleading.
to like fate rather than destiny.
Are you special pleading because you're scared?
No, well, I think actually, so if you bring it back to like the atom, I think what Austin's saying makes a lot of sense because it's like, okay, so quantum mechanics and the wave equation, if I calculate even in just one dimension, the probability density of an electron in a certain state, there's going to be some randomness to that, but you pretty much know which orbital it's going to be in or the behavior that it's generally going to take. It's not totally undetermined. So like there's deterministic things, and just because quantum mechanics has a probabilistic nature doesn't mean that it's not deterministic.
But why is it probably? Why is it random? It's just because we can't determine the unknown variables.
Random, so everything is described using a Gaussian.
If it's not random, then how is it not deterministic?
Wait, no. It uses Gaussian distributions and other types of distributions, which everything that we do on Earth, every measurement we take in science has a Gaussian distribution. So
that's because we don't have the variable for it, right? We're using probability to try to get the best answer we can because there's unknown variables that we can't account for.
See, that could be accurate. We don't actually know if that's accurate. But again, like I described before, one of the variables that we might not know is that randomness is an inherent property of like sub-quantum particles or interaction. Like if we were to get to the point that we could observe the properties that give us the wave distribution that we're observing, it's not totally random because there's a probability distribution, like that we know what is most likely.
It's not inherent.
But ultimately it's kind of random between those because we can't observe the underlying interactions.
I don't subscribe to that.
One of those interactions or one of those underlying variables might be inherent randomness. It might be a law of the function.
Yeah, it might be, but it might not be. I think it's most likely not that way.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm not saying you have to agree with it.
I think that's where we subscribe to our ideals, right?
Yeah, we can't observe that. We at the moment of our understanding of particle physics and observation, we don't have a system capable of doing that. The smallest we can observe to is using electrons, basically, for like electron microscopes. And electrons being a quantum particle, we can't then observe smaller than that.
But based on every other like laws of existence that we can observe, I would assume that it would be the same on the quantum scale too. And I'll make that assertion, like all the evidence is just insurmountable, stacked one way, and it would have to work in the same system that way. It doesn't make sense for it not to be determined. I don't know. And I've been really struggling with it and trying to contradict my own logic until I found someone who is also a super determinist. And I'm trying to ask them about it because they're way more intelligent than me and they've been providing me with sources to get into it.
Wait, so are you saying that everything is like laid out and there's a path for every particle, a path for every person? Everything is a predetermined path?
Everything in existence, from subatomic particles to physics to chemistry to our macro, micro, everything is all based on a set of laws. And just because we can't observe some of it doesn't mean that it's random.
Yeah, and again, my assertion here is that one of those laws in the system could be inherent randomness. But also, like I'm saying, quantum mechanics is the most successful quantifiable theory in existence, right? And basically every observation, test, and method used in quantum mechanics promotes the idea of probability distribution and not hidden variables.
Well, that's because that's the only way to measure it. That's the only using probability.
Even on the macroscopic universe, so one thing that I do for work is calculating uncertainties of measurement. And what that is like in a laboratory, when, for example, like I'm working with a lab right now that does like AC, DC current measure, like things like that. And what you have is a bunch of instruments and you're taking one measurement for the value of DC current. And you have to use a standard, you have to use a generator, and then you have a reading. And that reading, you do it 10 times, right? And then every time you're not going to get the exact same answer. And every time your unit that you're using as a standard, that has been calibrated by someone else, that doesn't have the exact same answer every time. So in uncertainty analysis, what you do is you compound all the statistics of all of those measurements, and then you say, okay, what's the associated error and randomness with this measurement? So even on the macroscopic scale, like anytime you, like if you have like a pressure gauge and you want to get it accredited, calibrated, you'll get a certificate back that says, okay, this will read 10 PSI plus or minus a percent. And that plus or minus a percent is a macroscopic understanding of how the world is random.
But what's affecting that? Is it what's the what changes it, right? If you say it's a random occurrence, right? There's a reason for that random occurrence, and it being random. It wouldn't be random if there's occurrences for it. If there's,
Basically, I understand what you're saying is like if we had the ability to observe all particles in all interactions at the same time, we could functionally predict the future of any system using that information to the exact occurrence that it's happening. So like with the pressure gauge being plus or minus a percent or not, there might be uncontrollable circumstances that might contribute to that being off by a percent or two that we're not able to observe practically. But again, you have to kind of go back to also the double slit experiment, even just the physical matter one, where they were, trying to observe how a particle behaves when it's sent through these double slits like electrons. And the fact that the particles literally change the way that they interact, whether they're being observed or not being observed, is an inherent randomness in which we are not ever going to be able to observe the full interaction of these systems. Because if we're not observing them directly, the way they interact changes. So even if we had observed them prior, once they've interacted again, they have changed into a wave rather than a particle and interact in a probability function rather than a deterministic function.
it really makes me feel uncomfortable when you say inherent randomness. I really don't like it. And probably how you feel about the superdeterminism. It's like you get an uncomfortable feeling about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just like, oh, inherent? No, I don't know. It's just
So that goes to show that we would have to always be observing everything continuously for it to be completely deterministic. Otherwise, when we're not observing it, it has a probability distribution.
Yeah, and by the way, just so you know, there's even in what I was talking about, the uncertainty of measurement, even with let's say something simpler than current, something as simple as a ruler. So even when you have a ruler, you have something called systematic error. And systematic error is something where the answer is away from the true value, but it's going to be the same amount of error every time. So it's not random error. And then there's random error associated with, okay, I'm going to use one ruler and I'm going to do it 10 times. And then I'm going to give the ruler to my friend and he's going to do it 10 times. And he might associate the difference between two ticks as the one to the left versus what I'm going to say to the right. And then what you'll find is that when you plot out all of the points that you're measuring with that ruler, and then all the manufacturer's specifications for their tolerance for that specific tick mark, plus or minus a percent, and when you compound it all together, all of the data will create a Gaussian curve. And what that suggests is that everything that we do and everything we observe has an inherent property to be Gaussian. And that's why I'm not saying I understand the universe. I'm just saying that's why I lean more towards like there's definitely a randomness to our world, but I think there's deterministic qualities to our world, but to a certain point, it's like randomness does control our universe, and that's what
you also like feel out of control when you think about superdeterminism. Like you don't have any choice or control over your life. You don't have free will.
Well, I think that taking it that far is just like, for me, it's like, you know, it doesn't really matter. Like I feel like I make choices. Like when I started figure skating, for an example, like that felt like a choice for me, and it feels like a choice to continue to try to do it. So, I mean, if it was predetermined, then the gods are in favor of me because I'm happy with it. And then me and my wife meeting, like,
the gods are in favor of. Stop it! You're using.
Well, I was
you're
not
using
really
feelings.
serious about
You're
that.
like, oh, I feel like I was making a choice off of that. Science isn't based off of like how we feel about like something, and it's like using, I don't know, it's like a faith kind of thing.
Yeah, but how far you're taking this theory is beyond science, though. So when I respond to it, it can't be in a scientific nature, because what you're talking about isn't even observable, and it's not.
It's definitely philosophical, but I am
Exactly. So it's
using
not
science to back
scientific.
my
So
claims.
don't use scientific arguments.
But I'm using it as scientific claims. What the problem is people compartmentalize all these different aspects of existence, but it's all part of the same system.
Yeah, I know, but how far you decide to take determinism and randomness to a point where you think that everything's absolutely determined is untestable and therefore philosophical. So when someone says something about, oh, the gods favored me, that means that what I mean is I'm referencing not a god, but something where it's beyond science, whether I know if or not that's true. So I don't really care, because at the end of the day, I make decisions, and whether or not those decisions were made by my subconscious and they're predetermined, all I know is everyone thinks that they're an individual, and they think that the decisions that they're making impact their daily lives. And if that didn't happen, then everything would be out of control and there would be no order. So it could be an evolutionary thing that we evolved into thinking we have decisions. I don't know.
I 100% agree. I think it's necessary. It's a necessity. It's essential for us to be under that illusion.
And if it is an illusion, I'm fine with it, because I don't want to know if it is.
Yeah, like, if you want to take the blue pill, then take the blue pill, man. I won't blame you.
Well, when you put it like that, it makes me want to take the other one.
You don't want the red pill. It's scary. It is scary. I don't blame, but that's what it is, right?
Did everyone drop because of this conversation?
Oh, my bad. I think I pissed people off sometimes. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
no, I think I pissed Chardock off earlier. I don't know why. He was being really aggressive.
Who is that?
Oh, never mind. Austin knows him.
Oh.
I don't know him. He's just commenting in the comment. He's just making comments in the comment section, basically spouting nonsense about reality.
No, I was talking about Chardock was pissed off at me earlier for some reason.
Oh, I don't really know Chardock that well. Like, I've been in a live with him.
I don't know if it's because I was talking to Colton or because I was LARPing too much.
So let's one thing that I do like to talk about is
nuclei of atoms expand and circulate the expanding dark energy from which electrons are created.
Wait, where do you see that? Is that a comment?
Yeah, it's Eternal Recycler. He's basically trying to say that the universe is not expanding. He's also said that the sun moving across the sky is an illusion, which to a degree I can agree with that. Like, the sun isn't moving across the sky, the Earth is rotating, so it looks like the sun is moving.
So that is an illusion. Good job. Yeah. The nuclei of atoms expand and circulate, expanding dark energy from which electrons are created. What?
Also, first supermassive objects in the centers of galaxy were created in their own 3D Big Bangs, and that's just wrong. Space is an infinite 3D space that is absolutely nothing. Newton knew this a long time ago, except, again, we've already observed and proven that space is not nothing, and it does actually curve, and Einstein's theory of relativity is more accurate and a better describer of space than Newton's laws.
So wait, in one of his comments, did he say that each galaxy had its own origination? Oh wait, supermassive objects in the centers of galaxies were created in their own 3D Big Bangs. Actually, I mean, I don't think that there's much evidence for that, but it's actually kind of interesting, though. It's an interesting thought.
I mean, we know that black holes were created by imploding stars, basically, or in the very early universe with the hyperdensity of the material in the universe could have collapsed into primordial black holes that could exist at a planetary or smaller level. Some people believe that primordial black holes actually explain dark matter, but the expanding black star emits black light that causes the star's matter to expand faster.
Doesn't that contradict redshift?
That's nonsense. Yeah, I've already brought up redshift. That, like, you can get redshift from an object moving away or blue shift from an object moving towards you. But, like, if you have a stationary object, basically, and the light is emitting towards you from a very far distance, it will still redshift because it's having to travel through more space as it expands, causing a redshift. Light from a stationary object being emitted will not redshift or blue shift in a non-expanding or contracting space.
True. Yeah, true. Unless, yeah, no, that's true, because if
also
in a vacuum, it wouldn't light wouldn't change its energy. So
he's also saying that cores expand and recycle the expanding dark energy. Dark energy is not necessarily expanding. Dark energy is what's causing space to expand faster, and we don't know what dark energy is. We've never observed dark energy at an atomic level. We don't know, like, electrons don't come from dark energy.
wait, why don't you just come up here, or can you not?
Yeah, was there a mod in here that could allow him up? I don't know. There might not be. We might be the last survivors hanging on by a thread.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why it's so easy for me to argue flat Earth, because of my outlook on existence, and I'm just like I'm a free thinker, and I could easily get into that mode of sounding convincing about it. I think it makes it extremely fun.
See, the thing is, light doesn't expand. Like, he's saying the light's expanding. Light can be studied scientifically. The expansion of light can be proven.
But he doesn't
So it's
understand
not that light is expanding. It's that, yeah, the reason light is expanding, as you're saying it, is because the wavelength is expanding as it goes through space expanding.
Yeah,
if space was not expanding, the wavelength would not get further apart. It would stay the same. It would not lose energy.
Right. That's why it's
just like a lake, like the lake or the oceans. The waves don't exist without the entirety of the water. So, oh, here he is.
Oh, Eternal, let's go. He's got like 11K followers. This guy is somebody. I'm fucking tired. Welcome up to the panel.
Recycler. Can you?
Hello.
What is electromagnetic radiation? Let's just cover that really quick.
Electromagnetic radiation, you ask?
Yeah, like let's just talk about that, because that's kind of like at the core of what we're going to be debating, I think.
Discussing, not debating.
Or
Well,
discussing.
I think everything what we have in space and which moving in space, it's something physical, concrete. But space is nothing. So if you explain any phenomena with space, you're never going to get theory of everything for physics. Einstein opened Pandora box, physics Pandora box with curving space. Nobody can testing with science experiment. Is there this kind of God which like expanding space or curving space or bubbling space or waving space? It's stupid. It's stupid idea. Explain any phenomena with space.
You talked. Let me make a point to that. So in a laboratory, we have literally created something called a warp bubble, and that is an actual phenomena of space warping and causing the material within it to warp within that. We've created actual warp bubbles and observed the curvature of space.
Yes, and if you can see that, it's something what you can see with light. And this light, space don't emit any kind of light. All light coming from matter. So how you can see that kind of space which doing some tricks? Because you don't have any kind of real concrete seeing. Where is the proof that space can doing anything? You never can.
Go back to the original question. What is electromagnetism?
I was just about to ask that again.
It's good question, but I know we can explain also magnetism without pulling force. Because there is a dark pushing force which move in all direction to all direction. Only thing what we need is we can activate that dark pushing force, and that's happening like magnetism. But it's a little bit.
That didn't answer the question. What is your understanding of the electromagnetic force?
Yes. When you're speaking about magnetism, you're thinking about there is some kind of pulling force, but you can't explain. You can't explain this pulling force.
Electromagnetism is not inherently a pulling force.
I'm just wondering if you know what light is. It's an electromagnetic pulse. And do you know how the basic understanding of light traveling through space or some sort of medium is?
Yes, there is a particle like a photons, but it's not all thing. Light have a much more mass, and it is these dark waves what we can't register. There is
light has no mass.
It has m equals 0. It's an m equals 0.
Yes, that's what you're thinking about, because you can register only photons. But there is dark waves, what you can't register, and there is a lot of more mass.
So can we observe these dark waves?
No, you don't see.
Okay, so your principle is the same as saying space isn't real because we can't observe it, but we can't observe these dark waves either.
Yes, that's true. But you can make...
So your argument here is kind of at a standstill because you're trying to present something from your understanding that cannot be observed, as well as saying that space is not real because it can be observed.
Yes, of course there is an infinity three-dimensional space. There is, but it's just stage which is nothing. Space don't do anything. If you explain any phenomena with space, you never get the theory of everything.
Okay, so
that's why we don't have theory of everything about physics, because these scientists, physicists, cosmologists, they believing that space can doing some kind of tricks.
Well,
so the theory of everything has more to do with observing gravity at a quantum level.
Yeah.
More so than it has anything to do with observing space. So again, I'm going to ask, how do objects get attracted to other objects, like you exampled earlier, an apple falling to the ground? Why does an apple fall to the ground?
Why does it? Of course, it's fall down. Apple fall down, but you're thinking about
why? No. Why does an apple fall?
Does not fall. Does fall. How you say?
An apple does fall to the ground. Why does it fall to the ground? What causes an apple to fall?
Yes, you think that there is some kind of curving space or pulling force. But,
no, I'm not assuming. I'm asking you why an apple falls.
Apple fall down, you think about when apple fall down, you're thinking about that this apple moving that way where is earth center. But it's not moved that way where is earth center when it's fall down. It's pushing away from expanding earth center, but not so fast for expanding earth skin.
So you think that the earth is expanding, the earth is getting bigger?
Every quark's expanding all the time, and later one quark can be same size what visible universe is today, but still this quarks is so small what we realize today. For us, these quarks which expanding, it's all the time that small what they are all the time for us. But this quarks just expanding, and this expanding energy changing all the time. Later, this one quarks what we know, it's different expanding energy, but it's still the same expanding quarks. It's like a lake. It's like a lake. There is water. It's same lake later, but it's different water, and it's same expanding quarks, but it is different expanding energy later because these expanding quarks recycling this expanding energy all the time, and this expanding energy is expanding pushing force, and it's only real force. There is no four different kind of forces.
Why doesn't the apple fly away from the earth rather than falling towards the earth?
And doesn't the space between the apple and the earth also expand?
Because this air was expanding also. It's not enough pushing force to pushing this apple which expanding so fast, but this expanding earth skin pushing away from earth center. And
Wait,
need.
Can I see if I understand what you're trying to say? Are you saying for in a proton, for example, all the protons that let's say make up an arbitrary Earth? Let's not even use our Earth; it's too complex. Let's say a point particle in space and another point particle in space. Two masses put together. Let's make this simpler than just talking about the Earth. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. You're saying the quarks that make up the three quarks that make up a proton, and the other one that's across from it. And let's do neutrons since there's no charge. So, that kind of actually I don't know but are you saying the quarks are changing their energy state in such a way that the objects are expanding?
Yes, every quarks start expanding and recycling dark expanding pushing force. And that's the way these quarks just pushing each other away, same way what they're expanding. And if you're thinking about like a moon, how this moon can take an orbit around Earth if there is no curving space and no pulling force? So you have to understand that sun expanding and emit expanding pushing force particle which pushing through Earth and pushing every single expanding quarks away from expanding sun, same way what matter expanding. And when moon is between sun and Earth, this pushing force from sun going through each other with that pushing force particle what's coming from Earth. And this Earth particle can activation these dark energy particle what coming from sun, and that's why these particle interactive more strong way with this nuclei of atoms what moon have, and that's why moon start moving faster away from expanding sun what expanding Earth. But when moon is behind Earth, when you look when you are in sun, you look there is Earth and moon. When Earth is between moon and sun,
I'm sorry to say this, but from what you're describing, basically nothing would be able to exist because it would all repel everything else. Galaxies would not form, planets would not form, stars would not form, nothing would form, everything would just push everything else away into a rapidly expanding universe that basically describes the end phase of what we call the Big Rip, where the expansion of space overcomes the strong and weak nuclear forces and rips atoms apart, and eventually rips the electroweak force apart and destroys quarks and gluons. The space existence as we understand it now would not be able to exist at all based on your model.
Yes, I understand what you say, and I like to tell you, if we have one expanding supermassive concentration, what we have every galaxy center, and this expanding matter, trillions of particles, what this expanding supermassive concentration emit, there is not born any kind of things like stars or planets or anything, if there is only one supermassive concentration. But when you have two supermassive concentration with expanding and emit dark expanding matter, and this supermassive concentration moving near each other, then this dark matter particle which expanding moving through each others. And when this moving through each other, they interact and start expanding faster. And next one coming and through each other, expanding even faster. And then they don't have a time pushing each other away so fast, but they expanding and then born new expanding stars very quickly without any kind of pulling forces. And these expanding stars just pushing away from expanding galaxy center, same way what matter and light expanding, or of course little bit faster, because later this expanding stars is far away from expanding galaxy center. And you don't need any kind of pulling forces for that, no curving space. Just
So hold on.
The thing
is, what are you saying that even the size, if everything's expanding, I'm trying to understand this in like your way.
Cool.
So wait, with the particles,
thank you.
What about, would particles themselves also be changing their size theoretically? So the diameter of a photon, or sorry, a diameter of a proton would change. So the periodic table and the properties would constantly be changing.
Yeah.
Well, this is real relative. Einstein understands that time is relative, but this matter size, particle size is also relative. And space don't do anything. Space don't expanding. You can put your expanding hand near your heart, and you can feel how your heart expanding like a synchronous, tum, tum, tum. But this rest of body expanding smoothly, and that's the way you have a pressure pushing force when your heart expanding, and then this outside body expanding and pushing this heart, and this expanding blood moving. Where is this very soon?
To me, you're just basically saying that everything is expanding, and different things expand at different rates or something like. To me, it sounds like you have a critical misunderstanding of the laws of physics and the way particles interact.
Today physics, you never get the theory of everything with today physics and today model on atoms. Everything expanding, but space don't expanding. And you can see that when you look old light. You can't look, you don't have a old matter and new matter, but you have old light and new light. And you can see that old light, old expanding light is cosmology is very redshifted, and it is because this old expanding light not moving so fast, but new one, and this new one which interactive with old one can put this old one moving faster, and that's why this expanding light redshifted old one, because new one pushing that old one fast, moving faster, and then it's stretching. Redshifted. It's not space it's doing anything.
Matter can be created from energy. And also matter can be transformed into energy. So by your logic still, new matter and old matter can exist. Light can enter an electron and excite an electron.
Yes, but when you make a new matter from energy, you have this new energy which already expanding like billions of years. And when you make a new matter from this old expanding energy, it's already expanding, that's the way. But this old light start moving in space like 13 billion years ago. And when it's moving in space and coming that way where we are, it's interacting with new light. And this new light put this old light moving faster and faster, and that's why it's redshifted, not because space doing something.
No, see, if light was traveling faster, first of all, light only travels at one speed in an empty vacuum. Light does not gain speed or lose speed. Hold on. Light does not travel faster or slower in an empty vacuum. It always travels the same speed. And secondly, if light was to travel faster, it would actually blue shift rather than red shift.
No, it's it's redshift, and you explained that cosmology is very redshifted light because you say that space expanding, and that's why this light redshift.
Okay. So for light to travel faster, it would have to have more energy, and if it has more energy, it would be blue shifted. It would get more energetic. It would not redshift.
No, this old light don't need more energy. It just interacts with new light, which pushing that old light moving fast.
If you were pushing the light, hold on. If you were pushing the light, it would compress. And when it compresses, that would be called blue shift.
I know what is blue shifted light, and I don't agree what you say. But my
you could not agree, but you're wrong.
Blue shift is literally just the light wave, the magnitude of the light wave getting increased energy or shorter wavelength. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Yes, but there is a Doppler red-shifted and Doppler blue-shifted light, but only cosmologist way red-shifted. There is no cosmologist way blue-shifted light. But hey, I have a question.
Okay, you can talk after. Hold on. I'm going to address the point you just made. Okay?
Yeah.
We do observe cosmic blue-shifted light. When galaxies are coming towards us or rotating towards us.
No, it's Doppler blue shifted.
Yes, and that's what's happening with the expanding universe for Doppler redshifting light.
I have a question for you. Can you explain how all lights can move in same speed? What is the reason for this, that all lights can understand to move same speed? Do you have an explanation for that?
Light is basically a massless particle and propagates through space at the same speed.
And
the energy of that
what is the reason? What is the reason for light to move every time?
The best explanation for the light speed is actually to not think of it as a particle. It's to think of it as an oscillating electric field and an oscillating magnetic field. So the magnetic field, as it changes its magnitude, what happens when a charge in motion goes? It creates a magnetic field. What happens when a magnetic field changes in space? It creates an electric field. So the light wave, as the electromagnetic wave propagates, it literally it's its own engine. So I wish I had a piece of paper.
Own engine. Every light have a own engine, but how they can understand to move same speed?
That's what I'm saying. So if you send, if a light is generated from some sort of interaction from our sun and goes through a vacuum, that light, that electric wave, that sine wave, as it changes, it's inducing the magnetic.
which moving that way where is sun. And these photons which moving near sun, that photons that way where is sun. And if I'm right, we can prove that to doing with science experiment. We can go far away.
One second.
We can go far away from Earth.
So your theory is hypothesizing that it's only expanding in one way.
I just try to explain you that I have a science
you get so triggered whenever I'm not finished or anything. You just jump in whenever I'm basically denying what you're saying.
I have a science experiment for how to prove that I'm right, but you don't have a science experiment that you can prove that there is curve in space.
We have hundreds of experiments to prove we're right.
Can I ask one clarifying question just to see if I understand what he's trying to say?
Hold on. Once again, you're making the claim that you have some kind of scientist that can prove it, but you also say that every single tool that could expand it, or that could prove it, expand too. So that's why we can't measure it. See how dumb this is? How did he prove it if you can't measure it?
Can I explain my science experiment? What we can do?
Can I ask you that question first? So are you saying what you said before? When light around a galaxy bends, it's not because of the curvature of space. Are you saying that it's because of the radiation pressure from all the light of that galaxy pushing outwards, causing that to curve, that interaction? Is that what you're trying to say?
If so, that would cause the light to curve in the opposite direction, and we wouldn't see it curving towards us. We would see it curving away, and we would never actually see that light from behind the object.
If what I said was right? Is that what you're saying, Austin? Like if it was radiation pressure?
Yeah, that would cause it to...
No.
Okay, what is it then?
Sun emit new expanding light, and this entropy not works already like a billions years. And when we have a billions years old light, an entropy already works with that billions years old.
I was going to say unmute him if he was still talking.
What he needs to do is go do some research on the standard model and some basic physics, and just get at least a minimal understanding of what is actually happening, and just understand how stupid what he's saying is.
Here, let me give this answer. I don't need to do that because everything is expanding, and if you look at the light that's coming from around a black hole, whenever you're taking a picture, everything is expanding and expanding and expanding and expanding, expansion.
But you forgot about the quarks.
The expansion of the expanding particles interact with the expansion to cause expansion to expand.
You guys are forgetting about the quarks. That's why you don't understand it.
Yeah, the expanding quarks that are going to be the size of Earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you guys don't get it, is because you don't understand the quark power.
You guys, this guy's probably like the one.
I don't think I understand what expanding means.
To prove, like 20 years from now, he's going to be famous, and we're all going to be wrong.
Yeah, he's gonna turn all of physics on its head and find the theory of everything.
But what he doesn't understand about that is when people make huge.
Are you covering your mic?
Discoveries. Me?
Yeah, you're super quiet.
Oh, when people, is that better?
Yeah.
When people say, "Oh, everyone thought this person was crazy," they never take physics, throw it out the window, and completely rediscover it. Once, Einstein, once his papers got published, he still used the grounds of what everyone else did before him as his framework for what he discovered.
I can't hear you.
Dang it! What's going on?
I lie.
I think he's muted.
I'm joking.
Oh.
Or the same with Stephen Hawking and his theory of Hawking radiation. He wasn't introducing necessarily a completely new model of physics. He was just saying that black holes evaporate, and they're like, no, they can't lose energy because everything inside them stays inside them. And it was basically just it consumed an antimatter particle and annihilated the matter within.
I gotta be careful with that evaporation stuff.
See, when he writes in the chat, I can actually understand it a lot better.
So here's the thing about him too.
is when you catch him in a little bit of a trap and ask him to explain something basic, his English gets worse. Did you notice that?
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. He acts like his English is bad when it suits him. He's better at English than what he puts on. Let's put it that way.
He's an interesting character, though. That's some interesting theories. And
he did not have any interesting theories.
Well, the one thing that he did say, though, that actually piqued my interest is how light instantaneously goes at light speed.
Well, to me, that kind of makes sense because it's like you were explaining earlier with the electro force and the magnetic force propagating back and forth, basically creating it, is as soon as one of those propagates, it takes the same amount of time for it to then propagate the opposite. So it starts off propagating at the speed of light. And since it's a massless particle and has no rest mass, it exists at a state of starting to propagate.
Okay, actually, yeah. Okay, that kind of makes sense. That honestly, I'll admit, he threw me for a loop on that one, but that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are nerds.
Yeah. Yeah, nerd. I'm like a 50% flat earther now. Like all the people that have come on here and I've heard them talk, I'm 50% convinced.
it's way too much, man. It's way too much. I'm like maybe 0.00001% convinced of flat Earth.
Yeah, we had one guy that would he came on as a flat earther, and he graduated college and everything, and I want to say I forgot what it was, but I was like, dude, you're too smart to be a flat earther. So every week he would be like, oh, I'm 60-40, 60% flat earth, 40% globe. And the next week it's like I'm 50-50, and eventually after months pass, he's like, I'm 98-2, and then like next couple of days he's like, I'm not a flat earther anymore.
He's like, I'm out of this religion of flat Earth. Yeah. I'm the Kool-Aid.
Globe and McGlobeface did that experiment with the Santa Claus, and I think that's what pushed him over the edge.
So if I'm not mistaken, entanglement is basically the symmetry of interacting particles. Like a particle that's spin up interacting with another particle, it'll make the other particle interact the opposite way and be spin down. Because when they interact and deflect from each other, it's a symmetrical reaction.
I thought that was with I thought entanglement happened with August Alsina and Jada Pinkett Smith.
I think it has more to do with the Pauli exclusion principle, where two things in a certain state, like orbital, for example, like the s orbital of hydrogen has to have two spin states, and one has to be up and one has to be down. So if you take a particle in that 1s orbital and it's spin up, then the other one has to be spin down.
I don't think you guys caught my joke.
Oh, I kind of did, but I didn't actually understand it, so.
Jada Pinkett Smith, married to Will Smith, had in quote-unquote entanglement with another guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't even hear that at all. I'm a nerd. Oh, man. So, wait, I got a question for you guys. Is Kyle a paid actor? You know which Kyle I'm talking about?
Chris Kyle?
The Kyle that comes on here and he's like totally tinfoil hat Kyle. He's like a flat earther that comes up on your guys' lives sometimes. He talks like I was with you guys on one night and you were talking to him. He's honestly my favorite, but he was talking about how like he doesn't use anything but cash. He thinks the government is totally tracking everyone. You guys know which Kyle I'm talking about?
I met a Kyle in Flurf Live, and he was acting like a Glober.
Can't cash be tracked also?
Kind of.
Maybe he's playing both sides. I don't know.
I don't know. The Kyle, his profile name is Kyle, and then he comes up and he's so funny though. Like everything he says is so conspiracy theorist and then everyone was like playing with him about how the government can't track you, and then we all like started talking to him about, oh, if you drive on those roads, those toll roads, they'll track you. And then he was like,
oh, that guy, I remember that day.
yeah, that
So,
guy.
so for you to track cash for like using the serial number, you would have to be able to prove that the person had the cash with that serial number.
Yeah, but we were just messing with him because we were telling him the government can't track you at the beginning, and then at the end we were basically just telling him that they can.
Right. I was like, I'm watching you.
Yeah, that was honestly. And then he came on a second time, and dude, that guy is so funny. Like, it just seems like he's not. He doesn't actually think that way. That's how funny it is.
All right. Any flat earthers down there want to come up? Have some discussions?
And not talk about expansion of everything.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop. I'm like,
I was done with that conversation about a minute after it started. It was just not going to go
as soon
anywhere.
as he opened his mouth, I kind of was just done.
It woke me up. That's all I know. That's why I was like,
You didn't take a power nap?
What's that?
I said you took a power nap?
Yeah.
What the fuck is expanding energy?
Energy that's expanding.
It can be found in that. The photons have volume and density. Photons also recycle expanding energy. That just like I don't know what he means by that. It doesn't fit in with any model of understanding that we have.
But this
From what
one
he's
scientist that says it's all true.
It's a new model, I guess.
From what he was saying, it seems like he agrees with the general model of physics up to where Einstein says that space is curving due to gravity, and then he opens Pandora's box. So if that were the case, then he clearly agrees with like the standard model, general physics, and everything like that, and nowhere in that does it promote the idea that everything is expanding and there's no pulling force.
It's just implying a bunch of crap that isn't there.
Sid, Einstein's a nicer show.
Exactly, yeah.
I think he watches a lot of popular science TV shows and gets like the gist of these theories, and then he like thinks about it, and then he just spews out a bunch of word vomit about stuff. Like,
he hears like the synopsis or the summary of something and then makes his own conclusions from there, and then just kind of, like you said, thinks about it on his own terms and is like, oh, that makes sense in my own brain. That must be true.
Hey, should we get XMC Tune if he could do a TikTok top left award like he does with YouTube, but just specifically for the TikTokers?
Wait, what does he do?
So MC Tune does the top left awards, and I was thinking maybe we should host one just for TikTokers.
The top flirt award.
Right.
The top flirt award. What is this? I'm such a baby in this little field. What is that? Top flirt award.
Well, he calls it top left awards. Basically, it's like the top flirt who can be who we think is the most ridiculous, basically.
No, it's not Kyle. I mean, you guys have met a lot more of them than I have, but I there's a couple of flat earthers that I know that I've been trying to get to come in here, and they won't. One of them is my dad, and the other one is his like girlfriend, whatever.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he more. See, the reason why I can cut my dad some slack on it is because I think he just more does it because it's interesting and he kind of likes the conflict.
and he likes to talk with me because he sent me to school for chemistry. He like supported that, and he like that's how he can interact with me by asking questions. But
You're covering your mic again.
his girlfriend is way like she really is flat Earth, and I've been trying to get her in here so hard, but she won't come in.
Is she influencing that or?
Yeah, she like put the idea in his head, but when me and him talk about it, and I like bring up like all the basic things about, you know, like satellites and all this stuff, he's like, oh, okay, that makes sense, and he's like reasonable, you know what I mean? But she isn't.
Happy wife, happy life. You gotta agree with the wife.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Well, yeah. She won't come in though. Her name's Kim. I send the lives to him, and then she'll message me and she says, "Yeah, it's definitely one of the most debated topics today." And I'm like, "No, it's not." But
I sent it to you to come talk.
yeah. How did this start? Like this little movement of the flat Earth. How did this start? By the way, do you guys know? Like,
I think it resurfaced. I can recall around 2010, 2011. I think some guys started it out as a joke, I want to say, and then it just started gaining traction. Or it may have been a bet between some people to see, like, we can start this ridiculous conspiracy and see if what would happen with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt if that's part of it, but it also probably plays into just general conspiracy theorists wanting to stand out and find the truth, and they like the biggest thing that they could attack would be globe Earth. So there's probably always been a few flat earthers, but then like he said, like a movement of flat Earth. Like some of these people are trying to like get the truth out there, and it slowly grew. And then interaction with people who are like, hey, it's not a flat Earth, and I'll debate you and prove that it's not a flat Earth, caught more attraction because people who might have believed it was a flat Earth want to debate them and prove that it is a flat Earth. And it's kind of grown from there, as well as like people like Gene who want to make money off of it. So
I've been into these conspiracies since like the UFOs and ancient aliens and stuff like that. And that's been a long time. You know, the anti-government establishment, all that.
yeah, it's kind of weird how in the past like 3 years I've heard it like more and more and more and more. Like not just on TikToks. I joined TikTok a year ago, and my dad and a bunch of people started talking about flat Earth to me, and then I started my TikTok for figure skating, and somehow I saw one of your guys' live, and I was like, I know people that talk about that, and then I was like, oh god. And then there's a lot of people
At least they didn't convert you over, right?
No one converted me. I've always been. I mean, I actually, the one thing that I do like is the concept of thinking for yourself and not just accepting education as truth. But they take it so much further than that, where they just block out everything and say, oh, I'm going to think for myself, when it's like, no, you're rebelling, not thinking. There's a difference.
yeah, you're anti-thinking, if anything. You're actively going against what other people say in order to claim you're thinking for yourself, but you're not actually drawing a truthful conclusion on that.
No, they're thinking with their imagination. Let's think of how much imagination I could use to go against.
Yeah. You know, I think that like 50% of them or even more like are flat earthers that they literally just do it to get a rise out of people and to stand out. Like I think if you really got them one-on-one and talked to them, they'd be like, oh, I know it's a globe. I mean, maybe that's me giving them the benefit of the doubt, but I just don't see how anyone except
Hold on a second here. Hey, Jorge.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey.
How you doing?
George. Hold on, let me plug in. Everything good?
I saw one of your videos, George. Can't remember. One of your recent posts, I think. Was,
Yeah, whenever you're ready, I have a question for you, Jorge.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, good.
So, have you run across this guy down here, Eternal Recycler?
Perhaps Returner Recycler. Have we talked?
He has a interesting theory about the expansion of the universe and how everything is expanding.
Yeah, I have.
Okay. What was your take?
I don't see that we have any like observable evidence to it, and I haven't seen any models that would be as predictive as the ones we have, given that assumption. So I'd have to say I'm very skeptical, but as a scientist, just because skepticism is part of it, I'd be willing to look at it.
Did he ever tell you the scientist that came up with this idea? Because it's not his own idea.
I can't remember. I think he did.
Okay.
To me, it simply contradicts everything that we observe. If everything is expanding and everything has a pushing force and there is no pulling force whatsoever, how do we observe any sort of formation of planets or stars? How do atoms stay together? Like, how is there any sort of attraction between any two things?
Yeah, I asked him the same thing, like, how are we in orbit? Like, what's holding us in orbit, when he was talking. I do remember talking with him.
Was basically the expanding expansion pushes against the expansion, so that the expanding things expand towards each other, or something like that. And it's just, he uses the word expanding every other word, and it just doesn't make sense in any regard. And I understand his English isn't the best, but as Dusty had pointed out, he also seems to pretend that his English is worse when he's in a trap rather than when he's normally speaking.
He can type coherent sentences.
I didn't really notice that a bunch. What I noticed that he just would speak faster and say the same things, which made it harder to understand.
And Weasel has a good comment right now. I mean, right now, our description of the universe does involve geometry and symmetry. Geometry and that's gravity, basically the interplay between geometry of space-time and the movement of bodies, and then symmetry is a way that some of these fundamental quantum properties and forces are put into theories. So and conservation laws, right? So yeah.
Also doesn't believe that electrons can independently move. Like they can't really exist outside of an atomic structure, and they can't move by themselves in any way.
Yeah, well, that doesn't seem to abide by reality.
Yeah. I brought up computers and electron microscopes, and he was just like, no, you're not actually seeing electrons moving. You think you're seeing electrons moving, but it's actually photons. And I'm just like, okay.
Yeah. We've come so far with tech based off of the science that we developed, earlier in the century. I'm not sure what all this, where all this disdain is coming from. Or contrarianism. I don't get it, man. Maybe people are enamored with hearing. Oh, here we go.
You wanted to say something.
Can you expand my mind?
So you ask me.
No, you said that you wanted to say something.
Yes. You know this thermal expansion.
Hold on. I need you to explain your theory without using the word expansion. I'm joking. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
You know this matter thermal expansion. Thermal expansion. Can you explain how it's possibility? What giving the chance to matter thermal expansion?
You mean like when we add heat to a substance, and the molecules gain more vibrational and kinetic energy, so they spin. They're able to get a little bit further apart, which manifests as a macroscopic increase in dimension. Is that what you mean?
I mean that there is space, and this separate nuclei can move in relativity to each others. They can pushing each others away, and they can move in relativity to each others, and this is because there is space. The space giving the chance for thermal expansion. But can you explain to me?
Eternal, are you asking a question? Sorry.
Yes, I ask him. Can you explain what's giving the possibility for space expanding?
What is causing space to expand?
Yeah.
So that's a kind of an open question as to the why, but the what is a constant term in Einstein's field equation with a lambda in front of it. And we have a good mathematical foundation for what we call dark energy. Why it exists, we don't know, but it is there. We can put it in Einstein's field equation.
I don't ask why space expanding. I ask him what giving the chance. What is the I don't have words for that.
So you're asking what started the Big Bang?
No. I say that thermal expansion will matter.
So I explained that to you. So we have a matter. So let's say a substance is made of molecules, and those are bound together by covalent bonds, right? So that's electric. That's the electron cloud that's binding these things together. And when we add energy, we cause these things to vibrate faster, so they're able to spend a little bit. They're able to spend more time apart from each other, right? I mean, the expansion, you're not expanding nuclei. You're basically adding vibrations and kinetic energy to the substance. And on average, that means that they spend more time at a longer distance from each other because they have more energy to overcome the attraction.
Is space itself expanding, or is it like matter in space expanding?
The space doesn't expand when we had, temperature is just an average kinetic energy, essentially. I should say average energy of motion. Something's temperature is defined by how fast the particles are bouncing around inside that substance. Like for a gas, they're not balanced, so it's basically just their kinetic energy and their rotational energy. But in solids, you also have vibrational energies. And so when I add thermal energy, that's just basically making that vibrational energy increase, which basically you have a vibration as an amplitude, and that amplitude describes the average separation between the particles in a substance. And if that increases, their average separation increases, so you get the kind of expansion of the material.
Okay, I say something. We can make three-dimensional animation. We can show what's happening when matter thermal expansion. This is because there is separate nuclei of atoms, and you can show this with a visual way. When you make this animation, you can show what's happening when separate nuclei of atoms move in relative to each others. But you can't do that kind of video where you explain what's happening for expanding space when this expanding space expanding.
It's a different mechanism, man.
Did you say when the expanding space, where the expanding space is expanding?
That's what I say. You can't show what's happening when the space.
Very redundant.
It's as far as we know, Eternal. It's not like a thermal expansion. We don't,
Yes,
I told you, we don't know why the dark energy is, why that we have that non-zero lambda in Einstein's field equation. It just is, and that's part of science, is to try to figure out why is that lambda non-zero.
Okay, you don't have any clue what the fuck is expanding space. If you let me explain to you.
Uh-oh. Did he get booted?
Yeah, he doesn't need to be rude.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if the algorithm took him out.
No, I booted him because he's like, you don't know what the fuck. Yeah.
I mean, so to be fair, like, we don't know why it is expanding, but like I said before, we have a good theoretical foundation. Like, we have the equations to describe it pretty well. So,
and to be fair, I gave him more words than I wanted to. So.
Yeah.
Also, he claims that, like,
dark energy is responsible for things expanding at like an atomic level.
Yeah, that's
and dark energy does not really take effect until you get to like supercluster size and the voids between them.
Yeah,
and the main thing that got me about that is, Jorge, you're super nice about it all, and then he started getting uppity with you. So
okay, well, thanks. Yeah, it's I've been subjected to so much on this app. You kind of have to just turn your cheek, so to speak, as the folks would say. But then again,
it just kind of shows the crux of his argument is on the word expansion, and he doesn't know how to explain it, so he starts to get mad.
Yeah,
and starts to say you don't know shit, basically.
Yeah. Now, if the expansion of the universe is akin to some kind of thermal expansion, I mean, that's pretty interesting, but that's very different from our current models.
Yeah, it seems like he's taking one piece, like bits and pieces out of all the equations and going, look, this explains expansion of everything. I don't like it at all. All right, everybody, just tap on the screen. Let's get these likes up so that we can get our FYP up higher, and send out shares to all your Fleur friends that you probably already sent.
We'll bring the next guest up at 130,000 likes.
So I was in another live, and I'll just share it here. It got shut down. I think it was Eeyore's live where they were trying to calculate the tangential velocity, this 1,000 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
And people were having a lot of problems with it. So, I mean, I can, the calculation is not hard, but you have to use radians, right? You have to use the fact that the Earth rotates 2 pi, that's 360 degrees. 360 degrees is 2 pi radians in 24 hours. So if you take that 2 pi and divide it by 24, that gives you radians per hour. And then if you multiply that by the radius of the Earth, which is around 4,000, you get your 1,000 miles per hour. So just FYI, if that comes up for y'all, just make sure you do the 2 pi. Like we do one full rotation, which is 2 pi in 24 hours. And then that'll get you in units in radians per hour. And radians are unitless. Degrees are not, but radians are. So I know that's a little technical, maybe boring, but just for y'all, because I feel like the flat earthers felt like they really got a big gotcha on that. The folks, because they were trying to do 360 divided by 24, and then you multiply that by the Earth's radius, and you weren't getting the right number.
Exactly. So
just make sure you do it in radians for my friends here.
And so radius squared.
No, just radians. I mean, 360 degree is equal to 2 pi radians. It's just that we talk a lot, and I'm thinking in degrees myself, but the real unit to use is radians.
Gotcha.
For angle measure, that's the one I consider to be 2 pi by 24. That gives you radians per second, and then if you multiply that by the radius, you get a tangential velocity. And it'll be in miles per hour if you use the radius of the Earth, which is 3,900 miles. 3,900, miles-ish.
Yeah, use your imagination. Take out everything that moves in space. That's all you're doing is just using your imagination to create a thought.
Yeah. Good job, I guess, on making a convoluted string of sentences.
Yeah, and secondly, you can't really relate thermal expansion to the expansion of the universe. So, like with the expansion of the universe, you can have an object that is traveling towards us at a very far distance away, and yet still getting further away because the space between it is getting bigger. How do you explain that with thermal expansion?
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Yeah, I mean, I'll look into whatever theory eternal expander is talking about, but going in, I don't know if I'm biased, but I'm very skeptical. And this is a problem.
I would understand why you're very skeptical, because from how he's explaining it, at least, it holds very little weight in comparison to the observations that you can make.
Yeah, and the fact we haven't really had a big revolution in theoretical physics in 60 years doesn't speak to people not being smart. I mean, hell, our society has got a lot more leisure time. People are getting more educated, and still we have not come up with something better in general relativity or quantum field theory, even though there are definitely problems with both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because those models are so good at explaining data for hundreds of years back and making predictions that we ended up verifying just in the last 10 years. I mean, I think gravitational waves were found like 60 years after they were predicted. Same with the Higgs boson. And so it's like this asymptotic thing, man. The models are so good. They're not perfect. We don't know everything, obviously, but it's hard to make a model that has the same kind of predictive power and descriptive power. But we're trying.
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying.
And
man.
with that, the more like accurate and the better our models are working, of course, it's going to be more difficult and less likely for us to have a big revolution in our models and systems, because like at that point, once we get to a certain degree of accuracy, we're not going to be making a big revolution. We're just going to be adding little bits of information onto it, confirming it.
Yeah, and even if it is a wildly different representation, it must reduce down to the current representation at the low energy limits or whatever it limits that we observe, right? Because we know general relativity and quantum electrodynamics do a good job at making precision predictions of things we observe. Just like Newtonian is the low energy limit of general relativity, Newtonian physics.
Yeah.
And so there's this thing that Einstein completely destroyed Newton. No, it's just a better model. It's a better way of thinking of the universe.
Yeah, it's more accurate at larger scales.
That's right. And it is true. Like there is no absolute clock for the universe. Time is relative. It depends on the observer's motion. It depends on the gravitational field they're in. And that piece of knowledge right there has really moved our whole species forward compared to everything else on this planet. Understanding relativity and the quantum nature of the universe. It's amazing stuff, man.
I'm still trying to kind of understand what exactly causes time dilation, what causes the clock to differ for an object very close to a large gravitational mass than far away from it, excluding special relativity.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I don't have a good intuitive feel for it. I mean, you can do the triangles and once you assume that the speed of light has to be the same in all frames, like mathematically, you're left with no other conclusion. Like time must be relative and space. That's the only way to make lights to be the same.
So he said, outside the visible universe, there are objects that circulate energy that has the character galaxies. These objects radiate energies that creates supermassive objects in the centers of galaxies, etc. Everything moving in space basically consists of the same physical concrete, which is a pushing force.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like some...
Frustrates me.
Go ahead, Austin.
I was just going to say, what frustrates me so much about his argument is one of his biggest things is we are not able to observe space because it doesn't emit light or energy or anything like that. So we can't observe space directly. So we have no proof of space curving. And then he goes on to say things outside of our observable universe is happening.
Yeah, I think Eternal Recycler, like anytime you have like a paradigm shift, there will always be resistance. I mean, heck, Einstein even encountered resistance. And so I can't disagree with you there. That like, but the thing is, I haven't seen these models enough to even see if they like can reproduce the stuff that the current models reproduce, and that's step one. And so that's the only issue there, man. So I'm not trying to squash.
So he's saying outside of the visible universe, there are objects that circulate energy that has the character galaxies. So. Okay.
So we're looking
for saying everything's expanding towards those things on the outer parts of the galaxy.
Well, I think he's saying there may be more than one universe, and physics is looking for that. Actually, these anisotropies in the cosmic microwave background radiation, if there's any hint that our universe is actually rotating in an observable manner, then that would be a pretty strong piece of evidence that there's another universe outside of ours that interacts with ours gravitationally. And so right now there's no evidence to that. So we think our universe is it. So it is the ultimate reference frame. And even if it is rotating, we couldn't measure it because our universe would drag that frame with it, right? That reference frame would rotate with it. It would not be observable to us. But if there was something else out there, then maybe, yeah. So we're looking for that.
This is the crazy thing about what he said to me. Does that mean that those things are creating a pulling force?
Listening.
Well, I mean, there could be other source of gravity externally, but it would be like a wash over our whole universe. And I don't see how that would affect necessarily black holes. I personally think that we have a fundamental misunderstanding of what black holes do at the large scale.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I'm hoping that that's all these cool new experiments we put out there. I hope that they'll provide data that will further our knowledge of black holes and gravity in itself. I'm not sure if gravity needs to be unified with quantum mechanics, but right now, because of the nature of black holes and their entropy and their energy, it is just not, it's not consistent quantum field theory. You can mathematically, it's impossible to make the current theory of gravity fit with quantum. It's just mathematically impossible. And that's probably a limitation on humans. We have this we have the languages we have, right, to describe the phenomena we observe. And our math might be a little bit limited.
The galaxies are particles that convey information about the objects from which the energy in.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
the galaxy originates.
Recycler, if you have like a reference for like a white paper to go read on that, I'll go peruse it. I mean, I'll put it on the list, so to speak, right? There's a couple papers I'm trying to get through.
So one of my biggest issues is, again, like objects outside the observable universe. That is basically taking into account the observation barrier in which space is expanding faster than any information can reach us from outside of that barrier. That includes gravitational waves, that includes light, that includes basically every phenomena or property or interaction of anything. So how would these outside objects be influencing the internal objects within our observable universe?
I want to make him like say that entire theory again, but instead of using expanding, use the word ballooning, which would make that a lot more interesting of a conversation.
Yeah.
The ballooning's balloontion.
And to be fair, what he's saying is more likely than the Earth being flat.
Yeah.
Even though what he's saying, I don't believe in any way can describe the universe. The Earth being the shape of the Earth. People are like, oh, you guys are all about settled science. I'm like, no, settled science is not really a thing, but there are certain laws and certain things that the universe does that it's just doing. And like the shape of the planet, that is just, if you call it a law if you want, call it settled science, but it's done. The shape of the Earth is the shape of the Earth. All we can do is refine it, like our estimates of it, or our measurements of it, I should say. Then it changes.
All right, let's get a flat earther up here so we can have a time laughing at somebody that doesn't say expanding every other word. Yeah, that's the guy's incredulity when it comes to anything against his own views is my issue.
Yeah, see, Josh is over on another Flat Earth Live with some, oh man, crazy stuff going on over
so
there.
He's in a Flat Earth Live, not a Globe Live.
Yeah, I think he's in a Flat Earth Live. They were having a discussion about whether or not science was evil.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is, right?
Yeah, so say these people that are on their phone.
So saith the Bible thumpers.
All right. To say it's evil, they show partaking, right?
Exactly. Turn off your AC, man. I mean, weave your own clothes. Go make your own fibers.
Need you to go to each person on TikTok and scream at them in person because you can't use your phone anymore, and you can't use technology to get to them.
Get rid of your house and everything, because your house is because of science.
Yeah.
Oh man. Damn. You just need to make a pyramid.
Yeah, I mean, even the construction of the pyramids was through some understanding of engineering principles.
Right.
Oh, okay. So they need to wait for lightning to strike wood so they can have fire.
Exactly. That's yes, yes. Hell, man, I to be honest, I might have better luck waiting for lightning to start a fire than me trying to start one. Unless I have one of those, an actual lighter and one of those logs that burns for an hour, those meta logs.
Yeah.
Yeah, fire starting's not easy.
No, it takes a lot of effort. And that's the problem if you get trapped out in the wilderness. Are you going to spend all of your time trying to make fire with wet wood and then you just expended all your energy? Survival is something else.
Yeah, and Parker Espresso, like, man, I'm glad you said that, man. Science and religion they're completely compatible. Like, religion can make science can make no comment as to whether or not a creator exists.
Exactly. I keep telling all these folks that they want to come in here and postulate religion all the time, and I'm just like, stop.
It just so happened that cosmology used to be under the purview of religion for most of the history of cosmology. It's just only the last, 70 years or so that cosmology is now becoming a scientific thing. And so we're having kind of some angst associated with that in the religious community.
Well, what gets me is they say that science is trying to hide religion, but there were,
Thank you.
hundreds of years where they were burning people at the stake for science. Because they knew science, so that means they were trying to hide the science. Religion was doing that.
Oh, yeah. If you come in and just start demonizing science and technology, it's not going to do much for whatever society you're in.
Yeah, exactly. Build a long trough in front of Hubble to see how the galaxy appears to be different in a different place. So you just think that that'll happen? So NASA should spend billions of dollars building this trough that is very vague. Like, there's no...
What is that trough? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's so vague.
Feeding trough?
I don't know, man.
Which way would you have to aim the trough?
How many cows would there be?
Since there's no up, down, left, or right in space, which way would you aim it?
Yeah.
That way. I'm exhausted, man. It's been a long night.
The trough usually has an open top, right? Isn't that the idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I think of when I see it.
So I don't understand how that trough would be.
Oh, Josh, you got out of that live, man. I was just telling them you were in a pretty rough... dude, that was... ouch. I had to leave. I was in the box, so I wanted to hop in with you and give you some support. Not that you needed it, but just to have, like, Matt,
I thought about coming up.
No, I mean, Jorge, you're a much wiser man than me when it comes to all of these topics. But good Lord, that woman, and I say that with no disrespect to women, but oh man,
yeah,
that was rough.
Yeah, no, it's a hard line to walk. I was in Boris live the other night, and he was reading an article written by a female historian, and I didn't want to come off as sexist. It was like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard about science, man. But yeah. You were in a tough spot, man.
So with Vor, he seems like a nice enough guy, but Jesus fucking Christ, the stuff he believes.
Yeah, when I left, it was demanded of me to take a globe, cut it apart, and make a flat map out of it. And I was like, that's literally every flat map you have ever seen, including the Gleason's map.
Yeah.
They are all projections of a globe. No, you do it now. And I was like, but why does every map have different distortions on it? Like, if you look at a Mercator projection, if you look at the Gleason's, or we can even look at the southern azimuthal equidistant projection overlooking the South Pole. That also has distortions on it.
Yeah, maybe I get an orange and like peel an orange and smash it down. I mean, clearly, if you just take the globe, cut it apart, you're going to have gaps because a sphere does not map to a plane topologically. And like,
Josh,
so what you're left with is
what's the
distortions.
formula, Josh?
Yeah, dude. What's the formula?
Jorge, were you there where she asked where spinning goes from pushing out to pulling in?
No, I wasn't. I was only there when she was talking about Revelation, saying that science was demonic, and I was like, "Oh my god, put your phone down, then." And
she claimed that that science says gravity is due to rotation, and she wanted to know. She used her washer spin cycle as an example. She wants to know where that spin cycle is going to go to pulling everything in. And the guy that was in there with me, Boy Howdy, I think his name was a physicist of some sort. Whether he just studied it or is practicing, I don't know. But he was saying all of the right, and she's like, "Give me the formula for that." And he's like, "There is no formula because that's not how it works." give me the formula. There is no math for that because that's not how it works. Well, fine. If you don't have math, then it's not true.
Yeah. Right.
So I think we've been asking flat earthers the wrong thing, because I've heard recently a lot of flat earthers say that there are scientists that are flat earthers. I think we should hold their feet to the fire on that one and make them produce these scientists. I'm guessing that they're going to be some kind of electronical engineers and not actual scientists or physicists.
Deanna asked, why does the level not move during thousands of miles in an airplane? Yeah, it's a down. It shows you level relative to down, and down points towards the center of a central sphere. But you can take a gyroscope on a plane, and if you traverse enough of the Earth, you'll see that the gyroscope will have drifted if you get you a nice precision gyroscope or an IMU. This thing right here always points towards the center of the Earth. So in order to just maintain your constant altitude, all you have to do is produce a lift force that's opposite this force. And so as you go around the curve of the Earth, like he was saying, this gravitational force, like it moves, but as long as you're producing a lift in that opposite...
That, I don't know.
Yeah, so
he's gonna have to curve sometime. He's gonna have to. He can't just be level all the time, can he?
Okay.
Well, level is perpendicular to this. That's the thing. Level is just a perpendicular line to this line, and this line always points down. So you just got to think about it. You're on a circle. Level is always perpendicular to that line that points towards the center. So level for me is not the same as level for you, since we're probably on different parts of the Earth. And level for me is like almost opposite level for somebody like in Australia. And that's just because our down, our direction for down points towards the center, and they're different relative to each other.
Oh, level doesn't necessarily mean flat. In mathematics, there is a term called spherical level. If you look up the definition of level, it says having no part higher than another. So, for instance, if you have a curved surface, at the right end of that curved surface, if you have an object that's 5 feet above that curved surface, and you go up to the middle of the curve, that object is still 5 feet above the curve. And when you get to the left end of the curve, the object is still 5 feet. It didn't go any higher than 5 feet above that surface, which is no part higher than the other, which means
True, but it just seems like some point it would move because they have to curve. You are going to curve, right? How can you not curve if there's a curve? I don't understand.
I think they are curving, but the level of the curve stays the same with the curve of the Earth.
Okay.
So while you're curving, the level is the same.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I don't know
the level of height.
Here's level.
Before, but go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I was gonna say level just depends on the coordinate system, the system you're in. Here's level for water. When you put it in a cylinder that spins, this is what level is in that coordinate system. On Earth, because of gravity and the accelerations on it, the level is forming a spherical shape. And then we perceive level as a tangent to that, zoomed in very close. And so to us, it looks flat. But it's really a very large sphere that looks locally flat. So the flat Earth hypothesis is only good locally, and it fails very rapidly if you look at larger scales.
Just make sure everybody's not dogpiling, okay?
Okay. I just wanted to ask a
give a little
question.
detail into how that is, like what you had in your background. Why is that considered level? I'm actually a little confused. I would like a little clarification.
Level with the speed that it's going.
Speed.
It's a... Oh, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to not. This is spinning, and so there's accelerations acting on this in this direction. So the level is just kind of perpendicular to all of the accelerations acting on this. There's gravity and centripetal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I think of as this level chart document. It's perpendicular.
Shutting up.
And I don't know if this was brought up before. I was looking at like atmospheric pressure. So I know that planes, they also determine altitude based on atmospheric pressure. So whatever the average atmospheric pressure is, If it changes and you want to maintain a certain altitude, then you need to go where it's like, okay, well, at 32,000 feet, like what's the average atmospheric pressure? And then so you calculate that in, and then you just want to maintain wherever that atmospheric pressure is. And that's kind of how they keep that same altitude. Since the Earth is curved or spherical, it will be that average distance away from the surface at any given point in time, so they can maintain altitude that way as well.
And if the plane is traveling at 500 miles an hour, the approximate change in the curvature over that hour would be right around 7 degrees or so. Obviously, the plane is much higher than the surface of the Earth, and there would be different calculations for that. But the Earth under them that you're standing on would have changed in curvature by about 7 degrees or so. So it's not that much over the course of that 1 hour.
Okay, I just was want to ask a question. I'll get you sometime. No, I'm still just studying it.
I mean,
I gotta
you're the
go.
one
I gotta
degree,
go.
right?
Pardon?
Aren't you the one with the cosmology?
Yeah, I don't have a degree in cosmology. I just took the class of cosmology.
Ah.
No, I don't have a degree in it. Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay. Thanks, guys. I gotta go. See you later.
Thanks, Deanna.
Bye.
Thank you, Deanna.
She's gonna get y'all one day.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I saw the comment. Beauty school dropout. No, I'm kidding. Joking.
Chardock, did you catch me in that ball kicking machine I was in earlier?
I started feeling really terrible a little bit, like around 10:30 my time, and I went to lie down, and the next thing I know, it was 5 hours later. Dude, whatever this crud is that I have, I'm pretty sure it's flu, is kicking my ass.
Yeah, I got COVID for the first time, Chardock, over the Christmas break, so that's what I've been dealing with.
Mm-hmm. And Tyler are feeling
Tyler also has COVID, but the one's like blessing from all of this. I mean, I've been on my ass for about a week, up and down. It is definitely not COVID. I'm pretty sure it's just standard flu.
My lady has COVID, so I'm expecting to get it soon.
Oh man, so sorry, bro.
I just got over COVID like a week
right now, but
had it for like 3 weeks.
I'm not around too many people, living on the road in this truck.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, so you're good. You've avoided. Do you tend to avoid a lot of the flu seasons?
Yeah. I rarely get sick. And then the last time I did get sick, it lasted for like 2 days. I don't know. I wasn't tested, but I did lose my taste. So I would assume that it was the vid, but it didn't last very long.
Yeah. I hear RSV is kind of the worst one this season as far as like hospitalizing people.
You know, I don't know how I have avoided COVID, except that I have all of my recommended shots, and doing what I do as an extracurricular activity. And my last job was quite literally at a mall with hundreds and hundreds.
I know, man. You're so lucky. I'm envious, Chardock. This is my first time getting COVID. I thought I was gonna make it, bro. I stay current with my shots and stuff, but I got pretty sick.
I'm glad you're on the mend.
Sorry, shenanigans. I actually didn't mean to invite you, but you can hang out if you want.
Right on, thanks. It's all good.
I don't think there's going to be any flat Earth drama right now. They're all in their echo chambers.
Yeah, Shannon was actually hosting a reasonable live until he had to leave for some customers, but I think that's where they're all at.
Okay.
Are you talking about the one you were just on?
Yeah, before I jumped up in there, it was halfway reasonable, and Globy was actually there, and somebody came in hot and a Glober came in hot and heavy saying it was hilarious. So Globy started playing Flurf, and this new Glober claimed to have PhDs and had worked for NASA and everything, but then went on to say that the Earth was going to go supernova at some point and tripled down on it. Like Globy was like, wait a second. You just said the Earth is going to go supernova. Right? Do you want to walk that back? And he's like, no, man, planets go supernova. We're like, what? It was pretty funny at that point.
Hey, hold on.
Oh my.
Maybe he's that scientist that knows something that we don't. Yeah, it's always in that movie. The scientist says something and everybody ignores, and all of a sudden, doomsday happens.
There was a guy earlier today, or here, that swore up and down before admitting that, oh wait, he was just drunk. He was like, the centrifugal motion of the Earth is what creates gravity. And I was like, wait, what the hell?
No, that happened in the live I was just in, Chardock. That ball kicking machine that Shannon was hosting. One of the women wanted to know where the rotation of the Earth goes from pushing things away to sucking it in, because that's what creates gravity, the rotation.
Was that when I was asleep?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. I always miss the fun stuff.
Well, that same guy also said that atomic bombs create black holes. That same Glober.
Oh my God!
Like, wait, what?
Well, if you had enough of them to make it,
not even.
No. If like you had enough to literally create the massive black hole.
Yeah, if you did like a Generation 3 nuclear bomb with like a large enough mass, you could compress the center mass down into like a black hole.
I mean, if you had like a sun amount of nuclear material, you would just have a sun, so it could make a black hole.
Yep. This is what these flat Earth debates has done to me in real life. So I went to Christmas displays, and NASA had their Christmas display. And so I took a picture of it with me in front of it.
Hasselblad.
That's
what's up?
Didn't Cobra said didn't someone say they had a friend that worked on UFOs?
I think the same guy, the same Glober said that. Because UFOs came up, and I was actually washing my car at that point. And I was just giggling to myself so loudly that I didn't hear everything he said.
Sound like that person could have been trolling, possibly.
No, he was like angry with Globy. And I was in the comments, and I kept tagging him, and I was like, Globy was on his Globy official account. Mm-hmm. I was like, dude, are you paying attention? Read his name. Just read his name. That's all the information you need, man.
What was the name? I missed it.
Oh, I don't remember the Glober's name, but he was arguing with Globy, but not reading his screen name. You know? And typically, like, if I'm in a live, maybe it's just me, but if someone new comes in and I don't know them, the first thing I do if I'm not hosting is check out their profile. So I'll immediately know, like, if they potentially are trolling. You know what I mean? So, like, obviously, if you go to Globy's account, you're going to know he's trolling you at that point. But anyway, I digress.
That's what I love about my account is people see mine and they can't tell because it's figure skating content. So I like to go in the comments, and you guys will probably get annoyed by this, but I always say Earth is flat, like no doubt, a bunch, and then people. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I've done it too. Don't get me wrong.
I just sometimes I can't help it because it's so funny. Like, I don't do it all the time, but. Level, tell us again how you were raised by flat earthers.
That's my favorite story.
Oh, jeez.
No, it's always fun if a Glober comes in super hot and, like, you know, it's happened in Levels Live a couple of times because it's
it
like
happened
flat Earth question
this
mark.
morning.
But when they come in that hot just to play Flurf, you know, it's fun to role play.
Yeah, I'll do that to him. I brought Zuma up to talk to that guy this morning because he was coming in so hot, and I was just like, well, I mean, Zuma wants practice. Here you go.
All right, let him have it.
Eternal recyclers.
Look, this guy's kind of an asshole. I want to see him get more pissed off.